Uzumaki Naruto sprang up from the tatami mat, veins bulging on his forehead and cold sweat soaking the back of his clothes. His pupils contracted violently, as if two flames were burning at the bottom of his eyes. The memories of his past life as an ordinary earth youth colliding fiercely with the chakra of his current ninja self in the depths of his soul. I really became Naruto. He trembled as he reached for the mirror by the bedside, which reflected a childish face with 3 whisker-like birthmarks under his left eye glimmering faintly in the moonlight. The boy in the mirror suddenly smiled bitterly. As his fingers traced the glass surface, faint blue chakra patterns emerged, a chakra-sensing ability he had seen in manga from his past life. It seems the fusion of 2 souls has caused a qualitative change. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the power surging within him like the tides. He remembered clearly that in the original story Naruto had immense chakra, but poor control, yet now his mental power was like a precision instrument, clearly seeing the flow of chakra through his meridians. The low hoot of an owl came from outside the window. Naruto turned over and got out of bed, stepping barefoot onto moonlight streamed through the tattered curtains, casting light on the pile of instant noodles in the corner. A scene from his past life that he knew all too well, the very picture of Uzumaki Naruto's isolated childhood. But now his eyes no longer held confusion, only the sharpness of a hunter. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, Ishiki, and Kagaya. Naruto murmured, tracing the outline of the ninja world map on the tatami with his fingertip. As a veteran fan of Naruto in his past life, he knew the future crisis better than anyone. But unlike the original story, he now possessed not only Minato Namikaze's talent, but also the knowledge base of a modern man. First I have to deal with Kurama. Naruto suddenly sat cross-legged and formed the tiger seal. Chakra rushed into his brain like electric current, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. This was his first time actively entering the spiritual world. Deep in the sea of consciousness, enormous fox pupils lit up in the darkness. The massive body of the 9-tailed demon fox coiled around blood-red chains, each steel cable sizzling and emitting the glow of the seal. Human brat. Kurama's voice exploded like thunder in Naruto's mind. You dare to invade my domain. Naruto didn't back down, but took half a step forward. His pupils suddenly split into 3 tomo shapes, an anomaly produced by the resonance of past life memories and present chakra. I am Uzumaki Naruto, but I am more than just Uzumaki Naruto. His voice carried a double echo. I know you can feel it. My soul holds the memories of 2 worlds. Kurama suddenly stood up, and a crimson chakra storm raised huge waves in the sea of consciousness. But Naruto was unmoved, instead showing a provocative smile. Don't waste your energy. I'm here to make a deal with you. Kurama sneered disdainfully. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? The Otsutsuki clan. The moment Naruto uttered this name, the fluctuation of Kurama's chakra clearly became disturbed. They come from outer space, devouring chakra to survive. Why do you think Kagaya was sealed? He stepped forward, the 3 tomo slowly rotating in his pupils. Do you want to be trapped in this cage forever, or join me and become the true god of chakra? Kurama fell silent. The blood-red chains suddenly let out a mournful groan, and Naruto keenly caught a flicker of hesitation in Kurama's chakra. This unruly-tailed beast craved freedom above all else. I can promise that when the Otsutsuki threat is eliminated, I will unseal you. Naruto raised his right hand, and the embryonic form of a Rasengan appeared in his palm. But until then you must help me improve my strength. Use your chakra to teach me how to control natural energy. Kurama suddenly burst into wild laughter, and the chakra storm abruptly calmed. Interesting. You brat are even more insane than Minato Namikaze. Its enormous fox claw pressed against Naruto's heart. Remember your promise, or I'll tear you apart myself. When Naruto withdrew from the spiritual world, the sky was pale. He spread his palm and found faint flame patterns between the lines, a sign of the contract. Next chakra. Naruto took out the Konoha secret manual, chakra essentials stolen from the Hokage's office, and combined it with physics knowledge from his past life to begin improving the refinement method. He compared chakra to electric current using modern breathing techniques to adjust the resistance in his meridians, and surprisingly increased refinement efficiency by 30 in just 2 hours. Ding! A system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, the code sound effect most familiar to him from his past life. Naruto froze, seeing a translucent blue panel appear in the upper left corner of his Vision Ninja Technique deduction system, activated current level LV. 101000. Deductible techniques, transformation technique, substitution technique, clone technique. Special ability chakra wave analysis passive. Naruto curled his lips. His legend of the ninja world had only just begun. The sky was pale morning light streaming through the window. Mingren opened his eyes, the flame patterns on his palm still warm. It was the proof of his contract with Jiawei. A docile wisp of flame coursed through his meridians. He spread his palm, watching the patterns pulse with his breath, and couldn't help but smile. In his past life, when reading the manga, he had seen the pain of chakra backlash that Mingren suffered. Now he himself could trade with it. The change brought by the twin souls was indeed thorough. Let me check the system first. He sat up and swiped his finger in the air. A translucent blue panel appeared before him, its edges glowing with chakra light much like the development interface from his past life coding. He tapped on the Ninjutsu deduction system. The panel split into 3 sections. Personal info, unlocked Ninjutsu special abilities. All in Chinese. Personal info, host Zuan Wuming, Rin Twin Soul Fusion Chakra, amount 1800 chakra purity, 65 mastered Ninjutsu, Nun system, level LV. 1000 special mark, Jiawei contract beginner, 1800. And I can also use Jiawei's chakra. He raised an eyebrow. In his past life, when making Huang strategy guides, he had calculated that Ming Run at this age didn't have this value. He tapped on the purity explanation. Each 10 increase in purity reduces ninjutsu consumption by 15 and increases power by 20. So purity is the key. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The cold wind woke him up. He recalled the Muyi's Secret Record Chakra Essentials book he had brought last night. The methods in it were simply about fusing energy with no mention of transmission loss. This was clearly a problem of energy conduction efficiency. He returned to the bedside and took out the book with a deep blue cover. He opened the first page. The essence of refinement lies in a mind free of distractions, drawing the Bodhi's essence uniting with the spirit's will. Indeed, it only talks about fusion, not optimization. He took out paper and pen, drew a meridian diagram, and marked several energy loss points. He recalled that his teacher once said electricity in a wire loses energy due to resistance. Chakra flow followed the same principle. In the original story, the poor control was not only due to Jiawei, but also because of blockages in the meridians. He formed the refining seal, closed his eyes, and mobilized energy. The warmth in his abdomen and the focused mindset from staying up late coding emerged simultaneously. As the energy flowed toward his dantian, he suddenly used his spiritual will to guide it around the blockage points. A sour swelling sensation came from his meridians. He gritted his teeth and persisted, watching through the system's skill as the energy stream avoided obstacles and completely merged into his dantian. Success. He opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Chakra purity 67, 2 experience 101000. The newly refined chakra felt in his hand like a compact cotton ball, no longer loose. 3 times a day, you'll reach 80 soon. He paced excitedly, feeling like he was playing a real-life version of the Huang game. He tapped the ninjutsu module. 3 gray icons showed, not mastered can be deduced. Let's start with the clone. He clicked the icon and input parameters. Chakra allocation, body 70, clone 30, duration 10 minutes, function basic combat ability. Code scrolled rapidly. After a few seconds, the result popped up. Optimization plan 1. Add basic consciousness fragment 2. Reserve shuriken chakra channel 3. Use Jiawei's chakra to enhance impact resistance. I can also use Jiawei's chakra. He formed the Ren hand seal, sending chakra through the new path, injecting a trace of Jiawei's energy as a stabilizer. Clone technique. White smoke burst out and 2 clones appeared. Unlike the dull ones in the original story, their eyes were lively. They could autonomously clench their fists and jump. One even picked up a kunai in a throwing stance. Impressive. He poked a clone's shoulder. The texture was real. The clone's palm glowed blue. The panel displayed stability 92, duration 9 minutes 52 seconds. Suddenly a shout came from outside the door. Ming Run. Skipping class again. Today we're teaching the theory of the 3 basic techniques. He quickly dispelled the clones, and as the white smoke dissipated, he withdrew the Jiawei chakra. Coming. He grabbed his jacket and stuffed the book into his chest. Pushing open the door, he saw Iruka holding a rice ball with dark circles under his eyes. Finally awake, Iruka handed him the rice ball. I saw your light on until late last night, thought you were up to mischief again. He took the rice ball, feeling warmth in his heart. I was practicing chakra, not mischief. Iruka paused, then smiled. Had a change of heart. That's good. He patted his shoulder. Hurry up, today's clone technique is important. Following behind, he looked at Iruka's back and made a secret resolve. In this life, he must protect him. He touched the book in his chest. The panel showed experience 151,000, almost leveling up. On the way, villagers avoided him, but he no longer cared. Only by becoming stronger could he break the prejudice. Iruka-sensei, when is the graduation exam? Are the 3 basic techniques tested? Iruka paused. 1 month from now it tests practical application and physical fitness. But this year it might be stricter because... He hesitated. Train hard, you can pass. Mingren understood that this was connected to the higher-ups. Tuanzong might already have his eyes on him. As he clenched his fist, the panel popped up. A new quest, main quest 1, pass the graduation exam, defeat at least 1 peer. Reward, 500 experience, unlock optimization module, random basic ninjutsu mastery. A quest appeared. He smiled slightly. The graduation exam was not only a chance to prove himself, but also the first step into the undercurrents of Muyi. When he reached the school gate, Jiawei's chakra suddenly fluctuated. He sensed a dark chakra flash from the corner of the wall, very similar to the Jin member he felt outside the Hua-ing office last night. Being watched. He remained composed and followed Iruka into the teaching building. From the moment he activated the system, he had already been drawn into the undercurrent. But this excited him. The manga he read in his past life he could now rewrite with his own hands. In the classroom, classmates cast various glances. Zhuozhu glanced up at him, then lowered his head to polish a kunai. Mingren didn't care. He sat down pretending to read a book while actually asking the system, "Can you analyze that dark chakra? Beyond current analysis range. Need to reach LV3 to unlock traceability function. LV3, huh?" He noted it down. He closed the book and looked at the podium. Iruka began writing on the blackboard. The sunlight shone on his face, warm and steady. He listened attentively, combining theoretical knowledge with system deduction, forming a complete training plan in his mind. The bell rang for the end of class. As he was packing his things, Zhu called out, "Hey Talon loser, didn't skip class today." He turned and smiled. "Why would I skip? Do you think you'll always be the Talon loser?" Zhuozhu was taken aback, frowned, and said, "Boring." He turned and walked away. Watching Zhuozhu's back, he thought, "Soon you'll know, we won't just be partners, we'll uncover the truth together." Stepping out of the classroom, he stretched. Tonight he had to return the book and continue training. The flame patterns on his palm were slightly warm. The ninja dogs lay dozing on the stone steps before the Hokage building. Guard ninjas paced with kunai slung across their backs, their Konoha headbands catching a cold gleam under the setting sun. Mingren hid behind a cherry blossom tree on the street corner, a stone pinched between his fingers, his gaze fixed on the second-floor window, the storage room of the Hokage's office. The Konoha secret art chakra essence had to be returned there. Going in directly would definitely get me stopped. He swept the guards with chakra fluctuation analysis, and faint blue energy lines appeared in his vision. Chakra concentration 700, alert range 5 meters. He touched the book tucked in his chest. If caught stealing a book, let alone graduation, even confinement would be lenient. From afar came the footsteps of a patrol squad, and the guard instinctively turned his head. Mingren seized the opportunity, forming the hand seals for an optimized substitution jutsu, no longer requiring a substitute object, directly condensing chakra into his own silhouette. Substitution jutsu. A chakra substitute formed in place, running toward the other side, intentionally kicking a stone. The guard immediately chased after. "Hey, which brat is causing trouble?" Taking advantage of the gap, Mingren dashed to the wall, his fingers hooking into the crevices as he climbed. After the fusion of his two souls, his body coordination was excellent, aided by Ninetail's chakra. In seconds, he scrambled onto the second-floor windowsill. The storage room window was unlocked. He gently pushed it open a crack, placed the book back on the shelf by the window, aligning it with the other secret texts so that it seemed untouched. Done. As he turned to land, the system notification sounded. Returned Hokage secret book, avoided risk, EXP 50, current 651,000. He turned and headed toward the village entrance convenience store. Evening was the busiest time, and he needed to check on the owner, who always gave him extra instant noodles. The convenience store glowed with warm yellow light. Owner Zhuozhu was organizing the shelves, his graying hair dusted with flour. Seeing Mingren enter, he froze for a moment, then broke into a gentle smile. "Mingren, what flavor do you want today?" "Still a few packs of seafood left." "Uncle Zhuozhu, I'm not here to buy instant noodles." Mingren pointed to the faded recruitment poster on the wall. "You're busy until late every day? Let me help out." "I don't need money. Just a few packs of noodles in exchange." Zhuozhu was stunned, and the shelf clip fell to the floor with a clatter. He stared at Mingren, his eyes shifting from surprise to complexity. "Do you know what the villagers say about you? If they see you here, they might stop coming." "I don't care." Mingren picked up the shelf clip and handed it back, his fingertips brushing against the other's hand. He felt a faint yet familiar chakra fluctuation, a residual trace of a jonin deliberately suppressed. His heart stirred, and he asked softly, "You were a ninja before, weren't you? And you knew my father, Bofeng Shuiman?" Zhuozhu's body stiffened abruptly, his face turning pale. He turned off the light, pulled Mingren into the storage room, and lowered his voice. "How do you know? Did Iruka tell you? Every time you give me extra noodles, it's not pity in your eyes, it's guilt. And there's a residual ripple of flying thunder god in your chakra. I saw it in the archives. That's my father's technique." Zhuozhu was silent for a moment, then took down a dusty box from the shelf. Inside was an old, cracked headband. "I was once the 4th Hokage's bodyguard," his voice choked. "That night of the 9 Tails, I failed to protect the Lord and Lady Kushina. Later the villagers feared you, so I dared not help openly. I could only give you a little extra food." Mingren's heart ached. He picked up the cold headband. In his past life, he had only seen the manga. Now someone was speaking of the past with genuine emotion. "Uncle Zhuozhu, don't blame yourself. I just want to grow stronger to protect the people around me, just like my father protected Konoha back then." Suddenly the convenience store door was kicked open and thugs cursed outside. "Old man. Time to pay protection money. If you stall again, we'll wreck your shop." Zhuozhu's face changed, and he was about to step out, but Mingren stopped him. "Let me handle this." He wiped his face. Using an optimized transformation jutsu, he subtly adjusted the chakra around his face, lengthening his hair and deepening his eye sockets. In an instant, he became a strange young man, and his jacket turned dark gray. "You." Zhuozhu had no time to say more before Mingren pushed the door open. 3 thugs were kicking the shelves, scattering instant noodles everywhere. The yellow-haired leader leaned on a wooden stick, raised an eyebrow arrogantly when he saw Mingren. "Where did this brat come from? Meddling in our business." Mingren said, nothing, compressing chakra into his right hand. Chakra impact required no hand seals. A sudden release could create an invisible shockwave. He aimed at the yellow-haired thug's feet and swung his right hand. A faint blue ripple spread the ground, trembled slightly, the wooden stick fell, and the thug staggered back, crashing into the shelf. The other two were about to act, but they saw a flicker of crimson chakra in Mingren's eyes, a deliberately released intimidation of the Nine Tails. The thugs instantly turned pale, recalling the rumors. You're that, the yellow-haired man stammered. We're leaving. We'll talk next time. The three scrambled away, even forgetting their stick. Mingren withdrew his chakra and reverted to his original appearance. Zwitting came out, eyes reddened at the mess. Mingren, thank you. Otherwise I would have suffered again today. He took out a lunchbox from under the counter. This is an energy bento. It has beef and spinach. It replenishes the body's energy and is good for chakra. Mingren took the warm lunchbox. Uncle Zwitting, I'll come help out every night from now on, he said earnestly. I'll protect the shop and learn to refine chakra properly. Zwitting nodded, wiping his tears. Good, it's a deal. Come whenever you're hungry, and I'll make you something to eat. Mingren opened the lunchbox. The beef was tender and carried a faint herbal scent. Zwitting had specially added chakra grass, which gently promoted energy circulation. The system notification sounded again. Protected the convenience store. EXP80, current 145-1000, unlocked chakra storage optimization, storage cap, 10, loss 5. Back home, he sat cross-legged on the tatami and opened the panel. The transformation jutsu icon now glowed blue. Practical application had enabled the system to judge it as preliminary mastery. He clicked the icon and a deduction plan appeared. Optimization directions: 1. Chakra consumption 22. Duration to 1 hour 3. Add aura concealment, requires LV 2 to unlock. Aura concealment. Useful. If he could simulate another's chakra infiltration and tracking would be convenient. He turned off the panel, finished the bento, and began to cultivate. Using the chakra storage optimization method, he adjusted his breathing and slowly infused energy into his dantian. The loss was enveloped by a membrane-like layer and stored intact. The amount really increased. His internal energy was nearly 100 points more than in the evening, and the panel showed chakra quantity 1900. He clenched his fist, and the flame pattern on his palm flickered in response. Moonlight streamed into the room, illuminating the pile of instant noodles in the corner, yet it no longer felt lonely. I need to speed up my training, he murmured to himself. First optimize the 3 basic techniques, then raise the system level to unlock chakra tracing, and find that root member who's been watching me. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the distant lights of the Hokage building. Before the sky was fully bright, Naruto's room was already bathed in a faint blue glow. He sat cross-legged on the floor, a small stone, picked up last night from the convenience store entrance, suspended steadily in midair by a thread of chakra. This was his tool for practicing precise chakra control this morning. System display data. As he murmured, a panel appeared. Total chakra 1980. Refinement efficiency 1. 6x. It had increased by another 80 points from last night. The chakra grass in Uncle Sato's bento was indeed effective. He adjusted his breath and followed the segmented energy control method deduced by the system, inhaling to gather chakra toward his fingertips, exhaling to regulate the flow rate. No longer outputting in a single burst, he split it into fine streams like silk threads wrapping around the stone. The control precision on the panel rose slowly from 62, and the stone shifted from wobbling to stability, even able to trace circles following his finger. Let's try advanced. His gaze sharpened, and the chakra suddenly split into 3 streams supporting the stone at its upper, middle, and lower points. Using the physics knowledge integrated from his soul, he precisely calculated the force points, making the stone hover motionless. Mastered tridirectional chakra manipulation, precision permanently 8, current 70, a notification chimed. He withdrew the chakra, and the stone fell back into his palm. Clenching his fist, he could feel the energy becoming more obedient, no longer rampaging, but flowing to any part of his body as he willed. Hastily finishing the seafood instant noodles left by Uncle Sato, he grabbed his forehead protector and dashed toward the academy. In the classroom, Iruka was handing out chakra control practice sheets, a weekly basic exercise. The paper featured a meridian diagram requiring chakra to trace along the pathways. Today we practiced the hand meridians, Iruka announced. Completing the route from index finger to wrist to forearm counts as passing, being able to go back and forth counts as excellent. The students began trying. Sakura's chakra stopped at the wrist. Sasuke was steady but slowed down on the return. As Naruto channeled his chakra, the system prompted detected hand meridian practice. Enable simulated deduction. Enable. Instantly, a faint blue node diagram appeared on the practice sheet marking easy choke points and optimal routes. Following the deduction guidance, his chakra flowed smoothly like a stream, reaching the forearm in 3 seconds. 1 second faster than Sasuke. Now try the return. He didn't stop, controlling the chakra to flow back, using the multidirectional control technique, one mainstream for the pathway, another to repair minor blockages. When the energy returned to his fingertip, the practice sheet emitted a golden glow, a sign of superior completion. Iruka walked over in surprise. Naruto, He picked up the sheet, then looked at Naruto's steady fingertips. Such rapid improvement. Do you have a secret? Just a lot of practice. I found a method that works for me. Naruto evaded vaguely. The system notification rang EXP 120, current 265-1000, and the icon for Chakra attraction technique lit up halfway. The afternoon combat class was Chakra impact target practice. A scarecrow target stood 5 meters away, requiring hitting a 10-centimeter bullseye. Sakura and others could only hit the body. Sasuke could hit the bullseye, but only made it tremble slightly. Naruto stepped forward. First he used the basic stance taught by Mizuki, then applied the system's energy compression method, compressing Chakra into the size of a pellet and releasing it abruptly. Bang! He hit the bullseye, staggering the scarecrow back 2 steps, leaving a shallow crater in the center. Iruka's eyes widened. That impact is almost Chunin level. Do it again. For the second attempt, Naruto added a Ninetales Chakra fine-tuning, using the system's filtering function to extract a tiny amount of pure tailed beast chakra and mix it in. This strike directly broke the scarecrow's arm. Unlock tailed beast chakra control basic module safe extraction up to 1, impact 15. As the notification appeared, even Sasuke turned his head, his gaze losing contempt and gaining appraisal. After school, Naruto didn't go straight home. He went to the training ground at the village edge. He took out the stone again and attempted chakra adhesion, coating the surface evenly with energy to enhance penetrating power. He threw the stone, and with a faint blue glow it embedded half a centimeter into the tree trunk. Previously, it would have left only a white scratch. EXP 80, current 345-1000, Chakra attraction technique progress 60. The notification chimed, and he clenched his fist. He could clearly feel himself shedding the dead last label, total chakra exceeding that of a genin, precision approaching Chunin level, and the ability to initially utilize Ninetales Chakra. At this rate, he would soon unlock LV2 and master more advanced deductions. At 3 in the morning on the training ground, Naruto sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and performed the clone technique. Following the system-derived chakra distribution plan, he split his 1980 chakra points into 10 streams, precisely allocating 198 points to each clone, a direct countermeasure to the original's tendency for clones to easily dissipate. Clone technique. 10 pale blue figures materialized, the headband patterns clearly visible. The system evenly distributed chakra, avoiding issues of strength disparity among clones. Perfect 10-fold clone stability 40, consumption 15, EXP 150, current 495-1000. He didn't stop. In the original, the multiple shadow clone technique was a forbidden art, the problem being the excessive chakra load. With the system's chakra distribution and energy allocation model, he attempted to split it into 20 streams, each compressed to 99 points, and infused one of the Ninetales Chakra to enhance resilience. Multiple shadow clone prototype. 20 figures, slightly fainter, but not dispersing. He controlled one clone to punch a tree, leaving a shallow crater. When it withdrew its fist, the chakra connection remained unbroken. Unlocked multiple shadow clone can maintain 20 clones for 10 minutes. EXP 200, current 695-1000. As he dismissed the clones, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. 5 or 6 bandits charged in on horseback, cursing and demanding to plunder the border of Konoha, apparently drifters who had fled due to instability in Sunagakure. Naruto didn't hide. Instead, he saw it as a chance to test his skills. He formed hand seals and instantly activated multiple shadow clone. 20 figures spreading out in a fan, 10 flanked from behind, 10 approached from the front. As the bandits hesitated, the frontal clones used chakra impact to knock the swords from their hands, while the rear clones kicked the horses, throwing them to the ground and pinning the men down. The skirmish ended in 30 seconds with no bloodshed. The system's scan revealed residual chakra from the Sound Village on the bandits, clearly indicating they were sent by someone to test him. Without further inquiry, he had 2 clones bind them and hand them over to the patrol, then left on his own. Completed border purge, foiled Sound Village's probe, EXP 250, current 945-1000. As he returned to the village, dawn was breaking. He detoured to the hill behind the academy. He remembered from the original that Mizuki often met with Root here. Sure enough, Mizuki's voice rang out. Lord Danzos orders on the day of the graduation exam, make sure Naruto accidentally touches the forbidden scroll, then you all move and frame it as the Ninetales rampage. Naruto activated the system's audio recording, hid a clone behind a tree, and retreated himself. A Root member said coldly, don't worry. There's someone to help stage the act. Once he touches the scroll, he'll never be able to talk his way out. The 2 left. Naruto dismissed the clone, the recording saved. Obtained evidence of Mizuki's conspiracy, avoided risk. EXP 60, current 1005-1000. Ding. EXP full. Upgrade to LV2. Upgrade. The panel refreshed. System LV2 unlocked 1. Chakra Trace full version 2. Ninjutsu fusion derivation 3. Tailed Beast Chakra Control Intermediate Extract 3A unlock. Tailed Beast Shield. The Ninetales Chakra emerged like warm water, his total surging to 2,570. He tried condensing the shield. A faint red shield enveloped his body capable of withstanding a Chunin's attack for 5 minutes, consuming 100 points per minute. He headed straight for the training ground to derive the fusion of clone technique Rasengan. According to the system's plan, the clone would form the Rasengan, and he would guide it with chakra traction. With the Ninetales boost, the clone's Rasengan, though only fist-sized, was stable, sinking deep into the tree. Clone Rasengan prototype derivation successful. EXP 80, current 802000. The panel displayed Chakra 2570, mastered perfect tenfold, clone multiple shadow clone prototype, clone Rasengan prototype, tailed beast shield. Functions Chakra trace Ninjutsu, fusion derivation. 3 days remained until the graduation exam. With his current strength, he could easily break the trap and shed the title of dead last. Passing by the convenience store, Uncle Sato handed him an energy bento. He took it, but didn't eat, only saying, "Uncle Sato, in 3 days at the graduation exam, it'll make everyone understand that I am not the vessel of the Nine Tails." The day before the graduation exam, Naruto continued honing his shadow clone Rasengan at the training ground. The system panel displayed the completion rate rising from 30 to 60. He wrapped the Rasengan core with Ninetales chakra, then had the clones maintain the form through chakra resonance. When thrown, this technique could now create a half-meter deep crater in the ground, its power nearing the full force strike of a Chunin. Tomorrow is the day Mizuki sets his trap. I need to prepare in advance. Naruto withdrew his chakra and activated the system's chakra trace function to scan the direction of the forbidden jutsu library. The panel displayed 3 anomalous chakra trajectories. 1 belonged to Mizuki, and the other 2 carried the distinctive sinister fluctuation of the root organization lurking in the nearby forest. He did not alert them, but instead circled behind the forbidden jutsu library, transformed into a crow via the transformation technique, and perched on the roof. The system automatically displayed a deduction plan. Suggestion 1. Place 3 chakra sensing clones at the entrance of the forbidden jutsu library. 2. Prepare a graffiti substitute. 3. Store the recording of Mizuki's conspiracy in a chakra crystal. Naruto followed the instructions. He first hid the sensing clones, then drew his own graffiti on the wall, infusing it with a small amount of Ninetales chakra. This graffiti could not only mimic his aura, but also release a blinding flash of smoke upon impact to disrupt vision. Finally, he handed the chakra crystal containing the recording to Iruka-sensei. "If you see Mizuki looking for me tomorrow, please open this." Though puzzled, Iruka saw the firmness in Naruto's eyes and accepted the crystal. The next morning, the graduation exam was held at the training ground. Kakashi sat under a tree reviewing documents, his gaze lingering on Naruto with added scrutiny. He had already heard of Naruto's recent exploits, clearing out bandits at the border and thwarting the Sound Village's probing, his strength advancing at an extraordinary pace. First match, Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba, Iruka announced. Kiba stepped up with Akamaru grinning with a sneer. "Dead last today, it'll show you that being a ninja isn't just about random training." Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto said nothing, formed hand seals, and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. 15 clones instantly spread out, encircling Kiba in a semicircle. Kiba was taken aback, then, with Akamaru, executed the beast human clone, doublehead wolf, and lunged fiercely. Shadow clone Rasengan. 5 clones simultaneously formed Rasengans and struck the wolf's flank, while the other 10 clones precisely hit the joints with chakra impact to restrict movement. The coordination was seamless, the assault fierce. Boom. The Rasengan struck heavily, and Kiba and Akamaru were knocked out of their transformation. Naruto dismissed the clones and said calmly, "You're too kind." The entire field fell silent. Even Kakashi sat up straight. This far exceeded the bounds of rapid improvement. It demonstrated tactical awareness and ninjutsu mastery that overwhelmed his peers. Defeated Inuzuka, Kiba demonstrated tactical advantage. 120 XP, current 200. During the exam break, Mizuki approached, as expected, and tempted him. "Naruto, you did well just now, but if you want to pass the final test, you need to go to the Forbidden Jutsu Library and get the scroll of multiple shadow clone technique. It's a bonus point tacitly approved by the examiners." He winked as he spoke, and the root members in the forest were already in position. Naruto pretended to take the bait. "I'll go right now." He turned and dashed toward the Forbidden Jutsu Library, activating the chakra sensing clones. Mizuki immediately followed, and the root members rushed out, as well the cold gleam of kunai appearing. They intended to create the illusion of the Ninetales Jinchuriki, losing control and killing. Now, Naruto spun around, abruptly raised the chakra crystal toward the arriving Iruka and Kakashi and shouted, "Sensei, open the crystal." Simultaneously, he formed hand seals to release the graffiti substitute, while his real body hid behind a pillar. Iruka crushed the crystal, and Mizuki's voice rang out across the scene. "Once Naruto touches the scroll, you attack. Frame the Jinchuriki for losing control." The root members' kunai struck the graffiti, which exploded into a blinding flash, whitewashing everyone's vision. "So you are the real targets." Kakashi spoke coldly, his Sharingan flaring open as he blocked the root members. Iruka stared at Mizuki, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Mizuki, you betrayed Konoha." Mizuki panicked and tried to flee, but a clone intercepted him. Naruto emerged from behind the pillar, a pale red chakra Rasengan emanating a menacing pressure. Mizuki, did you really think I would steal the scroll? He stepped closer. I have known about your conspiracy and the plans of those behind you for a long time. Impossible. You are just a dead last. Before Mizuki could finish, the Rasengan struck his shoulder heavily. He screamed and collapsed, his shoulder clothes shredded, revealing burn marks. Exposed. Mizuki's conspiracy thwarted the Root Organization's plan. 350 EXP, current 550-2000, unlocked tailed beast Rasengan, complete form consumption. 20. The Root members tried to escape, but were all subdued by Kakashi's lightning blade. Iruka approached Naruto, tears welling in his eyes. Naruto, you've really grown up. You're no longer the child who needed my protection. Kakashi also nodded in recognition. Your tactical awareness and ninjutsu mastery have reached Chunin level, even surpassing some experienced Chunin. He looked at the tailed beast Rasengan in Naruto's hand, his gaze profound. He could sense the Nine Tails chakra within, but it was pure and stable, devoid of any violent aura. Graduation exam. Naruto passes with highest honors. Iruka announced loudly, raising Naruto's forehead protector high. The examinees erupted in murmurs. He was this strong all along. Wasn't he the dead last? Sasuke stood among the crowd, his earlier contemptuous gaze vanished, replaced by a burning fighting spirit. This dead last had become an opponent he must take seriously. Naruto tied on his forehead protector, feeling the chakra flowing through his body and the new skills on the panel. Graduation was just the beginning. Team 7, the Land of Waves mission, the undercurrents of Konoha's higher-ups. All would come in succession. But now he was no longer the Nine Tails vessel passively enduring fate, but a powerhouse capable of actively steering his own direction. Completed graduation exam. Breakthrough, officially became a Konoha ninja. Unlocked Team 7 formation. Prerequisite quest, current EXP 550-2000. Naruto walked toward the convenience store with his newly issued ninja gear. Uncle Sato was already waiting at the door, holding a steaming energy bento. Naruto, I heard you graduated with the highest honors. I made you a celebration bento. Naruto took the bento, smiled, and nodded at him. From now on, I'll join a team, carry out missions, and keep getting. On the morning after graduation, as the first glimmer of light appeared, Mingren stood early at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. He clearly remembered the scene from the original story. Kakashi would be late, Zuoju would wait with a stern face, and Xiaoying's heart would race at every expression of Zuozu's. But in this life he decided to take the initiative. As Zuoju walked over carrying his ninja tool bag, his expression remained cold and stern, but there was a subtle hint of scrutiny in his gaze towards Mingren. Was that Rasengan yesterday something you developed yourself? Of course. Mingren grinned, while secretly activating the system scan. Chakra total 2400, curse mark, energy suppressed, seal, talisman active, current status mild alert. Setting that aside for teacher Kakashi's test later, are you planning to act alone or cooperate? Zuoju was slightly startled, and before he could answer, Xiaoying came running over joyfully with a notebook in her arms. Mingren-kun. Zuazuki, we really got assigned to the same team. On the flyleaf of her notebook, the chakra filtering method formula that Mingren had previously taught was neatly affixed, showing she had been working hard these past few days. Just then Kakashi strolled over leisurely, holding Ica Paradise in his hand, his tone lazy. Sorry, I met a black cat on the road this morning and accidentally helping an old lady find her cat. Mingren interjected, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Kakashi raised an eyebrow in slight surprise, then resumed his lazy demeanor. Anyway, today's test is simple. He took out 2 sets of bells. Before noon, I snatched the bells from me. The rule is that you cannot use lethal jutsu, but you can use any means to interfere with me. Those who don't get the bells, he deliberately dragged out his tone, will be tied to that pillar and watch me eat my lunch. The 3 followed Kakashi to the training ground. As soon as they stood still, Kakashi's figure suddenly vanished. Body flicker. Zuoju immediately formed hand signs, fire style, great fireball technique. Scorching flames roared past, but only burned the air. Xiaoying nervously gripped her kunai, looking around, but finding no target. Mingren focused and closed his eyes, activating the system's chakra wave tracking. The panel clearly displayed chakra residue direction 30 degrees, northeast, movement speed 50 milliseconds, predicted appearance 0.5 meters behind Zuoju behind you. Mingren shouted and simultaneously formed hand signs, shadow clone technique. 20 clones instantly scattered, half rushing towards the northeast, while the other half guarded in front of Zuoju and Xiaoying. Zuoju reacted swiftly, turned and swung his kunai, which just grazed Kakashi's clothes. Kakashi had indeed appeared at the predicted position. Interesting. Kakashi's tone carried a hint of surprise, then he performed the body flicker again, this time charging straight at Xiaoying. Although Xiaoying was nervous, she remembered the chakra filtering method, and immediately mobilized chakra to protect her body while throwing shuriken to disrupt. Just as Kakashi was about to touch her shoulder, a clone attacked from the side, with a miniature Rasengan gathering in its hand. Clones can attack too. Kakashi was forced to retreat and dodge. Mingren took the opportunity to approach Zuoju, lowering his voice, he's dividing us. You use fire style to attract attention, I'll use clones to flank, and Xiaoying will track his body flicker trajectory. that chakra frequency signature you recorded, can you use it? Xiaoying immediately nodded. There's a 0.5-second energy interval after each body flicker. Although Zhuozhu was not used to being directed to cooperation, just now was indeed effective, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. The plan was executed immediately. Zhuozhu formed hand signs and released a great fireball, the flames rushing straight at the tree stump where Kakashi was. Xiaoying kept her eyes on the chakra fluctuations and shouted a warning, northwest treetop. Mingren's 5 clones immediately rushed to the treetop with Rasengan, while his main body condensed a tailed beast chakra shield. He predicted that Kakashi would next use Chidori. Sure enough, as soon as Kakashi appeared on the treetop, he saw the clones attacking, and lightning suddenly flashed in his right hand. Chidori. Lightning flashed, 2 clones were destroyed, but the other 3 suddenly changed direction and smashed the Rasengan into the tree stump, where Kakashi's chakra residue remained. Bang! The tree stump shattered with a sound, and Kakashi, who had been hiding behind the tree, was forced to reveal himself. At that moment, Zhuozhu rushed out from the flames, his kunai aimed directly at Kakashi's wrist. He had precisely calculated the chakra vacuum period after the Chidori. Xiaoying threw her kunai at the same time, sealing off the escape route. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, not expecting 3 genin to have such coordination. He turned his wrist slightly to avoid the kunai, and at the same time formed hand signs, illusion hell viewing technique. Xiaoying was prepared and immediately dispelled the illusion with the chakra filtering method, urgently shouting, Mingren. He used Jinjutsu. Mingren seized the opportunity, his main body charging forward with the tailed beast Rasengan. Kakashi had just evaded Zhuozhu's pursuit when he saw a pale red Rasengan flying towards him. It contained the Ninetails chakra, yet was remarkably stable. He dodged sideways, but the bells at his waist were swept by the Rasengan's airflow, falling to the ground with a clink. Mingren quickly picked up the bells and shouted to his teammates, the other set. Zhuozhu reacted extremely quickly and instantly picked up the remaining bells. The midday sun shone on the training ground, the 3 of them, holding the bells, standing before Kakashi. Kakashi put away his nonchalant demeanor, his gaze serious. You win. He looked especially at Mingren. You can control the Ninetails chakra. And you can coordinate with clones to perform ninjutsu. Still in the exploratory stage. Mingren dismissed the Rasengan and a system prompt appeared. Completed bell test. Broke through Kakashi's tactical suppression. Gained 400 experience points. Current 950-2000 unlocked. Ninjutsu coordination simulation function. Very good. Kakashi took out 3 scrolls from his ninja tool pouch. From today, Team 7 is officially formed. This is the first mission. Drank escort the bridge builder from Boji Guitazuna back to his country. Meet at the village gate tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Xiaoying took the mission scroll, extremely excited. Awesome. A real mission. Zhuozhu stared at the scroll, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Following Mingren might reveal a faster path to strength. Mingren gazed at the words Boji Gua, knowing that this was not just a mission but the beginning of a confrontation with Zaibu. Now he had enough strength to change the tragedy of the original story. Triggered Boji Gua mission prologue unlocked. Wuyin chakra characteristic analysis. Permission current experience 950-2000. Leaving the training grounds, Zhuozhu suddenly called out to Mingren. Hey, don't hold us back on tomorrow's mission. That's what I should be saying. Mingren replied with a smile, already planning tactics in his mind. Use the system to analyze Zaibujan's Wuyin technique. Have Xiaoying prepare an antidote in advance. Have Zhuozhu handle the frontal containment and use the tailed beast Rasengan as the decisive move. The next morning at 7:30 at the dock outside my village. Mingren arrived 10 minutes early. Zhuozhu and Xiaoying were already waiting on the shore. Zhuozhu leaned against the gunwale, resting with eyes closed, his fingers unconsciously fumbling with a kunai. Xiaoying was inventorying the medical kit, bandages, disinfectant, chakra extraction agent. I also brought seawater filtration tablets. Seeing Mingren, Xiaoying handed him the medical kit. As you instructed, I prepared emergency medicine and treated the herbs with the chakra acceleration method. Mingren took the kit, and the system prompt appeared. Contains 3 types of antidotes, chakra bandages. He nodded. Good, these will likely come in handy. Zhuozhu opened his eyes and looked at the scroll in Mingren's ninja tool pouch. What did you bring? Don't tell me it's useless junk. Mingren unfurled the scroll, a tactical deduction map. It anticipates the situations we might encounter in the land of waves, including the attack patterns of the mist ninja. Just then the cargo ship docked. Standing at the bow was the client Dazina, who quickly disembarked. I'm sorry to trouble you 3. We'll walk along the coast and can get there in half a day. Mingren carefully observed Dazina. The old man smiled, but the corners of his eyes were tense, and his right hand never left his tool pouch. System analysis showed chakra fluctuations are disordered, containing fear characteristics recently contacted with Mist Ninja Chakra. Mr. Dazina, Mingren asked casually, going back to the land of waves to continue building the bridge. I heard things are unstable over there. Did you encounter any trouble on the way? Dazina's eyes flickered. No, just worried about meeting bandits. At that moment Kakashi arrived, ready to depart. Mingren and Zhuozhu keep watch at the bow. Xiaoying look after Dazina. He'll take the helm. Even though it's a drank mission, we can't be careless. Mingren nodded, knowing in his heart that this mission was far from simple. The cargo ship left the harbor. Xiaoying stayed at the stern looking after Zina, while observing his expression. Zhu activated his Sharingan at the bow, keeping watch over the sea. Mingren studied the tactical deduction map in the cabin. Zhuozhu, Xiaoying, come here. Mingren summoned his teammates. The water release of the mist ninja causes specific vibrations in water molecules. We can use that for early warning. Zhuozhu, immediately alert us if your Sharingan detects anything unusual. Xiaoying, keep the medical kit within easy reach. I'll use shadow clones for reconnaissance. If we encounter enemies, first use water chaos wave to interfere. Zhuozhu raised an eyebrow. How do you know all this? I can deduce the principles of ninjutsu through chakra fluctuations. Mingren glossed over it vaguely. Xiaoying pointed at the diagram. What if we encounter a water release expert? Mingren pulled up a new diagram. Zhuozhu will counter with fire release. I'll use shadow clones to flank. Xiaoying protect Zina and use a shield for defense. Zhuozhu proposed, let's practice right now. The three immediately began training on the deck. Zhuozhu released a small fireball, Xiaoying deployed a shield, and Mingren used clones combined with water chaos wave for defense. Good coordination. Kakashi praised. Mingren's tactics are thorough, understanding elemental counter. Zhuozhu's control is precise. Xiaoying has made clear progress. Zina showed surprise, but Mingren saw the lingering unease in his eyes. After the drill, Mingren sat by the ship's side. Suddenly the system prompted detected chakra fluctuations from Mist Ninja 10 kilometers away, count 2, approaching rapidly. He immediately stood up. Something's coming. Zhuozhu watched the northwest direction. Xiaoying, prepare the medical kit. I'll inform the teacher. The three instantly entered battle readiness. Kakashi formed hand seals. Water release water mirror technique. The water mirror reflected two mist ninja approaching across the water. The mission has escalated. Kakashi's eyes sharpened. Mingren and Zhuozhu handle the left one. Xiaoying protect the Zina. I'll take the right one. Don't be reckless. Mingren tightened his grip on his kunai. System updated information. Mist Ninja A Chakra 1800 skilled in water binding technique. Mist Ninja B Chakra 1500 skilled in poison needles. The dark figures drew closer. Mingren whispered to Zhuozhu. As planned, you draw their attention. I'll attack from the flank. Zhuozhu nodded slightly. The killing intent in the sea breeze grew increasingly intense. The cargo ship slowly pulled into the port of the Land of Waves. The place was eerily quiet with empty streets and only a few men in black suits scanning the area, clearly spies for the Gato group. Naruto scanned the surroundings with his system, and the panel display detected 10 dark chakra signatures distributed across warehouses' rooftops and the dock. Zabuza's chakra signal in the warehouse area, energy intensity 4,500 Jonin level. Sensei Zabuza is in the warehouse area, and there are 10 spies around, Naruto said in a low voice. I suggest we eliminate the spies first, then sneak into the warehouse for a surprise attack. Kakashi nodded and deployed. Sasuke, take care of the rooftop spies. Use the Sharingan to pinpoint them and don't alert them. Sakura and Tazuna stay on the boat for backup. Naruto and I will infiltrate the warehouse to engage Zabuza. Remember, avoid a direct confrontation. Sasuke leaped onto the rooftop silently like a panther, his Sharingan glowing faintly in the dim light. He precisely locked onto his target's kunai, flying in quick succession as the spies fell to the ground without making a sound. Naruto and Kakashi slipped into the warehouse under the cover of shadows. The air was thick with a mixture of rust and seawater. Deep inside the warehouse, Zabuza sat on a wooden crate polishing the executioner's blade, its blade gleaming with an ominous chill. The system suddenly issued a warning, detected anomalous chakra fluctuation, ice, attribute intensity 3,000, approaching rapidly. Just as Naruto was about to strike, a cool voice rang out from the rafters, please stop. A young man in a mist umbu mask appeared silently, landing gracefully in front of Zabuza. He slowly removed his mask, revealing a delicate face, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Haku. Kakashi's pupils contracted. The inheritor of the ice release, Kekii Genkai. Haku bowed slightly. I have long admired your name, Kakashizuma. But today I regret that I cannot allow you to harm Zabuza-sama. Naruto immediately activated the system analysis. Haku ice release, Kekii, Genkai chakra nature water wind mutation skilled in secret technique, Sensatsu. Suisho 1,000 flying water needles, Makio Hishu, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Sensei, be careful, Naruto whispered. His ice release can instantly change the battlefield environment. Haku formed hand seals, and the moisture in the air instantly condensed into countless ice senbon. Secret technique, Sensatsu Suisho. A dense rain of ice needles shot forth like a storm. Kakashi quickly formed seals. Earth released Doryu Heki. A wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking most of the attack. However, a few ice senbon pierced through the defense, heading straight for Naruto's vital points. Tailed Beast Chakra Shield. Naruto promptly deployed a faint red shield, and the ice senbon shattered upon contact. Yet the broken ice crystals didn't dissipate. Instead, they reformed in the air. It's useless, Haku's voice remained calm. My ice release can regenerate infinitely. A system prompt flashed rapidly. Ice Senbon contain a chakra imprint allowing remote control for regeneration. Recommend using fire release combined with lightning release to disrupt the chakra structure. Sasuke, Naruto shouted. Use fire release to cover the battlefield, and it'll break his chakra imprint. Sasuke descended from the sky forming hand seals. Fire release Goryuka no Jutsu. A blazing dragon of fire swept through the warehouse melting the Ice Senbon. At the same time Naruto released lightning release chakra. Fine electric currents wove through the air, disrupting Haku's chakra imprint. Haku frowned slightly and formed hand seals again. Then what about this? Makio Hayushu. Dozens of ice mirrors instantly formed, trapping Naruto in a circle. Haku's reflection appeared in every mirror simultaneously raising his hands as Ice Senbon shot from all directions. Naruto. Kakashi tried to rescue him, but was blocked by Zabuza. Your opponent is me Kakashi. The executioner's blade came down with a whoosh. At the critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Naruto. He recalled the system's earlier analysis. Makio Hayushu requires sustained chakra to maintain. The mirror reflections have a 0.1 second delay. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 clones appeared simultaneously, each beginning to form a Rasengan. It's useless. Haku's voice echoed from all the mirrors. Your attacks can't hit all the mirrors at once. Who said I was aiming for the mirrors? Naruto's original suddenly slammed the Rasengan into the ground. Earth release, ground crack. The warehouse floor shattered, tilting the ice mirrors. In that instant, all the clones simultaneously hurled their Rasengan at the mirrors that had created reflection blind spots due to the tilt. Crack. The mirrors shattered one after another and Haku leaped out from the fragments, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Brilliant tactics. Haku wiped away the blood, but before he could finish, his expression changed suddenly, and he quickly retreated to Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, a stronger chakra, is approaching. Possibly Gado's reinforcements. Naruto's system also issued an alarm, detected 3 elite Jonin-level chakra signatures approaching rapidly, attributes lightning, earth, fire. Likely rogue ninjas hired by Gado. Kakashi made a swift decision, retreat. Let's get back to the ship and plan from there. The group quickly withdrew from the warehouse. As they left, Naruto glanced back at Haku and found that the ice-cold boy was also watching him with an unreadable emotion in his eyes. Back on the boat, Naruto immediately reported, the system detected 3 Jonin-level enemies approaching. They will arrive at the port in about 10 minutes. Kakashi's face was grim. It seems Gado has spared no expense. We need to revise our plan. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. That Haku. His ice release is powerful, but he didn't seem to be trying to kill. Naruto pulled up the system records. Yes, his Ice Senbon all avoided vital points. The system analysis shows his combat style is more inclined to subdue rather than kill. Sakura, while treating everyone's wounds, asked, so what do we do now? Naruto looked at Haku's data on the system panel and suddenly had an idea. Maybe we can try to contact Haku. The system shows that his loyalty to Zabuza stems from a life-saving debt, but he detests killing on the inside. If we can persuade him. Kakashi pondered for a moment. It's worth a try, but we must be cautious. Zabuza is no pushover. Night fell, and the sea of the land of waves rippled. Naruto stood at the bow gazing at the distant lights while the system panel displayed the chakra signals of Haku and Zabuza still lingering in the warehouse area. That evening, Tazuna held a celebratory feast for Team 7. The old man gripped Naruto's hand tightly, his voice trembling with emotion. Thank you. Without you, this bridge could never have been built, and I wouldn't be alive today. Naruto flashed his signature radiant smile. This is our mission, and we would never stand by and watch the land of waves be bullied by the likes of Gado. So Tazuna raised his voice and announced, I have decided to name this bridge Naruto Bridge. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke watched the lively scene, a rare hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sakura happily distributed homemade rice balls to everyone, her face beaming with joy. Kakashi watched his disciples, a gratified and gentle smile hidden beneath his mask. Team 7 was no longer the hastily assembled group from the beginning. They had become partners who could truly trust one another. After the banquet ended, Naruto went alone to the seaside. Moonlight spilled across the sea, casting silver ripples on the waves. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt, detected faint Otsutsuki energy fluctuation near the port of the land of waves, homologous with the energy of the decapitation blade. The moon is beautiful tonight. A cool voice came from behind. Naruto whirled around and saw Haku standing silently in the moonlight, his white robes seeming to merge with the night. Shockingly, in his hands he held the decapitation blade, which should have been sealed by Konoha. Haku, why are you here? Naruto instantly assumed a defensive stance, gathering chakra in his palm. Please don't be alarmed, Haku said softly, placing the decapitation blade gently on the ground. I have come to return this blade. And also, to tell you something about it. The system scan showed that Haku had no combat intent, but the energy fluctuation of the decapitation blade was abnormal. Do you know the origin of this blade? Naruto asked cautiously. It comes from the divine tree ruins in the land of water, Haku said, his voice very soft. It can not only absorb chakra, but also corrupt the wielder's mind. Zabuza was influenced by it, which is why he became increasingly violent. Recalling the system's analysis, Naruto pressed further. What exactly is this Otsutsuki energy you mentioned? It is a power more ancient than Chakra, Haku said, gazing at the distant sea. It is said to come from beyond the heavens. The Mist Village has been secretly researching this energy, and Zabuza was once their experimental subject. Suddenly the system issued an alarm, detected 3 powerful chakra signatures approaching energy characteristic, Mistumbu. Haku's face turned pale there here. It seems my removal of the decapitation blade has been discovered. He quickly formed hand seals, and ice mirrors began to condense around them. Be careful. These are Umbu directly under the Mizukichi. Their mission is to retrieve the blade and silence us. 3 figures materialized silently on the beach wearing mist Umbu masks. The lead ninja spoke coldly. Haku, you have betrayed the mist. Surrender the decapitation blade, and perhaps we will grant you a whole corpse. Naruto immediately assumed a combat stance while urgently contacting Kakashi and the others through chakra sensing. Just as battle was about to erupt, Haku made an unexpected move. He thrust the decapitation blade toward Naruto. Catch it. This blade must not fall into their hands. 3 ice Senbon shot toward the mist Umbu simultaneously, and a resolute look flashed in Haku's eyes. Go. He'll hold them off. System task updated. Protect the decapitation blade and retreat to a safe zone. Amid the sound of the waves, a new crisis had already descended. That evening, Tazuna held a simple celebration for Team 7. Under the flickering candlelight, the old man grasped Naruto's hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. Thank you. Without you, this bridge could never have been built, and I wouldn't be alive today. Naruto beamed his bright smile. This is our mission. We would never stand by and watch the land of waves be bullied by the likes of Gato. So Tazuna raised his voice and solemnly declared, I have decided to name this bridge Naruto Bridge. Leaning against the wall, Sasuke watched the lively scene, a rare, almost imperceptible smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sakura happily distributed homemade rice balls to everyone, her face glowing with joy. Kakashi watched his disciples, a gratified and gentle smile hidden beneath his mask. Team 7 was no longer the hastily assembled group from the beginning. They had become partners who could truly trust one another. After the feast ended, Naruto went alone to the seaside. Moonlight shimmered on the glittering sea, casting silver ripples on the waves. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt, detected faint Otsutsuki energy fluctuation near the port of the land of waves, homologous with the energy of the decapitation blade. The moon is beautiful tonight. A cool voice came from behind. Naruto whirled around and saw Haku standing silently in the moonlight, his white robes seeming to merge with the night. Shockingly, in his hands he held the decapitation blade, which should have been sealed by Konoha. Haku. Naruto instantly assumed a defensive stance, chakra gathering in his palm. Why are you here? And that blade? Please don't be alarmed, Haku said softly, placing the decapitation blade gently on the ground. I have come to return this blade. And also, to tell you something about it. His voice carried a hint of weariness. Zabuza, he is no longer alive. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. What? But earlier. In that battle you severely wounded Zabuza. Haku's voice was very soft, as if afraid to disturb the stillness of the night. But what ultimately took his life were the assassins sent by Gato. Seeing that Zabuza was defeated, they took the opportunity. The system scan showed that Haku had no combat intent, but the energy fluctuation of the decapitation blade was abnormal. Do you know the origin of this blade? Naruto asked cautiously. It comes from the divine tree ruins in the land of water, Haku said, his voice very soft. It can not only absorb chakra, but also corrupt the wielder's mind. Zabuza was influenced by it, which is why he became increasingly violent. Recalling the system's analysis, Naruto pressed further. What exactly is this Otsutsuki energy you mentioned? It is a power more ancient than chakra, Haku said, gazing at the distant sea. It is said to come from beyond the heavens. The Mist Village has been secretly researching this energy, and Zabuza was once their experimental subject. Suddenly the system issued an alarm, detected 3 powerful chakra signatures approaching energy characteristic, Mistumbu. Haku's face turned pale there here. It seems my removal of the decapitation blade has been discovered. He quickly formed hand seals, and ice mirrors began to condense around them. Be careful. These are Umbu directly under the Mizukichi. Their mission is to retrieve the blade and silence us. 3 figures materialized silently on the beach wearing mist Umbu masks. The lead ninja spoke coldly. Haku, you have betrayed the mist. Surrender the decapitation blade, and perhaps we will grant you a whole corpse. Naruto immediately assumed a combat stance while urgently contacting Kakashi and the others through chakra sensing. Just as battle was about to erupt, Haku made an unexpected move. He thrust the decapitation blade toward Naruto. Catch it. This blade must not fall into their hands. 3 ice Senbon shot toward the mist Umbu simultaneously, and a resolute look flashed in Haku's eyes. Go. They'll hold them off. This is to carry on Zabuza's will. System task updated. Protect the decapitation blade and retreat to a safe zone. Amid the sound of the waves, a new crisis had already descended. Naruto gripped the decapitation blade tightly, feeling the extraordinary power flowing within it, and the weight of resolve in Haku's words. The morning sunlight bathed the pier of the wave country. A cargo ship prepared for departure. Team 7 was about to return to Konoha. Tazuna arrived with the villagers to see them off. Everyone enthusiastically stuffed food into the ninjas' bags. You must come back. Tazuna gripped Naruto's hand, his eyes reddening. Once the bridge is fully built, he'll definitely go to Konoha to thank you in person. Naruto agreed with a smile, then checked his system, noticing that the energy fluctuation detected last night was still flickering. The coordinates pointed to an abandoned shipyard to the west. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto lowered his voice. I want to check the shipyard. There's an energy source there with the same origin as the decapitating carving knife. Kakashi pondered for a moment and nodded. Go and come back quickly. The four of us will move together. Gado's remnants might still be nearby. Sasuke and Sakura immediately followed. Sasuke kept his Sharingan on constant alert. A good chance to stretch my legs, he said calmly. Sakura tightened her medical kit. It'll provide support. The streets were quiet. Occasional villagers patrolled. Naruto activated his scan and detected 6 chakra fluctuations inside the factory. 6 Chunin-level enemies. Naruto devised a tactic. Sasuke, take control of the control room. Sakura, guard the rear. Kakashi-sensei and I will lead the assault. Kakashi charged into the warehouse, first his kunai glinting in the morning light. Naruto kicked open the warehouse door, instantly stirring the remnants inside. Konoha ninjas. Avenge the boss. The leader formed hand signs and raised an earth wall. Naruto countered with a water release. Sasuke seized the moment, striking the weak point of the wall with Chidori. Kakashi swiftly took down 2 enemies. Naruto's shadow clones repelled 2 more with Rasengan. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto the leader. Chidori's sharp spear thrust straight toward the leader's chest. The leader swung iron chains to entangle Sasuke. Sakura immediately interfered using medical chakra, allowing Sasuke to subdue the opponent. What are you looking for? Naruto demanded. The system indicated the man was hiding something. Trembling, the leader confessed, the treasure the boss left. In the control room. In the control room, a metal box sat quietly. The box was engraved with ancient patterns. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, Kakashi observed, must be handled carefully. Suddenly Sakura raised an alarm. More enemies. Over a dozen remnants flooded the courtyard. The leader among them possessed strong chakra. Hand over the fragment. The opponent formed hand signs and unleashed a fire release. Naruto expanded his tailed beast shield. Sasuke counter. Sensei circle behind. The fireballs collided, creating a blast. Kakashi teleported behind the enemy, but was ensnared by iron chains. Naruto freed him with a Rasengan. Sasuke's Chidori was blocked by the enemy's blade. His sword is abnormal. Sakura keenly noticed. Attack his sword. Naruto shouted. Sasuke's Chidori struck the blade, sending fragments scattering. Naruto seized the chance and finished the fight with a Rasengan. The remnants fled in all directions, but were subdued one by shadow clones. Naruto infused Sage Chakra into the seal, and the box's glow gradually stabilized. It can only hold for 3 months. A professional sealing squad will be needed to handle it. Back at the pier, Tazuna finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's resolved, Naruto smiled. The wave country is safe. The ship set sail. The system notified Naruto of mission completion and a new ability. Sasuke walked over to him. Next time call me. Sakura nodded. He'll keep getting stronger. Naruto looked at his comrades, warmth filling his heart. True strength lies in standing shoulder to shoulder with partners, protecting everything precious. Naruto carried his ninja tool pouch, his steps brisk. On the system panel, the divine tree fragment tracking function was flickering with a faint green light. Real-time monitoring of the fragment at the Wave Country shipyard showed no abnormalities for now. Sasuke walked beside him, toying with a metal kunai brought back from the Wave Country. Chakra inadvertently flowed along the blade's edge, clearly still savoring the rhythm of the battle against Zabuza. Sakura was excitedly waving to Iruka as he passed by. Her medical ninja tool pouch was filled with medicinal herbs gifted by Tazuna, and her face was full of the sense of accomplishment from completing the mission. First, let's go to the Hokage's office to report the mission. Gather at the training ground at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Kakashi put away Make Out Paradise, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. This Wave Country mission you performed better than I expected, but there's still room for improvement in teamwork. This afternoon, I'll arrange a special bell test. Naruto's heart stirred, and the plot memory from his fused soul immediately surfaced. In the original story, the bell test was about abandoning comrades, but Kakashi said special, so there must be adjustments. He activated the system's tactical simulation function combined with LV. Unlocked the Team Chakra Link function at LV. 3. Simulating the test scenario in advance. Estimated test core team collaboration to protect a target combat simulated enemies requiring clear division of roles and avoiding solo fighting. After reporting the mission, Naruto made a detour to the convenience store. Shopkeeper Sato was busy organizing shelves. Seeing Naruto, he immediately smiled and handed him a pack of new flavor instant noodles. Mission completed. You look energetic, you must have won a victory. Naruto took the instant noodles and the system's chakra wave analysis, quietly activated, detecting that the shopkeeper's chakra was more disordered than their last meeting with faint fear. Emotional characteristics: total chakra 180, former guard level, recent contact with dark chakra, same origin as the root. Organization's energy: minor unhealed bruises on the surface of the body. Boss, have you been having trouble recently? Naruto asked casually, his gaze sweeping over the shopkeeper's wrist hidden under his sleeve. There were obvious restraint marks. Shopkeeper Sato's eyes flickered and he quickly waved his hand. No, it's just that I've been tired from moving goods recently. By the way, I improved the energy cooking recipe you taught me last time. I'll pack some for you to take later. Naruto didn't press further, knowing that the shopkeeper was afraid of involving him. He took the food pack handed by the shopkeeper and secretly used the system to leave a chakra sensing mark on the pack. Mark successful. If root organization chakra is detected approaching, an alert will be issued in real time. Thank you, boss. Next time I'll teach you a new recipe. Naruto smiled and left. He was determined to find out the threat of the root organization to the shopkeeper. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the training ground had been set up properly. In the center of the ground stood a dummy puppet, as tall as Naruto, with a label reading "Protect Target" on it. In the surrounding woods, 10 mechanical puppets, simulating Chunin, were hidden, holding wooden kunai, with chakra fluctuations similar to those of real Chunin. Kakashi stood at the edge of the field holding 2 bells. Test rules: protect the fake Naruto from being killed by the puppet's puppet kunai. Touching the dummy is failure. At the same time, defeat all the Suna puppets within 1 hour. You may use any ninjutsu, but must work as a team. If anyone fights alone and causes failure, the entire team retests. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his Sharingan sweeping over the puppet group. Is that all? I can solve it in half an hour. Naruto shook his head, activating the system's puppet weakness analysis. The core of the Suna mechanical puppets is in the head. Chakra conduction relies on the back pipelines. Attacking the pipelines can disable them. The puppets will prioritize attacking the dummy, and every 3 minutes 2 puppets will flank attack from the wings. It's not that simple. Naruto pointed into the depths of the forest. The puppets have a pattern of ambush, and the core is hidden in the head, requiring precise strikes. We need to divide the work. Sasuke, you use your Sharingan to lock onto the puppet positions and handle frontal containment. Sakura, you use a chakra shield to protect the dummy and use medical ninjutsu to disrupt approaching puppets. I'll use shadow clones to flank from the sides, destroy the puppet's conduction pipelines, and we'll use the team chakra link to share battlefield information. Sakura immediately nodded, formed hand seals, and deployed a shield enveloping the dummy. My shield can block the puppet's attacks. You can focus on dealing with them. Though Sasuke was reluctant to be commanded the weaknesses Naruto analyzed matched what his Sharingan observed, so he tacitly accepted the plan. Don't hold me back. Test start. As Kakashi's voice fell, 10 puppets simultaneously rushed out of the forest, lunging. Sasuke charged forward first, his Chidori sharp spear piercing the shoulder of the foremost puppet, but found it unresponsive. Just as Naruto said, the core was not in the torso. Attack the head. Naruto shouted, simultaneously forming hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. 15 clones dispersed, charging toward the puppet group, each carrying a small Rasengan aimed at the puppets' heads. Sakura's shield blocked 2 attacking puppets. She took the opportunity to gather medical chakra, turning it into fine threads that entangled the legs of the puppets. Chakra disruption. The puppets' movements instantly stiffened. Naruto's clones seized the opportunity, smashing their Rasengan into the puppets' heads. With a bang, the puppets crashed to the ground. Seeing this, Sasuke adjusted his target, and his Chidori sharp spear precisely pierced another puppet's head. That puppet also lost power. The battle proceeded methodically. Through the team chakra link, Naruto synchronized the positions of the puppets detected by each clone to Sasuke and Sakura. 2 puppets approaching from the left at 30 meters. Sakura, watch your defense. Sasuke, the right puppet's pipeline is exposed. Attack its back. Based on the information, Sasuke instantly teleported to the right, his Chidori sharp spear cutting the puppet's pipeline, causing it to collapse. Sakura, relying on the shared information, deployed her shield in advance, blocking the attacking puppets. As the last puppet's head was shattered by Naruto's clone, Kakashi pressed the timer. 45 minutes, mission complete. He walked up to the 3 of them, a look of relief in his eyes. Very good. This time, unlike last time, you didn't fight on your own, but truly achieved collaboration. Naruto, your tactical planning was very precise. You even predicted the puppet's ambush pattern. Sasuke, your execution is strong. You can quickly adjust your attack strategy. Sakura, your defense and disruption were just right, without letting the dummy face any threat. Naruto smiled and scratched his head. The system panel displayed a prompt: completed, upgraded bell test. Teamwork synergy increased to 75. Gained 600 experience points. Current experience 28503000. Sasuke looked at Naruto, the cold pride in his eyes diminishing a little, replaced by a hint of recognition. Next test, I'll set the tactics. Sakura excitedly said, we cooperated so well. No matter what enemy we encounter in the future, we can solve it together. At that moment, the chakra sensing mark on Naruto's wrist suddenly grew hot, and the system issued an alert: detected root Organization Chakra, approaching the convenience store. Number 2. Total Chakra, 2000, each Chunin level. Target threat to shopkeeper Sato. Naruto's expression changed and he said to Kakashi, "Sensei, there's a situation at the convenience store. I have..." Kakashi saw Naruto's anxious look and nodded. "Go be careful. If there's danger, immediately contact me with the summoning technique." Naruto turned and ran with Sasuke and Sakura following closely. "We'll go with you." The three sprinted toward the convenience store. Naruto had only one thought in his mind. He absolutely could not let shopkeeper Sato get hurt. The tactical thinking from his fused soul raced as he ran, and Naruto said to Sasuke and Sakura, "Sasuke, use your Sharingan to scout the surroundings and avoid ambushes. Sakura, prepare medical ninjutsu in case the shopkeeper is injured. He'll use shadow clones to set up an ambush ahead. When they appear, well, attack from front and back." Sasuke and Sakura immediately nodded and prepared as Naruto instructed. Outside the convenience store, two members of the Root organization in black tight suits were pinning shopkeeper Sato against the wall. One of them held a short sword and threatened, "Tell me, have you been passing Root intelligence to Uzumaki Naruto? If you don't talk, don't blame us for being rude." Shopkeeper Sato gritted his teeth and refused to speak. "I don't know what you're talking about. Naruto is a good kid who I won't harm him." "Then don't blame us." The short sword was about to stab down when suddenly a Rasengan struck from the side, knocking the sword away. Naruto stood not far away, his eyes icy. "Let him go." Sasuke and Sakura also appeared. Sasuke's Chidori crackled in his palm, while Sakura deployed a shield to protect shopkeeper Sato behind her. It's the brats of Team 7. The Root members' expressions changed, and they immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose instantly, blocking the attacks of Naruto and the others. Naruto sneered, activating the system's sealing technique analysis. The earth release wall contains simple sealing patterns which can be destroyed with Sage Chakra. He gathered Sage Chakra, and the Rasengan glowed with a faint green light. Sage Art Rasengan. He slammed it into the earth wall, and the wall shattered instantly. Sasuke took the opportunity to charge forward, his Chidori sharp spear piercing one member's shoulder. Naruto used shadow clones to entangle the other member, while Sakura's medical chakra threads wrapped around his arm, preventing him from forming hand seals. The two Root members saw the situation was unfavorable and tried to flee, but Naruto used chakra chains to entangle their ankles, trying to run. "Tell me everything you know." One of the members suddenly showed a sinister smile, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Just like the former Mist Ninja, he had taken poison and committed suicide. The other member struggled to speak. "Lord Danzo will not let you go. He also died from the poison." Naruto looked at the two bodies, his heart sinking. The Root organization's methods were more ruthless than he had imagined. Shopkeeper Sato walked over to Naruto and said gratefully, "Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I would have." Naruto shook his head. "Boss, you don't need to thank me. It's what I should do. If any Root people come to you again, contact me immediately. I won't let you fall into danger again." The system panel displayed a prompt triggered side quest. Investigate the threat of the Root organization. Current progress 10. Obtained clue from the bodies of Root members. Unlocked Root organization chakra database. Can identify chakra characteristics of Root members based on dark chakra wave analysis. Sasuke walked over to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. "Next time you run into Root people, call me." Sakura also nodded. "We'll protect the boss together." The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the windows of my hospital, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Naruto sat by the bed, watching the bruises on old man Sato's arm gradually fade. The system panel displayed real-time recovery data. Wound healing 85. Chakra flow stabilizing residual dark chakra from the Root organization eliminated. Beside him, Sakura was carefully changing the bandages, medical chakra flowing at her fingertips, her movements much more practiced than before. Naruto-kun, the old man's bruises were caused by specially made chains. Those chains were coated with a chakra-suppressing agent. Luckily you brought him in time, or the wounds would have worsened. Sakura put away her medical tools, a trace of lingering fear in her voice. "I've already sent the agent sample to the lab, hoping we can develop an antidote soon." Naruto nodded, his gaze falling on the binding marks on the old man's wrist. The system's sealing art analysis function LV3 newly unlocked was automatically running, analyzing the energy patterns left on the marks. Contains a simplified sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, used to suppress the target's chakra. It shares the same origin as the sealing pattern on the Divine Tree fragment in Wave Country, suspected to be ancient sealing materials obtained by the Root organization from the black market. Old man, besides asking about me, did they mention anything else? Like fragment or energy vessel? Naruto asked softly, deliberately avoiding sensitive terms like Otsutsuki. Old man Sato paused, recalling carefully. They seemed to mention something from the shipyard and a fragment that can enhance power, and asked if I was hiding something for you. I didn't dare say anything, so they beat me. Naruto's heart sank. It seemed that not only was the Root organization tracking him, but they were also searching for the Divine Tree fragments, and might already know the location of the fragment in the Wave Country shipyard. At that moment the ward door opened, and Kakashi entered holding a scroll. Naruto, this is a report just sent by the Umbu. The Root organization has been frequently purchasing ancient ninja tools on the black market, especially items with special energy fluctuations matching the characteristics of the divine tree fragment you found in Wave Country. He paused, lowering his voice. The third Hokage suspects that Danzo wants to use these fragments to enhance the combat power of Root members and may even be colluding with Orochimaru. Naruto took the scroll, and the system immediately analyzed its contents. Among the 12 items purchased by the Root organization in the past month, 8 contain residual Otsutsuki energy distributed across 3 black market strongholds on the border of Whole Country. Among them, a bronze compass resonates strongly with the decapitating sword's energy, suspected to be a tool for locating divine tree ruins. Sensei, we must find these fragments as soon as possible. If the Root and Orochimaru get their hands on them, the consequences would be disastrous. Naruto's tone was serious. The fusion of his soul's plot memory, knowing Orochimaru's obsession with special energy and immortality, and rational analysis the side effects of the fragments would erode one's mind, made him extra vigilant. Kakashi nodded. The third Hokage has already arranged for the Umbu to investigate the black market strongholds, but they need someone to coordinate the operation. You, Sasuke, and Sakura will form a temporary team responsible for tracking the bronze compass. The Umbu will assist from the sidelines. Remember, do not engage in direct conflict with the Root organization. Focus on gathering intelligence. As they left the hospital, the sky had already darkened. Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting at the entrance. Sasuke leaned against the wall, having apparently learned about the mission through the Umbu. Where's the target? Don't waste time. Sakura carried a bulging medical ninja tool pouch, her eyes resolute. I've already prepared antidotes and sealing talismans. I won't hold you back this time. Naruto smiled and pulled up the system panel, activating the divine tree energy tracking function LV3 newly unlocked. The panel immediately displayed the location of the bronze compass, Guisho Street, the western black market of Whole Country. Energy fluctuation intensity 180. Resonance frequency with the decapitating sword's energy 80. The target is on Guisho Street. We'll disguise ourselves as merchants and infiltrate. First find a compass, then determine the Root organization's transaction time. Naruto said, taking out 3 black robes from his ninja tool pouch. Were these to avoid being recognized? The 3 quickly headed to Guisho Street. This black market street was hidden in a valley on the border of Whole Country. Shops on both sides were filled with various ninja tools and scrolls, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and low-quality gunpowder. Naruto activated the system's chakra scan, covering the entire street, detected 15 dark chakra signatures, 3 of which matched the characteristics of Root organization members concentrated at the black iron shop at the end of the street. The energy fluctuation of the bronze compass is emanating from the shop's second floor. The target is on the second floor of the black iron shop. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to observe the traps around the shop. Sakura, you'll be on guard. If you spot any Root members, signal us with Chakra. They'll infiltrate the shop, find the compass, and withdraw. Naruto quickly assigned the tasks, and the 3 moved into action. Sasuke leaped onto the roof, his Sharingan scanning the area around the shop. He soon discovered talisman traps hidden in the corners. There are explosion tag traps on the east and west sides. They'll seal the exit if triggered. He'll disable them. Sakura disguised herself as a passerby, buying ninja tools at the street corner, keeping a vigilant eye on the entrance of the black iron shop. Naruto, wearing his robe and pulling down his hat, entered the shop. The shop was dimly lit with shelves lined with rusty ninja tools and incomplete scrolls. The owner, a wrinkled old man, was dozing at the counter. Naruto pretended to browse the ninja tools, slowly approaching the stairs. The system's sealing art analysis function suddenly alerted the stair railing contains a Root organization's special perception talisman. Touching it will trigger an alarm. He immediately stopped, took out a thin needle from his ninja tool pouch, injected a small amount of tailed beast chakra, and precisely pierced the energy node of the talisman. The talisman instantly lost its glow, and the alarm was successfully disabled. Ascending to the second floor, he saw a room filled with antiques. The bronze compass lay on the table in the center, its needle slowly rotating, pointing toward the northeast of Whole Country, the direction of the Wave Country shipyard. Just as Naruto reached for it, a cold voice came from behind. Stop, right there, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned and saw 3 Root organization members in black tight-fitting suits standing at the door. The leader had a scar on his face and a sinister gaze. We've been waiting for you. Hand over the location of the divine tree fragments, and we might spare your life. Naruto's heart tightened. The system showed that the 3's total chakra levels were around 2,500 each, special Jonin level, and each carried a ninja tool containing Otsutsuki energy. You think you can trap me like this? Naruto sneered and immediately formed hand signs, multiple shadow clone jutsu. 10 clones appeared in an instant, charging at the Root members. The scar-faced leader, seeing this, drew a short sword from his ninja tool pouch and slashed at the clones. A mere trick. The short sword cut through, dispersing 3 clones in an instant. The energy on the blade gave Naruto a familiar sense of oppression, the same source as the Otsutsuki energy in the decapitating sword. Just then Sasuke's voice came from the window. Naruto, I'm here to help. Sasuke leaped in through the window, his Chidori current crackling with electricity stabbing toward the scar-faced man's back. The scar-faced man was forced to turn and defend. Naruto seized the opportunity, gathered a tailed beast Rasengan, and slammed it into the other two root members. The two members were about to form hand signs, but were struck by the Rasengan, sent flying backward, hitting the wall, and knocked unconscious. Seeing his comrades defeated, a fierce glint flashed in the scar-faced man's eyes. He took out a black talisman from his pocket. Since you want talk, don't blame me for using force. The talisman activated and the room was instantly filled with black energy waves. Naruto felt his chakra being forcibly suppressed. This was the root organization's special chakra sealing talisman capable of temporarily blocking the target's chakra flow. Naruto, watch out. Sakura suddenly rushed in from the door, condensing medical chakra in her hand and hurling it at the talisman. The medical chakra collided with the talisman's black energy, causing a violent explosion, and the talisman was successfully destroyed. Naruto took the opportunity to charge forward, smashing the tailed beast Rasengan into the scar-faced man's chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsed to the ground, and struggled to swallow poison, but Naruto bound his wrists with chakra chains. Talk. What is the root organization's goal in collecting divine tree fragments? What deal do you have with Orochimaru? Naruto demanded sternly. The scar-faced man sneered, you'll never know. Lord Danzo will make you pay. With that, he bit the poison sac hidden in his teeth and instantly stopped breathing. Naruto stared at the corpse, filled with doubt. The collusion between the root organization and Orochimaru was becoming increasingly apparent, and their obsession with the divine tree fragments far exceeded his imagination. He picked up the bronze compass from the table. The system immediately displayed an analysis divine tree ruins locator tool. Can find divine tree fragments within a 100-kilometer radius through energy resonance. Currently marked 3 fragment locations: Wave Country Shipyard, Hua Country Black Market, U Country Border. Just then, Umbu members appeared at the room's entrance. Naruto, squad mission complete. Evacuate immediately. Reinforcements from the root organization are arriving. Naruto nodded and together with Sasuke and Sakura quickly left the shop, disappearing into the night. They returned to my late at night. Naruto handed the bronze compass to Kakashi and reported the mission situation. The root organization knows the function of the divine tree fragments and is colluding with Orochimaru. They already have quite a few fragments. Kakashi looked at the compass, his brows furrowed. This is more serious than we thought. He'll report to the third Hokage immediately. You all go rest. Further mission instructions will be given later. Naruto returned to his small house. The system panel suddenly popped up a notification: completed side quest tracking the bronze compass. Gained 700 experience points. Current experience 35504,000. Detected abnormal energy in the U Country border fragment marked by the bronze compass, containing high concentration Otsutsuki energy, suspected to be related to Orochimaru's experimental base. Unlocked. Orochimaru Experiment Database primary access can analyze energy fluctuations and ninjutsu data related to Orochimaru's experiments. Combining his plot memory, knowing that Orochimaru had a secret experimental base in U Country, with the system analysis, Naruto instantly realized that Orochimaru was likely using the divine tree fragments for experiments, attempting to enhance the power of the curse seal, and possibly even making connections to the Otsutsuki. He clenched his fists silently, vowing no matter the cost, he would stop Orochimaru and the root organization and prevent them from destroying the peace of the ninja world. At that moment, Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. The energy on that scar-faced man. It feels a lot like the cage energy I sensed when I was sealed. That Danzo fellow is definitely plotting something with the tailed beasts and the fragments. Next time you run into root people, don't hold back. Just call me, and I'll help you deal with them. Naruto smiled and replied in his mind, alright, next time we'll fight together. Naruto looked at the 3 locations of the divine tree fragments marked on the system panel, knowing that a battle for the fragments had already begun. And he, together with his comrades, must find all the fragments before the root organization and Orochimaru to protect the ninja world and the people around him. The rationality within his fused soul allowed him to calmly analyze the situation, while the protective instinct of his Naruto nature filled him with strength. In the meeting room of the Hokage Tower in Konoha, the air was thick with smoke. The third Hokage sat at the head of the table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. His gaze swept across Kakashi and the members of Team 7, his tone grave. According to the bronze compass brought by Naruto and the investigation by the Umbu, Orochimaru has established a secret experimental base on the border of the Rain Country. There he not only hides fragments of the divine tree, but also conducts fusion experiments involving the curse mark and the divine tree's energy. If the experiment succeeds, the combat power of his curse mark forces will multiply several times, and they might even gain control over tailed beast chakra. Naruto looked at the map on the table as the system's Orochimaru Experiment Database automatically analyzed the terrain of the Rain Country. The experimental base is located in the Death Valley, at the border of the Rain Country and the Fire Country, surrounded by poisonous mist. The base entrance is hidden behind a waterfall, and the defense system includes a curse mark energy barrier, puppet patrols, and chakra sensing traps. Lord Third, I suggest using an infiltration tactic. Naruto stood up pointing at the valley tributary on the map. We can sneak in through the tributary to avoid the frontal defenses. Sasuke can use his Sharingan to disable the sensing traps. Sakura will handle detoxification and medical support. He'll use shadow clones to distract the puppets, and the Umbu will provide external backup to prevent the root organization from launching a surprise attack. This plan combined the Earth's special forces infiltration mindset with shinobi tactics, not only bypassing the base's advantageous defenses, but also accounting for the potential threat from the root organization. The third Hokage nodded in approval. Proceed as you've planned. Kakashi will lead the team. Make sure to retrieve the divine tree fragments and destroy the experimental equipment, but avoid a direct confrontation with Orochimaru. His strength far exceeds yours. The next morning Team 7, along with 5 Umbu members disguised as merchants, set out toward the Rain Country. The Rain Country was perpetually overcast. As soon as they crossed the border, a light rain began to fall, and the air was filled with a dampness. Naruto activated the system's weather analysis function based on Earth's meteorological knowledge and studied the cloud movement data on the panel. A heavy rain will hit in 2 hours, causing the valley tributary to swell. We must infiltrate the base before then, or the water flow will expose our movements. Sasuke looked up at the sky, his Sharingan capturing the electrical charge changes in the clouds, confirming Naruto's judgment. Speed up. We need to reach the valley before the rain intensifies. Sakura meanwhile took out a waterproof chakra scroll from her ninja tool pouch and wrapped up the essential items. I've brought enough antidotes to handle ordinary poisonous mist, but the curse-marked toxins in the experimental base might require medical ninjutsu to neutralize. The team advanced quickly along the tributary. The rain grew heavier, and the path became slippery. Naruto suddenly stopped. The system's chakra scan detected abnormal energy fluctuations 50 meters ahead, detected puppet chakra signals count 3, infused with curse mark energy patrolling along the tributary. There's a puppet patrol, Naruto whispered. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to lock onto their positions. Umbu members create noise with water disturbances. Sakura and I will circle around underwater to cut their chakra threads. Sasuke nodded. His Sharingan pierced through the rain curtain, clearly seeing 3 puppets standing behind the rocks, their chakra threads connected to a sensing device upstream. The Umbu members immediately used water-style water rampage to generate turbulent currents, masking the sound of footsteps. Naruto pulled Sakura into the water using the system's underwater chakra flow analysis to evade the puppets' perception range, and they quietly approached. When they were close to the puppets, Naruto suddenly leaped out of the water, slamming a Rasengan into the connection point of the puppets' chakra threads, the weak spot of the curse mark energy. With a loud bang, the chakra threads were severed, and the puppets instantly lost power, plunging into the water. Meanwhile, Sakura used medical chakra to destroy the upstream sensing device, preventing an alarm from being triggered. Excellent work. Kakashi gave them a thumbs-up gesture. The team continued forward and soon reached the waterfall before Death Valley. The waterfall cascaded with tremendous force, and mist filled the air. The system indicated that the base entrance lay within the rock wall behind the waterfall. The entrance is protected by a curse mark energy barrier, which can only be destroyed with Sage Chakra or Tailed Beast Chakra. Inside the barrier, there are 5 curse mark puppets guarding the area. Sasuke, you and the Umbu members will stand guard outside the waterfall, watching for any reinforcements from Root or Orochimaru. Sakura, use your medical chakra to stabilize my sage energy. They'll break the barrier and infiltrate the base. Naruto issued the orders, then sat cross-legged and began to gather sage chakra. The knowledge of Earth biological energy conversion fused within his soul allowed him to absorb natural energy more rapidly. In just 10 minutes, he entered the perfect sage mode. Sage Art Rasengan. Naruto leaped into the air. The pale green Rasengan, carrying the aura of natural energy, slammed violently into the barrier behind the waterfall. The barrier rippled with black curse mark patterns, but under the assault of the sage chakra, it gradually cracked. Sage energy naturally suppressed the Otsutsuki energy divine tree fragments. The moment the barrier shattered, 5 curse mark puppets burst out from the rock wall. Their bodies were covered in curse mark patterns, and small fragments of the divine tree were embedded in their chests, emitting an eerie glow. Target the divine tree fragments. Don't get hit by the puppets' attacks. Naruto shouted as he formed hand signs. Multiple shadow clone technique. 20 shadow clones scattered and charged toward the puppets. The puppets immediately launched attacks, spewing poisonous mist from their mouths and transforming their arms into sharp blades, slashing at the clones. Naruto's real body, using the clones as cover, searched for the puppets' cores. The system displayed that the cores were linked to the divine tree fragments. Destroying the fragments would render the puppets powerless. Sakura used medical chakra to neutralize the poison mist. Naruto yelled while forming a Tailed Beast Rasengan, a fusion of Tailed Beast Chakra and Sage Chakra, maximizing suppression of the divine tree fragments energy. Sakura immediately deployed a chakra shield to block the poison mist while using medical chakra threads to entangle the puppets' legs, hindering their movements. Outside the waterfall, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly caught abnormal chakra signatures in the distance. Naruto members of Root are approaching, about 10 of them heading toward the base. Naruto's heart tightened. He knew he had to finish quickly. He leaped into the air, smashing the tailed beast Rasengan into the chest of the foremost puppet. The divine tree fragment shattered instantly, and the puppet crashed to the ground. Seeing their comrade defeated, the remaining puppets attacked more ferociously, but under the combined assault of Naruto, Sakura, and the clones, they were destroyed one by one, and the fragments were collected by Naruto. Get into the base. Naruto and Sakura dashed into the base within the rock wall. It was a vast underground space filled with experimental equipment. In the center, a container held several shinobi corpses with tubes inserted into their bodies connecting to a larger divine tree fragment. This was the target fragment they were after. The system immediately displayed an analysis: divine tree fragment mid-grade, containing high concentration Otsutsuki energy being used to extract curse mark enhancer. A self-destruct device is attached to the fragment linked to the base's energy core. There's a self-destruct device. We need to disable it first. Naruto quickly examined the pipelines around the fragment and activated the system, discovering that the self-destruct device had 3 control lines. Sakura, hold off any guards that might appear. He'll disable the device. Sakura immediately deployed a chakra shield to defend the entrance, while Naruto drew a kunai and precisely severed the red and blue pipelines. Just then the base shook violently. Kakashi's voice came from outside. Naruto, the Root members have arrived. We need to evacuate immediately. Naruto grabbed the divine tree fragment and rushed out of the base, with Sakura regrouping with Sasuke and Kakashi. The Root members had already reached the waterfall. At the lead was a masked shinobi with a total chakra reserve of 3,000 jonin level. Uzumaki. Naruto, hand over the divine tree fragment and well spare your lives. Naruto sneered, forming a Rasengan. You want the fragment? You'll have to get through me first. Sasuke also activated his Sharingan Chidori, crackling in his palm, ready for battle. Don't get drawn into a fight. Retreat. Kakashi used the body flicker technique to lead Naruto and the others out of the valley. The Root members gave chase, but were blocked by traps set by the Umbu. Naruto glanced back, and the system's Orochimaru experiment database suddenly displayed a new prompt: detected residual experiment log fragments within the base, recording that divine tree fragments resonate with the Uchiha Sharingan, and Otsutsuki energy can activate hidden information on the stone tablet. His heart jolted as he recalled the stone tablet at the Uchiha compound. It seemed the divine tree fragments were also connected to the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. With this thought, Naruto quickened his pace and disappeared into the rain with his team. After returning to Konoha, Naruto handed over the collected divine tree fragments and the experiment log to the third Hokage. Studied the log, his expression grim. Orochimaru already knows about the connection between the divine tree fragments and the Sharingan. The Root organization is also frantically collecting the fragments. It seems the peace of the shinobi world has been shattered. He said to Naruto, "You've done well. Not only retrieved the fragments, but also obtained crucial intelligence. From now on, you and Team 7 must continue to strengthen yourselves, ready to face even greater crises." Naruto nodded. The system panel displayed a notification: Mission Rain Country experimental base completed. Gained 1,000 experience points. Current XP 455050000. System LV 4 unlocked. System LV 4 unlocked. New features: 1. Curse mark energy analysis. 2. Uchiha stone tablet decryption. 3. Underwater combat optimization. Sasuke walked up to Naruto, his tone serious. Next time we go to the Uchiha compound, bring the divine tree fragment. I want to know the truth behind the massacre. Sakura also smiled and said, "They'll continue developing antidotes and medical ninjutsu. Next time we encounter curse mark puppets, they'll be able to help even more." Naruto looked at his comrades. As long as the 3 of them fought side by side, they could face the Root organization, Orochimaru, or even the Otsutsuki threat lurking in the shadows, with calm confidence. The western side of the Leaf Village, the former Uchiha compound, had long been covered by vines and dust. Among the broken walls and ruins, only the central shrine retained its intact outline, and on the stone wall deep within the shrine lay the monument that recorded the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood at the entrance of the shrine, the air thick with the mingled scent of aged wood and dust. The system's Uchiha steel information decryption function, newly unlocked at LV 4, emitted a faint prompt. Detected resonance between the divine tree fragment energy and the steel. Basic information can be unlocked. Full decryption requires stronger energy. G. Mangekyo Sharingan Sage Chakra. Stay alert, the Root organization might still be watching us. Naruto tightened his grip on the divine tree fragment in his hand, which glowed with a faint blue light in his palm. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to assist with energy resonance and stabilize the fragment's fluctuations. Sakura set up chakra detection traps outside the shrine. If any enemy approaches, notify us immediately. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan glowing a fierce crimson as he slowly infused his chakra into the fragment in Naruto's hand. As the energy resonance intensified, faint golden patterns began to emerge on the surface of the stele, writhing, as if alive. Naruto pressed the fragment against the stele, and the system interface refreshed, instantly unlocked basic Uchiha secrets. The Uchiha are descendants of Otsutsuki Hagoromo, naturally possessing residual energy from the Chakra fruit, the source of the Sharingan. Due to internal disagreements over power, the clan gradually split into the Guardian faction G. Fugaku and the Radical faction G. Obito. Sasuke clenched his fists abruptly, his Sharingan trembling with agitation. Was he involved in the night of the Uchiha massacre? Naruto looked at the locked portions on the panel, frowning slightly. The system shows that key information is shielded by special energy, possibly tampered with by Obito using his Mangekyo Sharingan. It requires stronger energy to crack. However, it's certain that Itachi wasn't the only one who acted during the massacre. There was external intervention. Just then, Sakura's voice came from outside the shrine, tinged with urgency. Naruto-kun's Sasuke-kun enemies approaching. Its members of Root, about 8 of them, each with chakra levels over 2000. The two dashed out of the shrine to find 8 Root members forming an encirclement in the open space before it. The leading ninja, a scar-faced man, held a short sword embedded with a divine tree fragment, the remnants of the Root squad that had pursued them in the Land of Rain. Hand over the divine tree fragment, and the steel's information, and well, spare your lives. The scar-faced man sneered, his chakra spreading along the short sword as the fragment began to emit black curse mark patterns. Sasuke, you take the 3 on the left. Use Chidori to strike their weapons. The fragments are their power source. Sakura, use your chakra shield to protect yourself and disrupt the enemy's chakra with medical ninjutsu. He'll handle the scar-faced man and the rest. Naruto quickly deployed his strategy, simultaneously activating Sage Chakra, a pale green energy swirling around his body. This time, let them know we're not to be trifled with. The battle erupted instantly. Sasuke dashed toward the left flank, his Chidori sharp spear crackling with electric current, aimed directly at a Root member's short sword. With a sharp clang, the divine tree fragment on the short sword was struck by the Chidori, its energy fluctuations instantly disrupted, and the enemy's movements grew sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke kicked him down and pressed a kunai against his throat. Talk. Why is Danzo so obsessed with the divine tree fragments? On the other side, Sakura deployed her chakra shield to block the kunai attacks of 2 Root members while condensing medical chakra into fine threads that wrapped around their arms. Chakra disruption. The 2 members felt a numbness in their arms, their chakra suddenly failing to respond, and Sakura knocked them unconscious with a kunai. After the real combat in the Land of Rain, her medical ninjutsu had become flexible enough for both offense and defense, completely shedding the label of burden. Naruto engaged the scar-faced man Hiden. The man swung his short sword, releasing black energy from the fragment in the form of blade slashes that flew toward Naruto. Naruto activated Tailed Beast Chakra, sharing a pale golden shield blocking the slashes while condensing a Sage Art Rasengan. Your fragment's energy is much weaker than the puppets from the Land of Rain. He leaped into the air, the Rasengan carrying the oppressive force of natural energy, slamming into the short sword. The scar-faced man's face contorted in shock. He tried to retreat, but found his ankle ensnared by Naruto's chakra chains. With a thunderous boom, the Rasengan struck the short sword, shattering the fragment and dispersing the black energy. Deprived of his power source, the scar-faced man collapsed to the ground. Naruto stepped forward, pressing a kunai to his chest. Speak. What's the relationship between Danzo and Obito? Were you involved in the night of the Uchiha massacre? A flicker of fear crossed the scar-faced man's eyes, but he remained defiant. I know nothing. Lord Danzo. Before he could finish, he suddenly turned his head and bit down on the poison capsule hidden in his tooth, choosing suicide just like the other Root members before. After eliminating all enemies, the trio returned to the shrine. Naruto gazed at the still blurred patterns on the stele, understanding that to uncover the complete truth, he would need to find stronger energy, perhaps even wait until Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, don't rush, Naruto said, patting his shoulder. We'll definitely find a way to decipher it. The truth about the massacre will eventually come to light. Sasuke nodded silently, the light of his Sharingan gradually dimming, but a new resolve shone in his eyes. Next time I'll unlock the steel with my own power. No need to rely on the fragments. He looked at Naruto, his tone earnest and unprecedented. Thank you, Naruto. If it weren't for you, I might still be kept in the dark. Sakura looked at them both and smiled. We're Team 7. No matter what difficulties we face, we'll face them together. She took out bandages from her ninja pouch and handed them to Naruto. Your arm was cut by the blade slash during the fight. Let me treat it. Naruto accepted the bandages with a smile, and the system interface popped up with a notification: completed subquest Uchiha Steel preliminary exploration. Gained 800 EXP. Current EXP 53506,000. Detected that the special chakra residue on the Root members' corpses shares homology with Obito's spacetime energy. Unlocked basic spacetime energy tracking ability, can sense spacetime distortions within a 10-kilometer radius. Back in the Leaf Village, Naruto submitted the mission report to the third Hokage, emphasizing the connection between the root member's chakra and Obito's spacetime energy. The third Hokage read the report, his expression grave. It seems Danzo's ambitions are greater than I imagined. He not only wants to control the Leaf Village but also seeks to harness the power of the Otsutsuki. Naruto continued to monitor Root's movements, but do not act rashly. Danzo's influence is deeply entrenched. A hasty move could be dangerous. Naruto nodded, though he knew full well that the struggle against Root and Orochimaru had only just begun. As he left the Hokage building, the golden glow of sunset spilled over the streets of the Leaf Village. The convenience store owner was setting out new instant noodles at the entrance and waved to Naruto with a smile. "Naruto, want to try a new flavor today? Made with the energy cooking recipe you taught me." Naruto walked over laughing and took the instant noodles the owner offered, his heart filled with warmth. No matter how turbulent the undercurrents of the ninja world, as long as he had his comrades and the people who silently supported him, he had the courage to face anything. In the training grounds of my forest, the morning mist had not yet fully dissipated and sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting dappled spots of light on the ground. Ming-Ren sat cross-legged on the grass, his hands forming seals with fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He had attempted the multiple shadow clone technique 10 times, yet each time the clones had barely appeared before dissipating due to the chaos within his chakra. The system panel's prompt kept flashing: detected interference from Ninetail's chakra, clone chakra stability is below 30. It is recommended to prioritize resolving the compatibility issue between the tailed beast chakra and your own chakra. Damn, it's still no good. Ming-Ren scratched his hair in frustration. The Ninetail's chakra was like an unstable electric current, and once it formed a reverse resonance with his own chakra, it would cause the technique to fail. Yet Ming-Ren's instinctive perception could vaguely sense the Ninetail's emotions: anger, loneliness, and a faint trace of resistance. He took a deep breath and attempted to enter the consciousness space. The scene before him instantly shifted. In the pitch-black space, a massive iron cage stood at the center. The Ninetails was bound by chains within the cage, its crimson eyes fixed on Ming-Ren, its tone dripping with mockery. "Brat, come to beg me again. If you want my chakra, then obediently submit to my control and become my vessel." Ming-Ren did not retort angrily as he used to. Instead, he sat in front of the iron cage, pulling out the illustrated copy of Journey to the West from the system's Earth Story database. "Jalama, let me tell you a story. There was a monkey who was sealed for 500 years just like you. He was furious, feeling the whole world had wronged him. But later he met companions and went through many experiences together, finally understanding that being needed is more important than freedom." The Ninetails was stunned, a flicker of confusion passing through its scarlet eyes. It had lived for over 1,000 years, seen countless ninjas. Some feared it, some wanted to use it, but never had anyone like Ming-Ren who didn't ask for chakra, but instead told its stories. Ming-Ren flipped through the picture book page by page, his innate emotional perception combined with Earth's narrative skills, making the tale of Sun Wukong vivid and compelling. When he reached the part about Sun Wukong protecting Tang Sanzang, persisting even when misunderstood, the Ninetails' gaze gradually softened. "What are you trying to say?" The Ninetails' voice was no longer hostile. "I'm different from that monkey. Humans only use and fear me." Ming-Ren put down the picture book and looked at it seriously. "I am different. I don't need you to obey. Oh, I want to cooperate with you. You teach me the techniques to control tailed beast chakra, and I'll come every week to tell you stories, and also let you see the scenery of through my eyes, so you can see that not all humans dislike you." At that moment, the consciousness space suddenly trembled, and Ming-Ren snapped back to reality. His technique had failed again, and the uncontrolled chakra surged toward Hinata, who was not far away. Hinata was passing by the training ground. Seeing the chakra hurtling toward her, she froze in fear, instinctively trying to dodge, but stumbling due to her poor chakra control. "Hinata." Ming-Ren's pupils contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcibly gathered his own chakra and erected a barrier in front of her. The uncontrolled tailed beast chakra slammed into the barrier, the immense impact causing Ming-Ren to spit out a mouthful of blood. His vision went dark and he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, Ming-Ren found himself lying on the grass in the consciousness space. The Ninetails was crouched beside him, its expression complex. "You little brat, why did you have to take it, Hedon?" Ming-Ren smiled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Because she is my friend. Protecting a friend needs no reason. Just like Sun Wukong. Even though Tang Sanzang was a burden, he still had to protect him." The Ninetails was silent for a long time. Suddenly, it waved a claw and a section of the chains on the iron cage loosened. "You've got some spine after all. The key to controlling tailed beast chakra is emotional synchronization. You need to sense my chakra fluctuations. Don't try to suppress it, but flow with it. For example, when you use the Rasengan, align your chakra and my chakra in a same direction spiral, and stability will improve." It paused, then added awkwardly, "If next week's story isn't good, I'll take back what I said." Ming-Ren's heart leaped with joy. Suddenly, the system panel flashed a prompt: detected increase in Ninetail's trust to 30. Unlocked basic tailed beast chakra sharing function, can extract 5 of Ninetail's chakra for jutsu, without risk of rampage. Obtained tailed beast chakra control technique, same direction, resonance method. He immediately stood up and bowed to the nine tails. Thank you, Jalama. Next week he'll tell you the story of Sun Wukong thrice beats the white bone demon. I promise it'll be exciting. Leaving the consciousness space, Mingren found Hinata crouching beside him, holding bandages, her face full of worry. Mingren-kun, are you all right? I'm sorry for disturbing your training. Mingren smiled and shook his head, activating the system's meridian analysis function to scan Hinata's legs. Do you often feel a blockage of chakra in your legs? Your leg meridians are thinner than average, so chakra flow tends to clog. Try abdominal breathing, letting the chakra flow slowly through instead of forcing it. Hinata tried the method Mingren suggested, half doubtful, and indeed the chakra in her legs became much smoother. She looked at him in surprise. It really works. Mingren-kun, how did you know this? Mingren scratched his head, grinning. I learned it from books. If you ever have chakra control problems, feel free to ask me. Mingren attempted the multiple shadow clone technique again. This time following the same direction resonance method taught by the nine tails, he made his own chakra, and the five-tailed beast chakra flow in a spiral pattern. Multiple shadow clone technique. As the seals completed, 20 clones stood steadily in the training ground, each clone's chakra stability above 80. The system panel displayed a prompt: mastered optimized multiple shadow clone technique. Chakra utilization increased by 50. Gained 300 experience points. Current experience 56506,000. Mingren looked at the clones before him, a sense of accomplishment filling his heart. He knew this was only the first step toward reconciling with the nine tails. There was still a long road ahead. When he returned home, the convenience store owner was already waiting at the door, holding a pack of freshly made energy rice balls. Mingren, I heard you helped Hinata in the training grounds today. These rice balls are for you. They're especially good for replenishing chakra. Mingren took the rice balls, warmth spreading in his heart. From being the shunned fox demon vessel to a ninja who could help his comrades and reconcile with the tailed beast, the changes brought by the merged soul were gradually making him accepted by Mai and needed by those around him. Late at night, Mingren lay in bed, his consciousness entering the consciousness space again. The nine tails was already asleep, curled up in the iron cage like a docile fox. Mingren did not disturb it. He simply sat quietly beside it, opening the Journey to the West picture book to prepare for next week's story. The bond with the nine tails would become his most powerful strength in the future. In the early morning of the Konoha training ground, dew still clung to the grass blades and Naruto had already begun his. He stood in the center of the field, forming hand seals as the five of tailed beast chakra within him flowed slowly according to the same direction resonance method, intertwining with his own chakra into a pale golden current. The system panel refreshed data in real time. Tailed beast chakra synchronization rate 42, Rasengan energy stability 78, increased by 15 compared to yesterday. One more time. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering chakra. He precisely infused the tailed beast chakra into the Rasengan, and the originally pale blue sphere instantly took on a golden sheen, spinning faster, yet remarkably stable. Tailed beast Rasengan. He leaped into the air and slammed the Rasengan into the training post. Instead of shattering as usual, the post was struck at its core by the precise destruction energy contained within the Rasengan, turning to dust from within. Not bad, kid. The nine tails voice echoed in Naruto's mind, carrying a hint of rare approval. Increase the synchronization rate by another 10, and you can try integrating tailed beast chakra into your clones. Naruto wiped his sweat with a smile. Thanks, Jolama. Once the synchronization rate is up to standard, it'll take you to see Konoha's Cherry Blossom Festival. I heard the cherry blossoms are especially beautiful this year. Just then applause came from the edge of the training ground, and Sasuke and Sakura walked over. Sasuke crossed his arms, his yin sweeping over the residual chakra in Naruto's hand, a glint of recognition in his eyes. You control the tailed beast chakra better than I expected. Next spar, don't disappoint me. Sakura handed him a bottle of water, smiling. Naruto-kun, your Rasengan has become more powerful, and it seems more precise. The way you destroyed the post just now was quite unique. Naruto took the water, explaining, it's the characteristic of the tailed beast chakra. Jiolama's chakra has a natural penetrating property. Combined with the rotation of the Rasengan, it can precisely destroy the target's core. I analyzed it with the system. This destruction method is particularly effective against puppets and seal traps. From now on, we have another trump card against the root organization's puppet units. The three of them then began team training. Sasuke simulated enemy ambushes using his yin to lock onto Naruto's movements, and occasionally disrupting him with Chidori. Sakura deployed a chakra shield while practicing using medical ninjutsu to quickly repair the training posts destroyed by the Rasengan. After the real combat in the Land of Rain and the Uchiha ruins, her medical ninjutsu could complete simple tissue repair within 30 seconds, and her chakra control precision had improved to 65. Training was halfway through when Naruto suddenly stopped. The system's space energy tracking function LV for unlocked popped up. An alert detected faint space distortion fluctuations within 10 kilometers containing the chakra signature of the root organization, suspected to be using cloaking clone technique for surveillance. He subtly signaled to Sasuke and Sakura, continuing to pretend to train while using the system's chakra shielding function to cover the chakra fluctuations of the three. Someone is watching us, Naruto whispered, synchronizing the information to his teammates through the Team Chakra link. They're in the forest to the northeast, about 2 root members roughly at Shunin level. Sasuke's Xiaolin immediately swept toward the northeast, quickly spotting 2 blurry figures hidden in the tree shadows. Should we take them out? Naruto shook his head. No, they're just here to observe. Acting would alert the enemy. Let's continue training and let them think they haven't been discovered. Let's see what the root organization is really after. He deliberately increased the output of Tailed Beast Chakra, making the golden glow of the Tailed Beast Rasengan even more dazzling, even stirring up a small-scale vortex of air currents in the training ground. In the forest, 2 root members were observing the training ground through specially crafted chakra telescopes. One quickly recorded data. Target Uzumaki Naruto Tailed Beast Chakra utilization rate approximately 5. Ninjutsu destructive power increased by 30 compared to last time. No significant resonance with the divine tree fragment energy. The other reported through a communicator. Lord Naruto can now stably use Tailed Beast Chakra. No signs of fusion with the divine tree fragment observed, but his ninjutsu precision has improved notably, suggesting he has mastered new control techniques. Through the communicator, Danzo's voice came cold and sharp. Continue surveillance. Record his training patterns and chakra fluctuation characteristics. Also closely monitor his interaction with the Nine Tails. I want to know how he gets the Nine Tails to cooperate. Back in the training ground, Naruto pretended to make a mistake, the Tailed Beast Rasengan grazing the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment of thick dust, he quickly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 clones scattered instantly. Some continued training, while others quietly moved toward the forest. A small amount of Tailed Beast Chakra was mixed into the clones, making it impossible for the root members' telescopes to distinguish the original from the clones. Sasuke used the Great Fireball to create smoke. Sakura prepare antidotes in case they release poison. Naruto issued orders through the Team Chakra link. Sasuke immediately formed hand seals, fire-style Great Fireball technique. A massive fireball exploded at the edge of the training ground, and thick smoke instantly engulfed the direction of the forest. The 2 root members, realizing they had been exposed, immediately activated the cloaking clone technique to retreat, but were locked in place by the chakra perception trap that Naruto had laid earlier at the edge of the forest. Trying to run, Naruto leaped up, hurling the Tailed Beast Rasengan toward their escape route. The 2 root members were forced to reveal themselves, throwing kunai coated with chakra-suppressing poison. Sakura instantly deployed a chakra shield to block the kunai, then tossed an antidote to Naruto. Be careful, the kunai are poisoned. Sasuke meanwhile circled behind them, piercing the tool pouch of one with the Chidori blade, causing an intelligence scroll to fall to the ground. The other member, seeing the situation was dire, immediately swallowed a self-destruction talisman to destroy the intelligence, but was trapped by Naruto's barrier formed from Tailed Beast Chakra. Want to self-destruct? Leave the intelligence first. Just then more footsteps were heard in the distance. Clearly reinforcements from the root organization had arrived. Naruto knew he couldn't linger, grabbed the intelligence scroll from the ground, and shouted to Sasuke and Sakura, retreat. The 3 quickly left the training ground, running toward Konoha village. Returning to Naruto's house, the 3 opened the intelligence scroll. It was densely filled with records of Naruto's training data from the past week, the timing of Tailed Beast Chakra, used the energy fluctuations of the Rasengan, and even a brief mention of his conscious space interaction with the Nine Tails. The system immediately analyzed the scroll, detected a specially crafted chakra tracking talisman from the root organization, automatically blocked. The records show that Danzo is particularly focused on Naruto's method of controlling Tailed Beast Chakra and the energy compatibility between the Tailed Beast and the Divine Tree Fragment, suggesting he is planning a Tailed Beast Divine Tree fusion experiment. Danzo wants to combine Tailed Beast Chakra with the Divine Tree Fragment. Sasuke's Xiaolin glowed red, his tone icy. Is he insane? The energy of the Divine Tree Fragment can corrode the mind, and with the violent chakra of the Tailed Beast, it could create an uncontrollable monster. Sakura frowned as well, and he's monitoring Naruto-kun, which definitely means no good. Should we tell Kakashi Sensei about this? Naruto nodded, putting away the scroll. We must tell Kakashi Sensei, and also let the 3rd Hokage know. Danzo's ambition has gone beyond just collecting Divine Tree Fragments. He wants to control the power of the Tailed Beasts, which is a threat to all of Konoha. He looked at the alert on the system panel, knowing that this surveillance was just the beginning. The root organization would surely approach him in more covert ways, trying to obtain the techniques of Tailed Beast Chakra control. That afternoon, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura found Kakashi and fully disclosed the intelligence scroll and the root organization's surveillance. Kakashi looked at the scroll, his expression grave. Danzo's audacity is growing. He dares to spy on a genin within Konoha village. I will report this to the 3rd Hokage immediately. Be extra careful during your training lately, and try not to act alone. He paused, looking at Naruto. Your Tailed Beast Chakra control. Temporarily avoid using it in public so the root organization doesn't gather more data. Naruto nodded, but a new plan was already forming in his mind. Avoidance alone wouldn't solve the problem. He had to quickly improve his strength, master more techniques for using tailed beast chakra, and even try to forge a deeper bond with the Nine Tails. Only then could he protect himself and his comrades from the threats of the Root Organization and Orochimaru. That night Naruto entered the conscious space. The Nine Tails was lying in the iron cage, staring intently at the illustrated copy of Journey to the West that Naruto had brought. Jiulama, Naruto sat in front of the cage. The Root Organization is watching me. They want to know how I control your chakra, and they want to combine your chakra with the divine tree fragment. The Nine Tails raised its head, its crimson eyes flashing with anger. Those ants thinking they can meddle with me. Next time they come, I'll help you devour all their chakra. Naruto smiled and shook his head. No, I want to solve it with my own strength. But I need your help. I want to increase the synchronization rate of tailed beast chakra to at least 60, so I can use your power more flexibly in combat. The Nine Tails stared at Naruto for a long time, then suddenly waved a paw, and the chains on the cage loosened another link. Fine. But you have to promise me you won't use my chakra for evil. And you can't skip the weekly story. Last time we got to Sun Wukong borrowing the plantain fan 3 times, this time you have to finish it. Naruto's heart leaped with joy, and the system panel immediately displayed a notification. Nine Tails Trust increased to 40, maximum tailed beast chakra synchronization rate increased to 60. A unlocked precise tailed beast chakra control function allows flexible adjustment of the output ratio and properties of tailed beast chakra according to combat needs. Leaving the conscious space, Naruto looked at the moonlight outside the window, filled with confidence. Meanwhile, in the Root Organization's base, Danzo was watching the surveillance report sent by his subordinates, his fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze settled on the line. Naruto can make the Nine Tails actively cooperate, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. It seems this demon fox has found a special container. Continue the surveillance. I want to know how deep their bond really is. Behind him, an experimental device embedded with a divine tree fragment was emitting a faint black light, as if waiting for the injection of tailed beast chakra. By the hot spring of the Konoha hinterland, steam rose in a misty veil. Naruto sat cross-legged on a flat rock, his body enveloped in a faint golden tailed beast chakra. The tailed beast chakra synchronization rate on the system panel was stuck at 58, unable to breach 60. Detected traumatic energy residue within the Nine Tails chakra, causing a faint repulsion with Naruto's chakra. The subconscious resistance of the Nine Tails must be resolved. Stuck again, huh? Naruto sighed, sinking his consciousness into the inner world. Within the iron cage, the Nine Tails paced restlessly, its claws scraping the ground, its crimson eyes filled with complexity. Don't waste your breath, brat. Do you think loosening a few chains and telling a few stories will make me trust humans completely? It swung its claw violently, the cage echoing with a harsh clang. The first Hokage sealed me as a weapon. The second wanted to break me into chakra tools. The third, though he didn't act, let the villagers treat you as a fox vessel. Humans have always used tailed beasts. Naruto didn't argue. Instead, he activated the system's memory sharing function, projecting his own memories of isolation, being pelted with stones by children, eating instant noodles alone on his birthday, watching other families gather vividly before the Nine Tails. In the same as you, treated as an outsider, Naruto said softly. But I met Iruka Sensei Sasuke Sakura. They showed me that not all humans are users. You can try too. Trust me, just once, and well prove that tailed beasts and Jinchuriki don't have to hate each other. The Nine Tails froze, gazing at the lonely little boy in the memory, as if seeing its own reflection from 1,000 years of sealing. It was silent for a moment, then slowly lowered its head, pressing its forehead against the bars. When the first Hokage sealed me, he used adamantine sealing chains. That power still lingers in my chakra. Every time it resonates with yours, it triggers painful memories. It lifted its head, a flicker of weariness in its eyes. If you can suppress that residual energy, maybe. The synchronization rate can break 60. Naruto nodded, immediately withdrawing from the inner world. He took a sealing technique scroll from his ninja tool pouch, previously confiscated from a Root operative. The system analysis revealed that the scroll contained a simplified version of the first Hokage's sealing technique, capable of neutralizing residual energy through energy channeling rather than suppression. He formed hand seals according to the scroll, simultaneously guiding his own chakra like a gentle stream into the tailed beast chakra, gradually enveloping the stinging residual energy. The process was excruciatingly difficult. The residual energy was like thorny brambles constantly lashing at Naruto's meridians. Sakura appeared by the hot spring, noticing the cold sweat on Naruto's brow. She quickly approached her medical chakra, gently covering the back of his neck. Naruto-kun, let me stabilize your chakra flow. Don't push yourself. Sasuke also stood nearby, his Sharingan locked onto Naruto's energy fluctuations, ready to intervene if a rampage occurred. With Sakura's assistance, Naruto finally channeled the residual energy into his palm, where it dissipated as a wisp of black mist into the air. The system panel flickered, successfully neutralized the traumatic residual energy in the Nine Tails chakra. Tailed beast trust increased to 50. Synchronization rate broke through 60. Unlocked advanced tailed beast chakra usage temporarily activate one-tailed form duration, 5 minutes no risk of berserk. Naruto opened his eyes. The tailed beast chakra around him coalesced into a faint tail phantom swaying gently behind him. It worked. He waved excitedly to Sakura and Sasuke, unaware that in the nearby bushes a black talisman was flickering faintly, a Rutishu chakra recording talisman that had captured the entire transformation process. That afternoon Naruto received a summons from Kakashi reporting that leads on the divine tree fragments hidden by Root had been found in an abandoned warehouse on the western side of Konoha. Team 7 was to investigate immediately. Naruto felt a nagging suspicion. The Umbu had previously declared the warehouse sealed. Why would clues? But recalling that the divine tree fragments might relate to the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, he decided to lead the team there. The abandoned warehouse was thick with dust and dimly lit. Naruto activated the system's divine tree energy analysis, but detected no fragment energy fluctuations. Instead, he caught a residual spatial distortion signature in the air identical to the chakra signature of the Root operatives who had been monitoring them. Something's wrong. This is a trap. Naruto shouted, attempting to retreat, but the warehouse door had been sealed by heavy iron plates. Spike chains suddenly shot out from the walls, lunging toward the trio. Sakura, deploy a shield. Naruto quickly formed hand seals, activating his one-tailed form. Tailed beast chakra formed a barrier blocking the incoming chains. Sasuke meanwhile scanned the area with his Sharingan, quickly locating the Root operatives hidden in the ceiling. It was the same squad that had been watching them, this time 10 of them led by the scar-faced man. Uzumaki, Naruto, I didn't expect you to actually come. The scar-faced man sneered, manipulating the chains to attack again. Hand over the control method for tailed beast chakra and cooperate with our tailed beast divine tree fusion experiment, and well, let your comrades go. Naruto's eyes turned cold. Tailed beast chakra condensed into a Rasengan. Dream on. You think a cheap trick like this can trap us? Battle erupted instantly. Sasuke used Chidori sharp spear to sever the incoming chains, shouting to Naruto. There are 3 ninja on the roof controlling the talismans. He'll take them out. You and Sakura hold off the others. Sakura expanded a large-scale chakra shield protecting Naruto behind her, while using medical ninjutsu to disrupt the chakra of approaching Root operatives. Naruto-kun, watch out. The chains have curse seal toxins. Naruto activated his one-tailed form. The power of his tailed beast Rasengan surged, each strike repelling several Root operatives. But he noticed that these Root operatives seemed immune to pain. Even after being hit by a Rasengan, they got back up immediately. The system analysis showed that they had been implanted with cursed seal control talismans, which temporarily suppressed pain and boosted combat power. This can't go on. There are too many. Naruto's heart raced. Suddenly, he remembered the resonance he had achieved with the Nine Tails. If he trusted it, he could borrow even greater power. He took a deep breath, sinking his consciousness inward. Kurama, help me. The Nine Tails said nothing, but Naruto could feel a purer stream of tailed beast chakra surging through his meridians. The phantom tail behind him multiplied from 1 to 2. Two-tailed form. Naruto leaped into the air, gathering tailed beast chakra into a massive Rasengan aimed at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man's face twisted in terror. He tried to defend with his chains, but Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear pierced his shoulder, disabling his control. With a deafening boom, the Rasengan struck the ground. The immense shockwave knocked out the remaining Root operatives, and a large hole was blasted into the warehouse wall. Seeing the situation turn dire, the scar-faced man tried to activate a self-destruct talisman, but Sakura sealed his meridians with medical chakra, preventing him from forming hand seals. Talk. Who set up this trap? What is the tailed beast divine tree fusion experiment? Naruto pressed closer, the oppressive presence of tailed beast chakra making the man tremble. The scar-faced man clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. Just then, the system's spatial energy tracking detected a powerful spatial fluctuation in the distance. Simultaneously, a summoning message from Kakashi arrived. Naruto, don't get bogged down. Root's true objective is to lure you into using tailed beast form and record the data. Their main force is already attacking the convenience store. Sato-san knows too many of Root's secrets. They're silencing him. Naruto's expression changed instantly. Let's go. To the convenience store. The 3 of them burst out of the warehouse and sprinted toward the store. Naruto's heart was heavy with guilt. If he hadn't been careless, he wouldn't have fallen into the trap, and Sato-san wouldn't be in. Naruto quickly analyzed the situation. Root used the trap to distract us while sending a kill squad. That means Sato-san has evidence that threatens Danzo. We have to reach him before they do. When the trio arrived at the convenience store, the door was smashed and shelves were toppled, and the floor was littered with broken instant noodles and bloodstains. Naruto's heart leaped into his throat. The system's chakra scan quickly expanded, finally locating Sato-san in the backyard cellar, bound to a pillar with multiple bruises, but still breathing. Boss. Naruto rushed over, cutting the ropes. Sakura immediately began healing him with medical ninja. Sato-san slowly opened his eyes, seeing Naruto, and said weakly, Naruto, they forced me to hand over the account book of Root's divine tree fragment sales. I hid it in the false bottom of the ramen boxes. Sasuke quickly searched the shelves and found the ledger. The system analysis revealed that the ledger detailed Root's transactions with the black market over the past year, including the flow of divine tree fragments buyers and even evidence of Danzo embezzling Konoha's funds. With this we can expose Danzo's conspiracy. Naruto gripped the ledger tightly, his eyes resolute. In the distance the sound of flutes echoed. Umbu and Konoha's police force had arrived. Kakashi arrived soon after seeing the ledger in Naruto's hands. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you made it in time. The third Hokage already knows. We're to deliver this ledger to the Hokage's office immediately. Naruto looked at the ledger in his hands, then at the injured Sato-san. This confrontation with Root had shifted from hidden subterfuge to open conflict. Danzo would not back down easily. He had to protect those around him, expose the truth, and free Konoha from the shadow. The system panel flashed, completed breaking the trap main quest. Gained 1,200 experience points. Current EXP 68508000. Detected record of Orochimaru purchasing divine tree fragments in the ledger. Unlocked Orochimaru Black Market Transaction Database. In the council chamber of the Hokage building, the atmosphere was heavy. The third Hokage pinched the ledger between his fingers, his brows furrowed in deep concern. The yellowed pages were densely covered with records of transactions between the Root organization and the black market, every entry pointing toward Danzo, from the smuggling of divine tree fragments to the embezzlement of Konoha funds to finance Orochimaru's experiments. There were even several entries marked with surveillance of the Uchiha survivor. Danzo is dragging Konoha, and the third Hokage set down the ledger, his tone grave. Divine tree fragments flowing into the black market, Orochimaru's experiments spiraling out of control. The entire Fire Country will be threatened. Mingren, you have rendered great service, but you have also exposed yourselves. Danzo will not sit idly by while the ledger destroys his plans. You must be careful from now on. Mingren stood by as the system's Orochimaru Black Market Transaction Database rapidly parsed the ledger information. 3 new Orochimaru experiment bases identified, all located at the border between Fire Country and Rain Country. Secret communication codes between the Root organization and the Oto Geikure discovered, suspected to be planning a divine tree fragment transfer operation. Lord Third Hokage, we cannot adopt a passive defense. Mingren stepped forward, pointing at the marked bases on the map. The ledger mentions that in 3 days Root will transport a batch of divine tree fragments to Orochimaru's new base. We can intercept the fragments and capture the traitors at the same time, leaving Danzo's conspiracy no room to hide. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Mingren is right. Rather than waiting for Danzo to strike, we should take the initiative. I will lead Umbu members to ambush the canyon on the trade route. Team 7 will be responsible for luring the Root squad into the trap. Sakura, prepare medical support. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to track the fragment's location. Mingren, use your tailed beast chakra to control the situation. But remember, take as many alive as possible. We need evidence to indict Danzo. Once the plan was finalized, Team 7 immediately began their preparations. Sasuke went alone to the training ground, repeatedly simulating the Root organization's possible tactical routes with his Sharingan, synchronizing the terrain data to Mingren via the Team Chakra link. Sakura expanded her medical ninja tool pouch, adding a specially formulated antidote against divine tree fragment toxins. This antidote, brewed from herbal medicines from the ninja tool shop, based on Mingren's Earth Cell repair theory, could quickly neutralize the corrosive energy left by the fragments. Mingren, meanwhile, went to the training ground to further improve his synchronization rate with the tailed beast chakra. He sat cross-legged on the ground, sinking his consciousness into the inner space. The Nine Tails was lying on its stomach inside the iron cage, reading a picture book of Journey to the West. When it reached the part about Sun Wukong borrowing the plantain fan 3 times, it couldn't help snorting. That monkey is smarter than you. He knows how to use strategy. Unlike you, who almost fell into Root's trap last time. Not this time. Mingren smiled and sat down. I'm going to use a feint to the east, attack to the west tactic. First I'll send shadow clones to distract Root, while I and Sasuke circle around to intercept the fragments. By the way, Jalama, during the transaction, we might encounter enemies carrying divine tree fragments. Can your chakra suppress the fragment's energy? The Nine Tails raised a paw, and the chains on the cage loosened by another notch. Low-grade fragments are barely enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. However, fragment energy can interfere with tailed beast chakra flow. You need to build a barrier inside your body using sage chakra in advance to avoid being eroded by the fragments. It paused, then added grudgingly, if you encounter danger, just call me directly. Don't push yourself. If you die, who will tell me the rest of the story? A warmth spread through Mingren's heart. The system panel popped up, a notification. Nine Tails trust increased to 55. Tailed beast chakra synchronization rate limit raised to 70. Unlocked tailed beast chakra barrier function. 3 days later, in the canyon of the trade route, thin mist shrouded the area. Mingren controlled 10 shadow clones, disguised as black market merchants, making contact with the Root squad at the canyon entrance. The leading ninja was the scar-faced man, his eyes scanning the clones warily, holding a short sword embedded with fragments. Where are the fragments? Inspect the goods first. What's the rush? The clone deliberately stalled while simultaneously sending a message via the system's chakra signal to Kakashi and Sasuke, who were lying in ambush on both sides of the canyon. The scar-faced man, clearly impatient, suddenly swung his sword at the clone. The clone dissipated instantly, and he realized it was a trap. Just as he was about to order a retreat, massive boulders suddenly fell from both sides of the canyon, blocking their escape route. Now, Mingren's true body leaped out from behind a rock, activating the tailed beast form. A tailed beast Rasengan glowing with golden light hurtled toward the root members. Sasuke meanwhile locked onto the fragment in the scar-faced man's hand with his Sharingan. The Chidori sharp spear, crackling with electricity, drove straight toward the core of the fragment. The fragment was the source of the root members' power. Destroying it would cripple their combat ability. Seeing this, the scar-faced man immediately tossed the fragment to a nearby comrade, while forming hand seals Earth Release Earth Flow River. The canyon floor instantly turned into mud, surging toward Mingren and the others. Sakura quickly deployed a chakra shield to block the mud while simultaneously using medical chakra to disrupt the chakra flow of the root members. Mingren, be careful of their fragments. They contain corrosive energy. Following the Ninetales' advice, Mingren built a barrier inside his body with sage chakra, while simultaneously unleashing a shockwave of tailed beast chakra, repelling the mud. He noticed that the root member who had taken the fragment suddenly became berserk, his chakra surging wildly and his eyes turning crimson. Clearly his mind was being eroded by the fragment's energy. Sasuke seized the fragment first. Mingren shouted, simultaneously dividing into 5 shadow clones to tie up the other root members. Sasuke nodded. His Sharingan tracked the fragment's trajectory. He leaped into the air, and the Chidori sharp spear pierced the member's ninja tool pouch, causing the fragment to fall to the ground. Mingren rushed forward, wrapping the fragment in a tailed beast chakra barrier. The system immediately parsed it. Divine Tree Fragment Midgrade. Contains 32 Otsutsuki energy concentration. Infused with curse mark factors by the root organization. Can temporarily enhance combat power, but causes mental disorientation. Just then, dense footsteps came from outside the canyon. More root members charged in, led by a masked ninja with a total chakra volume of 3,500 jonin level. He held a long sword with multiple fragments embedded in the blade, clearly reinforcements sent by Danzo. Hand over the fragments and the ledger, and I'll spare your lives. The masked man's voice was icy. He swung his long sword, unleashing a black sword beam of fragment energy straight at Mingren. Mingren immediately activated his tailed beast chakra barrier, while simultaneously condensing a sage art, tailed beast Rasengan. Kakashi Sensei, time to close the net. The Umbu members on both sides of the canyon immediately appeared, hurling specially made sealing talismans at the root members. The talismans were engraved with the Uzumaki clan's crest, capable of temporarily sealing fragment energy. Seeing this, the masked man tried to break out, but was restrained by Kakashi's Kimui. A purple light flickered in his left eye, and the space around the masked man began to warp, nearly sucking his long sword into another dimension. Sasuke seized the opportunity and pierced the masked man's shoulder with a Chidori sharp spear. Mingren smashed the sage art tailed beast Rasengan into the long sword in his hand. Under the suppression of sage chakra, the fragments instantly lost their luster, and the sword snapped with a crack. Seeing their leader defeated, the root members laid down their weapons and surrendered. Mingren had the Umbu take the prisoners and fragments back to Konoha, while he himself examined the long sword he had seized, studying the fragment traces on it. The system-prompted fragment energy is homologous to the energy of Orochimaru's experiment base. It is possible to locate Orochimaru's new base through the fragments. When Team 7 returned to Konoha, they found the area outside the Hokage building in chaos. Konoha military police ninja were evacuating villagers, and a member of Kakashi's Umbu rushed over breathlessly. Kakashi Sensei, it's bad. Danzo sent people to attack the prison. They rescued the scar-faced man and the other prisoners and set fire to the evidence repository. The copy of the ledger has been burned. Mingren's heart sank. The system immediately scanned Konoha, detected Danzo's chakra near the prison. He has taken the prisoners and is fleeing toward Konoha's border. Found a provocative letter left by the root organization stating that next time I will personally retrieve the tailed beast fragment from Mingren. He wants to destroy all the evidence and then strike at us. Mingren clenched his fists. The Ninetales' voice echoed in his mind that old fox is cunning, but since he's dared to show his face, it means he's panicking. Next time you meet him, I'll help you suppress the fragment energy inside him. The third Hokage walked over to Mingren and patted his shoulder. Don't lose heart. At least we intercepted the fragments and learned about Orochimaru's new base. Although Danzo rescued the prisoners, his actions have exposed him. The Konoha Council will launch an investigation into him. From now on, your mission is to infiltrate Orochimaru's new base, obtain evidence of his collusion with Root, and completely expose their conspiracy. Mingren nodded, a resolute glint shining in his eyes. He knew that Danzo's counterattack was only the beginning. Greater crises lay ahead. Orochimaru's experiments, the secrets of the divine tree fragments, the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. All these mysteries awaited his unraveling. But at this moment, he was no longer the dead last who needed protection. He was the tactical core capable of leading Team 7 into battle. That night, Mingren entered his consciousness space. The Ninetales was waiting for him to continue the story of Journey. Mingren sat in front of the iron cage flipping to the chapter Sun Wukong battles the Red Boy. He smiled and asked Jalama between Red Boy's Samadhi True Fire and Sasuke's Amaterasu, which one is more powerful. The Ninetales shot him a glance, but didn't argue. It simply listened quietly. In the consciousness space, there was no longer only the cold iron cage and hostility. There was also the warmth of the story and the bond quietly growing between two outsiders. The system panel popped up a notification: completed main quest, intercept the divine tree fragments. Gained 1500 EXP. Current EXP 835010000. System LV 5 unlocked. System LV 5 unlocked. New functions: 1. Energy tracking enhancement. 2. Tailed beast cooperation technique. 3. Conspiracy analysis. The Fugu forest, at the border between the Fire Country and the Rain Country, is perpetually shrouded in poisonous mist, where twisted tree branches resemble ghostly claws, and the air is thick, with a nauseatingly sweet metallic scent. This is the concealed location of Orochimaru's new experimental base. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura crouched behind rocks at the forest's edge, while the system's energy tracking enhancement function LV 5 newly unlocked flickered red. Detected core area of the base containing high concentrations of cursed seal energy and fragments of the divine tree energy. The entrance is hidden inside a cave beneath the western waterfall, guarded by 3 layers of cursed seal barriers, 10 cursed seal puppets, and 5 cursed seal test subjects. As planned, Sasuke will use his Sharingan to break through the first 2 layers of the cursed seal barriers, while I use the tailed beast chakra to assault the 3rd layer. Sakura will employ medical ninjutsu to mask our chakra signatures, preventing detection by the puppets. The Umbu members will hold off pursuers at the perimeter. We move quickly, taking only experimental data and evidence of collusion, avoiding direct confrontation with Orochimaru. Naruto lowered his voice, synchronizing the system's marked defense weak point with his companions. It was the ventilation duct at the cave ceiling, where mist from the waterfall disrupted the puppet's sensory range. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan glowing crimson as he pre-locked the energy nodes of the barrier. The cursed seal patterns on the barrier are identical to those from Otogekure, all specially crafted by Orochimaru as the soul-devouring cursed seal. Destroying the core node will disable the barrier within 10 seconds. Sakura then took out the chakra suppression agent from her ninja pouch, evenly applying it on all 3. This has been enhanced with herbs from the Wave Country, capable of concealing chakra signatures for 1 hour. Even if detected by puppets, we will be mistaken for ordinary beasts. Following the plan, the trio stealthily approached the western waterfall under the cover of poisonous mist. Naruto condensed the tailed beast chakra into a chakra grappling claw, hooking onto the rock above the cave entrance, and pulling Sasuke and Sakura into the ventilation duct. The duct was thick with cobwebs and dust, narrow enough for only one to crawl through. Suddenly, the system's conspiracy analysis function popped a warning, predicted that in 5 minutes 2 cursed seal puppets will patrol near the ventilation duct. Speed must be increased. Move faster, the puppets are coming. Naruto urged in a low voice while using the system's energy scan to pinpoint the core laboratory. Below the duct's end, through a gap, they saw containers filled with soaked ninja corpses. The container walls were inscribed with cursed seal patterns. On the central laboratory bench, a fist-sized fragment of the divine tree emitted black light, connected by conduits to the corpses, converting the fragment's energy into cursed seal energy injected into the bodies. Sasuke climbed out first, landing on a crossbeam in the laboratory. His Sharingan quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming no puppets nearby, then gave a safe hand signal to those below. Naruto jumped down, holding Sakura. Upon landing, the system suddenly alarmed 2 cursed seal test subjects, approaching each with a total chakra of 3,000. Special Jonin level abnormal movement detected. Hide behind the containers. Naruto immediately pulled Sasuke and Sakura behind the largest container. Soon 2 distorted test subjects entered the laboratory. Their skin was covered with cursed seal patterns, their eyes glowing a fierce crimson, movement stiff, yet exuding a deadly pressure. There seems to be the scent of a living person. One test subject rasped, extending claw-like hands reaching toward them. Sakura held her breath, medical chakra gathering at her fingertips, ready to disrupt their chakra. Sasuke clenched his kunai chidori, quietly forming in his palm. Naruto activated tailed beast chakra, preparing to strike when they approached. At that moment, the laboratory door suddenly swung open, and a researcher in a white coat entered impatiently. Subjects 3 and 4, stop wandering. Lord Orochimaru wants to check the experimental data. Hurry up. Hearing the voice, the test subjects immediately turned and left, temporarily relieving the danger. The trio breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto quickly rushed to the experimental bench, grabbing the logs and data scrolls. The system immediately began analysis. Experimental logs record that divine tree fragment energy fused with cursed seals significantly enhances combat power, but test subject survival rate is only 15. Found root. Organization's transaction records with Orochimaru Odanzo exchanged Uchiha captives for divine tree fragment refining technology. Unlocked cursed seal divine tree fusion principle. The divine tree fragment provides energy based the cursed seal acts as the carrier forcibly remodeling the human meridians, essentially a crude application of Otsutsuki energy. We have the evidence. Naruto stuffed the logs and scrolls into his ninja pouch and prepared to retreat when the system abruptly sounded a sharp alert detected Orochimaru's chakra approaching 1 kilometer away at high speed, simultaneously detected 5 root organization members' chakra moving toward the base suspected to be meeting Orochimaru. Not good. Orochimaru and the root operatives are here. Sasuke's expression changed to Sharingan, capturing rapidly approaching chakra points from afar. Just as the three reached beneath the ventilation duct, the laboratory door was forcefully pushed open. Orochimaru appeared with 4 cursed seal test subjects at the entrance, licking his lips with a sinister gaze. Since you've come, stay here, as my test subjects, especially you, Naruto. Your tailed beast chakra is the perfect cursed seal carrier. Sasuke takes Sakura through the ventilation duct. He'll cover the rear. Naruto threw his ninja pouch to Sasuke and activated the tailed beast transformation. The tailed beast chakra formed a barrier blocking Orochimaru's assault. Go quickly. Don't worry about me, I can escape. Sasuke hesitated briefly, but seeing Naruto's determined gaze bit his lip and nodded. Be careful. We'll meet you outside the forest. With that, Sasuke swiftly climbed into the ventilation duct with Sakura. Orochimaru sneered, forming hand seals, summoning jutsu. Several enormous serpentine summoned beasts erupted from the ground, charging at Naruto. Naruto leapt, launching the tailed beast Rasengan at the summoned beasts, only to find their bodies covered in cursed seals. After being struck, they quickly recovered and rose again. These were undying summoned beasts, modified by Orochimaru using the cursed seal divine tree fusion. Useless. My summoned beasts are immortal. Orochimaru advanced steadily, gathering black, cursed seal energy in his hand. Surrender obediently, and I will make you the strongest test subject, possessing power surpassing the Kage level. Naruto's eyes grew cold as his consciousness sank into the space. Kurama, help me. Without hesitation, Kurama's more powerful tailed beast chakra surged into Naruto's body. The tailed beast shadows behind him multiplied from 2 to 3 instantly, raising synchronization to 65. Tailed beast ball. Naruto clasped his hands, condensing the tailed beast chakra into a basketball-sized black energy sphere. The system panel prompted first use of the nascent tailed beast ball energy, stability at 60, caution advised to control the range to avoid harming allies. What jutsu is this? Orochimaru's pupils contracted sharply as he sensed the terrifying power within the energy sphere, immediately commanding the summoned beasts to shield him. Naruto hurled the nascent tailed beast ball, which exploded upon impact with the summoned beasts. The massive blast engulfed the laboratory, shattering the summoned beasts into fragments and blowing a large hole in the wall. Amid the smoke, Naruto turned to flee, but was blocked by 5 root operatives who had ambushed outside the Fugu forest. Their leader, a masked man, wielded a long sword embedded with divine tree fragments. Uzumaki, Naruto, Lord Orochimaru has reached an agreement with Danzo. We want your tailed beast chakra and the experimental data. Naruto activated a tailed beast chakra barrier while condensing Rasengan. If you want to stop me, first ask Kurama if he agrees. Kurama's voice echoed in his mind. The one on the left has the most chaotic chakra, take him out first. Naruto immediately charged at the root member on the left, smashing Rasengan into his chest. Taken by surprise, the opponent was blasted backward, his chakra instantly thrown into turmoil. The cursed seal energy within him was suppressed by the tailed beast chakra, rendering him unconscious. The masked man ordered the others to surround Naruto. Don't give him any chance. Suppress his tailed beast chakra with the fragment energy. 4 members drew weapons embedded with fragments black energy, forming an encirclement as they attacked Naruto. Naruto's heart tightened as the system alerted fragment energy interferes with the flow of tailed beast chakra, requires Senjutsu chakra to neutralize. He immediately condensed Senjutsu chakra, merging it with the tailed beast chakra to form a pale green Senjutsu tailed beast Rasengan, charging at the weakest point in the encirclement. With a loud bang, the encirclement was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto broke free and sprinted out of the masked man, unwilling to concede, led his members in pursuit, but was intercepted by Umbu operatives lying in ambush outside. Your opponents are us. Naruto ran at full speed and finally saw Sasuke and Sakura waiting at the forest's edge. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Sakura immediately stepped forward, using medical chakra to treat the abrasions on his arm. Sasuke handed Naruto a water pouch, his tone tinged with concern. Did Orochimaru and the root operatives fail to follow? Naruto shook his head, taking a sip of water. The system panel displayed main mission, infiltrate Orochimaru's experimental base completed. Key experimental data and collusion evidence obtained. Gained 2,000 experience points. Current experience 103, 501, 2000. System LV 6 unlocked. System LV 6 unlocked. New features 1. Tailed beast ball optimization 2. Cursed seal decoding 3. Ally chakra amplification. As the trio was about to depart, Orochimaru's laughter echoed from afar. Naruto, you cannot escape. Your tailed beast Chakra is mine for the taking. Naruto's expression darkened as he hastily pulled Sasuke and Sakura away. Don't look back. Let's return to Konoha first and hand the evidence to the third Hokage. On the way, Naruto flipped through the experimental logs, finding a page recording that, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Danzo provided Orochimaru with 3 Uchiha captives for the Sharingan Curse Seal fusion experiment, further confirming the Root organization's involvement in the massacre. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Sharingan flaring red. Danzo. Orochimaru. I will make you pay dearly. Naruto patted Sasuke's shoulder. Together, we will unveil the truth behind the massacre with our own hands. Those who hurt you we will defeat together. Deep within the Fugu forest, Orochimaru gazed at the destroyed laboratory, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Naruto, your tailed beast Chakra did not disappoint me. Soon you will come to me willingly, for only I can help you unravel the secrets of the Otsutsuki. Behind him, Danzo emerged from the shadows holding a divine tree fragment retrieved from the experimental base. Orochimaru, I want half of the experimental data. As for Naruto, his tailed beast Chakra must be handed over to the Root organization. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with greed. Inside the council chamber of the Konoha Hokage Tower, tension hung thick and sharp as drawn blades. Along the long rectangular table, Konoha's senior leadership sat divided. Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen presided at the center. On his left sat elders advocating a full investigation into the Root organization, while on his right sat Danzo Shimura and his loyalists. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno stood before the table where experimental logs and transaction records recovered from Orochimaru's laboratory lay unfurled. Silently, the system's conspiracy analysis function activated. Anomalous chakra fluctuations detected from Danzo. A ceiling tag concealed within his right sleeve suggests imminent evidence destruction. Our chakra synchronization among his allies reaches 60. Potential coordinated assault imminent. Danzo, how do you explain these logs and transaction records? Hokage Sarutobi lifted one document, its entry starkly marked Root Organization's delivery of captured Uchiha subjects to Orochimaru. Trading the lives of Konoha shinobi for techniques to refine Shinju fragments. Do you grasp how grievously this violates the shinobi code? How dangerously it threatens the entire shinobi world? Danzo sat motionless, hands folded upon the table, his expression unreadable. Hokage-sama, these are fabrications forged by Orochimaru. Bitter and vengeful toward Konoha, he seeks only to sow chaos by framing Root. As for the evidence brought back by Team Naruto, how can we be certain they were not deceived by Orochimaru himself returning forged artifacts? His gaze swept over Naruto, edged with subtle hostility. After all, a Jinchuriki, tainted by a tailed beast, possesses judgment, inherently suspect. You're lying. Sakura burst out. We witnessed the test subjects ourselves in the lab, and intercepted Root's encrypted signals to Orochimaru. These prove the logs are authentic. Sasuke clenched his fists, his Sharingan narrowing as he fixed his gaze upon Danzo's right hand. He sensed danger pulsing beneath the sleeve, of volatile chakra signature coiled like venom. Naruto placed a steadying hand on Sakura's shoulder, then stepped forward and laid upon the table the system-generated evidence chain diagram. A forensic synthesis grounded in terrestrial investigative logic linking missing mean records, black market financial trails, and on-site verification from the laboratory. Danzo-sama, this diagram demonstrates the irrefutable interconnection of all evidence. For instance, the disappearance of Uchiha captives last March aligns precisely with the delivery date logged in Root's records. Meanwhile, black market ledgers confirm that equipment purchased by Root ultimately arrived at the Kurobi Forest Laboratory. These data points corroborate one another. No forgery could sustain such consistency. His reasoning was lucid, each claim anchored in verifiable fact. Elders supporting the investigation nodded in quiet affirmation. Danzo's composure finally fractured. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Naruto abruptly activated the system's chakra scan and shouted, "Watch out. He's about to destroy the evidence." Almost simultaneously, Danzo slammed his right palm onto the table. Sealing tags erupted from his sleeve, hurtling toward the logs and documents. Upon contact, they would detonate, obliterating all proof. Sasuke reacted instantly, vanishing in a blur of body flicker technique to intercept the barrage. His Chidori spear shattered the tags midair. Sakura erected a chakra barrier to shield the remaining evidence, while Naruto gathered tailed beast chakra into a concussive shockwave, hurling fragmented tags back toward Danzo. Danzo, you dare commit violence within the council chamber. Hokage Sarutobi slammed his fist down, his chakra flaring with overwhelming authority. It seems these records are genuine. Effective immediately, your command over Root is suspended pending full council inquiry. Realizing his plot exposed, Danzo let out a cold, mirthless laugh and dissolved into smoke. A substitution technique. Only his voice lingered. Hokage-sama, you will regret this. Everything Root has done has been for Konoha's future. One day you will understand. After the session, Hokage Sarutobi detained Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. His tone grew grave. Danzo will not relent. He will target you, especially you, Naruto. He requires your tailed beast chakra to complete the Shinju fragment experiments. For now, move only in formation. Umbu operatives will shadow you covertly. Naruto nodded. The system's conspiracy analysis flashed a new alert prediction. Danzo will launch an ambush within 24 hours. Objective seizure of experimental evidence in Naruto's tailed beast chakra, a likely location vicinity of Naruto's residence. Attack method roots proprietary. Tail sealing, curse seal. Hokage-sama, we're prepared. Naruto relayed the system's forecast. That night Sasuke concealed himself atop Naruto's roof, Sharingan scanning every shadow. Naruto laid perception traps across the yard, each wired to the system's energy alert, primed to trigger at the approach of any root operative. Deep into the night, clouds swallowed the moon, and a faint footfall echoed through the courtyard. Naruto's pulse quickened. The system pulsed, 3 root operatives detected, each bearing tail-sealing curse seals. Chakra levels measured between 2500-3000 units, equivalent to elite jonin. He feigned deep sleep, lying still in bed, yet every sense strained toward the silence beyond his window. The lead operative hissed the command. All 3 vaulted over the fence, flinging cursed kunai bearing tail-sealing seals toward Naruto's bedroom window. Just before impact, chakra chains erupted from the ground, binding the kunai mid-flight. Naruto's trap had a trap. The operative recoiled, but Sasuke blocked retreat from above. His Sharingan blazed. Chidori's spear crackled with lightning as it pierced toward the leader. You came, now you stay. Sakura burst from the house, medical chakra swirling in her palms. She hurled antitoxin pellets at the other 2. On contact, the seals dimmed their luster, fading, their power nullified. Naruto surged from bed, entering Two Tails transformation, then launched a tailed beast Rasengan straight at the leader. Speak Danzo's plan, or face consequences far harsher. The operative reached for poison, but Naruto seized his throat with tailed beast chakra, freezing him utterly. What did Danzo send you to do? What is his next move? Naruto demanded, voice edged with steel. Under the trio's relentless pressure, the operative broke. Danzo-sama plans a coup during tomorrow's Konoha Defense Council meeting to seize the Hokage title. He said, if he captures you and activates the Shinju fragment using your tailed beast chakra, he can enslave every root operative, forcing compliance with his vision. Naruto relayed the intelligence instantly. Hokage Sarutobi acted without hesitation, reinforcing the Hokage Tower's defenses and summoning all elders committed to Root's investigation, preparing for imminent insurrection. The following day, Naruto arrived at the training ground, striving to deepen his synchronization with tailed beast chakra. Within his mindscape, Kurama reclined inside the iron cage, leafing through a picture book edition of Journey to the West. At the tale of Sun Wukong's 3 battles against the white-boned demon, he rumbled that Danzo is no different, master of disguise. Next time you meet him, don't waste words. Just flatten him with a tailed beast ball. Naruto smiled and sat beside the cage. Thanks, Kurama. The root operative said, Danzo wants my tailed beast chakra to activate the Shinju fragment, to control his... Kurama lifted his head, eyes darkening with gravity. Shinju fragments carry Otsutsuki energy, capable of forcibly warping consciousness, bending wills to the wielder's command. Danzo intends to turn Root into puppets. Should he succeed, Konoha itself will fall under his shadow. He paused, then flicked a claw. The chains binding the cage groaned, loosening another link. Raise synchronization by another 5. Then we'll attempt the full-tailed beast ball. Even if Danzo ignites the fragment, we'll shatter it. Naruto's heart leapt. The system interface flashed. Kurama's trust level increased to 60. Maximum tailed beast chakra synchronization raised to 75. Full-tailed beast ball unlocked. Requires 75 sync. Blast power equivalent to cage level. Full force strike. Precise detonation radius control enabled. Emerging from the mindscape, Naruto began anew. Tailed beast chakra flowing through him, with increasing harmony, merging seamlessly with his own. The system displayed tailed beast chakra synchronization 72, full-tailed beast ball energy stability 68, the estimated readiness within 2 days. Bathed in the amber light of sunset, Naruto gazed at the swirling tailed beast chakra coalescing in his palm, confidence burning steady within him. In 3 days, the Konoha Defense Council meeting would decide Konoha's fate. Meanwhile, deep within Root's hidden base, Danzo studied the latest intelligence report, and a cold, triumphant smile curved his lips. Naruto Uzumaki, your tailed beast shall soon be mine. The Defense Council meeting will mark your end, and the dawn of Root's dominion over Konoha. On the day of the Konoha Defense Council, thick clouds obscured the sun. Before the Hokage Tower, shinobi units stood in rigid formation across the plaza, the air heavy with suffocating tension. Naruto Uzumaki stood within Team 7's ranks, fists clenched ever so slightly. On his system interface, the tailed beast chakra synchronization rate held steady at 74. Only one remained before unlocking the complete tailed beast bomb. Last night's training had seen the 9 tails voluntarily share pure chakra. Yet at the final threshold, synchronization halted due to insufficient consciousness resonance, prompting a system alert. A protective resolve must be triggered in actual combat to break through this synchronization bottleneck. Don't be nervous. We're ready, Sakura whispered softly. Sasuke Uchiha stood on the opposite side, his Sharingan narrowed as he swept his gaze across the plaza, scanning the members of Root disguised among the shinobi ranks. Though they appeared integrated, their chakra hummed with unnatural tension. Each bore a short blade embedded with fragments of the divine tree at their waist. The system's conspiracy analysis function had already flagged 12 potential ambush points. The council convened in the assembly hall atop the Hokage Tower, where envoys from allied nations, Konoha elders, and elite combatants sat in a tight circle. Hiruzen Sarutobi had just begun. Let us discuss Konoha's border defense deployment. Danzo Shimura abruptly rose, slamming his right palm onto the table. Instantly, black seals erupted from the walls surrounding the chamber, coalescing into a cursed barrier that sealed everyone inside. Gentlemen, today is not about defense. It is about dismantling this decaying Hokage system. Konoha requires absolute power, not sentimental notions of bonding. Before the words, fully fated Root operatives on the plaza launched their assault simultaneously. Black light pulsed from the divine tree fragments embedded in their blades. Their eyes turned hollow, puppet-like, devoid of will, as they turned on ordinary shinobi. Inside the hall, Danzo's loyalists drew weapons and charged toward elders loyal to Hiruzen. Yield or perish. Swear allegiance to Root. Sasuke, protect the elders. Sakura, disrupt the barrier seals. I'll stop Danzo. Naruto issued the command instantly. Tailed Beast Chakra surged within him, his chakra levels rising sharply. Sasuke activated his Sharingan without hesitation. His Chidori spear pierced two attackers while chakra threads yanked the elders to safety. Sakura rushed to the barrier, weaving medical chakra into fine filaments that traced the seal patterns, disrupting energy flow. A system prompt flashed. Barrier seal energy weakened by 15. Sustained interference will dismantle it within 5 minutes. Danzo watched Naruto, a cold smirk curling his lips as he withdrew a black scroll from his weapon pouch. Unrolling it revealed a divine tree fragment device, now humming to life. Black energy, snaking across the floor, toward Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, your tailed beast chakra is precisely what we need to activate Root's control core. Surrender willingly, and I shall make you my ultimate weapon. Naruto ignited Two Tails transformation. A chakra barrier repelled the onrushing darkness. His system interface flickered. Tailed beast chakra synchronization, rate 75. Complete. Tailed beast bomb unlocked. Energy stability 85, enabling precise detonation radius control. The Nine Tails voice echoed in his mind. Brat, let this old fox see our power. Danzo, you delude yourself thinking force can govern all. You know nothing of what bonds truly mean. Naruto pressed his palms together. Tailed beast chakra fused with sage chakra, coalescing into a basketball-sized sphere of black energy. Its surface wreathed in faint green natural energy. Tailed beast bomb, fire. With a deafening roar, the bomb hurtled toward Danzo's device. Danzo's face paled. He redirected the barrier's energy into a black shield. Impossible. How could you fully master the tailed beast bombs? The collision unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave. The assembly hall shuddered violently. The device shattered. Black energy dissipated entirely. The hollow glaze vanished from Root operatives' eyes. They regained full awareness. Outside, disoriented Root members faltered under Konoha's counteroffensive, retreating steadily. Seizing the moment, Sasuke lunged before Danzo. Chidori spear aimed directly at his chest. Your conspiracy has failed. Surrender now. Danzo threw back his head and laughed, a jagged hollow sound, then hurled smoke bombs. His body dissolved into swirling black mist, vanishing from the chamber. Naruto, Sasuke, don't savor your victory too soon. Root will not vanish. When next we meet, I shall strip you of every ounce of power. As the smoke cleared, the hall lay in ruins. Hiruzen gazed upon the shattered device and exhaled deeply. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, thank you. You've averted catastrophe. Though Danzo escaped, Root's core has been destroyed. Its resurgence will be delayed for the foreseeable future. Naruto reigned in his tailed beast chakra. His system interface lit up. Main quest thwart Danzo's coup completed. Awarded 2500 experience points. Current total 128501500. System level 7 unlocked. System level 7 unlocked. New features 1. Perfect mastery of tailed beast chakra. Synchronization ceiling raised to 80. Seamless morphing between tailed beast forms with no time limit. 2. Divine tree fragment purification. 3. Shared intelligence network across the shinobi world. Deep within the forests along Konoha's border, Danzo emerged from shadow. Blood still seeping from his chest wound, his gaze as venomous as ever. Naruto, Sasuke, you ruined my plan, but the secret of the divine tree fragments remains. And there are still avenues with Orochimaru. Next time, you will pay. He retrieved a residual fragment from his weapon pouch. Its black energy pulsed. The forest swallowed his silhouette once more. Morning in my still carried the acrid tang of smoke left by the recent coup. The vacant lot behind the Huaying building had been hastily designated the Shun Shu Fragment Processing Zone. A dozen or so fragments seized from the Gen organization base were piled at its center, their surfaces etched with black Zhou-in patterns that exuded a chilling, corrosive energy. These shards were the very instruments Tuansong had relied upon to manipulate operatives and to reshape puppets. If not cleansed promptly, their lingering power would continue to poison the surrounding environment and even disrupt the villagers' chakra flow. Mingren, Zhuozhu, and Xiaoying stood at the edge of the processing area of the system's Shu fragment purification function LV. 7 newly unlocked emitted a pale green light and reported detected fragments containing Jin organization-specific Zhou-yin energy sharing origin with the Shiwan's marks. Purification requires Xianart Chakra as primary, tailed beast chakra as stabilizer, and medical ninjutsu to peel away the Zhou-yin factors. Estimated success rate approximately 85%. Zhuozhu, you locate the Zhou-yin cores in each shard. The nodes flashing red are the energy sources. Xiaoying, form isolation membranes around the fragments to prevent leakage during purification. I will inject Xianart Chakra to prevent any energy surge. Mingren distributed tasks with brisk clarity. His knowledge of terrestrial pollutant remediation of adsorption and chemical decomposition let him map the procedure. Xianart Chakra would act as the purifier, tailed beast chakra, the stabilizer, medical chakra, the isolating layer. Together they could thoroughly expunge the harmful energy within the shards. Zhuozhu nodded, the Xiaolin yin flaring a sanguine light as it locked onto every Zhou-yin node in an instant. The cores of the 3 shards on the left are at the base. The ones on the right have theirs near the center. The innermost fragment radiates the strongest energy. The Zhou-yin pattern has already seeped into its interior and demands priority handling. Xiaoying immediately unfolded her chakra. A pale blue membrane rose like a bubble to envelop the shards. The system indicated that the isolation membrane stability was at 90% and would effectively block Zhou-yin energy leakage. Mingren drew a deep breath and entered perfect Xianart mode. Pale green Xian chakra wove with tailed beast chakra into a golden green current that he slowly fed into the outermost shard. The instant the Xianart chakra touched the Zhou-yin tracery on the shard's surface, the black lines convulsed violently, as if resisting purification. Residual consciousness fragments of Gen operatives embedded within the shards were using Zhou-yin energy to mount a final defense. Stop struggling. Mingren barked, sinking his awareness into the space. Jiawei, help me steady the energy. Jiawei spoke no more. A pure surge of tailed beast chakra flowed from Mingren's arm into the fragment, suppressing the agitated Zhou-yin energy like a mighty anchor. The system panel refreshed in real-time. Fragment Zhou-yin energy stripping progress 10%, 30%, 50%. The black patterns faded at a rate visible to the eye, the shards slowly reverting to the gray-white appearance of ordinary ore. Xiaoying watched the isolation membrane anxiously patching areas torn by energy impact with medical chakra. Mingren, the Zhou-yin energy in that middle shard is pushing back. Be careful. Mingren immediately adjusted the output frequency of his Xianart chakra, combining it with the system's energy resonance analysis so the purifying current would form an inverse resonance with the shard's internal Zhou-yin energy. The black tracery flaked away like scab peeling from the fragment and dispersing into a wisp of black smoke. Zhuozhu suddenly pointed at the innermost shard, his tone grave. There are Yuji-Bo chakra fluctuations inside this fragment. They resemble the residue from the night of the clan's annihilation. Mingren felt a jolt and poured more Xianart chakra into the shard. The system analysis displayed the fragment contains Yuji-Bo genetic fragments, which the Gen organization used for a Xiaolin Yanshard fusion experiment. The Zhou-yin energy carries the agonized consciousness of test subjects. No wonder Tuansong was so obsessed with the Yuji-Bo annihilation. He wanted not only the Xiaolin Yan, but also to strengthen the Shu fragments with Yuji-Bo genes. Mingren ground his teeth and poured more tailed beast chakra into the shard. Zhuozhu, let them find peace. Zhuozhu nodded. His Xiaolin Yin released a gentle chakra that softly cradled the restless consciousness within the shard. The Yuji-Bo spirits slaughtered during cruel experiments were gradually calmed by his guidance, and the black patterns on the fragment vanished entirely. When the last fragment had been purified, Mingren sank to the ground exhausted. The Xianart chakra and tailed beast chakra had been depleted by more than half. The system popped a notification: completed the Shu fragment purification side quest, gained 1,800 experience points. Current experience 14650 out of 15000. The system detected fusion data between Yuji-Bo genetic fragments and the Shu shards and unlocked the Yuji-Bo Tianjua correlation database, which can analyze the bloodline links between the Yuji-Bo clan and the de Tianjua to provide clues toward unveiling the truth of the clan's annihilation. Xiaoying handed over a bottle of chakra restorative. Mingren, you were incredible. These fragments look like ordinary stones now. They will no longer endanger my... Zhuozhu looked at the cleansed shards and showed the faintest sign of relief. At least the Yuji-Bo consciousnesses have found rest. Next it's Tuansong and Deshiwan's turn. At that moment, an Umbu operative rushed over and pressed an intelligence scroll into Mingren's hands. Mingren, squad, the third request you report to the Huiying building at once. There is urgent intelligence. The 3 of them hurried to the Huiying building. In the council chamber, the third sat with an encrypted report before him, his expression solemn. You have arrived just in time. He slid the intelligence across the table. The Umbu via the Shinobi World Intelligence Network discovered that after escaping Tuansong did not go into hiding. Instead, he crossed to the border of the Rain Nation to rendezvous with De Shiwan's new experimental base. Worse, the report shows De Shiwan has been procuring large quantities of Ujibo cellular samples on the black market and combining them with Shinshu fragment technology obtained from the Gen organization is conducting a Uji-Boshin Shu fusion experiment. The aim is to manufacture a perfect weapon that wields both the Xieluan Yin and the Tianjue energy. Ming Ren took the dossier, and the system immediately parsed that the experimental base is located in the Rain Nation's Kuhao Valley surrounded by poisonous mist and Jinjutsu barriers. The core experimental zone houses a Zhou Yinshin Shu fusion core. The Shiwan has succeeded in producing 3 semi-completed test subjects, each possessing a single Tomo Xieluan Yin, their bodies scrawled with Zhou Yin patterns and combat power comparable to a Jonin. Kuhao Valley's terrain is treacherous. The toxic mist will interfere with chakra sensing, and the Shiwan has likely set traps. Ming Ren frowned. We need to prepare toxin-resistant chakra masks and use Zuizhu's Xieluan Yin to crack the Jinjutsu barriers. Xiaoying would handle the antidote for any Zhou-Yin toxins the test subjects might carry. The Umbu would contain the perimeters while they struck straight for the core and destroyed the fusion core. Zuizhu's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time I will personally destroy the monsters made from Ujibo cells. I will not allow our clan's genes to be desecrated further. Xiaoying nodded resolutely. I have improved the Zhou-Yin antidote to counter De Shiwan's new marks. I have also prepared a chakra clarifier that might wake the test subject's consciousness. The third approved with a curt nod. Proceed according to your plan. He added that Kakashi would lead a support team. Be extremely cautious. De Shiwan and Tuansong together are far more formidable than before. Do not confront them head-on unless necessary. I prioritize destroying the experimental core and securing evidence. That night Ming Ren entered the consciousness space. Jiu Wei lay inside the iron cage. Next time we meet him, blow his experimental base to dust with a tailed beast's fear. Ming Ren sat with a smile. Jiu Wei, this time I may need your full power. The Tianjue energy in the core is very strong. My Xianart chakra alone might not suffice. Jiu Wei waved a paw, and the cage chain slackened a little, revealing more room. Synchronization rate is nearly 80% now, right? When the time comes, I'll lend you all my chakra. Even the Tianjue energy will be shattered. But you must finish telling me the ending of the true and false Monkey King. I bet the real monkey wins in the end. Ming Ren felt warmth in his chest. The system notified Jiu Wei trust increased to 65%. The tailed beast chakra synchronization cap raised to 80%. Unlocked complete tailed beast form, allowing free shaping of tailed beast chakra into an embodied beast cloak and boosting combat power to mid-level shadow rank. Moonlight spilled across Ming Ren's face through the window. He clenched his fist, brimming with renewed confidence. The toxic fog of the Crying Valley in the Rain Country is thicker and more viscous than that of the decaying bone forest, with each breath carrying a stinging fishy odor. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, wearing Sakura's specially made chakra poison mask, crouched behind the rocks at the valley entrance. The system's Ninja World Intelligence sharing function was synchronizing the reconnaissance data sent by the Umbu. The core area of the experimental base is located in the natural cave deep within the Crying Valley, where the illusion barrier mimics the fluctuations of Uchiha's Kodoamatsukami, which can only be broken with the Sharingan. The 6 cursed puppets patrolling the perimeter are implanted with fragments of Uchiha cells, their chakra fluctuations consistent with those at the site of the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke, the core of the illusion barrier, is on the left wall at the entrance of the cave. Use your Sharingan to directly strike at the core node, and do not be distracted by the illusions of Kodoamatsukami. Sakura, take the chakra awakening agent with you, and try to wake the experimental subjects when you encounter them, as they have Uchiha clan cells in their bodies. I will suppress the cursed energy of the puppets and experimental subjects using the purified energy from the God Tree fragments. The system says that pure fragment energy can neutralize Orochimaru's cursed factors. Naruto handed a piece of purified fragment to Sasuke, the fragment glimmering with a soft grayish-white light beneath the mask. At a critical moment, use this against the forehead of the experimental subjects. It might awaken their consciousness. Sasuke grasped the fragment tightly, his Sharingan glowing with a scarlet light as he focused through the dense fog on the entrance of the cave. The illusions of Kodoamatsukami are useless against me. I have endured a far more painful reality. However, I will show no mercy to those monsters made from clan members' cells. If I cannot awaken them, I will completely destroy them, so they will suffer no more. The 3 moved closer to the cave, taking advantage of the cover provided by the toxic fog. Sasuke jumped first, landing in front of the wall, his Sharingan fixed on the hidden illusion node on the rock wall. The chakra condensed into a sharp Sharingan shockwave, violently striking the node. The illusion patterns on the wall burst like popped bubbles, instantly dissipating and revealing the dark entrance of the cave. Hurry in. The puppet patrol team will arrive in 3 minutes. Naruto urged rushing into the cave. Inside the cave, the mingled scent of formaldehyde and blood filled the air with glass containers lining the walls. Each container was filled with mutilated bodies, their surfaces covered in cursed markings, some even retaining unformed Sharingan. These were all the failures of Orochimaru's experiments. Sakura covered her mouth, fighting back her nausea as she quickly checked the containers. The cells of these experimental subjects are rapidly deteriorating. The cursed energy and Uchiha cells are repelling each other. Orochimaru forcibly fused the two powers, completely disregarding their suffering. She took out the Chakra awakening agent from her ninja tool pouch and injected it into the nearest container. The fingers of the body inside twitched slightly, a glimmer of clarity flashing in its eyes, but it was quickly overwhelmed by the cursed energy, plunging back into chaos. It's useless. Orochimaru has forcibly locked their consciousness with Otsutsuki energy. The awakening agent can only temporarily suppress it. Naruto frowned as the system suddenly triggered an alarm. 3 semi-finished experimental subjects are approaching from deep within the cave, each with a total chakra amount of 3,500 jonin level. Their bodies covered in 3 Sharingan markings, and the concentration of cursed energy is 3 times that of ordinary experimental subjects. Soon 3 twisted experimental subjects appeared at the end of the cave passage, their skin an abnormal grayish-blue, their eyes white, Sharingan devoid of pupils, their hands transformed into claws, roaring as they charged at the 3. Be careful. Their Sharingan can release a simplified Amaterasu. Although its power is weak, it will ignite the cursed energy, causing it to burn more fiercely. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, confronting the white Sharingan of the experimental subjects, attempting to suppress them with the pressure of his Sharingan. One of the experimental subjects suddenly raised its hand, shooting black flames towards Sakura. Sakura quickly activated her chakra shield, but the flames clung to the shield, as if alive, burning fiercely, and the energy of the shield visibly diminished. Use the purified fragment. Naruto threw a piece of purified fragment, which transformed into a grayish-white light in the air, striking the burning flames. The flames extinguished instantly, the cursed energy neutralized by the fragment energy, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Taking the opportunity, Sasuke rushed forward, pressing the purified fragment against the forehead of one experimental subject, releasing gentle chakra from his Sharingan. Awaken. You are a member of the Uchiha clan, not a monster. The experimental subject trembled violently, a glimmer of clarity flashing in its white Sharingan. It vaguely shouted, "Stop. No more experiments," but suddenly convulsed, the cursed energy erupting and sending Sasuke flying. Orochimaru implanted a self-destruct curse in them. Once their consciousness awakens, it will be triggered. Naruto immediately transformed into his 3 Tails beast mode, a pale golden-tailed beast coat, enveloping his body, 3 tails swaying behind him. Sasuke, Sakura, get back. I will destroy the cursed core inside them and leave them alive. Naruto joined his hands, rapidly merging the tailed beast chakra with sage chakra, forming a smaller version of the tailed beast ball and sending it flying towards the 3 experimental subjects. The tailed beast ball exploded in front of the experimental subjects, enveloping them in pale golden energy, while the cursed core inside them gradually melted away like ice under high heat. The experimental subjects collapsed to the ground, their white Sharingan returning to normal black pupils, their eyes filled with fear and confusion. It worked. Sakura immediately rushed forward, using medical chakra to heal the experimental subjects. Their consciousness has awakened. Although their bodies are very weak, they are not in danger of death. One of the experimental subjects looked at Sasuke, trembling, as it said, You are a member of the Uchiha clan. That night of the massacre, it was Danzo's people who captured us. They said they wanted to use our cells to create a weapon to combat the Otsutsuki. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Sharingan, trembling with anger. Danzo. Orochimaru. You all participated in the massacre. Not so fast. The core experimental area holds even more important evidence. We must first destroy the fusion core to stop Orochimaru's plan. The 3 continued deeper into the cave, arriving at the core laboratory at the deepest part of the cave. In the center of the laboratory stood a massive cylindrical fusion device, with a basketball-sized black crystal floating inside its surface, entwined with Uchiha Sharingan markings and God Tree fragment patterns, which is the cursed Seal God Tree fusion core. Surrounding the device, Orochimaru was standing at the control panel adjusting the data, while Danzo sat in the shadows nearby, fiddling with a piece of unpurified God Tree fragment. You really managed to find this place. Orochimaru turned around, licking his lips as excitement gleamed in his eyes. Naruto, your tailed beast chakra is just what I need to perfect the fusion core. Sasuke, your Sharingan is the final key to activate the core. As long as you are willing to sacrifice yourselves, I can create the perfect Otsutsuki weapon and usher the ninja world into a new era. Danzo stood up, a black light emanating from the fragment in his hand. Don't waste time, Orochimaru. Just act, capture them, and forcibly extract their tailed beast chakra and Sharingan energy. Konoha is in disarray. Oh, no one will come to save them. If you want to touch us, ask my tails if they agree first. Naruto's tailed beast code surged, the 3 tails becoming more solid, the synchronization rate of his tailed beast chakra skyrocketing to 79. Sasuke, you hold off Danzo. Don't let him get close to the fusion core. Sakura, interfere with the control panel, using your medical chakra, and destroy the experimental data. He'll take care of Orochimaru and blow up the fusion core. And just like that, the battle erupted. Sasuke charged towards Danzo, his Chidori sharp spear, crackling with electricity, aimed at the fragment in Danzo's hand, the source of his power. Sakura circled behind the control panel, her medical chakra transforming into threads that infiltrated the chakra lines of the control panel, instantly disrupting the data on the screen. Naruto dashed towards Orochimaru, the tailed beast Rasengan, glowing with golden light, smashing towards the fusion device. Orochimaru sneered, forming hand seals, summoning technique, eight-headed serpent. A massive serpent emerged from the ground, lunging towards Naruto. Naruto leaped into the air, his three-tailed beast coat unfurling, the tailed beast ball coalescing in his palm. Kyubi, lend me some power and destroy this cursed thing completely. The voice of the Nine Tails echoed in his mind. I was waiting for you to say that. Seeing Sasuke ensnared by Orochimaru's serpent, and Sakura being suppressed by Danzo's fragment energy, Naruto's protective instincts exploded. The synchronization rate of his tailed beast chakra surged past 80, the three-tailed beast coat materializing as three enormous tails swept through the cave, illuminating the entire cave with the light of the tailed beast ball. Tailed beast ball, full power launch. Naruto hurled the tailed beast ball towards the fusion device, while using tailed beast chakra to pull Sasuke and Sakura to his side. The tremendous explosion instantly engulfed the fusion device, the eight-headed serpent, and the unprepared Orochimaru. Seeing the situation turn dire, Danzo immediately used a substitution technique to escape, leaving behind a venomous roar. Naruto, Sasuke, you wait for me. As the explosion subsided, the ceiling of the cave began to collapse. Naruto, supporting Sasuke and Sakura, quickly helped the three awakened experimental subjects escape from the cave. When they returned to the valley entrance, the Umbu members had already defeated the patrolling puppets and were waiting for them. Sakura immediately treated the experimental subjects and the injured Umbu members, while Sasuke gazed at the thick smoke rising from deep within the crying valley, his expression resolute. Next time I encounter Danzo and Orochimaru, I will personally avenge my clan. We'll do it together. Moreover, we have obtained the experimental logs. There must be more truths about the massacre inside. One day we will reveal all the truths to the world. The system panel popped up with a notification. Main task: destroy the fusion core completed, gaining 3,000 experience points. Current experience 176-502-0000. System LV 8 unlocked. System LV 8 unlocked. New features: 1. Complete mastery of tailed beast transformation. Synchronization rate limit increased to 90. Tailed beast ball power enhanced to peak shadow level. 2. Uchiha consciousness resonance. 3. Otsutsuki energy tracking. Meanwhile, from the ruins of the crying valley, Orochimaru crawled out from the rubble, injured, but still smiling. How interesting. Naruto's tailed beast chakra is even more powerful than I imagined. Next time I must turn his tailed beast and Sasuke's Sharingan into my own. Behind him a shadow quietly appeared. It was Obito, observing Orochimaru with a calculating glint in his eyes. Orochimaru, do you want to obtain greater power? I know the location of the Otsutsuki ruins. Perhaps we can cooperate. A new conspiracy was quietly brewing in the shadows of the ninja world. Outside the isolation ward of Konoha's medical division, sunlight filtered through chakra-sealed glass, casting delicate speckles of light upon the floor. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood before the observation window, gazing at 3 Uchiha test subjects lying motionless on the hospital beds. The cursed seal markings across their bodies had faded to a pale gray, and under Sakura's custom-made chakra nourishment serum, their vital signs gradually stabilized. Yet their consciousness remained shrouded in chaos. A system notification flashed. Critical memory fragments from the night of the Uchiha massacre persist within the subjects' minds, but are sealed beneath Orochimaru's cursed seal energy. Forced extraction would trigger irreversible mental collapse. Naruto stared intently at the system interface, where the Uchiha consciousness resonance function was displayed. Unlocked at level 14, requires synchronized activation of the Sharingan's spiritual energy and the tailed beast's life-sustaining chakra to safely dismantle the cursed seal barrier. Turning to Sasuke, he said, your Sharingan can guide the Uchiha consciousness. I'll stabilize their minds with tailed beast chakra. Sakura will repair damaged neural pathways with medical ninjutsu. Let's attempt this together. Sasuke nodded. His Sharingan flared crimson as his gaze settled upon the outermost subject, Uchiha Takuma. The system registered his cerebral fluctuations as the most stable, with the massacre scene memory fragment retaining 60% structural integrity. Let's begin. No time to waste. Sasuke's voice carried suppressed urgency. The truth behind the massacre loomed over him like an unbearable weight. Sakura drew a slow, steady breath and condensed her medical chakra into a consciousness stabilization membrane, gently placing it upon Takuma's forehead. I'll monitor his brainwave patterns in real time. Sever the link immediately if anomalies arise. You have only 5 minutes. Beyond that, neural damage is inevitable. Naruto sat beside the bed, pressing his palm against Takuma's brow while locking eyes with Sasuke. Their chakra converged through the subject's body, golden-hued-tailed beast chakra intertwining with scarlet Sharingan chakra, two luminous currents flowing in unison slowly penetrating the depths of the subject's subconscious. Within the consciousness space darkness surged like a tide laced with shrill screams and the acrid stench of burning flesh. Naruto activated the memory fragment filtering ability embedded within his fused soul, swiftly discarding extraneous agony to isolate the core vision, the Uchiha compound on a rain-lashed night. Streets strewn with fallen clansmen, Danzo masked in black directing root operatives as they hauled away corpses. In his right hand, he held a black scroll etched with Otsutsuki motifs, its unfurled surface revealing rows upon rows of freshly harvested Sharingan eyes. And within the shadows behind him stood a figure clad in a dark Haori, his right eye glowing with an eerie crimson light as a rift of black space yawned open, swallowing several still-breathing Uchiha. Obito. Sasuke's consciousness trembled, his Sharingan locked onto the cloaked figure. His space-time ninjutsu. It's identical to the technique used during the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. Danzo and he were accomplices all along. Naruto instantly guided their shared awareness toward Danzo. In the vision, Danzo recited incantations over the scroll, the embedded Sharingan blazing red. Root operatives placed freshly excised Uchiha eyes into specially sealed containers, their surfaces inscribed with the same cursed seal patterns found in the laboratory. Suddenly, the consciousness space warped violently. Takuma's experimental trauma flooded in the cold metal slab, Orochimaru's unsettling grin, the searing agony of cursed seal energy tearing through meridians. His mind began to unravel. Sakura's voice pierced through from reality. Brainwave anomaly. Disengage now. Naruto instantly pulled Sasuke back from the psychic conduit. Both jolted awake, sweat glistening on their foreheads. Takuma's body convulsed faintly. Sakura intensified her medical chakra infusion. Gradually his breathing steadied. We've confirmed Danzo and Obito's collusion. Obito handled the extermination using space-time ninjutsu. Danzo oversaw the harvesting of Sharingan eyes and corpses. Their roles were precise. This massacre was never Itachi's solitary act. Sasuke spoke through clenched teeth, his Sharingan flickering with restrained fury. Naruto nodded as the system interface pulsed with a new alert, key evidence extracted from the night of the Uchiha massacre. 1. Danzo and Obito forged a pact. Obito executed the cleansing of the Uchiha compound. Danzo managed the collection of Sharingan eyes and clan corpses. 2. Residual spatial energy signatures from Obito's technique matched those detected among root operatives, enabling precise tracking of his location. 3. Itachi acted under duress from both men. He attempted to protect infant clansmen, but was thwarted by Obito. There's another critical detail. The system has now fully mapped Obito's spatial energy signature. Any use of Kamui will instantly reveal his whereabouts. That afternoon in the Hokage Tower's council chamber, Naruto laid the extracted memories and experimental logs before the third Hokage, and projected the visions onto the wall. Danzo and Obito conspiring, the black scroll brimming with Sharingan eyes, Uchiha bodies vanishing into spatial rifts. The assembled elders fell silent, faces grave. We never imagined such layers of deception lay beneath that night, sighed the third Hokage. Itachi bore the scorn of a traitor for years, yet he too was a victim. Now it's clear Danzo and Obito sought not only the Uchiha, but also the tailed beasts and fragments of the divine tree. They're laying groundwork for a far greater conspiracy. At that moment, an ANBU operative burst in, delivering urgent intelligence. Hokage root activity has been confirmed at an abandoned warehouse west of Konoha. They appear to be relocating experimental equipment, and have taken several unpurified test subjects. Naruto's pulse quickened. His system's cursed seal energy tracker activated instantly. A crimson alert flashing across his interface detected Chakra's signature of the scarred man, moving toward the Fire Country border with test subjects. Target likely Orochimaru's temporary base. They intend to deliver the subjects to Orochimaru to continue cursed seal fusion experiments. Naruto rose without hesitation. Hokage-sama, we must pursue them immediately. We cannot let them escape with the subjects, or allow Orochimaru to acquire more Uchiha cellular material. Sasuke clenched his fists, his Sharingan igniting anew. Sakura swiftly packed her medical kit, loading vials of cursed seal neutralizer and chakra awakening serum. I'll stand ready for emergency treatment to ensure the subject's safety. The third Hokage nodded firmly and issued his command. Kakashi will lead ANBU reinforcements, retrieve the subjects at all costs, and take prisoners if possible. We need further evidence of Danzo's collusion with Orochimaru. When Team 7 and ANBU arrived at the derelict warehouse, root operatives were loading cargo onto wagons. The scarred man stood supervising, and upon spotting Naruto's group he smirked. Uzumaki, Naruto, I didn't expect you so soon. But think you can stop us? You're still far from worthy. With a sharp gesture he ordered his subordinates to attack. Several hurled cursed seal-infused kunai straight at Naruto. Sasuke, you restrain the scarred man, don't let him take the subjects. Sakura, stabilize their consciousness with medical ninjutsu to prevent cursed seal domination. I'll handle the rest. At Naruto's command, he activated Tailed Beast Chakra mode, golden energy swirling around him as a spiraling sphere coalesced in his palm. Tailed Beast Rasengan. He leapt skyward, slamming the Rasengan into the advancing shinobi, their curse seal energy dissolving instantly beneath the overwhelming force of Tailed Beast Chakra. Sasuke lunged toward the scarred man, his Chidori spear crackling with electricity this time. You won't slip away. The scarred man parried with his short blade, the curse seal energy clashing violently against the Chidori's lightning. Don't mistake ANBU support for victory. We have reinforcements. He whistled sharply. More root operatives surged from the warehouse's rear, each wielding black-cursed weaponry. Sakura instantly shielded the subjects behind her, erecting a chakra barrier while infusing medical chakra into their bodies to suppress rising cursed seal activity. Naruto-kun. Sasuke. Beware. Their weapons carry enhanced cursed seals that corrode chakra. Naruto responded instantly, activating the Tailed Beast Chakra sharing array. A radiant golden dome expanded outward, enveloping Sasuke and Sakura alike. Don't worry. I can neutralize cursed seal energy with my chakra. Within the array, Sasuke's Chidori surged in power, piercing the scarred man's shoulder. Sakura's medical chakra flowed with unprecedented clarity, successfully anchoring the subject's consciousness. Realizing defeat was imminent, the scarred man attempted to trigger his self-destruct seal, only to find his throat bound by golden chakra chains. Think you can detonate? First, tell us Danzo and Orochimaru's plan. Gritting his teeth, the scarred man struggled, but under the suffocating pressure of Tailed Beast Chakra, he could neither move nor resist. Finally, he spat out the truth. Danzo-sama plans to deploy modified curse seal flora during the Chunin exams to siphon your Tailed Beast Chakra. Orochimaru's sound ninja will assist. When it happens, you'll all die. With intelligence secured, Kakashi and ANBU subdued the remaining root operatives and escorted the recovered subjects back to Konoha's medical division. Naruto watched the scarred man being led away, knowing full well the Chunin exams were no longer mere evaluations, but the opening salvo in a direct confrontation with Root and Orochimaru. The system interface glowed with a new notification: main quest, extraction of massacre, truth, recovery of test subjects completed. Reward 5000 experience points. Current total 516505500. System level 15 unlocked. System level 15 unlocked. New feature: optimized Tailed Beast Chakra sharing array. Now covers 10 allies and enhances combat effectiveness by 20%. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood at the entrance of the medical division, watching as the recovered test subjects slowly regained lucidity, complex emotions stirring silently within their hearts. A pale morning hung over the Mu Yi training grounds, the air redolent with the subtle green perfume of grass. Ming, Rinzhuju, and Xiaoying gathered beside a specially prepared simulated test field, where plants altered by the Gen organization's experiment logs had been cultivated. Their leaves shimmered, and unsettling blackish-purple stems etched with countless join patterns, the very prototypes of the chakra-absorbing traps to be deployed in the Chunin trials. System analysis indicated that the join energy in these plants concentrated at a root-embedded curse seal core. By day, the leaves siphoned ambient chakra, and by night the flowers released toxic pollen that muddled a shinobi's perception. Mingren crouched, summoning a thread of Tailed Beast Chakra to his fingertip, and touched a leaf. The moment chakra met the blade, the leaf snapped shut, the runic patterns along the stem flared crimson. The plant proved peculiarly sensitive to Tailed Beast Chakra. Within a 3-meter radius, it would trigger a chakra siphon and forcibly drain surrounding energy. Zhuozhu Xiaolin Yin swept over the specimen, revealing the cursed seal core pulsing deep among the roots. He observed clearly 3 energy conduits linked the core to the leaves and pollen sacs. Sever 2 of them, and the plant would lose both its absorption and its toxin release functions. However, its root system was extensive. Ordinary jutsu would find it difficult to strike the core with precision. Xiaoying drew a vial of the cursed seal neutralizer she had prepared and dripped it into the soil, intending to see if the reagent could permeate the earth and directly damage the core. On contact, the neutralizer blanched the leaves, and the red glow of the runes dulled, but within 10 seconds the plant recovered. A system notification reported that the neutralizer had been decomposed by the plant's secreted cursed seal mucilage, accelerating its failure by 30%. It seemed there was no choice but to destroy the core at close quarters. Mingren rose, consulting the system's plant growth analysis. Zhuozhu locked the core with your Xiaolin Yin and pierced the soil with a Chidori piercing spear to open a passage. Xiaoying formed a protective membrane with medical chakra to envelop the leaves and pollen sacs and prevent toxin dispersal. I will slip beneath the soil and use Tailed Beast Chakra to purify the cursed seal core. Once the core is ruined, the whole plant will be neutralized. The 3 of them moved at once to practice the plan. Zhuozhu's Xiaolin Yin locked on with surgical precision as the Chidori spear hissed with electricity and carved a narrow tunnel through soil beside the roots. Xiaoying wove medical chakra into a transparent membrane that sealed the plant, trapping pollen and toxin inside. Mingren slipped through the channel, filaments of Tailed Beast Chakra supple, as living tendrils coiled the cursed seal core, while a pale golden energy seeped into it. The red pulse dimmed the plant, lost vigor, and collapsed in the field. Success! Xiaoying laughed, peeling away the membrane and brushing sweat from her brow. Between maneuvers, Mingren felt a faint ripple within his tail-beast chakra, as if the Jiu Wei called to him from the depths of consciousness. After greetings with Zhu and Xiaoying, he slipped to a quiet corner of the training ground and let his awareness descend in. Inside the iron cage, the Jiu Wei lay prostrate on the floor. When Mingren appeared, it lifted a heavy eyelid and regarded him. "You brat, the method you used on that plant had a certain cleverness to it. But the cursed seal flora in the Death Forest would be far more vicious," it said. "The Shiwan would not have bothered with such a simple—" "I know. That's why I wanted to ask if you have any special way of dealing with Zhouyin energy," Mingren said earnestly. "Your chakra can purify toxins, or perhaps together we can find the plant's fatal weakness." The Jiu Wei was silent a moment, then paced to the edge of the cage, a thoughtful glint in its crimson eyes. It explained that the essence of Zhouyin energy was De Shiwan's own chakra fused with fragments of the God Tree's power, aggressive and domineering, but with one vulnerability and aversion to pure life energy. The Jiu Wei said its tail-beast chakra contained abundant life force. Mingren's Senjutsu chakra produced the same quality. When combined, their purification effect would be doubled. The system panel announced that the Jiu Wei's trust had risen to 88%, unlocking the combo technique, Tailed Beast Senjutsu Purification, and that Tail Beast Chakra Synchronization had stabilized at 93%. Mingren brightened and practiced, drawing basic Senjutsu chakra. Pale green natural energy braided with the pale golden Tail Beast chakra in his palm, forming a warm golden green stream that radiated gentle life-bearing heat. "Incredible! Now even masked cursed seal plants can be cleared swiftly," Mingren said with a smile. "Thank you, Jiu Lama. You really are a true companion." Jiu Lama turned its face away, prideful but softened. "Don't be sappy. I simply don't want you to embarrass yourself in the trials. No one tells me the sequel." It added thoughtfully that the brat called what AI Luo harbored the Shikaku like the Jiu Wei harbored it. He might attract Shiwan's attention during the trials and should be watched. The Jiu Wei murmured that only those who bear a tailed beast container truly understand its pain. Mingren nodded and withdrew from the inner space. Zhuizhu and Xiaoying stood not far away, worry etched on their faces. "Mingren, you suddenly went into meditation. Did something happen to your chakra?" Xiaoying hurried forward to examine him. Mingren shook his head and showed them the golden green stream in his palm. "It's nothing. Jiu Lama and I developed a new combo that is especially effective against Zhouyin energy. They'll teach you how to coordinate it." That afternoon, Kakashi arrived bearing a fresh intelligence scroll. The MBU reconnaissance reports that a replacement squad dispatched by De Shiwan from Yin village has entered Muyi. 3 operatives codenamed the Yinin Trio. They excel in puppetry and venom techniques, each bearing De Shiwan's cursed seal on their bodies. He continued that the Sand Village's AI Luo team had also arrived. AI Luo's condition was unstable, seemingly influenced by something, and prone to losing control. Mingren accepted the dossier, and the system immediately analyzed the Yinin Trio members Tuasisaku and Jin. Their cursed seals were of the Earth Zhouyin type. When activated, their combat ability rose to a special Jounin level, but activation consumed chakra at an excessive rate and lasted only 5 minutes. It seemed Shiwan intended to have them pin us down in the Death Forest, creating openings for the Gen organization's cursed steel plant traps. As for what AI Luo the Jiu Wei had warned, he might be targeted by Shiwan. We must find a way to warn him and prevent him from being manipulated. Zhuizhu frowned. What AI Luo is aloof and harbors hostility toward Muyi. He may not trust. Xiaoying suggested that they alert the Sand Village through their liaison to indirectly warn them about what AI Luo's condition, while keeping a close eye on his movements during the trials and intervening at the first sign of De Shiwan's agents. Mingren nodded, finding Xiaoying's suggestion sensible. The system panel announced completion of the side quest, Cursed Seal Plant Response Training and Intelligence Analysis, awarding 480 experience points, and reporting current experience at 56400 out of 600 system level. 16 unlocked. On a clear morning in the leafy woods, sunlight streamed through the leaves as Naruto sat cross-legged on the grass. His consciousness sank into the space. Inside the iron cage, the Ninetails languidly licked its claws, casting a glance at Naruto as it entered here again to siphon chakra. "You little brat." Naruto smiled and took out a picture book of Journey to the West, flipping to the end of the story. 3 adjustments of the banana fan. Yesterday, we talked about how Sun Wukong helped the villagers of Flame Mountain extinguish the flames, allowing them to finally cultivate the land. Kurama, do you think that using your chakra to help the villagers of Konoha repair their farmland might change their perception of The Ninetails paused for a moment, a flicker of complexity flashing in its crimson eyes. "Humans only fear the power of tailed beasts, but what you are doing is futile. But let's give it a try." Naruto did not give up, extending his hand to touch the iron cage. "Last time in the God Burial Abyss, you helped me suppress the Otsutsuki energy, and everyone saw that tailed beasts can protect humans too. Moreover, the convenience store owner's farmland has been tainted by the cursed seal of the root organization, making it impossible to grow crops. Your pure chakra might just be able to purify the soil." The Ninetales remained silent for a moment, then waved its paw. A gentle tail beast chakra flowed from the iron cage, merging into Naruto's palm. Don't waste my chakra. If this doesn't work, don't expect me to help you again. Boss Sato was squatting on the ridge, sighing as he looked at the withered crops. Half a month ago, members of the Root Organization had spread a drug with a cursed seal in the farmland to coerce him into revealing information about Naruto. The once thriving rice paddies had withered overnight, and the soil had become as hard as stone. Seeing Naruto rush over the boss forced a smile. Naruto, what brings you here? Are you craving a new flavor of instant noodles? Boss, I'm here to try to restore the farmland. Naruto crouched down slowly, infusing the tail beast chakra from his palm into the soil. The light, golden chakra seeped into the land like flowing water, gradually softening the once hard soil, and tender green shoots began to emerge from the roots of the withered rice seedlings. The system panel displayed soil curse seal energy removal rate 306,095, farmland ecology restored to normal levels. Boss Sato widened his eyes watching the crops come back to life, speechless with excitement. This is amazing. Naruto, you can actually use the fox spirit's power to do this. Naruto shook his head with a smile. This isn't the fox spirit's power, it's Kurama's chakra. It wants to help everyone too. The boss suddenly teared up, gripping Naruto's shoulder. Thank you, Naruto. From now on, no matter how much the root people threaten me, I will never speak ill of you. Absolutely not. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke arrived following the chakra fluctuations. Sakura looked at the revitalized farmland, her eyes bright. With surprise, Naruto-kun, your tailed beast chakra can actually purify the soil. That's even more impressive than medical ninjutsu. Sasuke, however, was staring at a dirt pit at the edge of the farmland, his Sharingan flickering slightly. There are remnants of the Root Organization's cursed seal here. There's also a cursed seal factor from Orochimaru. Naruto felt a chill in his heart, and immediately used the system's chakra fluctuation analysis to scan the pit. Indeed, deep within the soil lay two types of energy. One was the unique dark chakra of the Root Organization, while the other originated from Orochimaru's cursed seal energy. Their intertwining formed a pollution feedback loop. If it weren't for the purifying power of the tail beast chakra, ordinary methods would be utterly ineffective against it. They not only want to threaten the boss, but are also testing the fusion effects of the cursed seal and dark chakra. Naruto said solemnly, we need to find their experimental location. We can't let more people be affected. Based on the system's cursed seal energy tracking, the three followed the clues and discovered a hidden underground laboratory behind an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Konoha. The laboratory door was slightly ajar, and faint sounds of machinery could be heard inside. Sasuke used his Sharingan to scan the surroundings, confirming there were no traps before the three stealthily entered. The laboratory was small, and on the central experimental table were several glass containers, each soaking with withered plants, their walls covered in cursed seal patterns. In the corner of the wall, a cabinet was filled with scrolls labeled Root Organization experimental logs. Naruto picked up a scroll of the log, and the system immediately began to parse it. Experimental project Dark Curse Seal Plant Symbiosis. Objective to modify plants with Curse Seal energy, turning them into chakra absorption traps to restrain enemies. Collaborator Orochimaru. And next step, plan to deploy modified plants at the Chunin exam venue to seize Vortex Naruto's tailed beast chakra. Chunin exam. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed red. They want to make a move during the exam, allowing them to cover their tracks while using the chaos to seize tailed beast chakra. Sakura tightened her grip on her medical ninja tools, her expression determined. We need to inform Kakashi Sensei in advance, so he can strengthen security at the exam venue. Naruto nodded, preparing to put away the log, when suddenly the lights in the laboratory turned on, and 5 ninjas dressed in Root Organization uniforms appeared at the door, led by a man with a scarred face. The very same scarred man who had been defeated in the Land of Rain. Vortex Naruto, I didn't expect you would find this place. The scarred man sneered, his short sword emanating dark cursed seal energy. Since you're here, leave behind the tailed beast chakra and return the experimental log, and perhaps we might spare your lives. Sasuke immediately stood in front of Naruto Chidori, gathering in his palm. You guys are not worthy. Sakura then deployed a chakra shield protecting Naruto behind her. Naruto-kun, take the log and leave first, we will. But Naruto did not retreat. Instead, he activated his tailed beast chakra mode, the light golden chakra swirling around him. No need to run, we will take them down together. Sasuke, you lock onto their cursed seal core with your Sharingan. Sakura, interfere with their chakra flow using your medical chakra. They'll purify the cursed seal energy on them, making them realize that using cursed seals to harm others comes with a price. The battle erupted in an instant. Sasuke charged forward first, his Chidori sharp spear accurately piercing a ninja's cursed seal core. That ninja instantly lost his combat ability and collapsed to the ground. Sakura used medical chakra threads to entangle the arms of 2 other ninjas, preventing them from forming hand seals. Naruto condensed tail beast chakra to form a purifying Rasengan and smashed it towards the scarred man. As the Rasengan made contact with the cursed seal on the scarred man, the black energy was instantly devoured by the light golden chakra. The scarred man let out a scream as the cursed seal was completely eradicated, drastically reducing his combat strength. Impossible. How could my cursed seal be purified? The scarred man was filled with terror trying to escape, but Naruto ensnared his ankle with a tail beast chakra chain. Naruto approached him coldly asking during the Chunin exam, how exactly do you plan to seize tailed beast chakra? What other schemes do Orochimaru and Danzo have? The scarred man clenched his teeth wanting to poison himself to death, but Sakura used medical chakra to lock his throat, rendering him unable to move. At that moment, Kakashi's voice came from outside the laboratory. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, are you alright? Kakashi arrived with UMBU members. Seeing the subdued root organization members and the experimental log, his expression grew grave. It seems that Danzo and Orochimaru's collusion is deeper than we imagined. These people will be handed over to UMBU for interrogation, and he'll immediately deliver the log to the third Hokage. After returning home, Naruto entered the consciousness space, finding the Nine Tails lying in the iron cage, looking at the chapter True and False Monkey King from the journey to the west he had brought. Kurama, thank you for your chakra today, not only for restoring the farmland, but also for helping us defeat the root members, Naruto said with a smile. The Nine Tails glanced at him still with a proud tone. Don't think that this means I acknowledge humans, but seeing those crops come back to life isn't too boring. It paused for a moment, waved its paw, and the chains on the iron cage loosened a bit more. Next time remember to call me earlier, don't waste time. Naruto looked at the Nine Tails filled with strength in his heart. He knew that the bond with the Nine Tails was deepening bit by bit, while the schemes of the root organization and Orochimaru made him more aware of his mission, not only to break the fate of being marginalized, but also to protect those around him, ensuring that the relationship between tailed beasts and humans would no longer be one of fear and being feared. The system panel popped up, a prompt completed the side quest, purify the farmland, and expose the experiment, gained 4,000 experience points, current experience 321-503-5000. Detected clues related to the Chunin exam conspiracy, unlocking the exam venue early warning function. Based on the practice of purifying tailed beast chakra, the clue for system essence has been updated. The compatibility of system functions with tailed beast chakra derives from the breakthrough in the fusion of souls regarding the essence of energy. The morning mist of the training ground swirled like a light veil, not yet fully dissipated under the rising sun. The figures of Team 7 darted swiftly through the haze, outlining vibrant silhouettes. Kakashi leaned against the shade of a tree, holding the tale of the utterly affectionate paradise in his hands, yet his gaze traversed beyond the pages, closely tracking each movement of his disciples. After bringing back crucial intelligence from the underground laboratory yesterday, Naruto proactively proposed a trial scene rehearsal. At this moment, he was utilizing the tactical simulation thinking fused within his soul, combining it with the logic of military exercises on Earth, meticulously honing the team's collaborative combat ability. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to scan the simulated trap area marked on the east side, paying special attention to any energy anomalies. Naruto stood in the center of the field, his voice clear and resolute. The modified plants from the Roots organization will emit unique cursed seal fluctuations. Sakura, you are responsible for the simulated casualty area on the west side. Not only must you prepare for medical assistance, but also monitor the entire process with your chakra sensing. If any traps are triggered, provide immediate support. I will act as bait, actively triggering traps to test our emergency response. Sasuke nodded slightly, the crimson Sharingan swirling as he instantly locked onto three sources of anomalous energy, 30 meters to the left, 15 meters to the right, and 25 meters deep. Each has a trap, and the energy characteristics completely match those of the cursed seal plants from the laboratory. Sakura quickly took her position, neatly arranging medical ninja tools according to emergency priority. With green chakra swirling in her palms, the sensing range is fully covered and can accurately locate injuries within 0.5 seconds. The training officially began. Naruto shot towards the eastern woods like an arrow released from a bow, precisely stepping on the first trigger point. The ground suddenly cracked open and thorny vines shot out like venomous snakes, aiming directly for Naruto's vital points. Sasuke, left flank. Naruto shouted, a faint golden-tailed beast chakra shield enveloping him. Sasuke appeared in an instant, the Chidori piercing through the air, accurately striking the core of the cursed seal at the root of the vine. The plant withered instantly, turning to ashes. At that moment, the right side trap was triggered simultaneously. Dozens of poison spikes shot towards the west casualty area like a torrential rain. Watch out. Naruto's three shadow clones simultaneously formed hand seals the light of the Rasengan, intertwining into a net intercepting most of the poison spikes. The remaining few were all blocked by the chakra shield that Sakura had unfolded. Seizing the opportunity, she threw out a specially made neutralizing agent, an antidote developed based on the previous day's laboratory samples. The plants froze in response, and the poison spikes rapidly lost their potency. The last one is 25 meters deep. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed slightly. There is a chakra interference field around, and sensing will be limited. Naruto's golden chakra surged, forming an anti-interference barrier as he steadily approached the final trap. The moment he stepped into the trigger range, the ground collapsed with a thunderous roar, revealing a deep pit filled with cursed seal patterns. A powerful suction of chakra emanated from the bottom. It was the chakra absorption device recorded in the experimental logs. Naruto-kun, Sakura was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Sasuke. The interference field will weaken medical ninjutsu. I will break the deadlock. You attack the core from a distance. Sasuke soared into the air, the Chidori piercing directly at the cursed seal at the edge of the pit. The interference field immediately fluctuated its intensity, significantly decreasing. Sakura seized the fleeting moment to accurately inject the neutralizing agent into the core. The instant the suction disappeared, Naruto leaped out of the pit. Beautiful. Kakashi closed the book and walked over, his gaze beneath the mask filled with satisfaction. 1 minute and 20 seconds to resolve 3 traps, the tactical execution, without flaws. This is the standard Team 7 should have. Thanks to Sasuke's Sharingan locking onto the core and Sakura's neutralizing agent being so effective. Sasuke turned his head slightly and snorted, just doing my part. Sakura smiled, clenching her fist, because we are the best Team 7. After the training ended, Kakashi handed over a secret scroll. The first battle of the Chunin exams is set in the Forest of Death, a densely vegetated area ideal for setting up curse seal traps. According to the Umbu intelligence, the Roots organization has sent 3 sound ninja substitutes targeting the tailed beast chakra within you. Naruto unfolded the scroll, and the system immediately generated an analysis report. The core area of the Forest of Death has ancient trees over 1,000 years old surrounded by 5 streams. The traps are expected to be centered around the ancient trees, utilizing the streams to facilitate chakra conduction, characteristics of the sound ninja, carrying Orochimaru's cursed seal energy with invisible black patterns on their bodies. We are ready. Naruto's gaze was sharp. Sasuke can see through disguises, Sakura can disable traps, and I can purify contaminated areas. As long as the 3 of us work together, we will surely crush the conspiracy. Kakashi handed Sasuke a sealing talisman. This is an improved version of the cursed seal sealing talisman, which can suppress Orochimaru's cursed seal energy, if necessary. Remember, this is not just a trial, it's a direct confrontation with the Roots organization and Orochimaru. In the afternoon, Naruto re-entered the consciousness space. The Ninetales was holding a copy of Journey to the West, reading the chapter 3, borrowing the banana fan. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, he raised an eyebrow, going to stir up trouble again. Naruto sat cross-legged, smiling as he recounted the plan for the Forest of Death. The Ninetales scoffed, if you can't handle such trivial matters, don't bother telling stories. But quietly transferred a more refined chakra, take it, don't waste it. System prompt appeared, Ninetales, trust level 80, A synchronization, rate 90, A unlocking tailed beast chakra, sharing formation. Naruto's eyes lit up. Next time, I'll tell you the story of the Great War against the Red Boy. I promise it will be even more exciting. As the sun set, Naruto gazed at the crimson leaves of Konoha. Rational tactics and the power of bonds intertwined within him, transforming into an unwavering belief. He knew that as long as Team 7 was together, there was no predicament that could not be overcome, no formidable enemy that could not be defeated. Meanwhile, in the shadows deep within Konoha, Danzo stroked the training report of Team 7, his cold smile growing deeper. The rate of growth is impressive, but the feast in the Forest of Death is just beginning. Behind him, the figure of a man with snake-like eyes emerged. Rest assured, that forest will become the eternal graveyard for the Ninetales Jinchuriki. By the stream on the eastern side of the training ground, the sound of flowing water is gentle. Team 7 is conducting specialized training focused on the stream environment of the Forest of Death. Based on the system's analysis of the trial site, the 5 streams in the Forest of Death are not only natural barriers, but may also be utilized by the Root organization as energy conduction channels for curse seals. The water flow can accelerate the diffusion of toxins from curse seal plants. Naruto has designed a stream tactic by combining knowledge from fluid dynamics on Earth. Sasuke, keep watch on the rocks upstream with your Sharingan and monitor the energy fluctuations in the water flow. Curse seal toxins will cause faint black patterns to appear in the water. Sakura set up a chakra purification array at the shallow area midstream, combining purified fragments of the divine tree with healing chakra can neutralize the toxins in the water. I will simulate an enemy encounter downstream by deliberately pouring a sample of the curse seal plant toxin, the residue brought back from the lab, into the water to test our response efficiency. Naruto squats by the stream holding a small vial of black liquid, while the system panel displays in real-time water flow speed 1.2 milliseconds, estimated time for toxin diffusion 30 seconds. Sasuke leaps up onto the rock upstream, his Sharingan fixed on the water surface. Don't worry, as long as the toxin enters the water flow, I can detect it within 0.1 seconds. Sakura draws a simple array with shuriken on the shallow area, embedding the purification fragments at the array's focal point. After infusing it with healing chakra, the array glows with a faint blue light. The chakra purification array is ready. It can neutralize toxins within a 5-meter radius in 10 seconds. Naruto pours the toxin sample into the water downstream, and the black liquid instantly spreads upward with the flow. Toxin detected. Sasuke immediately raises the alarm, his Sharingan locking onto the trajectory of the toxin's diffusion, synchronizing with Naruto and Sakura via Team Chakra link, currently spreading 10 meters downstream, expected to reach the purification array in 20 seconds. Sakura quickly adjusts the energy output of the array, intensifying the faint blue glow. Naruto leaps into the stream-gathering tailed beast chakra to form a spiral ball water flow addition. By aligning the rotational direction of the spiral with the water flow, he avoids agitating the flow and accelerating the diffusion, while accurately enveloping and directing undiffused toxins towards the purification array. 20 seconds later, the toxin reaches the purification array. As expected, the faint blue light suddenly bursts forth, and the black liquid quickly loses its color, like diluted ink, restoring the water's clarity. The system panel pops up a message: stream tactic test, successful toxin neutralization, rate 100, team collaboration synchronization rate, increased to 85. Great. Sakura smiles as she wipes the sweat from her forehead. Now, even if the root organization uses the streams to spread toxins, we can respond quickly. Sasuke also jumps down from the rock, his tone filled with approval. This tactic, which integrates the environment, is far more effective than mere brute force. Naruto looks at his teammates, a warm current surging in his heart. Integrating the earth tactical mindset within his soul has finally transformed into tangible collaborative power through his interactions with his comrades. In a moment of respite during training, Naruto suddenly feels a slight disturbance in the tailed beast chakra. When he used the water flow spiral ball, he had forcibly adjusted the rotational frequency of the tailed beast chakra to align with the water flow, causing a brief disconnection with the chakra of the nine tails. He furrows his brow and decides to enter the consciousness space to take a look. In the consciousness space, the nine tails is lying in a cage, staring at the ripples on the ground caused by the chakra disturbance, its tone tinged with impatience. Kid, you nearly disrupted my chakra by forcibly altering its frequency just now. Do you think tailed beast chakra is like water, which can be adjusted freely? Naruto sits in front of the cage, feeling a bit embarrassed. Sorry, Kurama, I just wanted to refine the tactic quickly to respond to the trial. The nine tails falls silent for a moment, then suddenly gets up, walking to the edge of the cage, a complex glint flashing in its scarlet eyes. Do you know why tailed beast chakra is difficult to adjust at will? Because the chakra of each tailed beast carries its own obsession. It pauses for the first time, voluntarily mentioning its past. When I was first sealed by the first Hokage, I thought about forcibly breaking the seal, but my chakra went out of control and destroyed half of Konoha. Since then, I've never dared to let my chakra reverse at will. Your forced adjustment has triggered my fear of losing control. Naruto's heart jolts as he finally understands the guilt hidden beneath the seemingly proud attitude of the nine tails regarding the harm caused by losing control. He reaches out, placing his hand on the cage. Kurama, I won't let your chakra go out of control. In the future, before adjusting the chakra, I will communicate with you first, just like partners. The nine tails looks at him, its gaze softening considerably, waving a paw as a gentle chakra flows into Naruto's palm. Remember what you said. Next time you adjust the frequency, let me know in advance with your consciousness, and I will help you stabilize the chakra flow. The system panel suddenly pops up a message: nine tails trust level increased to 85. Tailed beast chakra synchronization rate surpasses 92. Unlocking tailed beast chakra resonance function can share partial perception with the nine tails, anticipating the risk of chakra disturbance. System essence clue updated: the adaptability of tailed beast chakra is fundamentally the resonance of empathy ability that integrates with the soul and the obsession of the tailed beast. When Naruto exits the consciousness space, he finds Sasuke and Sakura looking at him with concern. Naruto-kun, you suddenly spaced out just now. Did something happen with your chakra? Naruto shakes his head with a smile, showing his more stable tailed beast chakra in his palm. It's fine, I just communicated with Kurama. Chakra usage will be much smoother from now on. By the way, let's practice the stream tactic one more time, this time trying to respond to toxin diffusion while on the move. Just then a faint sound of footsteps comes from upstream of the stream. Sasuke's Sharingan locks onto it instantly. Someone dressed in ordinary Konoha ninja attire is sneaking around, observing their training, carrying a faint chakra fluctuation from the root organization. It's a spy from the root. Sasuke hisses, immediately activating body flicker technique to chase after him. The person turns and runs, throwing a smoke bomb to hinder the pursuit. Sakura used healing chakra to disperse the smoke. Naruto shouts, simultaneously gathering tailed beast chakra to form a chakra net to block the spy's escape route. Sakura immediately unleashes healing chakra, and the smoke is quickly dispersed. Sasuke seizes the opportunity, pinning the spy's back with Chidori. Don't run, tell me, what are you doing here? What other schemes does the root organization have in the forest of death? The spy's face turns pale, yet he grits his teeth and refuses to speak. Naruto steps in front of him, activating tailed beast chakra resonance, sharing the nine tails' perception of fear of losing control. The spy feels the guilt and protection embedded in the tailed beast chakra, and his gaze softens. I just came to observe your training progress and report to Danzadono. In the forest of death, besides cursed seal plants, there are also chakra-absorbing landmines. As long as tailed beast chakra approaches, they will explode and absorb all surrounding chakra. After obtaining the information, Kakashi arrives just in time to hand the spy over to the Umbu for interrogation. Watching the spy being taken away, Naruto clenches his fists, chakra-absorbing landmines. It seems the root organization is really going all out to seize tailed beast chakra. But that's okay, we still have time to refine our tactics accordingly. As the sun sets, the three sit by the stream to rest. Sakura takes out the prepared bento and shares it with Naruto and Sasuke. These rice balls are made with the energy cuisine recipe infused with herbs that stabilize chakra. After eating them, you'll have more energy for training. Naruto takes a bite of the rice ball, the warm texture, and the stabilizing sensation of chakra flooding in simultaneously. He looks at his companions beside him, recalling the Nine-Tails gaze in the consciousness space, and suddenly understands while the cognitive advantage brought by soul integration is indeed important, what truly supports him forward is the bonds with his companions, the resonance with the Nine-Tails. These are the real power to break free from the fate of being excluded. The system panel pops up a message: completed the side quest stream tactic training, and capturing the spy gained 4,500 experience points. Current experience 366-504-0000. Unlock response plan for chakra-absorbing landmines. Use tailed beast chakra resonance to sense landmine locations in advance, and use purification fragments to destroy the core of the landmines. As night falls, Naruto stands by the window gazing at the stars in the night sky, his heart filled with anticipation. The Chunin exams are drawing closer and the schemes of the Root organization are becoming clearer, but he no longer fears being excluded or schemed against as he once did, because he now has comrades who can fight alongside him, a tailed beast he can trust, and the rationality and courage that come from soul integration. He knows that as long as he holds onto this bond, no matter how many traps there are in the forest of death, he can lead his companions out with a smile, showing everyone that Naruto Uzumaki is not just a tailed beast vessel, but also a ninja who can protect others. On a misty morning at the training ground, the ground was marked with dozens of pits of varying depths. This was the simulation training site for Team 7, focusing on the chakra absorption landmine. Naruto squatted next to a pit marked as a landmine point, holding a purification fragment in his hand, while the system's chakra wave analysis function was scanning in real time. The simulated landmine, made from an ordinary metal box and a cursed energy block, contains a tailed beast chakra sensing device, with a triggering radius of 3 meters, requiring the purification fragment to destroy the sensing device while using tailed beast chakra to form an energy barrier to prevent chakra absorption. During the explosion, Sasuke, use your Sharingan to locate the simulated landmine group from 100 meters away, 20 in total randomly distributed across the training ground, and mark the danger levels with chakra signals. Sakura, take the medical ninja toolkit and set up a chakra supply point in the safe zone. If we lose chakra due to the landmines, we can immediately replenish it through the tailed beast chakra sharing array. I will handle the deactivation using the purification fragment to destroy the landmine core, while you cover me to avoid triggering chain traps. Naruto synchronized the system-generated deactivation route map with his teammates, marking the optimal deactivation order in green and highlighting the high-risk landmine points in red, where the sensing devices are more sensitive, with an 80 triggering probability. Sasuke nodded, leaping onto a tall tree beside the training ground. His Sharingan scanned the area and instantly locked onto all the simulated landmine locations: 5 to the north low risk, 8 to the south medium risk, and 7 to the west high risk, with a chain trigger line next to the third landmine on the west side, which will trigger 3 surrounding landmines if knocked over. Sakura was setting up the chakra supply point next to a rock in the center of the training ground, using purification fragments and medical chakra enveloped in a light blue energy shield. The system prompted the supply point can restore 5 chakra to teammates every minute for 10 minutes. Begin. Naruto commanded, charging toward the low-risk landmine area to the north. He maintained a distance of 30 centimeters from the ground, the purification fragment in his hand, emitting a faint golden glow. As he approached, the first landmine ripples appeared on the surface of the fragment, indicating the detection of the tailed beast chakra signal. Naruto quickly pressed the fragment onto the landmine, simultaneously gathering a small amount of tailed beast chakra to form an energy barrier enveloping the landmine. Purification begins. The energy from the fragment seeped into the core of the landmine. Through its shell, the sensing device emitted a buzzing sound before completely failing, and the red light on top of the landmine changed to green. First landmine to the north deactivated. Sasuke marked the next one. Naruto shouted, sprinting towards the second landmine to the north. Sasuke used the Team Chakra link to synchronize the precise coordinates of the next landmine, 3 meters north, 15 meters east to Naruto, along with details that the landmine's tilt angle is 15 degrees, requiring the fragment to be placed from the right side. His Sharingan had detected subtle wear on the landmine's shell, indicating that the sensing device was leaning to the right. Just as Naruto was deactivating the 5th landmine to the north, a sudden bang echoed from the west. Sasuke accidentally knocked over the chain trigger line of the 3rd landmine on the west side, instantly illuminating the red lights of 3 high-risk landmines, signaling imminent explosion. Sakura, activate the supply point shield. Naruto, retreat quickly. Sasuke immediately activated his body flicker technique, thrusting his Chidori sharp spear toward the core of one of the landmines, attempting to forcibly damage it. Sakura expanded the energy shield of the supply point to cover the area where Naruto was. However, Naruto did not retreat, but instead accelerated toward the high-risk landmine area. Sasuke, don't force it. Use your Sharingan to lock onto the cores of the other two landmines, and I'll synchronize the purification. He injected Tailed Beast Chakra into the purification fragment, which split into 3 parts flying toward the 3 landmines. This was the multi-purification technique developed by integrating the soul with the earth energy split principle, requiring precise control over the energy distribution of the fragments. Sasuke immediately locked onto the landmine cores with his Sharingan, using chakra signals to navigate the fragments. Sakura continuously supplied chakra from the supply point to Naruto, supporting his energy consumption. The 3 fragments adhered to the 3 landmines, simultaneously enveloped by the energy barrier formed by Tailed Beast Chakra. 10 seconds later, the red lights of the landmines all changed to green, successfully preventing the chain explosion. Naruto let out a long breath, collapsing onto the ground, his chakra depleted by nearly 40. Sakura rushed over, injecting chakra into Naruto's body through the Tailed Beast Chakra, sharing a ray. Naruto-kun, are you alright? That was too dangerous. Sasuke also approached, handing him a bottle of water, his tone laced with concern. Next time, don't take such risks. Team collaboration isn't just about you fighting alone. Naruto took the water, smiling as he said, don't worry, I have confidence. Besides, I have you all helping me, right? Without your Sharingan positioning and Sakura's chakra supply, I wouldn't have succeeded either. The system panel displayed a prompt. The chakra absorption landmine simulation training was successful, and the team's collaboration synchronization rate increased to 90. Unlocking the team deactivation tactics, Sharingan, positioning, purification fragment, core destruction, chakra supply linkage. After the training concluded, Kakashi arrived with a scroll, unusually not holding Makeout Paradise. This is the final grouping list for the Chunin exam. You have been placed in Group B of the Forest of Death alongside Gaara's team from Sunagakure, a substitute team from Oto. 3 members, chakra fluctuations consistent with previous scouts likely arranged by the Root organization, as well as Shikamaru's team and Niji's team from Konoha. He paused, looking at Naruto. The 3rd Hokage asked me to inform you if you encounter danger during the exam, prioritize protecting your teammates, and don't feel pressure to expose any plots. The Konoha Umbu will be coordinating in the shadows, waiting for the Root organization and Orochimaru's people to reveal themselves, and then they will be dealt with in one fell swoop. Naruto took the grouping list, and the system immediately analyzed the teams in their group. Gaara's team, Gaara, Tailed Beast Container, unstable chakra, may become Orochimaru's target. Oto's substitute team, 3 members, at special Jonin level, with curse seal tattoos on their bodies, skilled in the puppet poison combination. Shikamaru's team, Shikamaru, tactical ninja, skilled in trap, setting, Choji taijutsu, type large chakra volume, Ino spiritual type, skilled in mind transfer technique. Niji's team, Niji Byakugan, skilled in acupuncture, Tintin ninja, tool type, rock, Lee taijutsu, type no ninja techniques. It looks like Group B will be quite lively. Naruto smiled, saying Gaara's Tailed Beast Chakra might attract Orochimaru's attention, and the Oto substitute team belongs to Root. Shikamaru and Niji are both elites of Konoha. We need to communicate with Shikamaru and Niji in advance to avoid being instigated by Root. Sasuke nodded. Niji is very obsessed with destiny. I sparred with him at the training ground before, and he seems to harbor hostility towards both you and me, so communication might not be easy. Sakura added. Shikamaru is very smart. As long as we make it clear that the Root organization's conspiracy threatens the entire exam, he should be willing to cooperate. That afternoon, Naruto found Shikamaru and Niji. Shikamaru was resting in the shade of a tree, and upon hearing that the Root organization would set traps in the Forest of Death and could harm other teams, he immediately sat up. Interesting. Although it's troublesome if I let them mess around, my exam will also be interrupted. I can cooperate, but you need to follow my tactical arrangements. I excel at countering traps. Niji frowned, using his Byakugan to scan Naruto. You are the Demon Fox container. Why should I trust you? What if this is your scheme, trying to use us against other teams? Naruto did not get angry, but activated the Tailed Beast Chakra resonance, allowing Niji to feel the protection and bond contained within the Tailed Beast Chakra. Niji, you say destiny is predetermined, but I believe destiny can be changed by oneself. The conspiracy of the Root organization will cause many people to lose their lives, including Konoha's comrades. Are you really going to stand by and watch all this happen just to say this is destiny? Niji was taken aback, his Byakugan capturing no hint of malice in Naruto's chakra. He finally nodded. Okay, they'll trust you this once. But if you dare to pull any tricks, they'll personally take you down. That evening, Naruto entered the consciousness space where the Nine Tails lay in a cage, watching the chapter battle with the red boy from Journey to the West that Naruto brought. QB, the grouping for the Chunin exam, has come out with the Tailed Beast container, Gaara, and also people from the Root organization and Orochimaru. It's going to be a chaotic scene. Naruto sat in front of the cage, saying, I might need your help, like using Tailed Beast Chakra to sense nearby traps, or providing chakra support in critical moments. The Nine Tails lifted its head, a glimmer of seriousness flashing in its crimson eyes. Don't worry, as long as you don't forcefully adjust your chakra, like last time, I will help you. Moreover, that kid named Gaara, the Shikaku inside him, is as lonely as I am. Perhaps you could try talking to him. Only we understand the pain of being a Tailed Beast container. The system panel displayed a prompt. The Nine Tails trust level increased to 90. Tailed Beast Chakra synchronization rate exceeded 95. Unlocking the Tailed Beast perception sharing feature allows sharing the Ninetales chakra perception range with Naruto covering a radius of 500 meters. Naruto felt warmth in his heart realizing that the Ninetales not only recognized him, but was also beginning to consider him proactively. He stood up smiling at the Ninetales. Thank you, Kyubi. After the exam, I will definitely bring Gaara to meet you on a consciousness level, so you can also become friends. As he left the consciousness space, night had fallen. Naruto stood by the window gazing at the lights of Konoha, his heart filled with determination. The curtain for the Chunin exam was about to rise with traps in the forest of death, conspiracies from the root organization Orochimaru's, coveting, and clashes from various forces, all waiting for Team 7. But he no longer feared, for he had comrades to fight alongside him, trusted tailed beasts, and the reason and courage brought by the fusion of their souls. He knew that this trial was not only a test of strength, but also a testament to their bonds. So long as he safeguarded this bond, he could break all destinies and show everyone that Uzumaki Naruto was worthy of recognition. The system panel displayed a prompt: completed the trial grouping and ally communication side quest, gaining 5,000 experience points, current experience 416-504-5000. Unlocking the core objectives of the Chunin Exam 1. Protect teammates and avoid ambushes from Root and Orochimaru 2. Assist the Umbu in collecting evidence of collusion between Root and Orochimaru 3. Attempt to establish trust with Gaara, laying the groundwork for the future ninja alliance. Under the moonlight, Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling. He was ready for the Chunin exam. On a night in the Hidden Leaf Village, the stars twinkled sparsely while the training grounds of Team 7 remained. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sat around a campfire, a map filled with markings of the trial grounds spread out before them. This was their final tactical review before the Death Forest phase of the Chunin exams commence tomorrow. According to the latest intelligence, the Root Organization's sound replacement team will likely set up cursed plant arrays near the ancient trees in the Death Forest and bury at least 10 chakra-absorbing landmines within a 50-meter radius of the trees. Naruto pointed at the marked ancient tree on the map with a twig while the system's tactical simulation function developed based on Earth Team review logic transformed all training data into a visual plan. Our roles remain unchanged, but we need to add an emergency plan if we encounter an ambush by the Sound Team. Sasuke will use his Sharingan to restrain the puppets. Sakura will use neutralizing agents to destroy the core of the plan array, and I will activate the Tailed Beast Chakra sharing array simultaneously, using Kurama's sensory abilities to lock in the landmine locations and ensure no one falls into a trap. Sasuke nodded, tracing the creek markings on the map with his fingertip. There are 2 creeks converging near the ancient tree. The water flow is 30 faster than in the training grounds, and the spread of the cursed poison will be quicker. I will set up chakra markers upstream of the creek. Once I detect any poison, I will immediately notify you through the chakra link to avoid being attacked from both sides. He paused, looking at Naruto, his tone softer than usual. Your Tailed Beast chakra purification range is limited. If you encounter a large-scale poison, don't push yourself. Prioritize protecting Sakura, and I will restrain the enemy. Sakura took out 3 small chakra resonators from her ninja tool pouch and handed them to the 2. These are modified from purification fragments and medical ninja tools. As long as you wear them, you can share your chakra status in real time. If anyone's chakra falls below 30, the resonators will automatically sound an alarm. Additionally, I have prepared emergency antidotes that can alleviate the paralysis effects of the cursed poison within 3 seconds. Even if ambushed, we can buy time for a counterattack. Naruto took the resonator, looking at his friends. A warmth surged in his heart. From being the bottom-ranking team at the beginning to now being able to cooperate seamlessly and protect each other. The tactical thinking brought by their fused souls was indeed important, but what truly bonded them was the quietly growing ties between them. He smiled and raised the energy rice balls made with the recipe taught by Boss Sato, infused with herbs that stabilize chakra. Come try the rice balls I made. Eat this, and you'll definitely perform at your best tomorrow. Sasuke hesitated for a moment, but took the rice ball, taking a bite. The subtle herbal aroma mixed with the sweetness of the rice was unexpectedly delicious. Sakura also smiled as she picked up a rice ball, her eyes crescent-shaped. Naruto's cooking skills are getting better and better, even better than convenience store instant noodles. Laughter around the campfire dispelled the tension of the night before the trials. The 3 figures huddled closely in the firelight, like seedlings growing together, their roots already intertwined. After the review, Naruto went to a corner of the training ground alone, preparing for one last conversation with Kakashi. He sat cross-legged, his consciousness sinking into the space. The Ninetales in the iron cage was no longer filled with hostility, as before, but lay quietly on the ground. Upon seeing Naruto enter, it lifted its eyelids slightly. Kid, you are going to the Death Forest tomorrow. Are you nervous? With Sasuke and Sakura here plus your help, I'm not nervous. Naruto sat in front of the iron cage, took out a picture book of Journey to the West, and flipped to the ending of Sun Wukong's 3 strikes on the white bone spirit. Today, I talked about how Sun Wukong was misunderstood by Tang Tsung and drove him away, but later when Tang Tsung encountered danger, Sun Wukong returned to save him. Kurama, do you think that true partners will protect each other even if misunderstood? The Ninetales fell silent for a moment, then walked to the edge of the iron cage, a flicker of complexity passing through its crimson eyes. I once had a partner in the first Hokage. He wanted the tailed beasts and humans to coexist peacefully, and I was willing to believe him, but later, due to the villagers' fear, he chose to seal me away. It paused, its voice dropping. But you're different from him. You will use my chakra to restore the fields to protect the villagers. You are willing to take risks to help your partners. Perhaps you can truly do what the first Hokage could not. Suddenly, the system panel emitted a dazzling light. Ninetales' trust level exceeded 95. Tailed beast chakra synchronization rate reached 98. Unlocking tailed beast chakra burst function temporarily summoned 50 of Kurama's chakra for 1 minute, forming a pseudo-tailed beast transformation state. Combat power raised to the level of a shadow, without the risk of going berserk. System essence clue updated. The empathy ability brought by the fusion of souls is the key to breaking the barrier between tailed beasts and humans. The essence of the system function is the embodiment of empathy and knowledge. Naruto's heart trembled as he looked at Kurama, his eyes slightly warm. Kurama, thank you. The Ninetales turned its face away, its tone still proud, but tinged with a hint of gentleness. Don't get sentimental. I just don't want you to die, otherwise no one will tell me the sequel. If you encounter danger tomorrow, just call me directly, and don't push yourself. My chakra is not meant for you to show off. As he exited the consciousness space, the sky was already lightening. Standing in the training ground, Naruto watched the dawn breaking in the east, his heart filled with strength. He knew that the Death Forest tomorrow would be fraught with danger, but he was no longer the lonely fox container. He had friends, a tailed beast, and the reason and courage brought by the fusion of souls. After returning home, Naruto packed his ninja tool pouch, carefully placing the purification fragments, emergency antidotes, and energy rice balls, and finally, he took out the forehead protector that Iruka Sensei had given him and gently tied it around his forehead. The hidden leaf symbol on the forehead protector shimmered in the morning light, as if cheering him on. Just then a knock came from outside the window. Sasuke and Sakura stood at the door with determined smiles. Naruto, it's time for us to set off. Naruto smiled and nodded, picked up his ninja tool pouch, and walked out of the house alongside his partners. The three made their way to the meeting point for the Chunin exams, with the sunlight casting long shadows behind them. On the way, they encountered Shikamaru and Niji's team. Shikamaru yawned, but his eyes were focused. Are you ready? I've already planned the optimal route to enter the Death Forest, trying to avoid the root organization's trap areas. Niji nodded. As well, my Byakugan will cover a 100-meter radius. Once I detect an enemy, I will notify everyone immediately. As the various teams arrived at the meeting point, the third Hokage stood on the platform, looking down at the young ninjas. With a solemn tone, the Chunin exams are a test of your strength and will, as well as a test of your way of the ninja. Remember, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must uphold your beliefs and protect the people around you. Now I declare the first stage of the Chunin exams. The survival battle in the Death Forest officially begins. With the third Hokage's words, the various teams rushed into the entrance of the Death Forest. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura exchanged glances, simultaneously smiling as they leaped into the forest. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows behind them. A contest concerning strength, bonds, and conspiracies was about to unfold. The system panel displayed a notification: core mission breaking the beginning of destiny of new bud of the hidden leaf is 90 complete. Remaining 10 needs to be accomplished during the Death Forest survival battle, fulfilling the objectives of protecting partners, collecting evidence of conspiracy. Current experience 466-505-0000. System level 15 is about to unlocking reward complete awakening of the fusion of souls. At the entrance of the Death Forest, the morning mist enveloped the dense trees like a veil. The branches and leaves of towering ancient trees intertwined, slicing the sunlight into fragmented spots that fell upon the ground covered with fallen leaves. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stepped into the forest, the system panel popped up with a notification: entered the Death Forest area, activating trial site warning function. Current detection shows 3 high-risk energy points, all located in the direction of the Millennium Ancient Tree, 5 kilometers away. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to confirm the route ahead, and be wary of any traces of cursed seal plants on the trunks. Naruto lowered his voice, integrating the Earth's survival knowledge from his soul environmental observation skills to pay special attention to the ground beneath him. There may be chakra-absorbing landmines hidden under the layer of fallen leaves. Sakura, activate chakra perception with a radius of 50 meters, focusing on monitoring for energy fluctuations from puppet strings or poison needles. Sasuke nodded, his crimson Sharingan swiftly scanning the surroundings, his gaze stopping at the roots of an ancient tree on the right. There are remnants of cursed seals there. The soil is darker than the surroundings, likely left by the root organization when they set traps. He leaped onto the trunk, his fingertips tracing the subtle cursed seal patterns on the bark. Just like in the training simulation, it's a type of chakra absorption plant trap. However, the cursed seal energy here is stronger, with a trigger range expanded to 5 meters. Sakura immediately expanded her chakra perception, frowning slightly. There's a weak energy signal from puppet techniques to the southeast, along with the chakra fluctuations of Sunagakure ninjas. It should be Gaara's team. They seem to be confronting someone, and the energy fluctuations are quite chaotic. Naruto's heart sank. The system's tactical simulation function activated instantly, combining the previous group intelligence Gaara's team and the Sound Ninja substitute team, both belonging to Group B. To quickly conclude, it's the Sound Ninja trio. They definitely want to eliminate Gaara, first weakening Group B's combat power while testing the effects of the cursed seal plants. Should we help? Sakura looked at Naruto with concern. Gaara's tailed beast chakra was extremely unstable, and intervening rashly could lead to danger. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Sharingan glowing red. We must go. The Sound Ninjas are from Root. Their target is Naruto. After dealing with Gaara, we will be next. Moreover, I want to see just how strong that tailed beast container really is. Naruto nodded, combining the tactical thinking battlefield situation assessment and Naruto's instinct empathy for fellow containers to formulate a plan. Sasuke distract them from the side, using Chidori to disrupt their puppet operations. Sakura set up a chakra purification array at a safe distance to prevent the spread of cursed seal toxins. They'll draw the attention of the Sound Ninjas and find a way to warn Gaara to avoid being ambushed by the cursed seal plants. Remember, maintain distance and don't engage Hiden. Our goal is to gather evidence of Root's conspiracy, not to engage them in a deadly struggle. The three quickly approached the source of the energy fluctuations. After passing through a thicket, the scene before them confirmed their judgment. The Sound Ninja trio Tosasaku and Jin was surrounding Gaara's team. Jin was controlling two puppets, and the puppets' arms were covered in poison needles shooting towards Gaara. Tosu and Saku were restraining Kankuro and Temari on either side, with Saku's wind release technique vacuum wave creating deep gashes in the ground. Gaara stood in the center, surrounded by a layer of sand, which blocked the poison needles as they approached. However, his expression was grave. Beneath his feet, several cursed seal plants were quietly growing, their black-purple vines creeping up through the gaps in the sand layer, trying to wrap around his ankles. These plants can absorb tailed beast chakra. Gaara exclaimed, the sand layer fluctuating violently, shattering the vines, but the shattered vines quickly regenerated, evidently controlled by the Sound Ninjas using cursed seal energy. Just as the system analysis indicated, the Sound Ninjas are using cursed seal plants to deplete Gaara's chakra. Naruto understood immediately, gathering tailed beast chakra to form a faint golden chakra line that shot toward the cursed seal plants beneath Gaara's feet. The purifying power of the tailed beast chakra took effect instantly, causing the vines' color to fade rapidly, halting their growth. Jin noticed the anomaly and turned to look at Naruto and the others, immediately redirecting the puppet's poison needles towards them. Sasuke instantly activated body flicker technique, piercing the chakra line of the puppet with Chidori, causing the puppet to freeze momentarily and divert the poison needles. Sakura took the opportunity to draw a chakra purification array on the ground, the pale blue light spreading out to cover all the surrounding cursed seal plants, causing the vines to wither rapidly. Team 7. Gaara saw Naruto, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, but quickly returned to indifference. Stay out of this, it's a matter between Tsunagakure and Sound. Naruto shook his head with a smile, activating tailed beast chakra resonance, allowing Gaara to sense the familiar tailed beast aura in his chakra. Our goal is the Sound Ninjas. They are using cursed seal plants to absorb tailed beast chakra. Do you think they will only target you? Gaara's body slightly paused, the fluctuations of the sand layer obviously slowing down. He could sense the protective intent in Naruto's chakra, completely different from the destructive instinct of Shikaku within him. This contradictory aura left him somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Tosu suddenly launched an attack, the sound wave technique. Sound wave penetration surged towards Naruto, the air vibrating with a buzzing sound. Be careful. Sakura immediately deployed a chakra shield in front of Naruto, but the impact of the sound wave pushed her back 2 steps, causing a trickle of blood to seep from her mouth. Seeing this, Sasuke's expression darkened, and he thrust Chidori towards Tosu with a crackling sound. Dare to hurt Sakura. You're asking for death. Tosu didn't expect Sasuke to be so fast, and hurriedly raised his arm to block. Chidori instantly pierced through his wrist guard, leaving a burn on his arm. Seeing his companion injured, Jin manipulated the puppets to shoot more poison needles at Sasuke, while shouting to Sokka, don't engage them, lead them towards the ancient tree as planned, and let the cursed seal plant array deal with them. Sokka nodded, activating wind release again, but instead of attacking, he lifted a large amount of fallen leaves to form a fallen leaf barrier, obscuring everyone's line of sight. When the leaves settled, the Sound Ninja trio had vanished, leaving only a distinct trace of cursed seal energy on the ground, extending towards the Millennium Ancient Tree in the southeast. They want to lead us into the core trap area. Sasuke frowned, his Sharingan fixed on the energy trail. The cursed seal energy along the trail is increasing. There must be more chakra-absorbing landmines and cursed seal plants ahead. Sakura took out medical ninja tools, quickly tending to her wounds, while looking at Naruto with worry. Should we continue the pursuit? It's too dangerous ahead. Naruto looked at Gaara and found him staring at the withered cursed seal plants on the ground, his expression complex. Gaara, Naruto began sincerely, the Sound Ninja's target, tailed beast chakra. We are both their prey. Instead of fighting each other, it would be better to temporarily join forces. Your control over sand can detect landmines. My tailed beast chakra can purify plants. Sasuke's Sharingan can lock onto enemies, and Sakura's medical ninjutsu can treat injuries. Only together can we ensure we uncover their conspiracy. Gaara fell silent for a moment, the sand layer slowly retracting to reveal his pale face. Why should I trust you? The ninjas of Konoha are no different from those who want to exploit tailed beasts. Naruto didn't get angry, instead he extended his hand, a small ball of tailed beast chakra gathering in his palm. This is pure tailed beast chakra, non-aggressive, you can feel it. I am not like you, I have companions I want to protect, and a tailed beast that trusts me. I won't let anyone use tailed beast chakra for evil. Gaara stared at the chakra in Naruto's palm, then glanced at Sasuke and Sakura's determined expressions, finally nodding. Alright, I'll join forces with you. But if you dare to pull any tricks, my sand will be the first to devour you. Kankuro and Temari exchanged glances, though surprised by Gaara's decision, they chose to comply. At that moment, the system panel suddenly displayed a red alert. Strong chakra fluctuations detected in the direction of the Millennium Ancient Tree, suspected chakra-absorbing landmines triggered, and also detecting the dark chakra of root members, approximately 5 individuals moving towards you. Not good. The sound ninjas have set traps by the ancient tree and summoned root members to surround us. Naruto's expression changed quickly, making arrangements. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to lock onto the positions of root members. We will avoid direct conflict and circle around to the west of the ancient tree, where there is a stream. The cursed seal plant toxins spread slower in water, making it easier for us to respond. Gaara used the sand layer to detect the ground and find hidden landmines. Sakura, prepare more chakra purifiers to deal with emergencies. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Sasuke led the way, his Sharingan scanning the surroundings like radar, continuously reporting the locations of root members. 2 people 300 meters to the left, 3 people 200 meters to the right. They are encircling us quickly. Gaara's sand layer spread along the ground, forming spikes whenever it encountered a landmine to push it to the surface, while Naruto purified it with tailed beast chakra. Sakura followed closely behind, ready to provide medical support at any moment. After passing through a bamboo grove, a stream appeared ahead with the Millennium Ancient Tree on the opposite bank. Its trunk was thick enough that a dozen people would struggle to embrace it, and its branches were entwined with numerous cursed seal plants, the black-purple leaves shimmering with an eerie glow in the sunlight. The ground beneath the tree was littered with dense, chakra-absorbing landmines, forming a death line. It seems this is their core trap area. Naruto squatted by the stream, watching the reflection of the ancient tree in the water. The system's tactical simulation function rapidly analyzed the solution. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to lock onto the core of the cursed seal plants surrounding the ancient tree. Destroy several key nodes with Chidori to weaken the plant's vitality. Gaara used the sand layer to create a safe passage on the ground, avoiding landmines. Sakura set up purification arrays on both sides of the passage to prevent sudden attacks from the plants. They'll draw the attention of the sound ninjas on the tree and find their device controlling the plants. Just as everyone prepared to act, the figures of root members appeared at the edge of the bamboo grove, led by the scarred man, who had been defeated earlier, now healed by Orochimaru's cursed seal. He looked at Naruto and the others and sneered. Vortex, Naruto, I didn't expect you to team up with the tailed beast container from Sunagakure, but that won't help. You will all die here today and become part of Orochimaru's experiments. He waved his hand, and the root members immediately launched an attack, several kunai, with cursed seals shooting toward Naruto's gaze sharpened, tailed beast chakra exploding instantly to form a shield blocking the kunai, while shouting to his teammates, act according to the plan, don't let them hold you back. Sasuke was the first to rush out, locking onto the core of the cursed seal plants on the east side of the ancient tree with his Sharingan. Chidori pierced through like lightning, causing the plant's leaves to lose their luster instantly. Gaara's sand layer quickly spread out, forming a wide passage on the ground, wrapping around the landmines, preventing them from triggering. Sakura rapidly set up purification arrays on both sides of the passage, the pale blue light protecting the path, while Naruto leaped up towards the top of the ancient tree, aiming directly at the position where the sound ninja gene controlled the puppets. A battle to break the traps surrounding the Millennium Ancient Tree had begun. The system panel displayed a prompt: core mission, breaking the beginning of destiny of Konoha's new sprouts, is 92 complete. Objectives to be completed in the ancient tree trap area: destroy the cursed seal plant control device, collect evidence of collusion between the sound ninjas and root. Current experience 481-505-0000. System level 15. Unlock progress 96. Under the ancient tree, the battle had reached a stalemate. Ninja Gene controlled 2 puppets from the treetop with densely packed poison needles shooting towards the ground, while also linking the cursed seal plants below the tree through chakra strings to ensure the vines continued to regenerate. Tosu and Sak formed a joint assault with 5 members of the root organization, with Tosu's sound wave ninjutsu disrupting their formation and Sak's wind release air damaging the ground path. Sasuke prioritized severing Gene's puppet chakra strings and lock onto the core of the control device. With your Sharingan, Gaara divide the sand layer into 2, with the outer layer blocking attacks and the inner layer clearing the landmines. Sakura focus on purifying the cursed seal vines near the path to prevent them from entangling and obstructing our advance. I will move around for a surprise attack on the treetop and directly destroy the control device. Naruto quickly adjusted the strategy with the system, synchronously marking the location of the device at the treetop's hollow obscured by the puppet's body. We need to break through the puppet's defense. Sasuke leaped onto the tree trunk, his Sharingan piercing through the puppet's body to lock onto the chakra string, nodes left puppet's left arm, third string right puppet's right leg, fifth string. These are the core control lines. Chidori sharp spear precisely pierced the nodes, causing the two puppets to momentarily freeze, and the frequency of the poison needle fire decreased by 50. Seeing this, Jin immediately attempted to reconnect the chakra strings, but was anticipated by Sasuke, whose second Chidori directly severed the puppet's power source, causing the puppets to collapse on the treetop. On the ground, Gaara's sand layer quickly advanced, enveloping and sealing all remaining landmines, while the sand shield hardened to absorb Tosis. Sound wave attack. The path is cleared and can directly reach under the tree. Sakura followed closely, deploying the chakra purification array on both sides of the path. The regenerating vines immediately withered upon contact with the purification energy, thoroughly opening the attack route. The scarred man from the Root organization, seeing the defense line, breached wave to signal his members to launch an ambush. Stop them. We can't let Naruto get close to the device. Two members hurled shurikens with cursed seals, aiming directly at Naruto's rear path. Naruto sidestepped to avoid them, condensing tailed beast chakra into a short blade, instantly shattering the shurikens, while activating the tailed beast chakra sharing array, temporarily boosting Sasuke and Gaara's combat power by 15. Sasuke, hold Jin back. Gaara restrained the scarred man. Oh, leave the rest to me. Taking advantage of Jin's moment of recontrolling the backup puppet, Sasuke leaped to the treetop, pressing his Chidori against Jin's throat. Hand over the core components of the control device, or else he'll dispose of you. In his struggle, Jin accidentally knocked over a scroll beside the hollow, which contained the collaboration orders from Ninja and Root. Noting during the trials, use cursed seal plants to exhaust the tailed beast chakra. I after submit the experimental data to Orochimaru. On the ground, Gaara's sand layer entangled the scarred man, preventing him from forming seals. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly resolved the remaining three members of Root, using tailed beast chakra purification, also collecting the mission tokens they carried, which bore the contact code between Root and Orochimaru's laboratory. At this moment, Sakura completed the purification of the last area and stepped forward to take the scroll and control core from Sasuke. This confirms direct evidence of the collusion between Root and Orochimaru. The control core contains the Curse Seal Energy Drive module, which can serve as evidence for future prosecution. A system panel popped up with a notification: Konoha's new sprouts. Core mission completion rate 95. Remaining objectives: safely withdraw and hand over evidence to the Umbu. Current experience 495-005-0000. System LV. 15. Unlock progress 99. Withdraw. Reinforcements from Ninja and Root may arrive soon, Naruto ordered, and the group quickly regrouped, retreating along the path they came. During the retreat, the scarred man suddenly broke free from the sand layer's restraints and threw an explosive tag. You think it's that easy to take the evidence away? Gaara immediately formed a protective wall, with sand completely negating the explosion's power, and seeing this, the scarred man was forced to escape using a substitution technique. Half an hour later, the three parted ways, with Gaara's team at the edge of the forest, and Naruto handed over part of the evidence copy to Gaara. If the Sand Village discovers anything unusual with the Ninja, they can contact the Konoha Umbu using this. Gaara accepted the copy without saying much and led his team away. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura took the core evidence and headed towards the Umbu rendezvous point. On the way, a system notification appeared, detected that the Root organization's pursuers have been restrained by the Umbu, safely arrived at the rendezvous point. When the three handed over the scroll, control core, and mission tokens to the Umbu members, the system panel finally displayed Konoha's new sprouts. Core mission: breaking the beginning of destiny. Completion rate 100. Experience points maxed out. System LV. 15. Unlocked. Unlock rewards: complete awakening of the fused soul, capable of freely accessing earth knowledge, and Naruto's instincts. Chakra control precision increased by 30. After confirming the evidence was correct, the Umbu member said to the three, the third Hokage has received the news, and the subsequent stages of the trials will strengthen the arrangements. You should return to rest and await the next phase of instructions. Naruto nodded, and the three turned to leave the rendezvous point, heading towards Konoha. Having completed the first phase of the Chunin exam mission, while the clues of the conspiracy involving Root and Orochimaru were now firmly in their grasp. In the Hokage Tower's conference hall, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura placed the evidence brought back from the Forest of Death, the collaboration instruction scroll, the core of the Curse Seal device, and the mission token on the table. The third Hokage, Kakashi, and the leader of the Umbu sat together while the system's evidence analysis function LV. 15. Unlocked operated in sync. The encrypted information from the scroll was decrypted. The Roots made an agreement with Orochimaru, where during the preliminary round the Sound Ninja Trio would deliberately expose the Curse Seal to lure Sasuke into contact, thereby strengthening the control of the Curse Seal. Sasuke, the seal you originally had within you needs reinforcement to prevent the enemy from breaking through using the Curse. Naruto brought up the optimization plan generated by the system, using the double lock seal of the Uzumaki clan. It'll provide the tailed beast chakra to stabilize the formation, while Kakashi Sensei will assist in locating the core of the cursed seal with his Sharingan. Sasuke nodded. If the sound ninja strike during the preliminary round, I can feign losing control to expose more. Sakura added, based on the cursed seal energy of the device core, I've developed a cursed seal suppressant. After injection, it can temporarily shield the cursed seal's activity for 1 hour and can be distributed to participating teams as a backup. The Umbu leader immediately stood up. I will lead a team to raid the abandoned workshop, capture the personnel involved, and cut off their information chain. The third Hokage finalized the deployment. Kakashi will take Naruto and Sasuke to complete the seal reinforcement. Sakura will work with the medical department to mass-produce the suppressants. The Umbu will conduct the workshop raid, completing the operation before the preliminary round begins. The core objective: prevent the Roots and Orochimaru from achieving their goals through the trials while collecting more evidence of collusion. 2 hours later, in the training ground secret room, Naruto formed hand seals to release the tailed beast chakra, creating a pale golden energy array that enveloped Sasuke. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto the cursed seal on Sasuke's chest, saying the core is located at the third rib on the left side of your chest. The sealing symbol needs to be applied to the corresponding skin, and I will guide the tailed beast energy into the seal with chakra. Sasuke removed his shirt, and Naruto affixed the optimized sealing symbol. The tailed beast chakra and Kakashi's chakra formed a double helix as they infused the seal. The system prompted cursed seal sealing strength increased to 80, external energy interference resistance 50. Meanwhile, Sakura led 5 medical ninjas in the medical department to mass-produce the cursed seal suppressant, using the formula saying each batch of potion requires 3 drops of tailed beast chakra dilution fluid provided in advance by Naruto. Shake well, seal, and label the usage time. 200 doses must be completed within 2 hours and distributed to the Umbu for each participating team. The Umbu raid on the abandoned workshop commenced simultaneously. According to the system's positioning, 3 members of the Roots and 2 sound ninjas were exchanging information in the workshop. The Umbu members surrounded them using the terrain and subdued all 5 without intense conflict, seizing 12 encrypted information scrolls. On the eve of the preliminary round, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made final preparations at the training ground. Naruto activated the system's trial site defense simulation under the west side of the viewing platform. In the preliminary competition arena, there are 3 sources of cursed seal energy suspected to be micro-chakra absorption devices set up by the Roots. Sasuke, keep an eye on the west side of the viewing platform during the match, locking onto the energy sources with your Sharingan. Sakura, carry 5 suppressants, and be ready to support any ninja affected by the cursed seal at any moment. I will remain in the audience area ready to interfere with the devices using tailed beast chakra. The system panel popped up with a prompt. The task at the end of the Konoha Seedling Scroll Trial Defense deployment has reached 100 completion. All core objectives of the first volume have been achieved. System LV 15 functions unlocked: complete awakening of the fused soul, activated chakra control, precision 30, and ninjutsu optimization efficiency 40. The 3 confirmed their equipment was in order, and Naruto stowed away the system panel, saying tomorrow is the preliminary round. We will execute the deployment, focusing on stabilizing the situation and exposing the Roots' hidden lines. Sasuke clenched his kunai. As long as they dare to act, they won't be able to retreat unharmed. Sakura weighed her ninja tool bag. The suppressants and medical equipment are all prepared, ready to support at any time. The 3 turned and left the training ground, heading towards their respective residences, quietly awaiting the commencement of the preliminary round. In the arena of the Chunin exam preliminaries, the audience was abuzz with excitement. Naruto sat in the front row as the system's curse mark energy monitoring function LV 15 unlocked continued to operate, displaying in real time the energy fluctuations of the contestants on the screen. The Sound Ninja Trio's curse mark energy levels were evidently higher than normal and were slowly approaching Sasuke's resting area. Sakura, the curse mark energy of the Sound Ninja Toshisaku and Kin has activated to 30, targeting Sasuke. Prepare the suppressants as planned. Naruto communicated through the chakra resonator while discreetly signaling to the Umbu liaison to strengthen the control around the west side of the arena, the Sound Ninja standby area. Sakura immediately checked her ninja tool pouch, placing 5 curse mark suppressants into a rapid launcher ready to assist at any moment. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out. Next match, Sasuke Konoha vs. Toshi Sound. Sasuke stood up and walked toward the arena, and as he passed by the Sound Ninja standby area, Kin intentionally bumped into him, the residual curse mark energy clinging to Sasuke's sleeve. The system instantly notified detected induced curse mark energy. The target is to trigger the existing curse mark within Sasuke's strength 15, has not breached the reinforced seal. As expected, it's bait. Naruto understood in his heart, and the system's tactical simulation quickly generated a countermeasure. Sasuke pretends the curse mark is triggered, luring the sound ninja to expose their control methods. Naruto takes the opportunity to use the tailed beast chakra purification technique to eliminate the induced energy. Sakura throws the suppressants to suppress the sound ninja's curse marks. Umbu simultaneously apprehends the liaison of the root organization in the standby area. As the match began, Toshi initiated the sound wave ninjutsu echo burst, with the sound waves mixed with curse mark energy aiming directly at Sasuke's face. Sasuke deliberately displayed a pained expression, with faint curse mark patterns appearing on his skin. Only 10 activation, not out of control, stumbling back 2 steps. Seeing this, Toshi thought his scheme was successful and laughed, saying, "The genius of Konoha is nothing special, can't even stand firm when suppressed by curse mark energy." As he spoke, he secretly began forming hand seals, attempting to strengthen the curse mark within Sasuke from a distance. At that moment, Naruto suddenly stood up, gathering tailed beast chakra into a pale golden beam, shooting towards Sasuke from the audience. The beam touched the induced energy on Sasuke's sleeve, instantly purifying it. The system notified induced curse mark energy clearance rate 100. The seal within Sasuke is stable. Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and he instantly activated the body flicker technique, thrusting the Chidori directly at Toshi's chest. Enough playing around, it's time to end this. Toshi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly summoned Saku and Kin for support, violating match rules, and the 3 of them simultaneously activated their curse marks, their bodies covered in black patterns, their combat power soaring to special Jonin levels. "Since you've discovered us, don't blame us for being rude." Kin manipulated his puppet to shoot poison needles, targeting not only Sasuke, but also the audience at the edges of the arena, clearly intending to create chaos and take Sasuke away. "Sakura, act now," Naruto shouted, leaping down from the audience, forming a shield of tailed beast chakra to block the poison needles aimed at the audience. Sakura immediately activated the launcher, hitting Toshi, Saku, and Kin's curse mark cores with 3 suppressants, causing their curse mark energy to plummet to 10, significantly weakening their combat power. Umbu members closed in from both sides, swiftly controlling the fleeing sound ninja trio, while simultaneously capturing 2 root organization liaisons in the sound ninja standby area, seizing encrypted information scrolls documenting the preliminary deployment of the subsequent Konoha collapse plan. The arena judge, disguised Umbu, immediately announced, "Sound ninja violated rules, disqualified from the match. Sasuke wins." Although there was some commotion in the audience, it quickly calmed down under the Umbu's guidance. After Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura regrouped, they handed the seized information scrolls to the 3rd Hokage's special liaison, and the system panel popped up the final notification: completion rate 100 for the core mission, breaking the cycle of fate of Konoha's new buds. Current experience 500, 005, 0000, system LV. 15 fully unlocked. Unlock reward: complete awakening of soul fusion, seamless integration of earth knowledge with Naruto's instincts, chakra control precision 30, ninjutsu innovation efficiency 40. Unlock Volume 1 achievement Fate Breaker, initially curbing the schemes of Root and Orochimaru, establishing an internal bond network within Konoha. Volume 1, Konoha's New Buds, officially concludes. Volume 2, Chunin Exam Rise Arc. Main mission begins. Stop the Konoha collapse plan. Expose the deep collusion between Danzo and Orochimaru, deepen the bonds with the tailed beasts, and enhance team combat power. After dealing with the follow-up matters of the match, the 3 exited the arena. Kakashi had long been waiting at the entrance, holding a new mission scroll. The 3rd Hokage has decided to let you rest for 3 days, during which you will analyze the seized information to prepare for the final phase, which is also the core execution period of the Konoha collapse plan. Sasuke, although your curse mark has not gone out of control, Orochimaru's inducement methods are more subtle than expected, and further reinforcement of the seal will be necessary. Naruto took the scroll, and the system had automatically parsed the key points of the information. The Konoha collapse plan will launch on the day of the finals. The Sand and Sound Alliance will raid the arena, and the Root organization will be responsible for sabotaging Konoha's defenses, aiming to seize the tailed beasts and Sharingan. He looked at Sasuke and Sakura, his eyes firm. "In 3 days we must accomplish 2 things. Optimize the sealing technique to ensure Sasuke's curse mark is no longer induced, devise a defense strategy to join forces with Shikamaru and Niji's teams, and set up countertraps in the arena in advance." Sasuke nodded. "I will cooperate with the sealing reinforcement and familiarize myself with the new combat power." Sakura added, "I will upgrade the suppressants and develop a counter curse mark agent that can completely block Orochimaru's curse mark inducement." In the secret chamber of the training ground, the sealing reinforcement ritual was progressing systematically. Naruto formed seals to activate the tailed beast chakra stabilization array, a pale golden energy enveloping Sasuke in a 6-pointed star. Kakashi activated his Sharingan, precisely locking onto the core of the curse mark on Sasuke's left chest, guiding the tailed beast energy into him through chakra threads. Sasuke sat cross-legged, actively circulating his chakra and absorbing energy with the sealing symbols. The system displayed real-time sealing data, current sealing strength 75, 82, 88, curse mark energy activity, dropped from 15 to 5. Sasuke focus. The final step requires you to suppress the residual energy of the curse mark with your Sharingan. Naruto reminded in a deep voice, increasing the output strength of the tailed beast chakra by 30. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, the crimson light intertwining with the golden light of the sealing array as the curse mark patterns rapidly faded from his body. Finally, the system prompted dual lock seal Sharingan suppression, completed sealing strength at 92, immune to level and below curse mark inducements. At the same time, in the medical department's laboratory, Sakura mixed the diluted tailed beast chakra solution provided by Naruto with herbal extracts from the land of Ways, developing an anti-curse mark potion based on the Earth's antigen-antibody reaction principle. The system's potion analysis function synchronously detected the potion contains curse mark factor antagonistic components capable of blocking Orochimaru's curse mark energy transmission with a 90 effectiveness and lasting for 2 hours. She produced 30 vials of the potion in bulk, packaging them into portable, throwable, and injectable forms, distributing them to the dark section for various combat teams. In the afternoon, in the tactical conference room of the Hokage building, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, along with Shikamaru and Niji's team, gathered to strategize against the Konoha collapse. Naruto summoned a three-dimensional model of the arena generated by the system, marking key areas. On the day of the finals, the Sand and Sound allied forces are likely to launch a surprise attack from the east and west entrances of the arena, while the Root organization will sabotage the northern defenses. Shikamaru drew trap layouts on the sand table with a stick. The east entrance will set up a detonating talisman link trap triggered by silk threads with a 3-second delay before explosion to hinder the enemy's advance. The west side will use a combination of smoke bombs binding ropes to obscure visibility and restrict mobility. Niji added, my Byakugan can cover a range of 500 meters, responsible for scouting the east side. Once the allied forces are detected, I will immediately signal with flares. Sakura marked medical support points on the model. 4 temporary medical stations will be set up around the arena, equipped with anti-curse mark potions and chakra recovery agents. I will lead the medical team for mobile support, prioritizing the treatment of ninjas attacked by curse marks. Sasuke then identified potential areas where the Root organization might be lurking. In the model, I will take 2 Uchiha orphans to sweep the northern defenses with my Sharingan, clearing out any lurking personnel in advance. Finally, Naruto finalized the plan. Shikamaru will handle trap deployment, Niji will lead the scouting team, Sasuke will eliminate infiltrators, and Sakura will oversee medical support. I will command from the central platform of the arena, coordinating the teams through Ninja World intelligence sharing, using tailed beast chakra to disrupt the enemy's curse mark forces. The system simulation indicated that this plan could reduce the success rate of the allied forces' surprise attack from 60 to 30. At the end of the meeting, the system popped up a prompt: counter-strategy plan generation completed, all team tasks assigned. The main storyline task stopped. The Konoha collapse plan initiated, current progress at 10. Now unlocking team collaboration boost. When Team 7 collaborates with Shikamaru and Niji's team, combat effectiveness is increased by 15. Everyone took their orders and left. Naruto looked at the layout on the sand table and said to Sasuke and Sakura, the day of the finals is crucial. Execute the plan and don't give Root and Orochimaru any opportunities. Sasuke nodded. I will guard the northern defenses, not allowing them to breach the fortifications. Sakura weighed the potion box. Medical support is ready to respond to any emergencies. The 3 turned to their respective task points, making final preparations for the decisive battle in the finals. On the day of the Chunin selection finals, the spectator stands of the arena were filled to capacity. Naruto sat at the central command platform with the system's real-time combat monitoring feature fully activated. The screen displayed various squad updates. Niji's squad east side Byakugan covers 500 meters, no signs of the allied forces detected. Sasuke's squad north side, 3 defensive installations, checked, 1 Root organization infiltrator eliminated. Shikamaru's squad west side traps set, detonation device adjustments completed. All squads report status. Naruto communicated through the chakra resonator, his tone steady. Niji responded first. No large-scale chakra fluctuations within 10 kilometers to the east, only 3 sound ninja scouts detected, already subdued. Sasuke followed closely, 2 remaining installations to be checked on the north side, no abnormalities detected yet. Shikamaru yawned. All traps on the west side are ready, just waiting for the allied forces to arrive. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a red alert, detected a chakra cluster of 500 people from the Sand and Sound allied forces approaching rapidly from 15 kilometers southwest. Meanwhile, below the northern defensive installation, energy fluctuations from a Root organization covert team, 1 0-person squad suggested preparations for demolition. Plans have been expedited. All squads execute emergency protocols. Naruto immediately ordered Niji narrow the Byakugan reconnaissance range to 5 kilometers, focus on monitoring the allied forces' advance route. Sasuke abandon remaining installation checks, lead your team to intercept the Northern Route Organization's covert team and prevent the demolition of Shikamaru. Activate the West Side smoke bomb, binding rope traps, to delay the Allied forces' incursion. Sakura deploy the medical team to 4 support points. Prepare for rescue. The moment the orders were given, all squads acted in unison. Neji adjusted the Byakugan's focus, quickly locking onto the vanguard of the Allied forces. The Allied forces are split into 2 teams. The Sand Ninja, 300 people, are taking the land route, while the Sound Ninja's Curse Seal unit, 200 people, are moving through the forest, expected to arrive at the eastern entrance in 10 minutes. Naruto immediately contacted the Umbu, deploy 200 elite jonin to support the east side, assist Neji's squad in establishing the first defensive line. At the northern defensive installation, when Sasuke and 2 Uchiha orphans arrived, the Root Organization members had already placed explosives at the base of the installation and were preparing the detonator. Don't move. Sasuke instantly appeared beside the explosives. The Chidori sharp spear pressed against the throat of the leader with his Sharingan, locking onto the detonator device. Dismantle the explosives, or I will end you all right now. The orphans simultaneously activated their Sharingan, controlling the remaining 9 members, and within 3 minutes, they resolved the demolition crisis. The system prompted Northern defensive installation secured, all Root Organization covert members captured. At the western entrance, Shikamaru saw the vanguard of the Allied forces Sound Ninja, Curse Seal unit, enter the trap zone, and immediately pulled the wire, detonate. The smoke bomb exploded instantly, grayish-white smoke enveloping the entrance area, while binding ropes sprang from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of over 10 Curse Seal ninjas. It worked. At least we can delay them for 5 minutes. Shikamaru quickly retreated, joining the supporting Konoha ninjas, preparing for the second wave of interception. At the eastern entrance, the Sand Ninja had arrived, and the leading figure swung his ninja blade, break through the defenses, control the arena as planned. The Sand Ninja formed hand seals to release ninjutsu, attempting to collapse the defenses with Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Neji immediately commanded the Konoha Jonin, split into 2 teams. The left team uses Water Release to intercept the Earth Flow. The right team uses Wind Release to disrupt the enemy's hand seals. The clash of ninjutsu resonated, booming throughout the arena. At this moment, Sakura received a call for help at the southern medical station. 5 Konoha ninjas on the east side have been injured by Sand Ninja techniques. Their chakra is in disarray. She immediately took antidotes and medical supplies, leading a team to the scene, during which the system prompted detected the Sound Ninja Curse Seal unit breaking through part of the traps on the west side, moving towards the central command platform. Sakura reported through the resonator, Naruto, the Curse Seal unit has infiltrated the west side. We need... Naruto promptly dispatched 100 elite jonin to support the west side. While rising to the edge of the command platform, the tailed beast chakra coalesced into a shield covering the central area. Sasuke, once you finish up on the north side, lead the orphans to support the west side. Immediately prioritize suppressing the Curse Seal unit. Sasuke responded, understood, I will arrive within 5 minutes. The system panel updated the battle situation in real time. Allied forces infiltration progress, east side 30, west side 20. Konoha's defense success rate 65. The core members of the Root Organization Danzo have not appeared, likely manipulating events from behind the scenes. Naruto stared at the screen, quickly assessing. The main offensive directions of the Allied forces are the east and west sides. The north side is secure. We must focus on strengthening the interception of the Curse Seal unit on the west side to prevent them from disrupting the finals. At this moment, in the center of the arena, the competing ninjas had been guided by the Umbu to a safe area, leaving only the judges and a few staff members. Naruto announced through the broadcast, a conflict has erupted outside the ninja world. The finals are temporarily halted. All spectators remain seated. The Umbu will ensure everyone's safety. Though there was unrest among the audience, they gradually calmed under the Umbu's reassurance. 5 minutes later, Sasuke led the orphans to the west side, his Sharingan locking onto the core of the Curse Seal unit. Concentrate your attacks on their Cursed Seal core, it'll hold off their leader. The Chidori sharp spear targeted the leader of the Sound Ninja Curse Seal unit, while the orphans unleashed Fire Release, creating a wall of flames to hinder the enemy's advance. Sakura arrived at the west side medical point, quickly administering antidotes to the injured ninjas, stabilizing their chakra. The system prompted Konoha's defense success rate increased to 75. The Allied forces' infiltration progress halted. Detected Danzo's chakra appeared 3 kilometers north of the arena, suspected to be observing the battle. Naruto understood Danzo is indeed behind the scenes, aiming to reap the benefits. He immediately contacted the Umbu, closely monitored Danzo's movements. Do not take action for now. Wait until the Allied forces' offensive is completely contained before we investigate him. The situation steadily reached a stalemate, each squad executing their tasks as planned, with Naruto coordinating the overall strategy at the command platform, adjusting tactics in real time through the system. The core conflict of the Konoha collapse plan had officially erupted. Whether Konoha's defenses could hold, and whether the schemes of Root and Orochimaru could be thoroughly crushed, all depended on the crucial responses to come. The battlefield in the arena underwent a sudden change as the system's real-time combat power monitoring panel flashed red. The sand-hidden forces are mobilizing tailed beast combat power, and Gaara's Shikaka Chakra is going berserk, attacking the eastern defense. The sound allied forces are taking advantage of the opportunity to breach from the western gap, having surpassed the second trap, and are only 800 meters away from the central command platform. Niji, immediately use your Byakugan to lock onto Gaara's tailed beast chakra core and mark the trajectory of the rampaging energy. Naruto urgently commanded through the chakra resonator, simultaneously pulling up the system's tailed beast rampage response plan. Sasuke, lead the orphan squad to restrain the sound shinobi from the west. Prioritize destroying their curse mark amplification devices. Sakura, take 2 medical teams to the east to suppress the overflow of Shikaka chakra with counter curse mark agents with a focus on protecting the injured ninjas. Niji's Byakugan fully activated, instantly capturing crucial information. Gaara has a curse mark tattoo on his forehead, being controlled remotely by the sound shinobi. The rampaging energy core is located in his abdomen, spreading at a rate of 5 meters per second, and in 3 minutes, it will reach the audience area. Naruto immediately activated the tailed beast chakra interference field, with pale golden energy spreading from the command platform. I will neutralize Shikaku's violent energy with my tailed beast chakra. You let the leaf ninjas on the east construct a chakra barrier wall to delay the spread. In the eastern battlefield, Gaara's sand layer surged the sandstorm, hurling rocks towards the defense, forcing the leaf ninjas to retreat step by step. Sakura led the medical team to arrive, injecting the counter curse mark agent into a specially made syringe, accurately shooting it towards Gaara's forehead. Curse mark with chakra threads. The agent will take effect in 1 minute. Everyone hold on. At the same time, she deployed a mass chakra shield blocking the impact of the sandstorm, and the system prompted the medical shield covers 30 ninjas with an injury rate reduced by 40. In the western battlefield, Sasuke discovered a curse mark amplifier at the center of the sound shinobi forces, providing continuous curse mark energy to the ninjas' orphan squad. Cover me with great fireball technique. I'm going to destroy that thing. He activated his Sharingan, predicting the attack trajectories of the 5 guards surrounding the amplifier, using body flicker technique combined with Chidori sharp spear to break through the defense in 10 seconds, stabbing through the amplifier's core. The curse mark energy of the sound shinobi instantly plummeted by 50, and the offensive weakened significantly. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up. An abnormal alert detected. Danzo's chakra infiltrating from the north, releasing dark curse mark energy, attempting to interfere with Naruto's tailed beast chakra. Suspected target is to seize control of the tailed beast. Naruto's heart tightened, and he immediately separated into 3 shadow clones, reinforcing his energy barrier with the tailed beast chakra sharing array. Danzo really wants to take action amidst the chaos. Umbu immediately sends someone to monitor the north and prevent him from approaching the command platform. Danzo's figure materialized in the shadows, looking at Naruto, who was restrained by clones with a cold smile. Uzumaki, Naruto, your tailed beast chakra is meant to be used by Konoha's root. He formed seals to release the curse mark erosion technique, with black energy threads spreading toward Naruto's. However, Naruto was already prepared, activating the system's curse mark energy reverse analysis. Your dark curse mark originates from Orochimaru, but unfortunately, my tailed beast chakra can purify this energy. The tailed beast chakra condensed into purification Rasengan, smashing into the energy threads, instantly neutralizing the black curse mark. In the eastern battlefield, the counter curse mark agent took effect. Gaara's forehead curse mark dimmed, and the rampaging speed of Shikaku's chakra slowed down. Naruto seized the opportunity, leaping in front of Gaara, activating tailed beast chakra resonance. Gaara, don't be controlled by the curse mark. Shikaku's power is not meant for destruction. You can use it to protect those you want to protect, just like I do. The resonant energy flowed into Gaara's body, the madness in his eyes gradually fading, and the sand layer slowly receded. The system prompted. Gaara's tailed beast rampage has stopped. The sand-hidden force's fighting spirit has decreased by 30. Impossible. How could he calm the tailed beast rampage? The leader of the sound allied forces, seeing this, ordered the use of their last trump card, release the curse mark puppet legion, and at all costs take the command platform. 20 puppets covered in curse marks charged out from the dense forest, attacking the central area. Shikamaru immediately adjusted the traps, delay the detonation symbols to 1 second, focused the binding ropes on the puppets' joints. At the same time, he shouted to Naruto, we need someone to draw the puppets' fire. I can completely trap them. He'll do it. Sasuke volunteered his Sharingan, evolving to the Tutomo level, accurately locking onto the weaknesses of the puppets' joints. Naruto, help Shikamaru improve the traps. Leave these puppets to me. He leaped into the crowd of puppets, Chidori sharp spear targeting the connections of the puppets' chakra lines, severing them with every strike, causing the puppets to move chaotically. Sakura, leading the medical team, took the opportunity to heal the injured ninjas affected by the puppets, using chakra surgical knives to quickly stitch wounds, and the system prompted battlefield healing efficiency increased by 50, with 15 ninjas returning to the team. Danzo, seeing his attempt to seize the tailed beast chakra fail, and witnessing the allied forces' offensive being obstructed, gritted his teeth secretly, and ordered the nearby root members retreat. Leave these brats. They will be useful later. His figure immediately disappeared into the shadows. The system's chakra tracking function marked his retreat trajectory. Danzo is moving towards the laboratory on the west side of Konoha, suspected to meet with Orochimaru. Naruto noted the trajectory and said to the Umbu liaison, record the coordinates for future monitoring. We need to deal with the current allied forces first. At this moment, Naruto's tail beast chakra interference field in conjunction with Niji's Byakugan had completely locked onto the remaining combat power of the allied forces. The Sand Hidden Forces have 120 left, combat power decreased by 60. The Sound Hidden Forces have 80 left, all curse mark puppets destroyed. The total combat power of the allied forces is only 35 of the initial amount. Naruto immediately ordered a full-scale attack. All squads cooperate, compress the allied forces' operational area, leave survivors, and collect evidence of their collusion with Root. The morale of the Leaf Ninjas surged, pushing forward simultaneously on the eastern and western flanks while the Sand and Sound allied forces retreated steadily. Half an hour later, the remnants of the allied forces were trapped in the open ground on the south side of the arena, and the system prompted the initial assault of the Konoha collapse plan has been contained with an 80 surrender rate for the allied forces and battlefield control reaching 90. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura regrouped at the command platform, looking at the subdued remnants of the allied forces. As the system panel popped up, a prompt: the progress of the second volume main quest stopped. The Konoha collapse plan has increased to 40. Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved to the Tutamo level, unlocking the precise prediction ability. Sakura's medical ninjutsu combat power rating has reached the peak of a chunin. Naruto's tail beast chakra interference field range has expanded to 1 kilometer. Don't celebrate too early. Naruto stared at the system's note indicating Orochimaru's chakra has not yet appeared, saying the allied forces are just the vanguard. Orochimaru and Danzo have not truly made their move, and the key is yet to come. Sasuke tightened his grip on the Chidori sharp spear. As long as they dare to come, I've never been afraid. Sakura organized the medical supplies. The medical team is ready for a prolonged battle and can provide support at any time. The three exchanged glances and immediately began to deploy subsequent defenses. Clearing battlefield traps, reinforcing defenses, interrogating prisoners, waiting quietly for Orochimaru and Danzo's next move. On the south side of the arena at the captive interrogation site, the system suddenly alerted detected glass curse seal energy source approaching at high speed, matching target. Orochimaru moving towards the resting area, where Sasuke is located, accompanied by the energy fluctuations of impure world reincarnation. All teams enter emergency status immediately. Naruto issued orders through the chakra resonator. Shikamaru reinforced the defenses of the resting area, with your team constructing a 3-layer defense circle using explosive tags. Niji, use your Byakugan to lock onto Orochimaru's trajectory and report his position in real time. Sasuke, activate the seal within you. Immediately use your Sharingan to suppress the curse seal to prevent Orochimaru from controlling you remotely. Sakura, have the medical team evacuate the severely injured captives, while preparing 10 doses of high-concentration counter-curse seal medicine, focusing support on the resting area. Niji opened his Byakugan, fully updating information at lightning speed. Orochimaru has exited through the secret passage on the east side of the arena, 500 meters from the resting area, followed by 2 impure world reincarnation ninjas, equivalent to special jonin, breaking through the outer Umbu interception. Naruto immediately gathered his tailed beast chakra, forming a pale golden shield over the resting area. I will intercept Orochimaru. Hiden, Sasuke, guard the core of the resting area. Do not let him get close to you. As he broke through the defense line, Orochimaru's figure appeared 100 meters away, licking his lips and sneering at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, don't get in my way. What I want is Sasuke's Sharingan and the core of the curse seal within him. The 2 impure world reincarnation ninjas simultaneously launched their attack. Earth release, earth flow wall blocked the retreat, while fire release, great fireball technique, aimed directly at Naruto's face. Naruto swiftly dodged the fireball, concentrating the tailed beast chakra into a short blade, slicing through the earth flow wall. Sasuke will not go with you. Your plan to destroy Konoha has already failed. The system analyzed the weaknesses of the impure world reincarnation ninja in real time. There is a curse seal control core in the body located at the heart. Destroying it will temporarily incapacitate him. Naruto immediately adjusted his tactics, thrusting the tailed beast chakra short blade into the left ninja's heart. The impure world reincarnation ninja's movements froze, instantly collapsing to the ground. On the other side, Sasuke activated the seal in the resting area, fixing his Sharingan on the approaching right side impure world reincarnation ninja. If you want to capture me, you must get through me first. Chidori pierced the ninja's joints, simultaneously locking onto its curse seal core with his Sharingan, and together with Shikamaru's explosive tag trapped the ninja in a ring of fire. Naruto, focus on Orochimaru, leave this to us. Seeing the impure world reincarnation ninja held back, Orochimaru suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Sasuke, reaching for his neck with his right hand. Little Sasuke, come with me, I can give you greater power. Sasuke had already anticipated this, evading in an instant while thrusting Chidori towards Orochimaru's chest, but was easily blocked by the other party using the Kusanagi sword. Orochimaru's curse seal unfurled on his wrist, black patterns spreading. It seems the seal within you is more secure than I expected, but... He flicked his fingertip, projecting curse seal energy threads attempting to penetrate the seal. Once the curse seal core is activated, you will eventually come to find me. Not a chance. Naruto rushed back in time, coalescing tailed beast chakra into a purification Rasengan, striking at Orochimaru's curse seal energy threads. The Rasengan collided with the energy threads, neutralizing the black curse seal energy in an instant, forcing Orochimaru to retreat. Your tailed beast chakra can indeed restrain my curse seal. He formed hand seals to release hidden shadow snake hands, sending dozens of venomous snakes towards Naruto and Sasuke, while calling out to the shadows, "Are the root members not going to make a move?" The system immediately notified 10 root organization members infiltrated from the west side of the resting area, targeting to seize the curse seal core sample from Sasuke. Seeing this, Shikamaru quickly adjusted the traps, delay the explosive tags by 1 second, prioritize binding the root members' ankles with the binding ropes. Neji also led his team to provide support. Byakugan locked onto all root members' positions, 3 people 10 meters, to the left front 7 people 15 meters, to the right rear, break through them one by one. At this time, Sakura arrived with the medical team, handing high-concentration counter-curse seal medicine to Sasuke. Inject this into your body, but can temporarily block the curse seal core signal, preventing Orochimaru from locating you. Sasuke immediately injected the medicine into his meridians, and the system prompted. Sasuke's curse seal core signal is blocked by 90. Orochimaru's remote control is ineffective. Orochimaru sensed the disconnection of the curse seal link, his expression slightly changing. Interesting, but the game has just begun. He threw the Kusanagi sword, forcing Naruto back, then turned to activate the self-destruct program of the Impure World Reincarnation Ninjas. Retreat. The 2 Impure World Reincarnation Ninjas suddenly expanded, and Naruto immediately shouted, "Everyone fall back," at the same time expanding his tailed beast chakra shield to protect Sasuke, Sakura, and others around him. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion swept the surroundings, and as the smoke cleared, Orochimaru and the root organization members had vanished without a trace, leaving only the curse seal energy on the ground that had not completely dissipated. The system panel displayed a post-battle summary. Orochimaru's surprise attack was repelled. 3 root organization members escaped. 7 were captured. Sasuke's curse seal core is temporarily safe. Seal strength maintained at 92. Konoha's collapse plans core phase, seizing Sasuke-tailed beast, has failed. Mission progress increased to 60. Unlocked curse seal core blocking tactic, effectively preventing Orochimaru's remote control. Naruto looked in the direction Orochimaru had retreated and said to everyone, "Orochimaru will not give up easily. We need to reinforce the defenses of the resting area and command platform," while interrogating the captured root members to extract information about their subsequent plans with Orochimaru. Sasuke clenched his fists. "Next time I encounter him, I will deal with him myself, and I will not let him threaten everyone again." Sakura then began to tally the medical supplies. "I will further improve the counter-curse seal medicine, aiming to achieve permanent blocking of the curse seal signal." Everyone immediately sprang into action. Shikamaru led the team to clear the explosion site. Neji continued to monitor the surroundings with his Byakugan, while Naruto began to interrogate the captured root organization members. In the temporary interrogation room of the Arena, 7 captured members of the root organization were held separately. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru presided over the main interrogation room, while the system's chakra fluctuation lie detection function LV-15 unlocked operated in real time, displaying the physiological data and energy fluctuation curves of the captives on the screen. Naruto pointed at the screen and ordered the Umbu interrogator interrogate captive number 3 first. His chakra fluctuations are the most unstable, and the system indicates that his mental defenses are weak. In the interrogation room, captive number 3 clenched his teeth, refusing to cooperate. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, locking onto the captive's ocular nerves. "Your pupils contracted for 0.3 seconds when mentioning the Western Abandoned Workshop. The chakra fluctuations are abnormal. It's not an intelligence exchange point, it's a research base, isn't it?" The captive's body trembled slightly as the system prompted targets emotional fluctuations, intensifying probability of line 85. Naruto then entered the interrogation room, his tailed beast chakra condensing into a pale golden stream that enveloped the captive. "My chakra can sense the tremors in your nerves. If you don't speak, I will make you experience the pain of the curse seal backlash, just like you did when you administered drugs to the Uchiha test subjects." Before his words finished, the captive's chakra suddenly became chaotic, and the system displayed target-triggered curse seal residual reaction due to fear defenses collapsing. "I will tell you. The research base is 3 layers underground at the Western Abandoned Workshop. All of Orochimaru's curse seal human experiments are conducted there." The captive howled. "There is also a chakra absorption array underground in the arena set up by Lord Danzo. Once the allied forces attract Konoha's main forces, the array will be activated to absorb the tailed beasts and Sharingan chakra, helping the Lord seize control of Konoha." The system immediately popped up the analysis result information credibility 90 coordinates of the abandoned workshop east longitude 121 north latitude 35 core of the chakra absorption array located 10 meters below the center of the arena. 3 energy nodes must be destroyed to render it ineffective. Naruto promptly notified Shikamaru take a team to set up around the workshop but do not alert the enemy. Niji, use your Byakugan to lock onto the 3 energy nodes underground in the arena and mark their locations. Sakura, prepare 5 strong antidote potions against the curse seal for use during the base assault. Half an hour later, Niji reported back with the node coordinates 1 node each at northeast, southwest, and the center. The central node is connected to the core of the absorption array and is guarded by 2 members of Root. Shikamaru set up a temporary command point outside the workshop. I have arranged a sound wave warning trap. Any activity within a 500-meter radius will trigger an alert allowing the assault team to infiltrate through the ventilation shaft on the east side of the workshop. Sakura arrived with the improved antidote potions labeled provides continuous shielding for 4 hours, capable of penetrating the curse seal shackles of test subjects. I've also added chakra recovery components to help the rescued test subjects quickly regain their mobility. Naruto nodded and called up the system's base assault tactical simulation. Sasuke, take 3 Uchiha orphans and infiltrate the underground 3rd layer through the ventilation shaft to prioritize rescuing the test subjects. Shikamaru will lead the team to hold off the workshop's surface guards. Niji is responsible for destroying the energy supply pipes in the 1st underground layer to cut off power to the nodes. Sakura will accompany me to destroy the central node and the core of the absorption array. The system panel displayed a prompt progress of Volume 2 main mission. Prevent the collapse plan of Konoha has increased to 75. Unlock chakra absorption array decryption plan. Use tailed beast chakra to purify the nodes combined with antidote potions to neutralize the array's energy. Detected Danzo's chakra activities around the workshop suspected of preparing to transfer experimental data. Naruto's eyes sharpened as he addressed everyone. The operation is moved forward. Danzo wants to flee, and we must seize the base within 1 hour, obtain the experimental data, and thoroughly crush their conspiracy. Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai. Don't worry, I will guard the ventilation shaft, and won't let a single guard approach the experimental area. Shikamaru adjusted the trap device. Leave the surface guards to me. I will ensure you have enough time. The group immediately split up with Naruto and Sakura heading straight underground in the arena, while Niji and Sasuke rushed to their target locations. A raid against Root and Orochimaru's research base had quietly begun. Outside the derelict workshop in the western sector, Team Naruto, comprising Naruto, Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Niji, completed their tactical deployment. A holographic schematic of the facility materialized 3 subterranean levels divided into 3 zones. Zone A, Experimental Subject Containment Zone. B, Energy Control Chamber Zone. C, Data Repository. Primary defenses consist of 10 Cursed Mark modified shinobi and 5 experimental bioweapons. Proceed according to plan. Sasuke led the orphan unit through an air duct into Zone A to prioritize rescuing the experimental subjects and suppress their cursed marks with anti-curse serum. Shikamaru deployed sonic traps above ground to immobilize reinforcements. Niji's squad infiltrated Zone B to sever the energy conduits and cripple the base's power supply. Naruto and Sakura stormed Zone C directly to seize experimental data, while scanning for traces of Otsutsuki-derived energy. Naruto assigned missions as Chakra from the tailed beast coalesced into a purification shortblade poised for immediate breakthrough. Sasuke led his team deeper into the ventilation shaft. His Sharingan pierced through the duct wall, locking onto Zone A's location 2 guards ahead at 50 meters. Subjects are confined in iron cages to the left, their cursed marks pulsing with volatile energy. He signaled silence, then hurled a kunai with surgical precision, striking each guard's vital pressure point while injecting anti-curse serum. Their cursed marks instantly destabilized, rendering them paralyzed and inert. The iron cage swung open. Over a dozen experimental subjects, including surviving Uchiha orphans, huddled trembling inside. Sasuke administered the serum. Swiftly come with us. You're safe now. Above ground, 3 reinforcement shinobi from Root arrived at the workshop, only to trigger Shikamaru's sonic trap detonate. Low-frequency resonance sent the guards reeling, disoriented, and unbalanced. Seizing the moment, Shikamaru lashed their ankles with binding cords. You wish to reinforce. First pass me. System alert, ground reinforcements fully contained. Assault team unimpeded. Niji's squad infiltrated Zone B. His Byakugan locked onto 3 primary energy conduits. The left conduit powers the experimental subjects. The center feeds the database. The right energizes defensive systems. He directed his team to sever the left and right conduits using wind release preserving only the central line, leave it intact, to facilitate data extraction by Naruto's team. We'll destroy it completely upon withdrawal. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sakura breached the workshop's main entrance. Cursed Mark shinobi surged forward from Zone C, their skin crawling with obsidian black markings. Intruders shall perish. Their leader hurled a Cursed Mark chain straight for Naruto's throat. Naruto sidestepped effortlessly. The purification shortblade cleaved through the chain, its purifying chakra instantly dissolving the curse. The chain shattered midair. You're merely test subjects. Why serve root? Sakura circled behind, delivering precise medical ninjutsu, Chakra scalpel, to sever neural pathways and disable hand seals. Resist no longer. The anti-curse serum will free you from their control. Real-time system analysis flashed. Cursed marks contain residual Otsutsuki energy, identical in origin to the Kusanagi blade's resonance, amplifying combat capacity by 300. Naruto stiffened. So they're weaponizing Otsutsuki energy on shinobi. Inside zone, see the central terminal. Ran live experiment logs. The screen displayed tailed beast Chakra Otsutsuki energy ultimate cursed mark form. Subject, survival rate 15. Objective, forge controllable tailed beast weapons. Naruto immediately initiated the system's data extraction protocol, then uncovered an encrypted file. Danzo Orochimaru, accord upon success. Danzo assumes command over tailed beast weapons. Orochimaru gains exclusive rights to Uchiha Sharingan experimentation. Critical alert, self-destruct sequence activated. Sakura shouted. A countdown bloomed across the screen. 1000. Naruto radioed all squads. Data secured. Evacuate immediately. Sasuke, lead the subjects out via the eastern hidden passage. Shikamaru and Neji rendezvous at the exit. During retreat, 5 experimental bioweapons erupted from shadowed alcoves. Cursed marks fused with Otsutsuki energy, their combat prowess dwarfing even elite shinobi. Go ahead, I'll hold them off. Naruto halted, activating the tailed beast Chakra synchronization array, expanding its radius to 500 meters. Kurama, lend me your chakra. A torrent of Nine-Tails chakra exploded outward, cloaking Naruto in a shimmering golden chakra shroud. Sage art. Tailed beast purification. Rasengan. The Rasengan, fused with sage chakra and tailed beast energy, slammed into the bioweapons. Their Otsutsuki-infused cursed marks dissolved under pure purification energy, collapsing them inert. System alert, all experimental bioweapons neutralized. Tailed beast chakra synchronization rate elevated to 96. As Naruto rejoined the squad, the workshop detonated behind them, a pillar of smoke boiling skyward. Sasuke entrusted the rescued subjects to ANBU custody, then turned to Naruto. The data references another clandestine root laboratory beneath Konoha, dedicated exclusively to Otsutsuki energy research. Sakura added the cursed marks within these subjects are significantly more complex than prior variants. Our serum requires further refinement. The system interface glowed with final updates. Volume 2 main quest, prevent the Konoha collapse plan, progress advanced to 85. Core root Orochimaru experimental data acquired. Otsutsuki cursed mark analysis function unlocked. Sasuke's Sharingan evolved. Cursed mark perception ability granted, grants direct visual insight into curse core structure. In the data analysis room of the Hokage building, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and Neji gathered around the screen. The system's encryption algorithm decryption function, developed based on Earth's cryptography knowledge, was operating at full speed to analyze the data disk brought back from the root organization base. The code on the screen rolled rapidly, occasionally displaying red alerts. Detected triple encryption layers. The first layer, Konoha Umbu cipher, has been decrypted. The second layer, Curse Seal Energy Dynamic Encryption, is in progress. The second layer of encryption uses the fluctuations of Curse Seal energy as the key, which cannot be decrypted by ordinary methods. Shikamaru stared at the screen, tapping the table as he analyzed. We need to synchronize and input the matching Curse Seal energy to disable the encryption module. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, locking onto the encryption core with his Curse Seal Insight ability. The energy fluctuation frequency matches the residual Curse Seal within me. He'll provide the energy. He pressed his palm against the data interface, chakra flowing through the lines, and the red alerts on the screen gradually turned green. Second layer encryption successfully decrypted. Third layer Otsutsuki energy characteristic encryption initiated. Naruto's heart stirred as he pulled up the system's stored decapitation blade Otsutsuki energy sample. The sample energy was input through the interface, resonating with the encryption module, and the screen suddenly lit up, displaying complete data. The core information revealed 1. The Konoha Underground Laboratory is located 300 meters west of the Hokage building, disguised as an abandoned well, descending 50 meters underground, divided into 3 sections: experiment zone, energy storage zone, and emergency evacuation passage. 2. The core experiment of the laboratory, Otsutsuki energy entailed beast chakra fusion catalyst, is 90 complete. Upon success, it will enable mass production of the ultimate Curse Seal. 3. Danzo has left a backup plan. Should the laboratory be exposed, the energy detonation device will be activated to destroy the entire area, with an Otsutsuki energy shockwave covering up the evidence. 300 meters. Right beneath the core area of Konoha. No wonder it has remained undiscovered. Neji frowned, his Byakugan activated for scanning. There are 5 root organization scouts around the abandoned well. The underground passage is filled with cursed seal traps that will release paralyzing toxins when triggered. Sakura focused on the catalyst data, quickly recording the catalyst contains 3 core components, among which the God Tree Sap extract enhances fusion stability. I can develop a neutralizer specifically to render the catalyst ineffective. Naruto immediately pulled up the system's 3D model of the underground laboratory generated by combining Earth's architectural structure and Byakugan scanning data marking key node. Shikamaru devised the raid route, avoiding the trap area, prioritizing control of the emergency evacuation passage to prevent Danzo from destroying the data. Neji take 2 Byakugan ninjas to monitor the scouts, eliminate them when the time is right, ensuring the entrance is safe. Sasuke, follow me into the experiment zone to seize the catalyst sample and sabotage the experimental equipment. Sakura, lead the medical team to stand by at the entrance, preparing the neutralizer and emergency supplies, while intercepting any potential route members trying to escape. Shikamaru drew the route on the model. Dive down 10 meters from the well entrance, turn left into the abandoned drainage pipe, which leads directly to the energy storage zone with the fewest traps, then enter the experiment zone through the side door of the storage zone, evacuating through the emergency passage to the eastern suburbs. The entire process is estimated to take 8 minutes. The system prompted route feasibility 90A action required at 3 a.m. during the scout shift change. With the deployment complete, everyone prepared separately. Sasuke adjusted his Sharingan to ensure Curse Seal Insight could accurately identify trap cores. Sakura developed the neutralizer, mixing God Tree Sap inhibitor with anti-Curse Seal agents, with the system detecting the neutralizer's effectiveness and rendering the catalyst ineffective. Is 95. Shikamaru created a trap disarming toolkit containing a sound wave disruptor for triggering cursed seal mechanisms and explosive talismans to clear passage obstacles. Neji led a team to scout the area around the well, marking the scouts' positions and shift times. At 2:50 a.m., each team arrived at their designated positions. Naruto issued the command through the Chakra resonator, "We act in 3 minutes." Neji, take out the scouts first. Sasuke, follow me in, and everyone else execute the plan. The system panel displayed an alert: main task, prevent the Konoha collapse. Plan progress increased to 90. Unlocked underground laboratory raid tactical package, including the full process plan for trap, disarming, equipment destruction, and data backup. At 2:59 a.m., Neji used his Byakugan to lock onto the moment the scouts changed shifts, throwing a kunai that accurately struck the scouts' pressure points, causing all 5 to lose consciousness instantly. Naruto and Sasuke jumped into the well, swiftly advancing through the drainage pipe. The Curse Seal traps on the pipe walls were rendered visible under Sasuke's Curse Seal Insight, and Naruto used Tailed Beast Chakra Purification technique to dismantle them one by one, triggering no alarms throughout. When the two reached the energy storage zone, the system suddenly issued a warning: detected Danzo's chakra activity in the experiment zone, currently communicating with Orochimaru via an encrypted channel, mentioning once the catalyst is completed, immediately initiate the Konoha purification plan. Naruto's expression hardened as he quickened his pace. They must stop them, or the entire Konoha would be in danger. Naruto and Sasuke infiltrated the experimental zone. Before them lay a harrowing sight. 3 surviving orphans of the Uchiha clan lay motionless upon the central operating table, their bodies pierced with glowing energy conduits linked to a humming device, the catalyst synthesizer, which emitted an eerie azure radiance. Danzo stood beside it, channeling chakra into its reagents, while Orochimaru observed nearby, recording data with a chilling, enigmatic smile. "So you finally arrived, Uzumaki." Naruto. Danzo turned his solitary Sharingan, eye gleaming coldly. "Alas, you're too late. The catalyst requires only one final step for completion. Once activated, all unstable elements within Konoha will be eradicated." Orochimaru moistened his lips, his gaze locking onto Sasuke. "Young Sasuke, would you like to witness the ultimate evolution of the Sharingan fused with Otsutsuki energy? It surpasses the power you seek, by far." Sasuke's Sharingan instantly shifted to its Dual-Tomo configuration, his curse mark vision locked onto the synthesizer's core. "Naruto, the catalyst resides in the blue vial at the instrument's base, shielded by 3 concentric layers of cursed seals. We must first disable their energy sources." Naruto nodded, gathering Tailed Beast Chakra into a luminous, purifying Rasengan. "Danzo, how dare you use Uchiha orphans as test subjects? Have you no loyalty left to Konoha?" "Konoha demands order, not these latent threats," Danzo retorted, forming hand seals and unleashing the cursed seal binding technique. Black chakra filaments lashed toward Naruto and Sasuke. "Today you shall either become specimens or corpses." Simultaneously, Orochimaru activated Hidden Shadow Snake Hands, dozens of venomous serpents erupting from his sleeves, aiming not at the intruders, but at the experimental table itself, clearly intending to obliterate the orphans and erase all evidence. "Sasuke, destroy the power source. I'll hold them off." Naruto launched himself skyward, slamming the purifying Rasengan into the binding technique, the radiant chakra instantly dissolving the black filaments. At the same time, he created 3 shadow clones, each erecting Tailed Beast chakra shields around the Uchiha orphans. Sasuke seized the opening, dashing toward the synthesizer and driving his Chidori spear into the crimson crystals flanking its base. The crystals shattered, and the cursed barriers dissolved in an instant. "Fool!" Danzo roared, his lone Sharingan spinning rapidly as he activated Izanagi, phasing effortlessly through Sasuke's Chidori before delivering a crushing blow to his chest. But Sasuke had anticipated it, vanishing with a shunshin just in time, then hurling a kunai that struck the synthesizer's control panel. The machine stuttered to a halt. The blue vial began flashing crimson, its system warning catalyst instability detected. Explosion imminent in 60 seconds. Orochimaru, realizing the mission had failed, spun to flee. The plan is void. Let's play again another time. But Hyuga intercepted him Byakugan, piercing his chakra pathways. Leaving so soon. First surrender the catalyst. Nara Shikamaru entered with his squad, swiftly binding Danzo's ankles with restraining ropes. Lord Danzo, resistance is futile. Your hidden agents have already been neutralized. Naruto seized the blue vial midair. His system's energy analysis revealed catalyst composition, tail beast chakra Otsutsuki energy, capable of forcibly activating the curse mark's ultimate form, but at the cost of complete cognitive collapse. Without hesitation, he handed it to Sakura. Neutralize it. Now, before it disperses. She injected the counteragent swiftly. The vial's crimson glow faded, and the system confirmed catalyst deactivated. Crisis averted. Danzo, cornered and defeated, gave a hollow laugh. Don't mistake this for victory. The Konoha Purge initiative has only just begun, and Orochimaru still holds his trump cards. With those words, he triggered a self-destruct curse seal to purge all experimental data. Naruto immediately deployed his system's data backup function, securing the final dataset, then suppressed the detonating seal with raw-tailed beast chakra. We already possess the evidence. Your collusion with Orochimaru will soon be exposed to all of Konoha. Orochimaru, seizing the chaos, performed the substitution technique, leaving behind only a serpent before vanishing. The system flashed Orochimaru's chakra signature, detected moving westward toward Konoha's border, likely returning to a clandestine base. Naruto did not pursue. Turning to his comrades, he declared, let's evacuate the orphans and the data to the Hokage Tower first. Orochimaru won't escape far. We'll mount a full-scale operation later. As they withdrew, a thunderous explosion shook the underground lab, its entire structure collapsing inward. Cradling one of the orphans, Naruto's interface pulsed. Main quest: prevent Konoha's collapse. Progress 95. Catalyst secured and neutralized. Root Orochimaru experiment conspiracy exposed. New subquest unlocked: Uchiha orphan protection. Future integration into Konoha's defense system possible. Back at the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage studied the recovered data and gazed solemnly upon the rescued orphans. Danzo and Orochimaru dared to conduct such experiments beneath Konoha's very foundations. Naruto, you and your team have rendered an extraordinary service. Next we convene the Konoha High Council to publicly unveil their crimes. Understood, Naruto replied, turning to Sasuke, Sakura, and the others. One final task remains: to eradicate Root's remaining cells and thwart Orochimaru's contingency plans. Sasuke clenched his fist. Next time I meet Orochimaru, I won't let him slip away. Sakura, already tending to the orphans, murmured, I'll accelerate development of a permanent cure for the curse mark, restoring them fully body and mind. In the high-level conference room of Konoha, the third Hokage sat at the head of the table, while Danzo was brought to the center by the Umbu. Evidence, such as experimental data, testimony from captured individuals, and footage from underground laboratories, was presented one by one. Naruto stood to the side. The system's evidence chain integration feature had sorted all materials, clearly presenting on the screen Root Orochimaru's collusion with Danzo, from the development of curse seal plants, the trap set during the Chunin exams, to the human experiments in the underground laboratory, restoring the complete picture of the Konoha collapse plan. The third Hokage spoke solemnly. Danzo, as a high-ranking member of Konoha, you conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru and used your clan members for experiments. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Danzo, however, remained expressionless. Everything I did was for Konoha. Eliminating the tailed beasts and the Sharingan, these hidden dangers, is the only way to make the village stronger. Naruto immediately countered, pulling up the system's analysis of the Otsutsuki energy risk report. Modifying ninjas with Otsutsuki energy will only trigger a greater crisis. Your so-called strengthening is merely a selfish obsession. The final resolution of the meeting was to remove Danzo from the position of leader of the Root organization and imprison him in Konoha prison for trial, to publicly disclose the truth of the experiments and reassure the villagers and families of the experiment subjects, and to establish a Konoha Order reconstruction team, led by Naruto, to coordinate subsequent cleanup and defense. After the meeting, the system panel popped up a notification: main mission, prevent the Konoha collapse plan, progress 100, mission completed. After the meeting, Naruto immediately deployed the remaining cleanup operations. Sasuke will lead the Uchiha Orphans squad to investigate the hidden bases of the Root organization in the northeast of Konoha system, marked 3 locations, focusing on collecting Otsutsuki energy samples. Shikamaru and Neji will clean up the intelligence stations of the Root in the western border, cutting off their external communications. Sakura is responsible for the follow-up treatment of the experiment subjects and concurrently developing a long-lasting antidote for the curse seal. I will lead a team of Umbu to raid the last weapons depot of the Root and destroy the curse seal weapons. Each team acted swiftly. Using his Sharingan's Cursed Seal Insight, Sasuke pinpointed the northeast base in just 1 hour, discovering a large number of inactive Cursed Seal weapons and an encrypted document. Records of communication between Root and Akatsuki member Zetsu mentioning that Otsutsuki energy fragments appeared in the land of Rain. Sasuke immediately copied the document and burned the weapons depot using Chakra, with the system notifying him northeast base cleanup completed, obtained clues about Akatsuki's contacts. In the western border, Shikamaru used a soundwave trap in conjunction with Niji's Byakugan to quickly subdue 5 members of Root at the intelligence station and confiscate the encrypted intelligence network terminal. After Niji cracked the terminal password, he discovered that Root had transmitted a Konoha-tailed beast container combat power assessment to Akatsuki with Naruto's combat strength marked as an S-level threat. Shikamaru immediately synced the terminal data to Naruto. Akatsuki has been watching you for a while. We need to be doubly vigilant moving forward. When Naruto led the team to raid the weapons depot, they encountered 10 loyal members of the Root organization blocking their way. The opponents were covered in temporarily activated cursed seals, with combat power approaching that of Jonin. Don't waste time, finish it quickly. Naruto activated the tailed beast Chakra sharing array, boosting his teammates' combat power by 15, while condensing a Sage Art tailed beast purification bomb, throwing a pale golden energy sphere into the crowd, instantly purifying the cursed seal energy, causing the loyal members to lose their combat power. The cleanup was completed in just 3 minutes, with the system notifying all remaining bases of the Root organization cleared, cursed seal threat within Konoha eliminated. On Sakura's side, she had completed preliminary treatment for 12 experiment subjects, and the long-lasting antidote for cursed seals was entering the final testing phase. She verified through the system's potion simulation feature the antidote can suppress the recurrence of Otsutsuki cursed seals with an efficiency of 85, requiring monthly injections. Uchiha orphan Koji, 12 years old, proactively proposed, Naruto, we want to join the Konoha defense team and use our Sharingan to help the village with early warnings. We don't want to be used as experiment subjects anymore. Naruto nodded and contacted Kakashi to arrange a training plan for them. Your strength should be used to protect, not to be exploited. That evening, all action teams gathered, and the system popped up. The final settlement. Core mission completed. Gained 100 experience points. Current total experience 86450. System LV 18. Unlock rewards 1. In-depth analysis. Permissions for Otsutsuki energy can identify all traces of Otsutsuki energy in the ninja world. 2. Akatsuki member database, including confirmed member abilities and activity ranges. I3. Key to the Uchiha clan's secret chamber related to clues about the truth of the clan's extermination. Naruto looked at the newly added Akatsuki movement notification in the system. Akatsuki member Kisame has recently been active on the borders of the Land of Fire, suspected of investigating the follow-up of the Konoha collapse plan, and realized Orochimaru has fled and Akatsuki is now targeting Konoha. The troubles ahead will not be few. Sasuke clenched his fist, his Sharingan flashing red. Next time I encounter Akatsuki, I won't let them succeed easily. Shikamaru yawned. Let's take a break for a couple of days. We've been working non-stop for so long. If we don't rest, our brains will stop functioning. At that moment, the third Hokage gave an order summoning Naruto to the Hokage building. In the office, the third Hokage handed him a scroll. This is the supplementary file on the Uchiha clan extermination case. One of the Umbu members who was responsible for the scene investigation back then is still alive and now lives in the outskirts of Konoha. He might provide you with more clues. Naruto took the scroll, and the system immediately prompted preceding main task. Pursue the truth of the extermination objective, find the reclusive Umbu member, and obtain first-hand information from the scene. As he left the Hokage building, the setting sun cast a slanting light. Konoha had restored its former order. Villagers moved normally along the streets, sounds of ninja training echoed from the training grounds, and the children of the experiment subjects were learning basic ninjutsu under Sakura's guidance. Naruto looked up at the sky, and the system panel popped up. A new notification. A new main mission is about to begin. Core objective: uncover the truth of the Uchiha extermination, unite the ninja world forces against Akatsuki, and investigate the source of Otsutsuki energy. He tightened his grip on the scroll and turned to the training ground of Team 7. Sasuke was practicing new Sharingan techniques. Sakura was adjusting the Curse Seal antidote, and Shikamaru and Niji were devising defense layouts for the border. Seeing Naruto approaching, everyone stopped their actions, their eyes filled with mutual understanding and determination. Naruto smiled and raised the scroll. Next, we need to clarify the truth of the Uchiha extermination and deal with the threat of Akatsuki. Are you all ready? We're ready at any time. Everyone responded in unison. In a small cabin in the woods of the Leaf Village, Naruto stood outside with Sasuke and Sakura, while the system's target location function displayed the hidden Umbu member. Ching, the scene investigator of the Uchiha massacre, resides here. Chakra fluctuations stable, no hostility. Naruto approached and gently knocked on the wooden door. A wary voice came from inside. Who is it? I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I would like to know the details of the Uchiha massacre from 16 years ago. Naruto stated his identity while releasing a small amount of tailed beast chakra. This was the trust signal previously agreed upon with the Umbu. The wooden door slowly opened, revealing Ching, who wore a half mask with only his right eye visible, and scrutinizing did the third Hokage send you. Come in, but do not touch anything in the house. Inside, the furnishings were simple, and a faded map of the Uchiha compound hung on the wall. After sitting down, Ching cut straight to the point. I was in charge of the scene investigation back then. What was seen on the surface was Itachi single-handedly annihilating the clan, but there are 3 doubts that have yet to be reported. He pointed to the location of the Uchiha shrine on the map. First, there are remnants of the Kamui space-time ninjutsu on the shrine's ground, which is not within Itachi's abilities. Second, some clan members' Sharingan were taken with very clean incisions, as if done by a professional tool. Third, there were 2 different types of dark chakra at the scene, one belonging to Itachi and the other very similar to the cursed seal energy of the Root organization. Sasuke suddenly clenched his fists, his Sharingan activating instantly. Are you sure there are traces of Kamui? That's Obito's technique. Ching nodded. I secretly preserved a sample back then. You can take a look. He took out a sealed test tube from the drawer, and the black substance inside shimmered with a purple glow under the sunlight. The system's energy analysis immediately popped up. Contains Otsutsuki energy spacetime. Chakra 100 matches with Obito's residual energy. And there's this. Ching also produced a notebook, a note found at the scene superficially written in Itachi's handwriting stating deserve punishment, but the back was written with special ink saying protect Sasuke, which can only be revealed using tailed beast chakra. Naruto immediately infused tailed beast chakra into it, and the writing on the back of the note became clear. Upon seeing it, Sasuke's eyes trembled. Brother. He really had his reasons. At this moment, the system suddenly alarmed detected the chakra of Akatsuki member Kisame lingering 500 meters outside the cabin, suspected surveillance. Sakura quickly activated a medical chakra shield. We are being watched. Mr. Ching, you should hide in the secret room while we handle this. Ching nodded and quickly pressed a mechanism in the corner of the wall, causing a secret door to crack open in the ground. I will support you from inside. Be careful, Kisame's shark skin can absorb chakra. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura rushed out of the cabin, and sure enough, Kisame stood in the woods followed by 2 Akatsuki foot soldiers. Uzumaki, Naruto, I didn't expect to run into you here. Just right to take you and Sasuke back to Akatsuki. Kisame swung his shark skin towards Naruto. Naruto immediately activated the tailed beast chakra, sharing a ray. Sasuke used Amaterasu to burn his shark skin. Sakura, hold off the foot soldiers, don't let them get close to the cabin. Sasuke formed seals and unleashed Amaterasu, the black flames bearing down on the shark skin, forcing Kisame to retreat. Interesting, your Sharingan can actually activate Amaterasu. He then used water release great shark bullet technique, a gigantic water sphere enveloping the 3 of them. Naruto gathered Sage Art tailed beast Rasengan, smashing through the water sphere with a punch, while calling out to Kisame, why are you focused on the massacre case? Is Obito in cahoots with you? Kisame sneered, not answering, but instead threw out his shark skin to ensnare Sasuke. They'll take you back first, and you'll naturally know the answer. Sakura seized the opportunity to cut the chakra thread of the shark skin with her chakra scalpel. After Sasuke broke free, he pierced Kisame's chest with Chidori. You think capturing me will be that easy? In the midst of the fierce battle, Ching shot out a tranquilizer needle from the secret room, accurately hitting one of the foot soldiers. Naruto seized the chance, using the tailed beast chakra short blade to slash at Kisame's shoulder, the purifying energy instantly shattering his water shield. Seeing the situation turning against him, Kisame threw out a smoke bomb. Next time we meet, Sasuke, Akatsuki will always welcome you. His figure vanished into the smoke. The system panel displayed the post-battle notification, repelled Kisame, no casualties, obtained key evidence regarding the massacre from Ching, main storyline preliminary task, pursuing the truth of the massacre, completion rate 30, unlock tracking Obito's movements function, can locate his approximate range through remnants of Kamui. Back in the cabin, Ching emerged from the secret room. The Akatsuki organization is targeting this case, which indicates a larger conspiracy behind the massacre. I still have a record of the movements of the Root organization from back then. On the night of the incident, Danzo's direct troops were all on the outskirts of the Uchiha compound, but did not intervene. Naruto took the record, and the system immediately compared it with the previous experimental data. The timing of Danzo's troop movements completely coincides with the timing of the Sharingan being taken, confirming their involvement in the eye extraction plan. What should we do next? Sakura asked. Naruto looked at the evidence in hand, his eyes determined. First, we will hand over the evidence to the third Hokage and use the system to track Obito's movements. Sasuke, we need to further confirm Itachi's stance. Perhaps we can find clues at Orochimaru's lair. He must know more about the collusion between Root and Akatsuki. Sakura continued to refine the anti-curse seal medicine to prevent any surprise attacks from Akatsuki. Sasuke nodded. I've been wanting to settle the score with Orochimaru. This is a good chance to uncover the truth. Ching added, if you are going to Orochimaru's base, I can provide the route. I tracked the people from Root there back then. The 3 thanked Ching, and as they left the cabin, the sun had already set. The system panel displayed a new prompt main storyline task unveiling the truth of the Uchiha massacre officially launched current objectives 1. Analyze the evidence provided by Qing Lock down the specific crimes of Danzo and Obito 2. Track Obito's movements, obtain details of his cooperation with Akatsuki 3. Infiltrate Orochimaru's base, seek clues related to Itachi. Naruto clenched his fists looking at Sasuke and Sakura, the truth of the massacre, the conspiracy of Akatsuki, the secret of Otsutsuki energy. The challenges ahead are greater, but as long as we stand together we will surely uncover everything. Sasuke nodded, the light of determination shimmering in his Sharingan. Sakura also smiled. I will take care of the logistics so you won't have to worry about anything else. In the analysis room of the Hokage Tower, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura laid out the evidence provided by Qing, the god of thunder energy, sample Obito's chakra records, and the root organization's mobilization files on the table, while the third Hokage Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Neji gathered around to study it. The system's evidence chain deep analysis function was running at full speed, dynamically displaying a correlation map on the screen. Obito, god of thunder, Danzo, root organization, Orochimaru, curse seal experiments, core participants in the Uchiha massacre case. Itachi's movement trajectory indicated that he had repeatedly attempted to protect the young clan members during the massacre threatened by Obito, using Sasuke's life. Itachi was indeed forced. Sasuke stared at the map, his Sharingan trembling slightly. Obito used me to coerce him into action, and he had to bear the label of traitor ninja. Naruto nodded, retrieving the system's handwriting verification results. The handwriting on the back of the note, saying protect Sasuke, is identical to Itachi's training notes from his youth, and the ink contains his chakra infused with a sense of protection. The system does not make mistakes. Kakashi looked at the root organization's mobilization files, his brow furrowing. On the night of the incident, Danzo's troops were stationed around the Uchiha compound under the guise of maintaining order, but in reality, they were preventing other ninjas from intervening, facilitating Obito's retrieval of the Sharingan and Orochimaru's collection of corpses for experiments. These three each took what they needed, yet forced Itachi to bear all the blame. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a warning. Obito's god of thunder energy has appeared at the border of the land of fire, east longitude 118 and north latitude 36, accompanied by the chakra of the Akatsuki's foot soldiers suspected to be in contact with Jiu. Naruto immediately stood up. Sasuke, let's track down Obito, maybe we can uncover more truths. Shikamaru and Neji stayed behind to analyze the files, and see if you can find any additional collaboration records between the root organization and the Akatsuki. Sakura, continue optimizing the anti-curse seal potion. We may need to infiltrate Orochimaru's base, where the cursed seal threat is greater. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan shifting to the Tutamo form. I will lock onto the god of thunder energy's trajectory with my Sharingan. He won't escape. The two swiftly departed and half an hour later arrived at the border canyon. The system's energy tracking indicated that Obito was just ahead inside a cave. Naruto signaled for Sasuke to conceal himself while he created shadow clones and quietly approached the cave. Inside, the conversation between Obito and Jiu could indeed be heard. There hasn't been any movement from Itachi. He seems to be deliberately avoiding Akatsuki's missions. Just voice was hoarse. Lord Madara wants you to confirm the strength of the Nine-Tails vessel as soon as possible and prepare for the next step of the tailed beast capture plan. Obito sneered, what's the rush? Konoha has just experienced the internal turmoil of the root. It's the perfect time of weakness. We can wait until Orochimaru's experiments yield results before taking action. By the way, regarding the clues of the massacre, don't let Naruto dig too deep, otherwise our plan will be exposed. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately gestured to Sasuke, and the two rushed out simultaneously. Obito, clarify the truth of the massacre. Obito turned the Sharingan beneath his mask, flashing red. Naruto, Uzumaki, you really came. However, the truth is not something you should know. He activated the god of thunder, his body gradually becoming ethereal as he threw out chains to ensnare Sasuke. If you want to know about Itachi, come find me in the Akatsuki. Sasuke struggled to unleash Amaterasu, the black flames burning towards the chains, but Obito had already entered a different space. Next time we meet, I will give you the answer. Jiu also disappeared, leaving behind the remark, interesting little brat. Naruto looked in the direction Obito had vanished, and the system prompted the god of thunder energy trajectory has been interrupted. Obito has retreated to the Akatsuki's temporary base, unable to be tracked. Sasuke clenched his fists. He deliberately lured me to the Akatsuki. There must be a conspiracy, but for my... Naruto pressed on his shoulder. Obito is using you. We should infiltrate Orochimaru's base first. We may find clues left by Itachi, which is safer than going directly to the Akatsuki. Sasuke was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Alright, I'll follow your lead, but if there's news about Itachi, I won't wait any longer. When the two returned to Konoha, Sakura had completed the optimization of the anti-curse seal potion. I've added components to neutralize Otsutsuki energy, which can directly dismantle the core of the cursed seal, extending its effective duration to 24 hours. And I've also made a portable injection version for easier use during infiltration. Shikamaru held the analyzed files. The Root organization and the Akatsuki's collaboration mainly focused on sharing Cursed Seal experimental data, with Orochimaru providing Cursed Seal modified ninjas and the Akatsuki assisting him in collecting chakra samples from tailed beasts. Additionally, we found that there is more than one base of Orochimaru. The main base is located underground in the Sound Hidden Village at the border of the Land of Rice, where the system indicates there are high-intensity Otsutsuki energy reactions. Naruto immediately pulled up the system's 3D model of the underground base of Sound Hidden Village, combining the route provided by Ching and the energy scanning data. The base has 3 levels. The upper level is for training sound ninjas, the middle level is the experimental area, and the lower level is Orochimaru's core laboratory, where clues about Itachi are likely to be found. We will split into 2 teams. Sasuke and Sakura will infiltrate the core laboratory, while Shikamaru and Neji lead an Umbu team to hold back the sound ninjas at the base's perimeter, preventing reinforcements. The system panel popped up a prompt mainline mission: uncover the truth of the Uchiha massacre. Progress increased to 50. Unlocking infiltration tactics package for Sound Hidden Village base, including disguise plans, sound ninja uniforms, chakra disguise technique, trap deactivation guide, and core lab location markings. That night, Naruto and the others changed into sound ninja uniforms and used chakra disguise techniques to simulate sound ninja energy fluctuations, successfully blending into the Sound Hidden Village. As they approached the base entrance, the system suddenly issued an alarm, detected a surge in Otsutsuki energy concentration within the base, suspected that Orochimaru is conducting experiments on the ultimate form of the Cursed Seal, with the experimental subject's energy fluctuations highly similar to those of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's expression hardened. Speed up. Orochimaru might be using Uchiha clan members for experiments. In the underground base of Hidden Village, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, dressed in sound ninja uniforms, swiftly approached the core laboratory below, utilizing the system's trap location function to mark 12 Cursed Seal trigger devices along the ventilation ducts. The system provided real-time alerts. There are 2 Cursed Seal modified sound ninja guards at the laboratory entrance with a concentration of Otsutsuki energy at 40th combat power, equivalent to Special Jonin. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to lock onto the guards' chakra cores. Sakura, prepare the paralysis needle strike. When the guards are distracted, he'll launch a surprise attack from the vent opening using tailed beast chakra to suppress their Cursed Seals. Naruto quickly assigned tactics, and the 3 acted in synchrony. Sasuke peered through the duct wall, accurately identifying the Cursed Seal cores at the hearts of the guards. The left guard's core is slightly above, the right guard's core is slightly below. Attacking here can instantly paralyze the Cursed Seal. Naruto immediately kicked open the duct opening, condensing tailed beast chakra into a short blade, stabbing directly at the left guard's core. The purifying energy instantly shattered the Cursed Seal, causing the guard to collapse. Sakura seized the opportunity to throw a paralysis needle, hitting the right guard before he could react, rendering him immobile. Upon entering the laboratory, the scene before them was shocking. 6 Uchiha clan members, including 3 children, were restrained on experimental tables, their bodies filled with energy conduits connected to a central Otsutsuki energy fusion device. The screen displayed experimental data: subject No. 712, Uchiha bloodline, Otsutsuki energy fusion, rate 35, Cursed Seal activation success rate 20, goal to cultivate a weapon with dual abilities of Sharingan. Cursed Seal. Orochimaru, how dare you conduct such experiments on Uchiha clan members? Sasuke's eyes were filled with rage as he switched his Sharingan to its 3-mo form, aiming his Chidori at the instrument. Naruto immediately grabbed him. First, save the subjects, leave the instrument for data extraction. The system's data extraction function activated simultaneously, quickly copying the experimental logs. At that moment, the laboratory door was kicked open and Orochimaru's subordinates, the Sound for Kidomaru, Sakan, Yukon, and Jirobo, rushed in. All Cursed Seals activated, daring to intrude into Lord Orochimaru's laboratory. You seek death. Sasuke, you handle Kidomaru and Jirobo, ranged attackers, and use Amaterasu to counter their ninja tools. Sakura, protect the subjects with medical ninjutsu, and use a chakra scalpel to cut the conduits. He'll deal with Sakan and Yukon. Close combat. Types quick battle, quick resolution. Naruto activated the tailed beast chakra, sharing formation, the energy covering the experimental area. The system notified team combat power increased by 15, Cursed Seal purification efficiency 20. Jirobo initiated his Earth Release technique, Earth Release barrier of Earth prison, attempting to trap Naruto. Naruto immediately gathered Sage Art tailed beast Rasengan, smashing it into the ground, the purifying energy shattering the barrier, while the tailed beast chakra short blade struck at Jirobo's Cursed Seal core, instantly reducing his combat power. Sakan and Yukon split into 2, sneaking in from both sides. Naruto created shadow clones using tailed beast chakra chains to entangle them, while his real body took the chance to use purification jutsu to dissolve their Cursed Seals, causing both to collapse. Meanwhile, Sasuke anticipated Kidomaru's spider silk attack with his Sharingan, setting Amaterasu flames ablaze to burn the silk, while Chidori pierced through Kidomaru's Cursed Seal. Meanwhile, Ryu attempted to disrupt Sasuke with his Genjutsu magic flute dream sound lock, but was interrupted by Sakura's chakra shield, allowing Sasuke to flank and hit his core, with Chidori defeating the Sound 4. The system completed the analysis of the experimental logs during the battle, displaying key information. 1. Source of subjects: the Root organization provided survivors of the Uchiha orphans. Danzo delivered them to Orochimaru under the guise of eliminating potential threats. 2. Itachi once infiltrated the laboratory, leaving an encrypted message. Obito's goal is the tailed beasts. Protect Sasuke, don't trust Akatsuki. 3. The fragments of Otsutsuki energy originated from the Land of Rain and were supplied by Akatsuki member Zetsu. Itachi's message. Sasuke immediately had the system decrypt the content, and Itachi's handwriting appeared on the screen. Sasuke, the massacre was not my intention. I was coerced by Obito and Danzo. If you want to know the entire truth, go to the Uchiha clan's old site and find the sun mark at the base of the stone tablet. Don't let Akatsuki use you. Naruto will help you. After reading, Sasuke's eyes turned red, determination flashing in his Sharingan. Brother, I will uncover the... At that moment, the system suddenly alerted Orochimaru is approaching the laboratory, only 500 meters away. Chakra energy intensity at SS level. Naruto immediately ordered retreat. Sakura, take the subjects through the backup passage. Sasuke, copy the data and destroy the instrument. It'll hold them off. Sakura quickly cut off the conduits from the subjects, injecting them with an anti-curse seal medicine, leading them towards the backup passage. Sasuke burned the instrument with chakra and stored the data disk in his ninja tool pouch. Meanwhile, Naruto set up a curse seal purification trap at the laboratory entrance to ensure Orochimaru couldn't pursue them immediately. Having retreated to the outskirts of the base, Shikamaru and Neji had already restrained the reinforcements of the Sound Ninja forces. Upon seeing Naruto's team bringing out the subjects, they immediately ordered a retreat. When Orochimaru arrived at the laboratory, only the burned instruments and purification traps remained. He stared at the footprints on the ground, sneering. Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke, next time we meet, I will treat you well. The system panel displayed post-battle notifications. Successfully rescued 6 Uchiha subjects, obtained hidden clues from Itachi, main quest, uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Completion at 70, unlocked Uchiha stone tablet interpretation privilege, can decipher the secrets of the base sun mark, confirm the connection between Akatsuki's Zetsu and Otsutsuki energy. Back in Konoha, Naruto handed the subjects over to the medical department, while Sasuke held on to Itachi's message, saying to Naruto, we need to go to the Uchiha old site to find the sun mark at the base of the stone tablet. I want to know the entire truth. Naruto nodded. The system had already marked the location of the stone tablet under the Uchiha clan's shrine. It requires tailed beast chakra to activate the sun mark. The two immediately headed to the Uchiha old site, while Sakura stayed in the medical department to continue researching the source of the Otsutsuki energy fragments in the experimental data. The system panel displayed a new notification. Main quest updated. Go to the Uchiha shrine, interpret the secrets of the stone tablet base, obtain the complete truth behind the massacre, simultaneously track the movements of Rain Country's Zetsu to uncover the source of the Otsutsuki energy fragments. In the depths of the shrine, Naruto and Sasuke stood before the stone tablet. Naruto infused with tailed beast chakra, gradually illuminating the sun mark at the base of the stone tablet. The ultimate truth of the massacre was about to come to light. Beneath the Uchiha clan shrine, the damp stone walls glimmered with a cold light. The tailed beast chakra concentrated at Naruto's fingertips gradually touched the sun emblem at the base of the stone tablet. Pale golden energy spread along the patterns, seeping into the grooves of the ancient characters like water, illuminating the previously blurred symbols one by one, exuding a sense of weight that had not dissipated for 1,000 years. Sasuke stared intently at the stone tablet, his Sharingan involuntarily shifting to the Freedomo form, his pupils slightly trembling. Since entering the shrine, his heartbeat had never calmed down. At this moment, watching the energy activate the stone tablet, he instinctively softened his breathing. The system's text analysis function activated simultaneously, and the words on the screen appeared sentence by sentence. Naruto did not rush to speak, but first observed Sasuke's expression. He knew that this truth about Itachi was heavier for Sasuke than any battle. Uchiha descendant of Otsutsuki Kagaya. Naruto softly read out the analysis result, deliberately slowing his pace. Obito threatened Itachi with the destruction of Konoha, forcing him to participate in the massacre with the condition of sparing your life. He paused, seeing Sasuke's tightly clenched fist loosen slightly before continuing. Danzo took the opportunity to seize power, obtaining the Sharingan of the clan members. Itachi bore the name of a traitor to protect you, and Konoha infiltrating the Akatsuki organization. Sasuke's Adam's apple moved slightly as he suddenly pressed his hand against the stone tablet, his palm resting against the cold patterns. I should have realized. During the massacre, he deliberately avoided the house I was in and left that bloodied kunai. It wasn't meant to kill me, but was a reminder to survive. His voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness, the crimson hue in his Sharingan fading slightly, replaced by a hint of clarity. But why didn't he tell me directly? Why did he bear all this alone? Perhaps it was because he feared you'd be targeted by Obito. Naruto stepped closer to him, calling up the system's stored Itachi's action record during infiltration. fragments extracted from Orochimaru's experimental log. You see Itachi secretly sabotaged the tailed beast capture plans multiple times within the Akatsuki, even attempting to destroy their intelligence database, but was discovered by Obito and fell under a cursed seal restricting his actions. He didn't want to contact you, he couldn't. Just then a rustling sound suddenly came from beneath the ground, like something was wriggling in the soil. Naruto instantly became alert, gathering tailed beast chakra in his palm. Who? Before his words could finish, Zetsu's upper body suddenly emerged from the ground beside the stone tablet, his gray-white face twisting into a strange smile. I didn't expect two little brats could decipher the tablet left by Kaguya. It seems the Uchiha bloodline has not completely degraded. Sasuke spun around sharply, his 3-Tomo Sharingan locking onto Zetsu. It's you. Zetsu from the Akatsuki. What do you and Obito want? Zetsu tilted his head, vine-like arms extending from behind, slowly wrapping around the stone tablet. What do we want? Of course, to reclaim what belongs to the God Tree. You Uchiha are mere nutrients for the God Tree, and the 6 paths power hidden within this stone tablet should rightfully return to its owner. Naruto stepped forward, blocking the stone tablet. God Tree relic. Otsutsuki energy. The energy fragments you provided in Orochimaru's lab came from the God Tree. Zetsu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised that Naruto knew. The Nine-Tails vessel is indeed a bit capable. That's right, all that energy is the God Tree's gift, and you ninja are just stepping stones for its revival. Stop the nonsense. Sasuke shouted angrily, his Sharingan glowing red. Stay away from the stone tablet. He formed seals and unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique, sending a fireball straight towards Zetsu's arm. Zetsu, however, was unfazed. After his arm was burned off, new vine-like tendrils quickly grew back from the wound. Useless, my body can absorb chakra and regenerate, you can't hurt me. He suddenly activated the spore technique, releasing countless tiny spores that floated out from his body, spreading towards the two. These spores will gradually drain your chakra. Consider it the price for witnessing the truth. Naruto immediately pulled Sasuke back, channeling Sage Chakra to form a light green barrier around them. Sage Chakra can restrain Otsutsuki energy, oh don't let the spores get close. He quickly condensed Sage Art-tailed Beast Purification Bomb and hurled the energy bomb towards the spore swarm. The light green purifying energy instantly enveloped the spores, rendering them inactive and turning them to ash on the ground. Sasuke seized the opportunity to circle around to Zetsu's side, his Sharingan locking onto the lower half of Zetsu hiding underground. His upper body is just a clone, the real body is underground. Use Amaterasu to burn him. The black flames of Amaterasu shot from Sasuke's eyes, aiming directly at the ground beneath Zetsu. Zetsu visibly panicked, quickly retracting his body, trying to burrow deeper into the soil. Damn Uchiha's Amaterasu. The ground was scorched, leaving a blackened mark, and Zetsu's figure completely vanished, leaving behind a chilling remark. Don't think this is the end. Gabito has gone to capture the 3 tails, and next is the 9 tails. You'll see. The underground fell silent again, only the words on the stone tablet still faintly glowing. Sasuke looked in the direction Zetsu had disappeared, his fists still tightly clenched. Itachi is still in the Akatsuki. Obito will definitely use him to threaten me. We must find him quickly. Naruto nodded, calling up the system's Ninja World Power Distribution map, slowly analyzing. The Akatsuki is currently capturing the 3 tails, and the Mizukage has already requested assistance from Konoha. However, our 7th team alone will have difficulty dealing with both the Akatsuki and rescuing Itachi. We need to find allies. He pointed to Tsunagakure and Kumogakure on the map. Gaara was helped by us before and has reconciled with Shikaku. He will definitely be willing to fight against the Akatsuki. Killer Bee from Kumogakure is the 8 tails Jinchuriki. The Akatsuki will come after him sooner or later, and they have reason to cooperate. We can first discuss with Lady Tsunade to form a counter-Akatsuki alliance. Only then will we have enough strength to contend with the Akatsuki. Lady Tsunade has returned. Sasuke was somewhat surprised Tsunade was still wandering outside when he left Konoha. Naruto was about to answer when footsteps came from the shrine entrance. Sakura rushed in with a medical ninja tool kit, her face showing urgency. Naruto, Sasuke, are you alright? I just heard fighting sounds from outside. She gasped in surprise at the words on the stone tablet, her eyes widening. This is the Uchiha secret. Sakura, you came at the right time. Naruto briefly explained the content of the stone tablet and the appearance of Zetsu. Did you find the specific location of the God Tree relic in Orochimaru's experimental logs? Sakura nodded, pulling out a scroll from her bag. I found it. It's at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, a place called Cloudbreak Valley. Zetsu often goes there to extract energy. Additionally, Lady Tsunade has just returned to Konoha and has already taken over as Hokage. She wants you to go to the Hokage building immediately. There's an urgent mission to assign. The system panel simultaneously popped up. A prompt triggered emergency mission, Land of Water, request for aid. Akatsuki members Kisame and Obito are capturing the 3 tails in the Land of Water, and a tailed beast rescue team needs to be formed to provide support. Unlocking Counter-Akatsuki Alliance. Prerequisite task: contact Tsunagakure and Kumogakure to reach a cooperation consensus. Naruto closed the system panel and said to the two, Lady Tsunade is looking for us, and it should be about the situation in the Land of Water. Let's first go to the Hokage building to receive our mission, then plan to find Itachi and establish the alliance. The Akatsuki has already begun capturing tailed beasts on a large scale. We can't wait any longer. Sasuke and Sakura both nodded in agreement. The three of them organized their equipment and quickly exited the shrine, heading towards the Hokage building. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting long shadows on them. Although they had unraveled the mystery of the stone tablet and understood Itachi's struggles, a new crisis had already emerged. The Akatsuki's tailed beast planned the mystery of the God Tree relic, Itachi's safety, and the impending battle for the three tails all weighed heavier on their shoulders. However, this time, they were no longer fighting alone. They had the support of Konoha behind them. Inside the Hokage building, the lights were bright. In the sealed test tube flickered remnants of Kemui's energy, a sheepskin map, marked with the action route of the Root organization, and a note that held Sasuke's gaze for a long time. On the back were the 4 characters "Protect Sasuke," written by Itachi himself. Sasuke's fingertips gently touched the yellowed paper, and his Sharingan involuntarily glinted with a crimson. Even after all these years, there remained faint traces of chakra fluctuations on the paper. The tenderness in the handwriting mirrored that of his brother in his memories. "Even if all the evidence points to Obito and Danzo," he said softly, his voice suppressed, "I still can't understand why it had to be him to do it personally." Naruto said nothing, instead operating the system to project the evidence chain integration interface onto the adjacent wall. In the soft blue light, clues intertwined like stars. The remnants of Kemui's energy appeared 30 minutes before the massacre. He calmly analyzed, indicating that Obito was already lurking within the Uchiha shrine, waiting to seize the Sharingan after Itachi made his move. His finger moved to another point at the same time. The Root organization sealed off the perimeter in the name of maintaining order, actually creating conditions for Obito and Orochimaru's cleanup. Sakura was observing a blood sample under the microscope. She raised her head, her expression serious. "There is a black substance in the blood that closely resembles Orochimaru's curse seal cells, but contains a portion of Otsutsuki energy." She paused for a moment before continuing. "This aligns with the system's previous hints. Orochimaru's curse seal technique is related to the Otsutsuki. He is very likely to have been at the scene aiming to collect corpses as experimental materials." Sasuke silently gazed at the evidence chain, the light in his Sharingan flickering uncertainly. "I want to return to the old site," he suddenly spoke, his voice a bit hoarse. "Karen mentioned that there are undisclosed investigation records beneath the shrine. Perhaps there are overlooked clues there." The old site of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door of his childhood home, dust falling down. The walls bore remnants of charred scorch marks, and a decaying small wooden box in the corner caught his attention. It was the place where he stored his ninja headband as a child. The characters spelling Sasuke, still vaguely discernible despite their crooked engraving. Naruto did not disturb him, instead activating the system's energy scanning function. The entrance to the secret chamber beneath the shrine requires both the Sharingan and tailed beast chakra to activate, he reminded, turning around only to see Sasuke, clutching an old fire-patterned headband, his knuckles slightly white. "Let's go." Naruto softened his voice. "The answer may lie below." The interior of the shrine was even more dilapidated than imagined. Naruto gathered golden chakra in his hand, and Sasuke's Sharingan once again glimmered red. As both powers were simultaneously infused into the Uchiha clan emblem on the ground, accompanied by a deep rumble, a hidden stone staircase slowly revealed itself, extending down into darkness. The damp air was mixed with the scent of old paper and soil, as if time had been silent here for far too long. They descended the stairs and found it to be a not so spacious stone chamber. In the center stood an ancient stone platform on which rested a dark wooden box. The box bore no ornate decorations, yet it inexplicably conveyed a sense of solemnity, as if a promise buried by time had finally awaited its moment of revelation. Sasuke slowly extended his hand, hesitating, just as his fingertips were about to touch the wooden box. Naruto and Sakura stood behind him, their expressions equally grave. What could be inside the box? The truth, more lies, or a past that no one wished to face? Ultimately, he lifted the lid of the box. The stone door at the entrance of the Uchiha Forbidden Area can be opened simply by the resonance of Sasuke's Sharingan with Naruto's tailed beast chakra. The two exchanged glances, synchronizing their energy into the Uchiha symbol on the door, which slowly slid inward, without hesitation, allowing them to step directly into the passage. The stone walls on both sides of the passage were engraved with murals depicting the origins of the Uchiha, but they did not delay Sasuke's gaze, which remained fixed deeper inside, while Naruto quickly scanned the energy trajectories, with the system ultimately locking onto the ancestral statue in the center of the stone chamber that held the stone slab marked with the sun. Naruto concentrated the tailed beast chakra at his fingertips and lightly touched the stone slab, causing faint golden lines to illuminate and reveal clear text. The Uchiha are the descendants of Ashura, the second son of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Their bloodline contains the power of love, and the Sharingan can evolve into the Mangekyo to awaken the power of the six paths. If consumed by hatred, the bloodline will be tainted by the negative energy of Kagaya Otsutsuki, turning them into weapons of war. Brother once said the power of the Sharingan comes from love, yet it can also be destroyed by hatred, which turns out was not just a casual remark. As Sasuke's fingers brushed over the lines on the stone slab, the instant the Sharingan resonated with it, an image of Itachi suddenly appeared in the air of the stone chamber. It was the night of the clan's massacre. Itachi, dressed in black, whispered to the slab, "Obito intends to use the Uchiha bloodline to resurrect Kagaya. I must feign compliance while secretly stopping him. Sasuke, forgive my concealment. When you learn the truth, you must safeguard the last hope of our clan." At the moment the image dissipated, Sasuke's clenched fist turned pale, and the Sharingan subtly glowed with the scarlet hues of the Mangekyo. "Brother, I will personally bring an end to everything you bore." Naruto patted his shoulder without saying much, as the system had already synchronized and analyzed the information from the stone slab. To resurrect Kagaya, 3 pieces of the stone slab must be gathered to activate the power of the 6 paths. Obito's current goal is precisely the scattered fragments. At that moment the system suddenly emitted an urgent alarm, detected Obito's Kimui energy and Zetsu's spore energy appearing within 50 meters of the forbidden area. The energy fluctuations are rapidly approaching. The two quickly concealed themselves behind a stone pillar in the chamber, witnessing Obito step out from a spatial rift, his Sharingan scanning the room, while Zetsu's upper body emerged from the ground, holding a fragment resembling the pattern on the stone slab. "Indeed, someone found this place before us." Obito's gaze fell upon the stone slab, his tone laced with mockery. "Sasuke, do you think Itachi's protection can change anything? The Uchiha were nothing more than sacrifices prepared for the resurrection of Kagaya." Sasuke suddenly charged out from behind the pillar, thrusting his Chidori directly at Obito's face. "You exploited Itachi and slaughtered our clan. Today you shall not take the fragment." Obito sidestepped, using Kimui to absorb the Chidori energy into another dimension while throwing a kunai to restrain Sasuke. "Naive, you alone cannot stop me." Naruto seized the opportunity to throw a tailed beast chakra chain, entangling Zetsu's vine-like arm, only to see Zetsu grin and toss the fragment to Obito. "Naruto, don't waste your efforts. Once we obtain the 3 tails, we shall meet again." Before the words fully left his mouth, the two vanished into the Kimui space, leaving behind a trace of black spores on the ground. They are deliberately collecting the fragments of the stone slab, aiming to gather the key to activating the power of the 6 paths. Naruto crouched down to extract a sample of the spores from the ground. Using the system, Sakura's medical ninjutsu might be able to analyze the energy trajectory of the spores and track their whereabouts. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan, his expression solemn. "There should still be 1 piece of the stone slab left. We must find it before Akatsuki does. We cannot allow them to resurrect Kagaya." As the two exited the forbidden area, they saw Sakura waiting outside the clan's territory with a medical toolkit, holding a freshly calibrated chakra detector. "I detected abnormal spore energy on the outskirts of the clan territory and guessed you would be here. By the way, Lady Tsunade just returned to Konoha and asked you to head to the Hokage building immediately. There's urgent news from the Mizukage. Akatsuki members are already active at the border of the Land of Water and are suspected to be targeting the 3 tails." The 3 tails. Naruto's eye sharpened as he quickly connected the dots. Obito just mentioned the 3 tails. It seems they plan to capture the tailed beasts first, and then use the fragments of the stone slab to activate the power. Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai. "We cannot let them succeed. First, let's meet with Lady Tsunade and devise a countermeasure." The 3 no longer hesitated and turned to dash toward the Hokage building. Sunlight filtered through the crumbling walls of the Uchiha clan, casting mottled shadows on the ground, yet it couldn't dispel the heaviness in the air. Obito's appearance not only exposed Akatsuki's ambitions, but also shrouded the truth behind the Uchiha massacre in deeper mystery. What awaited them next would be a life-and-death struggle centered around the tailed beasts and the fragments of the stone slab. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto was helping Sakura organize her backpack, while Sasuke stood nearby gripping a newly refined Sharingan talisman infused with chakra. "This talisman is infused with my chakra. If you encounter danger, crush it, and no matter how far apart we are, I will be able to sense it." He placed the talisman in Naruto's palm, applying a gentle pressure with his fingertips. "The hidden sand is not like the leaf. Members of the Akatsuki may be lying in wait along the way. You too must be careful." Naruto squeezed the talisman, feeling its warmth and the lingering essence of Sasuke's chakra. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, with Sakura here we have medical support and defense covered. Besides, the system will help predict risks. You stay in the leaf to analyze the clues from the tablet, and don't push yourself too hard. If you have any questions, send a message." Sakura also chimed in, pulling out a small vial of chakra recovery potion from her backpack and handing it to Sasuke. "This is an improved version that can quickly replenish the chakra consumed by the Sharingan. You will need it while studying the tablet." Sasuke accepted the recovery potion, swallowed hard, and finally said, "Come back quickly." Watching the two turn to head down the path to the hidden sand, he then turned and walked toward the Uchiha compound. There were still many secrets about the tablet fragments waiting for him to unravel. The road to the hidden sand passes through the deserts of the Land of Wind, with the midday sun scorching the earth. Sakura took out 2 small bottles of light green liquid from her backpack and handed one to Naruto. This is a cooling agent made from desert cactus juice and mint extract. Apply it to your wrists and neck to alleviate the chakra disruptions caused by high temperatures. After applying it, Naruto indeed felt much more refreshed. He watched Sakura skillfully pack her bag, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sakura, your preparations are becoming more thorough. You're much more reliable than when we first formed Team 7. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a reproachful glance. "It's not like I want it, it's because of you and Sasuke. I can't keep dragging you two down. By the way, you mentioned using earth knowledge to optimize the defense traps. How exactly will we do that?" As they walked and talked, Naruto pulled up a simulation map of the desert terrain from the system, pointing at the sand dunes. "Look, these sand dunes may seem scattered, but they can be used to set up a sound-activated quicksand trap. As long as Chakra approaches, the quicksand will automatically sink, neither harming anyone nor wasting time. Once we reach the hidden sand, I can talk to Gaara and help them set up a batch at the border." Just as he was speaking, a group of sand thieves suddenly emerged from behind a dune, wielding curved blades and wearing fierce expressions. "This road is mine. Leave your valuables and ninja tools or face death." As Naruto was about to make a move, Sakura pulled him back, signaling with her eyes, "Leave it to me." She quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in her palm into an invisible rope, which was her newly practiced chakra binding technique. "Don't think you are the only ones who can use ninja tools." With her shout, the chakra rope instantly wrapped around the ankles of the sand thieves, rendering them unable to move despite their struggles. The leader of the sand thieves, seeing this, pulled out a kunai from his pocket and was about to throw it, but Naruto flicked a pebble with his fingertip, precisely knocking the kunai away. Bullying a girl, is that any kind of skill, eh? Seeing that the two were not easy to deal with, the sand thieves could only obediently surrender. Sakura did not make things difficult for them, releasing the bindings while warning, "If you dare block our path again, it won't be so simple next time." After dealing with the sand thieves, the two continued on their way, finally arriving at the entrance of the hidden sand village by evening. The guarding hidden sand ninja recognized Naruto and immediately reported to Gaara. Before long, Gaara arrived quickly with Temari and Kankuro, his sand layer much more restrained than before, and his gaze softened a bit. "Naruto, Sakura, it's been a long time." Entering the hidden sand council chamber, Gaara immediately asked about their intentions. "You said you wanted to form an anti-Akatsuki alliance, but the hidden sand has just experienced an invasion by Orochimaru, suffering heavy losses. What we need now is stability, not to be dragged into a new war." Naruto did not rush to refute, but took out a document detailing the Akatsuki's tailed beast capture plan from his backpack, placing it on the table. Gaara, "Look, the Akatsuki has already captured the two tails, and next they are likely to go after Shikaku. What they want are the tailed beasts, not the peace of the ninja villages. Even if the hidden sand wants to avoid conflict, they cannot escape it." Sakura added, "We have developed a potion that can counteract Curse Seal energy, which can not only protect Shikaku, but also heal the ninja affected by the Akatsuki. If the hidden sand joins the alliance, we can send medical ninjas to help you improve your medical capabilities, which would only benefit the hidden sand." Gaara looked at the plan, then glanced outside at the hidden sand ninjas in the training ground, remaining silent for a long time. He recalled how the hidden sand nearly perished during Orochimaru's invasion, and how Naruto helped him break free from the obsession with Shikaku. Now, with the threat of the Akatsuki looming, avoiding it might only lead to a repeat of tragedy. "I need to discuss this with the elders. Give me 3 days." He finally set his tone, carrying a hint of concession. During the next 3 days, Naruto did not sit idle and proactively offered to help optimize the hidden sand's border defenses. Using his knowledge of earth defensive structures combined with the hidden sand techniques, he designed a multi-layer sand alarm trap. As long as the Akatsuki's chakra approaches, the sand layer will sound an alarm and form a barrier to buy time. Sakura, meanwhile, was at the hidden sand's medical department, explaining the usage of the anti-curse seal potions to the local medical ninjas, teaching them the operation step by step. On the evening of the 3rd day, Gaara found Naruto, his eyes resolute. "The elders have agreed. The hidden sand will join the alliance, and I will lead the team, personally, ready to provide support at any time." Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart as he reached out to shake Gaara's hand. "Thank you, Gaara. With the hidden sand's participation, our chances against the Akatsuki have increased." When leaving the Sand Hidden Village, Temari, accompanied by 5 Sand Hidden Ninjas, said the path to the Thunder Hidden Village is difficult. These individuals excel at terrain reconnaissance and can help you avoid traps. Naruto thanked Temari, and the group set off towards the Yunlei Gorge, where the Thunder Hidden Village was located. The Thunder Hidden Village is situated atop a towering peak with steep paths surrounded by constant thunderstorms. The entrance's lightning barrier shimmered with blue-purple electricity, and the air was charged with a stinging sensation. Sakura took out specially made insulated gloves and handed them to everyone, saying these are made of special fibers that can temporarily withstand the erosion of lightning, but cannot be in contact with the barrier for too long. Naruto tried to simulate the lightning attribute with his tailed beast chakra. As his fingertips touched the barrier, he was repelled by the electric currents, exclaiming, "No, the tailed beast chakra conflicts with the lightning attribute. Forcing through would backfire." He looked at Temari, asking, "Can Sand Hidden's tracking ninjutsu locate the guards? We need to communicate with the Thunder Lord first and cannot act recklessly." Temari released her sand ninjutsu, tiny grains of sand spreading along the mountain path. After a moment she retracted the grains, and reported there are 2 thunder hidden guards 100 meters to the northwest. Their chakra fluctuations are strong, likely elite ninjas responsible for guarding the barrier. Naruto nodded, instructing Sakura and the sand-hidden ninjas to wait at their location while he quietly approached with Temari. We are ninjas from Konoha and Sand-Hidden seeking to meet Lord Raikage regarding urgent information about the Akatsuki. From a distance Naruto declared their intent, but the guard tightened his grip on his lightning blade, stating Lord Raikage said he is not meeting any foreign village ninjas recently. I'll leave quickly. As both sides were at a standstill, a rhythmic voice came from behind the barrier. Hey, the little brats from the foreign village have some guts to come and challenge Thunder Hidden. Let me see if you have what it takes to meet the Raikage. Before the words faded, a figure wearing sunglasses and carrying 7 ninja blades leaped out. It was Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and brother of the Raikage. As Killer Bee landed, he threw a short blade straight at Naruto's face. Naruto dodged sideways, gathering tailed beast chakra into a short blade to block, saying, Senpai, we came to discuss an alliance, not to fight. Killer Bee grinned, widely want to talk alliance. You gotta get past me first. Defeat me to have the right to speak with the Raikage. Saying this, he activated his partial tailed beast transformation, 8 octopus-like tentacles appearing behind him, rushing toward Naruto. Naruto immediately created 3 shadow clones to restrain the tentacles, while his main body focused on gathering sage art, tailed beast Rasengan. Senpai, I'm sorry. The Rasengan, glowing with a faint golden light, slammed toward Killer Bee, but was caught by the tentacles. Not bad, not bad. The tailed beast chakra is pure, but still not enough. Sakura saw this, and quickly used a chakra scalpel to sever one of the attacking tentacles, saying, Naruto, the joints of his tentacles are his weak points. Killer Bee paused for a moment, then laughed. The little girl has a sharp eye, but that won't win you over me. He swung out the lightning blade at his waist, electrifying it to form an electric net. Naruto seized the opportunity, directing his shadow clone to use tailed beast chakra to create a barrier to block the electric net. His main body then circled behind Killer Bee, saying, Senpai, since you like rap, how about a rap battle? He suddenly imitated Killer Bee's rhythm, and began. The Akatsuki is aggressive. One by one the tailed beasts are captured. Konoha and Sand-Hidden unite to crush all dangers. Killer Bee was taken aback, then burst out laughing. Interesting. You little brat have some skills. His offensive slowed down, but fighting can't rely on rap. Despite saying this, the tentacles retracted, and his partial tailed beast transformation was released. At this moment the Raikage's voice came from behind the barrier. Enough, stop messing around, and let them in. The barrier slowly opened, revealing the Raikage standing at the entrance with a serious expression. I want to see what you can offer to win the Raikage's interest. Entering the Thunder Hidden Council chamber, Naruto presented the Akatsuki's tailed beast capture records and alliance plans. The Akatsuki has already captured the 2 tails and 3 tails, and the next target is likely to be the 8 tails. It's too difficult for the Raikage to face the Akatsuki alone. After the alliance, we can share intelligence, combining Konoha's medical ninjutsu, Sand-Hidden's tracking techniques, and the Raikage's combat skills to protect the tailed beasts and safeguard the ninja villages. The Raikage scrutinized the documents, frowning. An alliance means we have to divert military strength to support other ninja villages. The Raikage cannot weaken his own defenses for outsiders. Killer Bee suddenly interjected, bro, this little brat is right. The Akatsuki will definitely cause trouble for the Raikage after capturing the 8 tails, and his rap earlier was quite good, worth trusting. Sakura added the anti-curse mark potion we developed can resist the Akatsuki's erosion. We've tested it in Sand-Hidden, and the results are excellent. If Thunder Hidden joins, we can teach medical ninjas the production method and help you strengthen the 8 tails seal. Senpai. The Raikage remained silent for a long time, looking at Killer Bee. What do you think? Killer Bee patted his chest, saying, don't worry, bro, it'll protect the 8 tails, and will support the alliance. Plus, teaming up with Konoha and Sand-Hidden might just create even better rap lyrics. The Raikage sighed helplessly and finally nodded. We can join the alliance, but Thunder Hidden will only send 20 elite ninjas led by B, and all actions must prioritize Thunder Hidden's safety. Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart, quickly standing up to thank you, Lord Raikage. We will ensure the alliance functions effectively to protect all ninja villages. As they left the council chamber, Killer Bee grabbed Naruto, saying, little brat, let's have a rematch next time and chat about rap skills. Naruto smiled in agreement, turning to Sakura, both of them filled with relief. The alliance had taken a crucial step forward. Although dangers still lay ahead, as long as everyone worked together, they would surely find a way to combat the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Sasuke was studying the shattered stone slabs of the Uchiha Forbidden Area, with the system prompt saying the energy of the fragments is closely related to the Otsutsuki ruins. The last piece must be found to unlock complete information. As Naruto and Sakura returned to Konoha with the news of the alliance with the hidden stone village, Tsunade was already waiting in front of the Hokage building. Wearing her iconic red cheaphouse, Tsunade was accompanied by Kakashi and Jiraiya, her face displaying a rare seriousness. Thank you for your hard work regarding the alliance, but the Akatsuki won't give us much time to prepare. We need to quickly reinforce Konoha's defenses. In the conference room, Tsunade spread a map of Konoha on the table, her finger tracing over marked weak points in the defenses as she began to assign tasks. Naruto, you will be responsible for integrating intelligence from all ninja villages and establishing a cross-village intelligence sharing network to ensure we can synchronize real-time updates on Akatsuki's movements. Kakashi, you lead a team to strengthen the outer barriers of Konoha, especially around the Hokage building and the ceiling vault. Jiraiya, please contact the Hidden Stone Village and persuade them to join the alliance. Sakura, I leave the medical department to you, the anti-seal. Antidote must be mass-produced quickly, and we need to train more medical ninjas. Naruto nodded in agreement, then pulled up the intelligence integration template from the system. This was a design he created by combining his knowledge of information management from Earth capable of categorizing tracking intelligence from the hidden sand combat data, from the hidden lightning and reconnaissance reports from the water shadow, while also automatically marking suspicious movements. I will complete the setup of the sharing network within 3 days. Additionally, I would like to ask Shikamaru for help. His tactical analysis skills can assist us in predicting Akatsuki's ambush routes. As soon as he finished speaking, Shikamaru was summoned in. He yawned, looking resigned, predicting Akatsuki's movements. That's a troublesome task, but what can we do? We're allies after all. After a pause, Shikamaru shifted the conversation. By the way, Naruto, how do we implement the layered defense from the Earth tactics you mentioned before? Perhaps it could be applied to Konoha's outer defenses. The two leaned over the map, and Naruto drew the defensive lines with charcoal on the paper. The outer layer will utilize Sand Village's sand traps, the middle layer will be equipped with Lightning Village's lightning warning devices, and the inner layer will be guarded by Konoha ninjas. In case of an incident, we can delay the situation layer by layer. Shikamaru examined the sketch, tapping his fingers on the table deep in thought. This approach is feasible. I can add a few sound-triggered points. As long as Akatsuki's chakra gets close, it will trigger an immediate alarm. Meanwhile, Sasuke was training with the surviving Uchiha clan members at the training ground. 12-year-old Sho was gripping a kunai, but his hands were trembling. After seeing his companions get infected by Akatsuki's spore energy last time, he was filled with fear of battle. He couldn't even master the most basic shuriken. Throwing the kunai, he fell straight to the ground. Sasuke didn't rush him. He quietly picked up the kunai and slowed his movements to demonstrate. Relax your fingers when holding the kunai, keep your eyes on the target, and don't overthink it. Sho bit his lip and picked up the kunai again, but thinking of the previous scene made his hands tremble once more. The kunai deviated from the target again, landing on the ground with a soft thud. Sasuke paused, crouched down, and looked Sho in the eye, his voice softer than usual. When I was young, I was also afraid of losing my family. Later, when my family was gone, I thought about revenge and almost got consumed by hatred. Sho looked up, confusion filling his eyes. Sasakini, are you not afraid anymore? I am afraid, but I know that fear doesn't solve problems. Sasuke pointed to the other orphans training on the field. They are just like you, having lost their families. If you can't even throw a shuriken properly, how can you protect them? This statement struck a chord with Sho. He took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the kunai. Staring at the target in the distance, Sho suddenly threw the kunai. Though it didn't hit the center, it landed firmly on the target paper. Sasuke's lips curled up slightly as he reached out to pat Sho's shoulder. Great job. Next time, try using the Sharingan to lock onto the target. Don't be afraid of it. It's the power that protects your companions. Sho nodded, his eyes gradually lighting up as he started to practice repeatedly. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, but he did. Meanwhile, Sakura was in the medical department's laboratory, frowning at the potion formula. Although the previously developed purification anti-curse seal agent was effective, it had side effects for weaker ninjas, causing temporary chakra disturbances. As she flipped through the Shinnon Benchao Jing left by Tsunade, her eyes suddenly lit up. The agave recorded in the book could neutralize negative chakra. This herb grows in the deep mountains of the Land of Fire. Previously, due to its scarcity, they hadn't dared to use it in large quantities. Now it seemed to be the key to solving the side effects. Sakura immediately gathered the medical team, her tone urgent. Everyone split up and collect agave from the deep mountains. Be cautious of poisonous insects and traps. Return as soon as possible. We need to improve the potion before Akatsuki's attack. One young medical ninja hesitated and quietly asked, Miss Sakura, there have been sightings of beasts infected with cursed seals in the deep mountains recently. Could it be dangerous? Sakura took out 2 bottles of pre-prepared potions and handed them to her. These are the preliminary improved protective agents, which can temporarily withstand cursed seal energy. Don't worry, I will go with you. In the deep mountains, Sakura carefully led the team in search of agave. Suddenly, a curse-sealed wild boar charged out, its fangs radiating dark energy, lunging straight at one of the team members. Sakura reacted swiftly, immediately deploying a chakra shield, while shouting to her team, "Continue collecting you." She deftly evaded the boar's charge, and quickly injected herself with the protective agent. Then Sakura precisely struck the curse seal core on the wild boar with her chakra scalpel. The wild boar shook its head, its frenzied aura gradually dissipating as it turned and fled into the woods. The team members watched in astonishment, and Sakura wiped the sweat from her forehead, smiling to reassure everyone. It's okay now, hurry and collect. We need to return to Konoha before dark. That night Sakura was busy in the laboratory until late. She repeatedly improved the potion with the newly collected agave, and after multiple tests, she finally reduced the side effects to a minimum. The system popped up a notification: Purification Anti-Curse Seal, Agent 2. 0 developed successfully with a 90 elimination rate for Otsutsuki energy, and the duration of side effects shortened to 10 minutes. After working late into the night, Naruto passed by the medical department and noticed the lights still on, so he pushed the door open. Still awake. How is the potion development going? Sakura raised the test tube in her hand, her eyes filled with exhaustion, yet unable to hide her excitement. It's a success. The side effects have virtually disappeared, and we can mass-produce it tomorrow. Naruto took out a cup of hot milk from his pocket and handed it to her. Don't overwork yourself. The Alliance needs medical ninjas like you, and you need to take care of yourself too. The next morning, Tsunade summoned Naruto to the Hokage building for a private meeting. In the office, she took out a talisman engraved with the Hokage symbol from her drawer and solemnly handed it to Naruto. This is a talisman left by the first Hokage capable of withstanding a fatal attack in critical moments. After a pause, Tsunade's tone became particularly serious. Naruto, the burden of the Alliance is heavy. You not only need to coordinate the various ninja villages, but also protect Sasuke and Sakura well. Remember, true strength does not come from power, but from the people around you. When you can make the Sand and Lightning villages lower their guard, it's not because of your tailed beast power, but because everyone believes you can bring peace. Naruto clenched the talisman in his hand and nodded vigorously. Lady Tsunade, I won't let you down, nor will I disappoint everyone. Stepping out of the office, sunlight poured onto the streets of Konoha. The sounds of ninja shouting came from the training ground, and a faint glow from potion bottles shone through the medical department's window. In the distance, Sasuke was practicing the Sharingan, with Sho, whose gaze had become much more resolute than before. Looking at everything before him, Naruto felt a surge of strength within him. As long as everyone stands united, there is no battle they cannot win. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura followed Temari and 5 sand ninjas, embarking on the journey to the Land of Water. As they stepped into the border of the Land of Water, a thick fog enveloped them, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. The ground turned slippery, and a moment's inattention could lead to stepping into hidden swamps. Everyone tread lightly, and follow the sand grains I create, Temari said, flicking her fingers to release dozens of fine grains of sand that hovered ahead, guiding their path like signposts. The sand grains can sense the reality beneath the ground. Following them will prevent us from sinking into the swamp. Naruto activated the system's environment scan, and a three-dimensional map of the surrounding terrain appeared on the screen, clearly marking the swamp's rocks and shallow areas. 200 meters to the northwest, there's a rocky area suitable for a temporary rest. Let's head there to regroup and wait for the fog to clear a bit before continuing our journey. When they reached the rocky area, Sakura took out several packets of herbs from her bag. These are perilla leaves that prevent dampness. Everyone take some and place them on your bodies to alleviate the discomfort caused by the humidity. As she distributed the herbs, she observed everyone's condition. The climate in the Land of Water is humid and chakra flow can easily be obstructed. When we resume our journey, try to maintain a steady breathing rhythm. After resting for a moment, the fog thinned slightly, and they continued onward. About an hour later, faint footsteps suddenly echoed ahead. Sasuke immediately clutched the kunai at his waist, activating his Sharingan quietly. Come out, don't hide. Sasuke's voice resonated through the fog. We are a reconnaissance team from Konoha here to track the Akatsuki's movements. We mean no harm. Several figures emerged from behind the trees. They were patrol ninjas from the Land of Water, and the captain holding a long sword eyed them warily. What right do ninjas from another village have to enter the Land of Water? Show us your travel documents. Naruto stepped forward, presenting the letter from the Mizukage and Konoha. We came here at the invitation of Lord Mizukage. The Akatsuki is in pursuit of tailed beasts, and the next target is the Three Tails in the Land of Water. We want to help protect it. The captain carefully checked the letter and then scrutinized the group before finally relaxing. Follow me, the Mizukage is waiting for you in the palace. The Mizukage's palace is located on an island in the middle of the lake, requiring a wooden boat to reach. As the boat approached the center of the lake, Sakura suddenly pointed at the water. Look, the chakra in the lake is very chaotic. Sasuke stared at the lake's bottom, his Sharingan flickering red. There is tailed beast chakra at the lake's bottom. It's the Three Tails, but its energy fluctuations are very unstable, as if it is afraid of something. Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to use the system's tailed beast communication feature to connect with the Three Tails. After a moment, he opened his eyes. The Three Tails sensed the chakra of the Akatsuki and is very anxious. It was ambushed by the Akatsuki before and suffered some injuries. Upon arriving at the palace, the Mizukage sat in the main seat, his expression cold. Konoha's ninjas, you claim you can help me protect the Three Tails. What abilities do you possess? Naruto took out a counter-seal potion. This is a potion we developed that can resist the sealing energy of the Akatsuki. Both the Sand and Lightning ninjas have used it with great success. Moreover, 3 ninja villages have already joined the alliance, allowing us to share intelligence and support one another. Sakura added, I am a medical ninja and can treat those injured by the Akatsuki, as well as help the Three Tails with its wounds. The Mizukage was silent for a long time before finally nodding. You may stay, but you must obey my orders and cannot act independently. Now come with me to Mirror Lake. The Three Tails is there. At the shore of Mirror Lake, the ninjas of the Land of Water had set up a water escape barrier, a blue light curtain enveloping the lake's surface. This barrier can sense foreign chakra, but it cannot stop the core members of the Akatsuki. The Mizukage said. Naruto observed the barrier and suggested we could set up a layer of sand traps outside the barrier. Sand release can restrain water release and delay the Akatsuki's actions. Temari, I will rely on you for this. Temari nodded, forming seals with her fingers. A large amount of sand surged from the ground, forming a circular trap outside the barrier. As soon as someone steps in, the sand will entangle their feet and prevent them from moving. Meanwhile, Sasuke took 2 ninjas from the Land of Water and scouted along the lakeshore. He'll check if the Akatsuki has set up an ambush. He'll be back in half an hour. Sakura set up a temporary medical station on the shore, neatly arranging potions, bandages, and splints. He'll stay here on standby. He'll provide support as needed. Half an hour later, Sasuke returned with a serious expression. To the west of the lake, there's an Akatsuki ambush, about 10 people, 2 of whom can use Ninjutsu to conceal their chakra. They are likely Haiden and Kakuzu's subordinates. Naruto immediately gathered everyone. We'll split into 3 groups. Mizukage, you lead the ninjas to guard the barrier. Temari, you and I will lure the Akatsuki members into the trap. Sakura, you and the rest will be responsible for support. Once we engage, attack from the side. After assigning the tasks, Naruto and Temari headed towards the west of the lake, deliberately releasing a small amount of chakra. Soon 10 figures appeared, led by Haiden and Kaku. The Konoha brats finally came out. Haiden laughed loudly, wielding his scythe. Hand over the 3 tails, and well, spare your lives. Naruto scoffed. If you want to catch the 3 tails, you'll have to get through us first. At the same time, Temari formed seals, and the sand trap suddenly activated, ensnaring the feet of several Akatsuki members. Damn it! It's a trap! Kakuzu yelled angrily. Just as he was about to retaliate, Sasuke and Sakura suddenly attacked from the side. Sasuke's Chidori lunged at Kakuzu, while Sakura's chakra scalpel severed Haiden's chakra threads. Seeing the situation turning against them, Haiden and Kakuzu immediately retreated. Just wait, we'll be back. Watching the 2 disappear, the Mizukage approached Naruto, his tone softening. Thank you, the Land of Water is willing to join the anti-Akatsuki alliance. Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart. That's great. With the Land of Water's support, we have a greater chance of standing against the Akatsuki. In the evening, as the fog dissipated, the surface of Mirror Lake shimmered with a faint light. The silhouette of the 3 tails emerged from the lake bottom, its eyes looking at Naruto with a hint of familiarity. Naruto waved with a smile, and the 3 tails seemed to understand, slowly sinking back into the depths of the lake. Sasuke nodded. The Akatsuki won't give up easily, but we must prepare quickly for the next battle. At the makeshift medical point of the Mirror Lake defense line, Sakura frowned at the potion bottles on the table. The previously developed purification anti-curse agent can suppress the Otsutsuki energy, but it has side effects on weaker ninjas. After injection, they temporarily experience clogged meridians and difficulty breathing. This issue must be resolved, though otherwise it will hinder us in actual combat. Sakura picked up a test tube containing the potion, observing it against the light. The liquid inside shimmered with a faint black hue. The compatibility between the potion and the ninja's own chakra is too poor. She flipped through the Shinnon Benchaojing left by Tsunade, quickly scanning until her gaze landed on the entry for Agavi. Agavi can neutralize negative chakra. I only used a small amount before, perhaps increasing the dosage will improve compatibility. Just as she was about to begin the formulation, Tsunade entered the medical point, and seeing Sakura's focused expression, asked with a smile, still pondering the potion. Did you encounter a problem? Sakura nodded, pointing at the test tube. The potion and chakra conflict causing side effects. I want to try using Agavi to adjust the formula. Tsunade walked over to the table, picked up the test tube, and sniffed it. Agavi is mild and can indeed harmonize energy, but its effectiveness is limited when used alone. She paused and added, the chakra of the 3 tails contains pure water attribute energy, which might pair well with Agavi, enhancing purification while reducing irritation. Sakura's eyes lit up. That's right. The chakra of the 3 tails is very stable. When I communicated with Naruto before, it was willing to provide a small amount of chakra for research. She immediately took out a container filled with diluted chakra from the 3 tails, and according to the ratio poured it into the Agavi powder and the original potion, stirring it evenly. The newly formulated potion appeared light green, clear in texture, without the previous black sediment. I need to conduct a test first. Sakura took out an empty syringe, drew a small amount of the potion, gently made a small cut on her arm, infused it with a trace of curse seal energy, and then pushed the new potion in. Moments later, the curse seal patterns on her arm quickly faded, and there was no discomfort as before. It works. Sakura exclaimed in surprise, her eyes wide as she used her chakra to sense her body's condition. The meridians are very smooth. There's no feeling of blockage. Tsunade stepped forward, using her chakra to examine Sakura's arm, nodding in approval. Not bad, the compatibility has increased significantly, and the side effects have basically disappeared. Sakura, full of enthusiasm, formulated several more potions, and called over a ninja from the Land of Water, who had previously experienced side effects. Could you please try again? This time it shouldn't make you feel uncomfortable. Sakura handed over the potion, her tone slightly tense. The ninja took the syringe, injected it, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, and said in surprise, "It really feels fine now. I no longer feel tightness in my chest, and my chakra flows much more smoothly." Sakura sighed in relief and immediately recorded the data: Purification Anti-Curse Agent 2. 0 Otsutsuki Energy Clearance Rate 95, Side Effect Duration shortened to 1 minute, compatible with all chakra attributes. The system popped up a prompt: Medical Ninjutsu Upgrade unlocked the Chakra Guidance Agent formula, which can assist in the fusion of potions with ninja chakra. That's great. Sakura clenched her fists and turned to Tsunade, saying, "I will start mass production now, so that all the ninjas in the alliance can use it." Tsunade smiled and patted her shoulder. "Go ahead, the medical department members are all at your disposal. By the way, remember to leave some potions aside, they will be needed for the tactical meeting later." Sakura nodded, turned around to assemble the medical team, and began assigning tasks. Group A will be responsible for grinding agave powder. Group B will extract the diluted chakra from the Three Tails. Group C will mix the potion according to the formula. Everyone move quickly. The medical point instantly became busy, the sounds of grinding and the clinking of instruments intertwining. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the Mizukage alongside Temari were convening a tactical meeting in the central clearing of the defense line. According to the reconnaissance, the Akatsuki's main force will likely attack from the northeast direction of Mirror Lake, where the water-style barrier is weakest. Naruto pointed to a makeshift map on the ground. "We need to set up defenses in advance." Sasuke crouched down, drawing a circle on the northeast side of the map. "I will lead the Uchiha reconnaissance team and the ninjas from the Land of Water to set up Jinjutsu traps there to slow them down." Temari added, "The sand layer traps from Sunagakure can work in tandem with the Jinjutsu. As soon as they step into the range, the sand particles will bind their ankles, while the Jinjutsu will interfere with their sight, buying us plenty of time." The Mizukage nodded. "The ninjas from the Land of Water will reinforce the barrier while laying water mines at the bottom of the lake to prevent the Akatsuki from launching a sneak attack from underwater with the Three Tails." Kakashi looked at everyone. "Naruto and I will handle the frontal interception, trying to contain the core members of the Akatsuki, such as Obito and Kisame." Just then Sakura ran over holding a box full of potions. "Has the tactical meeting started? I've brought the new potion." She opened the box and took out several bottles of Purification Anti-Curse Agent 2. 0. This is the improved potion. There are no side effects, and it can completely eliminate the Otsutsuki energy. Everyone give it a try. Naruto took one, injected a small amount of chakra, felt it for a moment, and said the chakra is very smooth, without any conflict. "Sakura, you've improved again." Sasuke also picked one up, examining the potion. "It will be extremely useful in actual combat, especially against the spores and curse energy of Juzo." The Mizukage looked at the potion and showed a look of approval to Sakura. "The medical ninjutsu of Konoha truly lives up to its reputation. With this, the Land of Water is willing to formally join the Anti-Akatsuki Alliance." Naruto felt a surge of joy in his heart. "That's great. Now the Alliance has Konoha, Sunagakure, Kumobikure, and the Land of Water. Our strength has increased." He looked back at the map, starting to assign specific tasks. Team 1, led by Sasuke, will handle the Jinjutsu and sand layer traps in the northeast direction, consisting of 5 from the Uchiha reconnaissance team, 10 ninjas from the Land of Water, and 5 from Sunagakure. Team 2, led by Temari, will reinforce the sand layer defense, cooperating with Team 1 to intercept, consisting of 20 ninjas from Sunagakure. Team 3, led by the Mizukage, will protect the barrier and lay water mines, consisting of 30 ninjas from the Land of Water. Team 4, Kakashi and I will lead, responsible for confronting the main force of the Akatsuki, consisting of 15 elite ninjas from Konoha. Team 5, led by Sakura, will provide medical support, setting up 3 medical points behind the defense line, each equipped with 5 medical ninjas. Everyone took their tasks seriously, their expressions resolute. Sakura added, "I will ensure each team is well supplied with potions. If anyone is afflicted by curse energy, they should inject immediately, and then head to the nearest medical point for treatment." After the tasks were assigned, everyone dispersed to prepare. Sakura returned to the medical point and saw that her team had already produced dozens of potions, which were being orderly packaged into boxes. "Everyone, let's put in more effort to produce 200 potions before sunset, ensuring that every ninja gets one." Sakura picked up a potion and labeled it. "This is our vital weapon against the Akatsuki, and we must not allow any mistakes." As the sun set, all the potions were finally completed and delivered to each team. Naruto stood by the shore of Mirror Lake, watching the evening glow reflected on the water's surface, while Sasuke and Sakura hurried over. "Are we all set?" Naruto asked. Sasuke nodded. "The Jinjutsu traps are already laid out. If Akatsuki dares to come, they will definitely suffer." Sakura shook the potion box in her hand. "The medical point has also been arranged, and there are plenty of potions." The night over Mirror Lake was shrouded in thick fog, with the faint golden glow of the sand layer traps intertwined with the blue light of the water escape barrier, forming a defensive net. The reconnaissance team, led by Sasuke, patrolled along the lake, when Shuji suddenly stopped, his double Tomo Sharingan shining brightly, Sasuke brother, there are 3 strong chakras to the northeast, one of which resembles Obito's Kamui energy. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, piercing through the fog to lock onto the target. It's Obito, Kisame, and Jubi. They are coming. He took out a signal flare, and the red light shot up into the sky, causing alarm horns to sound throughout the camp. Almost simultaneously, a loud noise came from the northeast of Mirror Lake. Kisame, carrying Samehada, pressed the blade against the water escape barrier, its sharp teeth greedily absorbing the chakra from the barrier. The chakra from the water escape barrier tastes quite good, Kisame grinned, as the blue light of the barrier quickly dimmed. Temari immediately formed hand seals, sand technique, sand waterfall burial. The torrents of sand rushed towards Kisame. Unfazed Kisame transformed chakra with Samehada, water technique, great shark bomb. The black water spheres collided with the sand flow, creating billowing water mist. You little ghost from the sand village, this level of skill is not enough to see, Kisame taunted as he swung Samehada, advancing step by step towards the barrier. Don't be so arrogant. A voice from the water shadow came, and both hands formed seals, water technique, water dragon bullet. 2 water dragons leaped from the surface of the lake, pouncing towards Kisame. He used Samehada to block, but the water dragons suddenly exploded, shooting water needles at him. Interesting. Kisame took a step back and used a chakra shield to deflect the attacks. At that moment, Obito's figure appeared inside the barrier, the Kamui vortex unfolding. Don't waste time, capture the 3 tails first. He reached out towards the center of the lake. If you want to move the 3 tails, you'll have to get through me first. Naruto appeared before Obito in an instant, gathering a golden Rasengan in his palm, Sage Art, Tailed Beast Rasengan. Obito activated Kamui to phase his body, and the Rasengan passed through him, smashing into the lake's surface and sending up a spray of water. Naruto, your speed is still too slow. Obito mocked, once again reaching out to grab the 3 tails. Sasuke attacked from the side, his Chidori sharp spear piercing towards Obito's back. Don't focus only on Naruto, I'm still here. Obito turned and used Kamui to evade, not noticing Sasuke's Sharingan locking onto the fluctuations of his Kamui space. Your Kamui space has a fixed frequency. Next time, I'll attack the entrance directly, Sasuke said coldly as Chidori shone again. From the grass by the lake, Jubi's upper body emerged, and black spores began to spread through the mist towards the medical point. The spores can absorb chakra, consider it a greeting gift from me. Jubi grinned wickedly, accelerating the spread of the spores. Sakura was already prepared, forming seals, chakra, shield, purification type. A light green shield enveloped the medical point, intertwining tequila energy with 3 tails chakra to form a barrier. The spores became inactive upon touching the barrier, falling to the ground as dust. Jubi, your spores are useless, Sakura said as she handed a purification anti-spore injection to an injured ninja. Hurry and inject to prevent spore residue. On the other side of the battlefield, Kisame broke the water escape barrier, and the Akatsuki's minions rushed into the camp, swinging Samehada to repel the ninja from the land of water. Kakashi approached, predicting the attack with his Sharingan, lightning cutter. The blue lightning cutter collided with Samehada, sparking. Kakashi, long time no see, your lightning cutter is still so weak. Kisame swung Samehada, knocking Kakashi back, as Samehada grew larger after absorbing chakra. Seeing Kakashi being pushed back, Naruto split off a dozen shadow clones, each one launching a Rasengan. Rasengan retreat, continuous strike. Countless Rasengans rained down upon Kisame. He used Samehada to block, forcing him back, but suddenly scattering, attacking from different directions. Damn it, not this move again. Kisame's chakra shield developed cracks. The water shadow seized the opportunity to form seals, water technique, water barrier, trapping Kisame within the water walls. Seeing Kisame surrounded, Obito shouted, retreat. We'll come back to capture the 3 tails next time. He activated Kamui, absorbing Kisame, while Jubi burrowed back underground. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. After Akatsuki's retreat, the camp lay in ruins. The sand layer traps damaged, the barrier lost its light, and many ninjas rested with injuries. Sakura and her medical team hurriedly moved through, quickly injecting medicines and treating wounds. Naruto approached the water shadow. They will definitely come again. We need to quickly repair the defenses and strengthen reconnaissance. The water shadow nodded. I previously doubted the strength of the alliance, I was overly concerned. The land of water will fully cooperate. Temari wiped her sweat. The sand village will repair the sand layer traps overnight and set up a new sand escape. Sasuke crouched down, using his Sharingan to analyze the Kamui traces left by Obito. Record his spatial frequency. Next time, I can accurately attack his real body. He stood up and looked at Naruto. We need to strengthen the protection of the 3 tails. Akatsuki won't give up. Sakura approached, holding a vial containing spores. I collected samples of Jubi's spores. We can analyze them back home and perhaps develop a potion to track him. In the command tent at Mirror Lake, morning light filtered through the fabric curtains, casting shadows on the sand table. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Mizuki, and Temari stood around the sand table, their expressions grave. Last night's surprise attack by Akatsuki exposed 3 of our vulnerabilities. Naruto pointed at the markers on the sand table as the battlefield data analysis interface unfolded in his mind. Firstly, the barrier defense in the northeast is insufficient, allowing Kisame to breach it easily. Secondly, we lack effective containment for Obito's Kamui. Thirdly, during the initial stage of Kagaya's spores spreading, the reconnaissance team failed to provide timely warnings. Mizukage nodded, pointing to the northeast side of the sand table. The land of water will reinforce the barrier today, infusing it with the chakra of the three tails to enhance its absorption resistance, making it harder for Kisame to absorb chakra. Temari added, the sand-hidden village will deploy 3 layers of sand traps outside the barrier. The first layer triggers an alarm, the second entangles enemies, and the third mixes explosive tags to delay them long enough for the main force to provide support. Sasuke stared at the location where Obito appeared on the sand table, his Sharingan flickering faintly. I've adjusted the reconnaissance plan. We will patrol in 2 teams. One team will be led by me, using the Sharingan to lock onto Kamui's spatial fluctuations. The second team will be led by Shizune, accompanied by ninjas from the land of water, using water release tracking techniques to monitor the traces of the spores. Kagaya will no longer be able to approach stealthily without being detected. Sakura raised a transparent test tube filled with a light blue liquid. This is the tracking agent developed using Kagaya's spores and Three Tails chakra. As long as it comes into contact with even a trace of the spores, it will emit fluorescence, allowing us to accurately locate Kagaya's movement trajectory. Naruto took the test tube and infused it with a small amount of chakra, causing it to instantly glow with a pale blue light. Great. Each reconnaissance team member should carry one. If we encounter spores again, we can follow the trail to locate Kagaya's lair. The meeting concluded and each team immediately set to action. Sasuke, along with Shizune and the reconnaissance team, arrived at the northeast side of Mirror Lake, crouching down to point at the remaining Kamui spatial traces on the ground. Watch this energy fluctuation closely. Every time Obito uses Kamui, he leaves behind this special chakra. The Sharingan must focus on this spatial distortion point to anticipate his appearance in advance. Shizune nodded, straining to activate her Sharingan, staring at the ground. I think I see it. There's a faint vortex-like fluctuation. Sasuke patted her shoulder. Stay focused, practice for an hour each day, and you'll master it soon. On the other side, Sakura was busy at the medical point dispensing the tracking agent, while ninjas from the land of water gathered around to learn. The agent must be stored away from light. When encountering spore residues, shaking it 3 times will cause it to glow. The stronger the light, the closer you are to Kagaya. As Sakura demonstrated, she explained, if you see it glow, signal immediately. It do not chase on your own. Kagaya's abilities are very strange. A medical ninja raised his hand. Miss Sakura, if someone is infected by the spores, besides injecting the purification agent, are there any other emergency measures? Yes, Sakura pulled out a packet of agave powder. Sprinkle this on the wound and it can temporarily suppress the spore's activity, buying time to reach the medical point. At the center of Mirror Lake, Naruto sat by the lake, gazing at the shadow of the three tails beneath the water. He closed his eyes, attempting to use the system's tailed beast communication function, and soon heard the voice of the three tails in his mind. The masked person from last night is very dangerous. He wants to capture me for evil deeds. Don't worry, we will protect you, Naruto responded in his heart. Today Mizukage will reinforce the barrier with your chakra, making it even harder for Akatsuki to approach. The shadow of the three tails swayed in the lake, and a light blue chakra rose from the surface, floating towards Naruto. This is for you. If you encounter danger, crush it, and I will come to help you immediately. Naruto took the crystallized chakra, feeling its warmth. Thank you, Three Tails. We are partners now. The crystal merged into Naruto's body, and the system prompted the bond between Naruto and the Three Tails has increased, unlocking the tailed beast cooperation technique. Water release, spiraling sphere. By noon, the defense upgrades were nearly complete. The barrier in the northeast shimmered with a pale blue light. 3 layers of sand traps were scattered around, and the reconnaissance team patrolled in pairs along the lake shore with sufficient supplies of the agent at the medical point. Naruto stood on the high ground of the island, watching the busy figures on the battlefield, feeling a sense of calm. Suddenly Sasuke's signal flare shot up in the northwest direction, the red light particularly glaring. This signaled the discovery of Akatsuki's traces. Naruto immediately gathered the main team. Sasuke has discovered something. Oh, let's go support. Everyone rushed towards the direction of the signal flare, with Sakura closely following, carrying a medical kit, while Mizukage and Temari quickly followed with their teams. As they approached the dense forest in the northwest, Sasuke and the reconnaissance team hid behind a tree, watching ahead. Deep within the forest, Kagaya's upper body emerged from the ground, spraying a large amount of spores onto the ground, seemingly setting up something. Kagaya is spreading spores as if to set a trap. Sasuke whispered to Naruto beside him. He hasn't noticed us. Should we strike now? Naruto shook his head. Let's see what he's planning. Perhaps we can find clues about Akatsuki's next attack. Everyone held their breath, watching Kagaya's movements. They saw Kagaya finish spreading spores, pulling out a piece of black stone slab fragment from his pocket, placing it on the ground, and the fragment instantly emitted black light, resonating with the spores. It's a stone slab fragment. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. He's using the fragment to enhance the spore's power. Naruto clenched his fists. We can't let him succeed, but let's go. With a command from Naruto, everyone immediately acted according to the strategy. Sasuke charged forward first, his Sharingan locking onto just movements, illusion technique Sharingan. The red eye power directly pressured Ju, attempting to disrupt his control over the fragments of the stone tablet. Just actions paused for a moment, but quickly resumed. This level of illusion can't trap me. He pressed his hand against the stone tablet, the black light intensifying, and spores surged towards everyone like a tide. Sakura blocked the spores. Naruto shouted while the tailed beast chakra condensed into chains swinging towards the fragments of the stone tablet. Sakura immediately formed hand seals, chakra shield, large-scale purification. A pale green shield expanded, enveloping everyone as the energy of the agave intertwined with the chakra of the three tails, continuously dissolving the approaching spores, trying to snatch the fragments. It's not that easy. Ju grinned, and suddenly several vines burst from the ground, entangling Naruto's chakra chains. Water Shadow and Temari acted simultaneously. Water Shadow formed hand seals, water-style water binding technique. Water flowed around the vines, attempting to pull them apart. Temari then activated wind-style, sand shuriken. The sand shurikens severed the vines, clearing the way for Naruto. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto pulled the chains closer, entangling the stone tablet fragments, and yanked with force. Come to me. Seeing this, Ju immediately abandoned his control over the stone tablet, his body burrowing underground, leaving behind a line. You can take the fragments, but the account for the spores isn't settled yet. Just as the fragments were about to be seized by Naruto, the surrounding spores suddenly fluctuated violently. Black light erupted from the spores, forming countless tiny black needles shooting towards the shield. Not good. The spores have been enhanced by the fragments. Sakura's face changed as cracks began to appear in the shield. The purification energy can't hold on much longer. Naruto stuffed the stone tablet fragments into his pocket and immediately turned to Sakura. He'll help you. He mobilized the chakra of the three tails within him, infusing it into the shield. Tailed beast chakra, purification, amplification. The light blue-tailed beast chakra merged with the green shield, the cracks gradually repairing, and the black needles were blocked outside, turning to ash. Phew, that was close. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief, looking at the stone tablet fragments in Naruto's arms. What exactly are these fragments? Why can they enhance the spores? Sasuke approached, observing the fragments with his Sharingan. The fragments contain the energy of Otsutsuki originating from the stone tablet, found in the Uchiha Forbidden Area. Akatsuki is using it to enhance the spores' corrosive power. Just spores are already hard to deal with, and with the enhancement from the fragments, next time we encounter them, it will be even more troublesome, Water Shadow said, picking up the remaining ashes of the spores on the ground, frowning. Temari vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Although Ju has fled, he is surely lurking nearby. We need to leave here quickly and analyze the fragments at the base. Everyone quickly evacuated the dense forest, returning to the Mirror Lake base. Inside the command tent, Naruto placed the stone tablet fragments on the table, and the system immediately popped up an analysis prompt. The stone tablet fragments contain Otsutsuki's negative energy, resonating with biological energy, such as spores, enhancing their destructive power. They are of the same origin as the stone tablet from the Uchiha Forbidden Area, totaling 3 pieces. Collecting them can awaken the power of the 6 paths. 3 fragments. Naruto furrowed his brows. Obito had 1 before, we have 1 now, and 1 is still with Akatsuki. Sasuke nodded. Akatsuki is collecting the fragments to revive Kaguya. Ju is using the fragments to enhance the spores merely to weaken our combat strength. Sakura took out a device to conduct energy testing on the fragments. The negative energy of the fragments is very unstable. Once it comes into contact with a large amount of chakra, it will explode. We need to find a place to seal it to prevent Akatsuki from snatching it again. Water Shadow suggested. The underwater prison in the Land of Water has a special sealing barrier that can isolate Otsutsuki's energy. The fragments can be temporarily stored there, guarded by the ninjas of the Land of Water. Naruto looked at everyone. What do you think? The underwater prison has strong concealment. Akatsuki won't easily find it. Once the alliance gathers enough strength, we can study the purpose of the fragments. Sasuke, Temari, and Sakura all nodded in agreement to send the fragments to the underwater prison. That afternoon, Water Shadow personally took the fragments to the underwater prison. Before leaving, she said to Naruto, "Leave the fragments to me. Don't worry, the Land of Water will guard them. If the alliance needs support, send a message anytime and the Land of Water will cooperate fully." Naruto nodded. "Thank you, Lady Water Shadow. We will research methods to counter Akatsuki as soon as possible." After Water Shadow left, Sakura walked into the tent holding the freshly organized spore analysis report. Just enhanced spores not only erode chakra, but can also track the energy trails of ninjas. I've added countermeasures in the report advising the ninjas of each team to carry agave powder and sprinkle it on themselves upon encountering spores to block the tracking. Sasuke took the report, quickly flipping through it. This method is feasible. It'll ensure the reconnaissance team is equipped with it to avoid being tracked by Ju. Naruto then pulled up the battlefield simulation interface of the system, analyzing, in the next attack Akatsuki is likely to deploy more people simultaneously, both to seize the three tails and the fragments. We need to further strengthen our defenses, especially the route to the underwater prison, and designate special personnel to go. Temari added, Sunagakure will dispatch 20 ninjas skilled in tracking to monitor the area around the underwater prison. Once Akatsuki's traces are discovered, they will send a signal immediately. By evening, each team reinforced their defenses as planned. The reconnaissance team patrolling the lake with agave powder, the medical point stored adequate purification agents, and the main force on standby in the center of Mirror Lake. Naruto stood by the lake, gazing in the direction Water Shadow had left, silently thinking, we must guard the fragments well. Suddenly, he felt the chakra of the three tails fluctuating within him, and the voice of the three tails echoed in his mind, Akatsuki will come again. They want the crystal core in your arms. Don't let them take it. On the training grounds of Mirror Lake, the Uchiha orphans were practicing shuriken throwing. Sasuke stood beside them, suddenly pressing his hand against his chest, frowning slightly. On his neck, the black curse mark flashed and vanished, bringing with it a familiar chilling sensation. Sasuke, brother, are you alright? Little Churi turned back after throwing his shuriken, noticing Sasuke's pale face, and hurried over. Sasuke shook his head, suppressing the restless chakra within him. I'm fine, continue practicing. Just as he finished speaking, the curse mark began to heat up again, as if insects were crawling through his meridians. Naruto happened to pass by, and immediately noticed something was wrong. He quickly approached, and placed his hand on Sasuke's wrist. Is it the curse mark that's bothering you? The system popped up a simple notification. The curse mark resonates with the energy of the stone tablet fragments, activating the residual power of Otsutsuki, with a risk of losing control. The energy from the stone tablet fragments has stimulated the curse mark. Naruto withdrew his hand, his tone serious. We need to suppress it quickly, otherwise Orochimaru might control you from a distance. The two hurried towards the medical point. Sakura was organizing potions when she saw them enter, and put down the bottle in her hand. What happened? Sasuke's curse mark is acting up, irregular potions won't suppress it. Naruto stated directly. We need to use the chakra of the three-tailed beast, and the energy from agave for a dual counter. Sakura nodded, quickly taking out test tubes and potions. They'll prepare it, you two wait a moment. She moved swiftly, mixing the three-tailed chakra dilution with the agave powder into the anti-curse mark potion, shaking it well before injecting it into Sasuke's body. A few minutes later, the curse mark on Sasuke's neck faded, and his complexion returned to normal. He looked at Naruto, and said softly, Thanks. What are you thanking me for? We're partners. Naruto smiled, and the system prompted unlocked curse mark suppression technique, which he didn't elaborate on, just patted Sasuke's shoulder. At that moment, Shikamaru yawned as he walked in, holding a rolled-up blueprint. Naruto, take a look at this. The blueprint unfolded, revealing a design for an early warning network. Red dots marked reconnaissance points, and blue lines indicated signal routes. The Cross Ninja Village early warning network, with the sand particles from Sunagakure, the water mirrors from the Land of Water, combined with Konoha's sensing ninjutsu, can cover a 50-kilometer radius around Mirror Lake. Shikamaru pointed at the blueprint. Each reconnaissance point will have 2 people. If any movement from Akatsuki is detected, the entire camp will receive the message within 10 seconds. Naruto leaned closer to look, pointing at the edge of the blueprint. Let's add a Sharingan monitoring team. Sasuke and the others can track the fluctuations in Kamui's space and Otsutsuki's energy to prevent being ambushed by Tobi. Sasuke nodded. They'll split the reconnaissance team into 3 groups equipped with tracking potions. Even Zetsu's spores can be monitored. Sakura added, the medical point is well stocked with curse mark suppression potions. If anyone is invaded, we can handle it promptly. That afternoon, the early warning network was set up. The sand ninja buried sand particles, the water country ninja set up water mirrors, and sensing ninjas climbed the reconnaissance towers, each fulfilling their roles. As the sun set, the early warning network transmitted a signal. Small amounts of black spores were detected in the northwest direction left by Zetsu. Sasuke led a team over, but only found traces on the ground. The energy moved towards the Land of Fire. He is testing our early warning network. Naruto received the news and did not send anyone to pursue. No need to chase, a focus on monitoring the border and ensure he doesn't get too close to Mirror Lake. As night fell, the camp was brightly lit. Naruto was holding a wooden box looking for Shikamaru. Shikamaru was fiddling with some stones in the tent, and upon seeing him enter, raised an eyebrow. What's up? I came to play a game of chess with you. Naruto opened the box, revealing a set of Chinese chess pieces brought by Konoha. The rules are simple and more interesting than shogi. Shikamaru showed interest and put down the stones. How do you play? Naruto set up the pieces and briefly explained the rules. The horse moves like a knight, the elephant moves diagonally, the chariot moves in a straight line, and the goal is to checkmate the opponent's king. The two of them placed their pieces on the board. At first, Shikamaru was nonchalant, but as they played, his eyes became increasingly focused. Your move, sacrifice the chariot to protect the king, is quite ruthless. Shikamaru stared at the board, pausing with the piece in his hand. You deliberately let me capture your chariot, but it was actually to trap my king. Naruto laughed. Playing chess is like fighting. You have to consider the bigger picture. Just like when we face Akatsuki, sometimes you have to give up small advantages to seize the key points. Shikamaru placed a piece and suddenly looked up. Are you trying to pull me into the alliance? Not just you. Naruto also placed a piece. The Chunin exams are starting soon. Both Akatsuki and Root are watching, and the 7th squad alone isn't enough. You're smart. With you around, our tactics can be more comprehensive. Shikamaru looked at the chessboard, remained silent for a few seconds, then a smile crept onto his face. All right, but I won't do anything too troublesome. Don't worry. Oh, I won't let you work for nothing. Naruto extended his hand. Shall we have a pleasant cooperation? Shikamaru shook his hand. Pleasant cooperation. Outside the tent, the evening breeze gently blew. Sasuke and Sakura passed by. Seeing the two of them playing chess inside the tent, exchanged smiles and did not disturb them. In the camp, the sounds of patrolling ninjas' footsteps and the clashing of medical utensils intertwined to create a peaceful night. The alarm network suddenly illuminated with a red glow in the early morning, and a sharp siren pierced the silence from the northwest direction. The tent flap was abruptly lifted and Shaoji rushed in with several reconnaissance team members, dirt still smudged on his youthful face. Zaizuke. I detected the fluctuation of Obito's Kamui circling in the woods 5 kilometers away. Zaizuke tightened his forehead protector and grabbed a kunai. Is it just him? Currently only a single fluctuation has been detected, but the behavior is abnormal, as if searching for something. Shaoji gasped as he handed over a test tube, the potion inside shimmering with an eerie blue light. The tracking agent reacted. Residual spores from Ju have been detected. Zaizuke took the test tube and was about to set off when Naruto pushed the flap aside. The lights on the tactical board flickering. Don't rush, this is a probe. He traced a line on the map with his fingertip. Shikamaru just analyzed it. Obito deliberately exposed his location to draw us into spreading our forces. Ju is definitely lying in ambush nearby. Zaizuke frowned and halted, asking, your suggestion? Split into 2 teams to act. Naruto quickly drew a route on the board. You take the Uchiha team and use Sharingan to keep a close watch on the Kamui fluctuation, preventing him from getting near the mirror lake. He'll lead the support team, and as soon as Ju shows up, we'll surround him. Shikamaru, rubbing his sleepy eyes, approached, casually tossing a stone. One more thing, Obito's route always leads towards the border of the Land of Fire, to the ruins of the Divine Tree. His target is likely not the Three Tails, but clues to the ruins. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. The ruins of the Divine Tree. The system previously warned that the key to Kagaya's revival is there. So we absolutely cannot let him succeed. The stone landed with a soft thud. I've already dispatched the Sunagakure reconnaissance team to monitor the border. Sakura hurried past carrying a medical kit, handing over 2 packets, newly formulated curse seal suppressants, and tracking powder. If you encounter Ju spores, just sprinkle the powder on them. By the way, the Three Tails just conveyed a message. The energy at the bottom of the lake resonates with the Divine Tree ruins, so be cautious. Naruto divided the packets, handing one to Zaizuke. You will handle the medical care at the base. Zaizuke nodded, and as he turned, his Sharingan glowed a dark red. Everyone wear the Sharingan talisman. Mark any spatial fluctuations immediately. The 2 teams quietly slipped into the fog-laden woods. Zaizuke led the reconnaissance team at the front, his blood-red eyes flickering in the mist. Suddenly he raised his hand to stop. 50 meters ahead, spatial distortion. The team members quickly spread out, potion bottles gleaming coldly between their fingers. A rift suddenly opened, and as Obito stepped out, the Sharingan beneath his mask slightly rotated. Is it just you? Is Naruto afraid to show himself? Your target is not the Three Tails at all. Zaizuke's kunai reflected cold light. The clues to the Divine Tree ruins. There are not just 3 Uchihas. At the moment, Obito let out a low laugh. Half of Ju's body suddenly burst forth from the ground, black spores shooting like arrows. Don't waste time. I've been waiting for this moment. Naruto charged out from behind a tree, his palms spiraling with a blazing golden light, Rasengan tracking style. Ju attempted to flee, but Zaizuke's kunai had already pierced through his vines, the potion bottle shattering with a crash, blue liquid rapidly seeping into the veins. The tracking of the spores is established. You have nowhere to run. Zaizuke's Sharingan locked onto the target. Obito immediately activated Kamui. As the spatial vortex began to appear, a towering wall of water rose abruptly from the direction of the lake. The chakra of the Three Tails forcefully blocked the spatial entrance. You can actually control a tailed beast. A grinding voice came from beneath Obito's mask. Naruto gathered crimson chakra in his palm. Not just the Three Tails, but also the Nine Tails. You have chosen the wrong opponent. Obito snorted coldly as he retreated into the rift. Next time we meet, I will leave with the Divine Tree ruins and the Three Tails. Amidst the residual waves of the closing space, a black shard quietly fell to the ground. Zaizuke picked up the shard, the tomo, in his Sharingan, spinning rapidly, a shard of the Divine Tree sharing the same origin as the energy of the stone tablets. A system prompt echoed in Naruto's mind. Detected Otsutsuki energy can locate the Divine Tree ruins. The next target of Akatsuki is clear. Naruto tightened his palm. We must quickly reinforce the defense of the ruins. Naruto gently touched the surface of the fragment of the Divine Tree with his fingertips. The black patterns within the fragment flowed slowly, creating a subtle resonance with the three-tailed chakra inside him. System notification: the energy of the fragment originates from the divine tree ruins at the border of the land of fire. Signs of Akatsuki's activities detected. We must notify all the ninja villages immediately. Naruto put away the fragment and hurried toward the communication tent. Shikamaru was resting with his head down, startled awake by the footsteps, rubbing his eyes. Is Obito back again? The situation is more serious. Naruto placed the fragment on the map. Anomalies have appeared at the divine tree ruins, and Akatsuki is likely already in action. We need a rapid assembly of the alliance. Shikamaru instantly woke up, swiftly marking the ruins location with his pen. Sunagakure is the closest. Have Temari send a reconnaissance team first. Kirigakure's Killer Bee is skilled in dealing with tailed beast powers. After the Mizukage exchanges the stone fragment, he should be able to provide support. The tent flap was suddenly lifted and Sakura entered with a medical pack on her back. Do we need a medical team to accompany us? Naruto shook his head. The position needs you to stay behind. The Three Tails specifically sent a message saying the ruins are filled with danger. Sakura insisted my medical ninjutsu can counteract the corruption of Otsutsuki energy. Let me go. Communication symbols flew in all directions. Within half an hour, Temari's reply arrived. First, the Sunagakure reconnaissance team has reached the outskirts of the ruins, discovering black vines covering the buildings, detecting fluctuations from Akatsuki. Naruto immediately deployed the mission. Sasuke, take the Uchiha team for reconnaissance, first with the main forces following closely. Well, all gather when the Mizukage and Killer Bee arrive. Sasuke nodded silently, his kunai reflecting a cold light at his fingertips as he led the reconnaissance team swiftly away. The next day, the main forces set out on their journey. Sakura walked alongside Naruto and suddenly reminded him the Three Tails said the black vines can be suppressed by tailed beast chakra. Your three-tailed crystal core might be useful. Naruto instinctively touched his chest, feeling the warm resonance of the crystal core. At this moment, on the outskirts of the ruins, Temari was observing the anomalies with a grave expression. The once barren ruins had been completely engulfed by the menacing black vines. Sharp spikes continually dripped corrosive juices, leaving charred marks on the ground. Captain, the vines are absorbing natural energy. A Sunagakure ninja reported urgently. Sasuke, leading his team, arrived just in time, his Sharingan capturing the flow of energy. The vines contain Otsutsuki energy originating from the same source as Ketsuryugen's spores. He tentatively unleashed fire release, but the flames were instantly consumed by the black liquid, causing the vines to spread even faster. Cease all ninjutsu attacks. Sasuke immediately stopped them. It will absorb chakra to strengthen itself. Temari retracted her ready-san release. Are we just going to let it grow? Wait for Naruto to bring the power of the tailed beast. Sasuke stared intently at the writhing vines. For now, we can only. Before he could finish, the vines suddenly twisted violently, and Ketsuryugen's half-body emerged from the darkness. What a warm welcome. Why not become nourishment for the divine tree? As the multitude of vines lunged at them like venomous snakes, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly shone with red light. Jinjutsu mirror heaven and earth turn. In the moment, the vines froze Shoji through a specially made kunai that struck precisely, releasing a tracking agent that seeped into the vine's body, temporarily suppressing the spread of the black patterns with a blue glow. The agent is effective, the boy exclaimed excitedly. Ketsuryugen's face darkened as he prepared to attack again, when a golden Rasengan infused with tailed beast chakra came soaring through the air. Tailed beast Rasengan. With a thunderous roar, the vines snapped in response, and the liquid instantly solidified. Naruto emerged from the smoke, the three-tailed chakra still swirling in his palm. Sakura immediately collected the solidified liquid for testing. It contains Otsutsuki energy and curse mark components. We need to find the roots to eradicate it completely. Shikamaru observed the stone door sealed by the vines. The core should be inside the ruins. Akatsuki is definitely plotting something within. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. Killer Bee landed and immediately began to rap. The crisis of the divine tree is upon us. I'm here to resolve the danger. My water release can create a barrier to prevent the vines from absorbing chakra. The Mizukage carefully inspected the severed vines. The alliance's forces had gathered completely. Naruto clenched the fragment of the divine tree and said solemnly, once we enter, Sasuke will monitor the energy, Temari and the Mizukage will lead the way. Killer Bee will protect the flanks with tailed beast chakra. Sakura will lead the medical support, and Shikamaru will coordinate the tactics. Everyone nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with determination. When Naruto pushed open the heavy stone door, the writhing vines retreated like a tide upon contact with the three-tailed chakra. It's time to see what Akatsuki is truly plotting. The heavy stone door closed behind them, completely shutting out the light from the outside. The air inside the ruins was filled with a musty scent, only the faint blue glow of Naruto's three-tailed chakra illuminating the way ahead. Wherever they went, the menacing black vines recoiled like living creatures, leaving a rustling sound against the rock walls. Maintain formation. Naruto warned in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over the mottled ancient carvings on the rock wall. Sasuke's Sharingan shone with a crimson light in the darkness. Otsutsuki script. It records the legend of the god tree absorbing chakra to bear fruit. Chakra fruit. Shikamaru's expression changed dramatically. Is Akatsuki's goal. Before he could finish, a tremendous crash of falling rocks came from ahead. Kisame's figure emerged from the shadows, his two hearts and his shoulders beating rhythmically. Just in time to use your chakra to nourish the god tree. He slammed his palm against the rock wall, and a torrent of earth surged forth, rushing towards them like a mudslide. Water wall. Terumi May completed the hand seals, and the rushing water formed a protective barrier. Temari's sand shuriken shot through the air, but was shredded by the dark tendrils upon contact with Kisame's body. Heart Collection 1. Kisame grinned as he shot out the earth grudge fear, the black line aiming straight for the sand ninja's throat. Amidst the clashing of metal, the eight tails tentacles suddenly ensnared the black line. Killer Bee in his half-tailed beast form stood in front. If you want to hurt someone, you must first get past me. Yay. The lightning chakra surged through the tentacles, obliterating the two attacking heart monsters. Kisame, in a fit of rage, activated his remaining 3 hearts simultaneously, chakra swirling like a storm throughout the cave. At this moment, Zetsu emerged from the rock wall, spores spewing out like black mist. Stop delaying, activating the core is urgent. Sakura quickly withdrew the agave powder, the spores dissolving under the glow of her medical ninjutsu. I already prepared the antidote. She turned and injected the medicine into the injured person's arm, watching as the black markings swiftly faded. Naruto's body erupted with a golden chakra cloak charging straight into the depths of the ruins. Kisame's black lines formed a massive web to block him, yet they were burned and severed by the tailed beast cloak. Get lost. A punch infused with tailed beast power sent Kisame crashing into the rock wall, and Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the last 3 hearts. Zetsu hurriedly used his ability to escape, but was tightly bound by the 8 tails tentacles. Obito-sama, he cried out in despair as the Shino whirlpool materialized. It's already too late. Obito emerged from the crack, grabbing Zetsu. The core activation is irreversible. Naruto's Rasengan pierced through the illusory figure, leaving only mockery echoing in the space. Await a world drained of chakra. At the deepest part of the ruins, a massive black sphere floated in the air, its surface pulsating with vines like veins, greedily absorbing natural energy. The ominous light swirling inside the sphere illuminated the cave with a bizarre glow. The energy absorption rate is increasing by 7 per minute. Sasuke's Sharingan quickly analyzed the data stream. Sakura gasped after inspecting the cross-section of the vines. These are energy conduits. They must be cut off immediately. Tailed beast chakra can suppress them. Terumi May formed hand seals, combining the water release chakra with Killer Bee's lightning release into a blue-white electric net. Naruto's crystal on his chest suddenly resonated strongly. He pressed his palm against the surface of the sphere, the 3-tailed chakra flowing in like a stream. Seal it temporarily. The sphere's glow dimmed in response, and the movement of the vines visibly slowed. The water blades and lightning claws intertwined, severing the last few main vines, and the sphere completely lost its luster, crashing to the ground. Shikamaru wiped the sweat from his forehead. They actually intended to extract all the world's chakra through the god tree. Naruto picked up the still warm sphere, the residual Otsutsuki energy causing a stinging sensation in his palm. We need an absolutely secure sealing location. The sealing barrier of the underwater prison can isolate all energy leaks. Terumi May proposed. The land of water is willing to take on the duty of guarding it. As they returned to the surface, the morning sun pierced through the mist in the forest. Naruto looked at his group of battered yet determined companions behind him, feeling an unprecedented bond of strength. But he knew well that this was merely a brief calm before the storm. The true purpose of the Akatsuki organization grew increasingly unsettling as the mystery of the god tree gradually unraveled. The morning light spilled over the shimmering surface of the lake. The specially crafted sealing box in Terumi Mai's hands emanated a ghostly blue glow. The water escape runes engraved on the surface of the box flowed like living creatures, perfectly isolating the energy fluctuations of the divine tree's core. The underwater prison is located in the abyssal zone of the northeastern sea of the water country. She solemnly handed the sealing box to Naruto, saying, "The journey will take about 2 days, passing through several dangerous waters along the way." Naruto took the sealing box, feeling a weak pulse emanating from within it, in the palm of his hand. "Sasuke, Killer Bee, and I will be responsible for the escort. Temari and Shikamaru, the Mirror Lake position is up to you." Temari nodded, sand grains slowly rotating in her palm. The early warning network of Sunagakure has covered the entire lake area. Any unusual movements will immediately trigger a signal. Shikamaru unfolded the sea chart, tracing several marked areas with his fingertip. These are the most dangerous regions along the route, densely packed with reefs and whirlpools. Akatsuki is likely to set ambushes in these areas. Sakura hurriedly arrived, distributing several medicine packs to everyone, the freshly prepared tequila powder and anti-cure seal medicine. Use them immediately if you encounter Zetsu spores. Naruto carefully stored the medicine packs and kept the sealing box close. "Let's set off. The sooner we arrive, the safer it will be." The fast boat silently glided away from the lake shore. The water escape invisibility runes on the ship activated, blending the vessels seamlessly with the ocean's surface. Killer Bee suddenly pressed against the ship's railing, his tentacles lightly touching the water's surface. Yo-yo, something is tracking us underwater. The chakra is chaotic. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly lit up, 20 diving units equipped with Akatsuki's standard gear. They are waiting for us to enter the whirlpool area. Terumi May formed hand seals, producing 3 water clones that gracefully submerged into the sea. Minutes later, a faint blood color appeared on the water's surface as the clones returned to dissipate into the ship. They have been dealt with, but they carried Zetsu's spores, which may have already transmitted our location. Naruto scattered tracking powder blue light dots drifting towards the northwest. The spores went in that direction. There should be an Akatsuki base there. The next day at noon, the ship entered the whirlpool area. The sea currents became turbulent with hidden reefs barely visible in the murky waters. Hard to port, the navigation ninja urgently called out. Naruto concentrated the tailed beast chakra in his palm and punched through the whirlpool ahead, clearing a path for the ship. At that moment, a rift of Kamui tore through the air. Obito's figure suddenly appeared, the pitch-black short knife aimed directly at the sealing box in Naruto's arms. The core of the divine tree belongs to me. Sasuke instantly moved to block Naruto, the Chidori sharp spear tearing through the air. Not a chance. Obito phased out of the attack, but was ensnared by Killer Bee's lightning tentacles. In the flicker of lightning, his movement momentarily froze. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto handed the sealing box to Terumi May, gathering Senjutsu chakra in his palm. Sage Art, tailed beast Rasengan. The golden Rasengan struck Obito's chest with tremendous force, sending him flying to the sea surface. Water prison technique. Terumi May acted promptly, the seawater coalescing into a massive prison. Zetsu suddenly emerged from the sea, the spores corroding the water prison barrier. Lord Obito. The tequila powder fell like snow, suppressing Zetsu's energy. Naruto leaped down the Rasengan, striking Zetsu's vital point. Zetsu braced himself against the blow, vines snapping as black liquid gushed forth. He took the chance to plunge into the deep sea, disappearing from sight. Obito had already used Kamui to escape, only his voice echoing on the surface of the sea. The core will eventually be mine. Terumi May gazed at the now calm sea. This is just the beginning. Naruto gently stroked the sealing box in his arms, his gaze resolute. No matter how many times they come, we will protect it. The setting sun painted the sea golden, and the fast boat continued to slice through the waves. Everyone knew that more severe trials lay ahead. The night was as dark as ink, and the fast boat struggled to navigate through the turbulent dark waves. The navigator gripped the violently shaking compass, his expression grave. We are only 3 hours away from the underwater prison, but the chakra in this sea area is extremely chaotic and the compass is completely malfunctioning. Naruto reached his hand into the sea, feeling a familiar sting at his fingertips. It's the spores of Jashin interfering with our perception. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed crimson in the dark. There is a strong reaction of cursed energy to the northwest. It's Haiden. Before he finished speaking, blood-red runes suddenly lit up on the surface of the sea. Haiden stood on a floating ice block, shouldering his 3-bladed scythe, with a dozen Akatsuki members holding cursed scrolls behind him. I've finally waited for you. Haiden grinned widely. Hand over the core of the divine tree, and I can leave your bodies intact. Kairabi leaped first, his 8 tails tentacles charged with lightning as he rushed forward. Lightning released tentacle thunderstrike. The floating ice shattered with a loud crack, and Haiden nimbly jumped to another ice block, his scythe drawing a strange arc. Cursed technique, death sacrifice. Blood dripped onto the sea surface, and the blood-red runes rapidly spread. The Akatsuki members touched by it instantly stiffened, their chakra being crazily siphoned away. Be careful. Terumi May formed hand seals, raising a water curtain. This cursed technique can absorb chakra and will also backfire. Sasuke appeared behind Haiden in an instant, thrusting his Chidori sharp spear toward his back. Your cursed technique requires blood as a medium. Haiden hurriedly blocked with his scythe, but Sasuke's Sharingan had already seen through his flaw. The old injury on your left shoulder is still not healed, is it? The moment Haiden instinctively protected his left shoulder, Kairabi's lightning tentacles suddenly wrapped around him. Got you. So naive. Haiden bit his tongue, spraying blood onto the tentacles. Cursed technique, shared pain. Kairabi let out a muffled groan, a gruesome wound appearing on his chest. Naruto immediately infused his chakra from the 3 tails. The tailed beast chakra can suppress the cursed technique. Blue chakra flowed along the tentacles, and the blood-red runes quickly faded. Taking advantage of the moment, Terumi May formed hand seals. Ice release, one-horned white whale. A glacier erupted from the sea, completely freezing Haiden. Naruto gathered sage power and tailed beast energy in his palm. Sage art, tailed beast Rasen shuriken. The ice block exploded, sending Haiden flying and leaving him unconscious on the surface of the sea. The remaining Akatsuki members attempted to flee, but were subdued by Sasuke's great fireball technique and Temari's sand technique. Check his equipment, Terumi May reminded. Naruto searched Haiden's waist, pulling out a black scroll, and his expression changed drastically as he unfolded it. the map of the underwater prison, and the precise location of the stone tablet fragments. The true goal of the Akatsuki is the fragments in the prison. Kairabi's tentacles trembled slightly. They deliberately let Haiden stall for time. The main force must already be. The navigator immediately adjusted the course, and the fast boat surged through the waves like an arrow. The night wind howled as if heralding the impending fierce battle. Naruto tightly gripped the sealing box, a strong resonance of tailed beast chakra emanating from within him. The Nine-Tails voice echoed in his mind. Be careful, I sense more than one Otsutsuki's aura. In the early hours of the morning, the outline of the underwater prison finally emerged. The fortress standing in the underwater mountains, which should have been shrouded in a bright blue barrier, was now. Boom. Within the sound of the explosion, the barrier's light flickered violently. Black vines burst from the sea, wrapping around the prison walls like giant serpents. The vines of Jashin. Terumi May exclaimed in shock. They have already begun. Full speed ahead. The fast boat traced a white path across the surging sea, racing toward the prison engulfed by the vines. The final battle is about to unfold beneath the deep sea. The swift ship sliced through the pitch-black sea like an arrow, racing toward the underwater prison. In the distance, the barrier emitted an unstable blue light, clearly weakening. Countless black vines like living entities entwined around the prison walls, greedily devouring the energy of the barrier. Faster. Zhao Meiming stood at the stern of the ship, her hands forming seals. The warden is my old comrade. He must be fighting desperately to hold on. Killer Bee's eight-tailed tentacles swept forward like radar, detecting three powerful chakras, masked Manju, and the nauseating curse seal energy, definitely the work of Orochimaru. Sasuke's Sharingan activated in an instant, the three tomos swirling in his blood-red eyes. West wall. Ju's vines have breached the defenses. Gabito is attacking the sealing chamber, while another source of curse seal energy is restraining the guards. Naruto carefully stowed the sealing box, the golden beast cloak suddenly manifesting. We split up. Lord Mizukage is responsible for repairing the barrier, while Teacher Killer Bee and I will stop Obito. Sasuke, you deal with those cursed seal ninjas. As the swift ship approached the prison, three figures shot off in different directions like arrows. Zhao Meiming gracefully leaped to the top of the wall, and the sight before her made her heart tighten. The black vines had covered most of the wall, madly absorbing the energy of the barrier. Without hesitation, she formed seals with both hands. Water release, water barrier seal. A brilliant blue water wall appeared out of thin air, merging with the remnants of the barrier's light. As she infused chakra into it, the water wall shimmered with a pearl-like luster, and the growth rate of the vines noticeably slowed. Ju poked half of his body out from the vines, a fierce expression on his face. You are here to meddle again. This path is closed. Zhao Meiming coldly responded, and the water wall instantly transformed into thousands of water needles shooting toward Ju like a torrential rain. Meanwhile, Naruto and Killer Bee had already rushed to the sealing chamber. Obito was tearing apart the door with Kimui energy from shattered stone slabs seeping through the cracks, resonating with the Otsutsuki energy on him. Stop! Naruto's Rasengan aimed directly at Obito's back. Obito phasing out of the attack, the Sharingan under the mask suddenly glowed red. Naruto, do you think you can stop me? Today I must obtain the core of the God Tree and the stone slab fragments. Killer Bee's lightning tentacles suddenly wrapped around Obito's arm. Did you ask this, Grandpa? The tailed beast ball condensed at the tip of the tentacles, striking toward Obito with immense force. Forced to use Kimui to absorb the tailed beast ball, Obito was caught off guard as Naruto circled behind him, the tailed beast chakra transforming into golden chains bind. Just as Obito was about to be subdued, black cursed seal energy suddenly erupted from within him, shattering the chains. This is Orochimaru's cursed seal. Naruto was taken aback. Obito let out a cold laugh, taking the opportunity to vanish into the Kimui vortex. When we meet again, Kagaya's power will crush the entire ninja world. Sasuke arrived hurriedly. The cursed seal forces have been eliminated. However, Ju's vines are still spreading outside the city. The warden rushed in with the guards, deeply bowing. Thank you very much. If we delay even a moment longer, the fragments will surely be lost. He pointed toward the depths of the prison. The six-path sealing chamber is ready, capable of simultaneously safeguarding the core and the fragments. In the newly sealed chamber, 6 runes shimmered on the walls. When Naruto placed the core of the God Tree on the central sealing platform, golden light instantly enveloped the core. The stone slab fragments were placed beside it, and a dual barrier intertwined, forming a perfect defense. The most elite guards will watch over this place day and night. The warden solemnly promised. Standing under the restored barrier, Naruto gazed at the dawn over the horizon. We should return to Mirror Lake. The Three Tails still need our protection. Zhao Meiming nodded in response. United in alliance, we share honor and disgrace. Be cautious along the way. The threat of Akatsuki has yet to be resolved. The swift ship sailed toward the rising sun with Naruto standing at the bow, staring into the distance. The fast boat departed from the underwater prison area as the morning light just crested the horizon. Naruto leaned against the ship's railing, the lingering coolness of the sealing box still on his fingertips. The core of the divine tree and the shards of the stone tablet were finally secured, yet he felt a heaviness in his heart, as if something was left unresolved. Thinking about Akatsuki's next move, Sasuke approached him, his Sharingan still glowing with a hint of crimson. Obito couldn't seize the core, so he won't just let it go. They might be focusing on other leads regarding the divine tree ruins. Naruto nodded, pulling out the scroll he had found on Haiden. At the end of the scroll was a blurred symbol resembling entwined vines. The system indicates that this symbol shares an energy source with the divine tree ruins. Akatsuki might have maps to other ruins. No sooner had he spoken than Killer Bee suddenly jumped from the stern of the ship, his 8 tails tentacles pointing at the surface of the sea. Yo, there are spore fluctuations underwater different from before, more intense, like they are tracking us. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, scanning the dark mist rising from the water. Upon touching the hull, the ship's planks instantly rippled with black patterns, as if corroded. Its enhanced spores mixed with Otsutsuki energy that can corrode chakra. Use tequila powder. Naruto realized, pulling out the medicine pouch Sakura had given him and scattering it over the sea. As the powder touched the black mist, it instantly shimmered with a faint green light, causing the mist to dissipate like it had met flames. Sakura had warned that the powder could suppress enhanced spores. Fortunately, we brought enough. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the sky suddenly darkened. Obito's Kamui rift opened above them, and a black short blade infused with Otsutsuki energy sliced toward the scroll in Naruto's hand. That scroll contains maps to the other divine tree ruins. Hand it over. Not a chance. Naruto sidestepped, gathering tailed beast chakra in his palm. Senjutsu tailed beast Rasengan. The golden Rasengan smashed into the rift, forcing Obito to retreat into the void, temporarily closing the rift. He will come again. The Mizukage moved to the bow of the ship, gazing at the distant sea. The scroll from Haiden was likely a deliberate bait from Akatsuki to expose our whereabouts and seize the scroll while we are distracted. Shikamaru's communication symbol suddenly lit up, unfolding to reveal Temari's handwriting. Black vines have been discovered near Jinghu outpost, resembling the remnants of Zetsu. The Three Tails reports that the vines are extending toward the divine tree ruins. This is bad. Naruto clenched the scroll. Akatsuki is making a feint. They are pretending to seize the scroll, but actually want Zetsu to take the opportunity to absorb the residual energy from the divine tree ruins. Sasuke immediately turned to the navigator. Can we turn around? We have to reach the divine tree ruins to stop Zetsu. The navigator shook his head, his face pale. The ship's keel was just corroded by the spores, but speed has been reduced by half. If we turn around now, it will take at least 3 hours to reach the ruins. We probably won't make it in time. Killer Bee suddenly clapped his hands, the 8 tails tentacles wrapping around Naruto. Don't panic. They'll take Naruto first. You guys can repair the ship and follow. The tailed beast's speed is fast. We can definitely reach before Zetsu. Before Naruto could react, Killer Bee leaped off the fast boat with him, the tailed beast's chakra unfurling like a pair of wings, flying toward the divine tree ruins. The wind howled past his ears as Naruto looked down at the rapidly receding sea. He absolutely could not let Akatsuki absorb the divine tree's energy. The consequences would be unimaginable. Half an hour later, the outline of the divine tree ruins appeared in the distance. But before they could get closer, they saw black vines spreading from the top of the ruins. It looked like a gigantic net, continuously absorbing the natural energy from the air. Zetsu's upper body emerged from the vines, and upon seeing Naruto, he grinned coldly. Just in time. Once I absorb this energy, I can activate the roots of the divine tree, and Lord Kagaya will be resurrected ahead of schedule. Shut up. Naruto broke free from Killer Bee's tentacles, condensing tailed beast chakra into a fist. Tailed beast ball compressed. The golden-tailed beast ball rushed toward the vines, but was blocked by a suddenly unfurling barrier. The barrier glowed with a black light, formed by Otsutsuki energy. Useless. Zetsu laughed. The vines suddenly coiled toward Naruto. This barrier absorbs the residual energy of the divine tree. You can't break it. Killer Bee immediately activated lightning release, his 8 tails tentacles entwining around the vines. Lightning released lightning plow heat blade. Lightning spread along the vines, and Zetsu's screams echoed as their movements slowed slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto pulled out the scroll, unfolding it to find the symbol glowing red. The system prompted. The scroll's symbol resonates with the energy of the divine tree ruins. It can sever the energy absorption in reverse. He immediately infused chakra into it, the symbol on the scroll glowing brightly as a faint golden light shot toward the vines. The speed of energy absorption by the vines instantly slowed, and the barrier's glow dimmed. How is this possible? Zetsu, in disbelief, was about to manipulate the vines to attack again when a booming sound of a Rasengan suddenly echoed from afar. Sasuke arrived with the Mizukage and the repaired fast boat. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the vines, shouting, "Naruto, take this chance to sever the roots of the vines." Naruto nodded, gathering all his chakra. Senjutsu tailed beast ball shuriken. The golden shuriken infused with senjutsu and tailed beast energy sliced toward the roots of the vines. The roots of the vines snapped, black liquid gushing forth as Zetsu tumbled from the vines, his face pale. Obito, I have failed. Obito's Kimui rift opened again, attempting to suck Zetsu in, but was blocked by the Mizukage's water release. This time you won't escape. The water prison formed by water release trapped Zetsu, followed immediately by Sasuke's fire release, Great Fire Annihilation, which engulfed the prison. Zetsu's screams gradually faded away. Naruto approached the roots of the vines, staring at the residual black liquid. The system prompted, the residual energy of the divine tree has been cleared, but Akatsuki is still searching for other ruins. All divine tree locations must be located as soon as possible. Akatsuki won't give up. We need to unite the ninja world quickly and find all the divine tree ruins, otherwise Kaguya will truly be resurrected. Under the setting sun, everyone stood before the ruins of the divine tree, watching the gradually dissipating black. The fast boat set sail once more, this time heading toward the Ninja World Council. They needed to bring the crisis of the divine tree, persuading more ninja villages to join the alliance, and collectively combat Akatsuki and the impending threat of Otsutsuki. Naruto clutched the scroll tightly in his hand. This was just another victory against Akatsuki. The real battle still lay ahead. The fast ship sailed towards the neutral island where the Shinobi World Council was located, and the atmosphere on the deck was tense. Naruto placed the broken vine on the table, his fingertips swirling with the chakra of the three tails. The light blue chakra touched the vine, and the system immediately popped up a prompt. The residual Otsutsuki energy is of the same origin as Kaguya's chakra. If Akatsuki gathers the energy from the three god tree relics, they can initiate the resurrection ritual in advance. 3 relics. Suigetsu leaned and gazing at the black patterns on the vine. So far we've only found 2, one at the border of the Land of Fire, and the other near the underwater prison. Where's the third? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the red light, sweeping over the vine. The patterns hide coordinates. It seems to be near Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. There are remnants of ancient ninja relics there, which might be the location of the third god tree. Killer Bee squatted nearby, his 8 tails tentacles gently poking the vine, before he suddenly looked up. Yo, there are remnants of Zetsu's spores in the vine, capable of sensing the location of other spores, probably in the eastern part of the Land of Earth, not far from Iwagakure. Naruto immediately took out a map marking the area in the Land of Earth. We need to notify Iwagakure quickly to prepare defenses, so Akatsuki won't take the lead. He pulled out a communication talisman and was about to infuse it with chakra when it suddenly erupted with black patterns. Zetsu's spores were interfering, making it impossible to send a signal. Akatsuki is jamming the communication. Sasuke crushed the communication talisman, his expression darkening. They definitely don't want us to contact Iwagakure, aiming to monopolize the third relic. Suigetsu walked to the side of the ship, gazing at the distant sea. It's still a day's journey to the neutral island. Once we arrive at the council, we'll speak directly with Itsukage. Right now the most important thing is to organize the intelligence and convince the other ninja villages of the god trees. Naruto nodded, placing the scroll from hidden alongside the vine samples. The symbols on the scroll correspond to the energy flow of the god tree, and the residual energy in the vine can prove Akatsuki's plan. These are all evidence to persuade the council. After nightfall, only Naruto remained on the deck. He leaned against the ship's railing, his fingertips brushing the three tails crystal core in his arms, which suddenly grew slightly warm. The chakra of the three tails was resonating. Is there danger? Naruto immediately became alert, the chakra of the tailed beast expanding around him. Sure enough, strange noises suddenly came from beneath the ship. Sasuke and Killer Bee burst out simultaneously, their Sharingan and 8 tails tentacles locking onto the bottom of the ship. It's Akatsuki's foot soldiers armed with explosive talismans trying to blow up the ship. Sasuke leaped off the ship, first his Chidori sharp spear piercing through a foot soldier's body. The remaining foot soldiers, seeing this, immediately ignited their explosive talismans and hurled them towards the ship. Water-style water wall. Suigetsu timely unleashed a ninjutsu, the water wall blocking the explosive talismans as explosions rang out over the sea, splashing waves several meters high. Killer Bee's tentacles wrapped around the last foot soldier, lightning coursing through the opponent's body. Speak. Did Akatsuki set an ambush ahead? The foot soldier, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, chuckled as he said, "The master has already gone to the Land of Earth. You will be too late." With that, his body transformed into black spores dissipating upon the sea. Naruto clenched his fists. They really are going to seize the third relic. We must accelerate our pace and inform Iwagakure before Obito does. A navigation ninja rushed over, his face pale. The ship's propulsion system was compromised by the blast, experiencing some malfunction. Our speed will be halved, and it may take 2 days to reach the neutral island. This won't do. Naruto turned around, looking at Killer Bee. You take me first, using the speed of the tailed beast to reach the Land of Earth. Suigetsu and Sasuke will take the evidence to the council. Well, split up to save time. Killer Bee nodded, his 8 tails tentacles wrapping around Naruto. No problem. The speed of the tailed beast is the fastest. We can reach the Land of Earth by tomorrow. You all can rest assured, we will hold off Obito. Sasuke walked over to Naruto, handing him a Sharingan talisman. If you encounter danger, crush the talisman. I can sense your location and will rush over as quickly as possible. Naruto accepted the talisman and tucked it into his clothes. Thank you, be careful as well. There might be Akatsuki's infiltrators at the council, so don't get ambushed. In the night, Killer Bee took Naruto and leaped off the fast ship, the Chakra of the Eight Tails, transforming into wings as they flew towards the land of Earth. The wind howled past his ears as Naruto looked down at the sea below with only one thought in his mind. He must not let Obito obtain the energy from the third god tree, or Kagaya's resurrection would truly become a reality. On the deck of the fast ship, Suigetsu watched the direction Naruto had left, saying to Sasuke, "We need to speed up the repairs on the ship, aiming to reach the neutral island by early tomorrow. We can't let those two face Obito alone." Sasuke nodded his Sharingan, scanning the sea, his expression resolute. He would not allow Naruto to bear the danger alone, as before. This time, they would face Akatsuki together. On the border of the land of Earth in the early morning, fierce winds swept through the Rocky Mountains. Killer Bee landed on a high ground with Naruto as the Eight Tails tentacles swept around. Yo, there's a chakra fluctuation ahead, quite a few of them. It's the Akatsuki setting up a blockade. Naruto narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance where several Akatsuki thugs were surrounding the Iwagakure patrol team, black spores floating around them. The Iwagakure people are already in trouble. Naruto clenched his fists, the tailed beast Chakra gathering in his palm. We need to hurry and help, or they'll be consumed by the spores. The Sharingan talisman that Sasuke had given him suddenly grew hot. It was Sasuke's chakra signal indicating there are disagreements in the council, that Sasuke is unwilling to send troops for now. You must stabilize Iwagakure first. Understood. Naruto crushed the talisman and said to Killer Bee, "We can't rely on the council for now. Let's deal with these thugs first, then find the person in charge of Iwagakure to talk." The two dashed towards the mountain path. The Akatsuki thugs, upon seeing this, immediately released spores, and black mist rushed towards Naruto and the others. Naruto quickly scattered medicinal packets, the powder instantly suppressing the mist's activity upon contact. Killer Bee seized the opportunity to activate lightning release, the Eight Tails tentacles sweeping with lightning, instantly knocking down several thugs. The captain of the Iwagakure patrol team saw this, and immediately led his team to counterattack. Thank you both. The Akatsuki had set up a blockade here early in the morning, claiming to be searching for some god tree relics. When we refused, they attacked. The god tree relics are located in the old ninja ruins near Iwagakure. As Naruto repelled the thugs, he said, "The Akatsuki wants to absorb the relic's energy to resurrect Kagaya. We must secure that place quickly." The captain's expression changed. The old ninja ruins? That's a forbidden area for Iwagakure. Only those at the level of a Kage can enter. I will contact the Tsuchikage right now and have him send elite forces. Just then a loud noise came from deeper in the mountain path. The Kemui portal of Obito opened, and a black short blade shot towards the captain. Want to contact the Tsuchikage? Not so easy. Watch out. Naruto instantly appeared in front of the captain, forming a shield with tailed beast Chakra to block the short blade. The shield clashed with the short blade, producing a piercing sound as Otsutsuki energy flowed through the blade, causing the shield to immediately show cracks. Your tailed beast Chakra is useless against Otsutsuki energy. Obito sneered, his other hand whipping out a black line that coiled around Naruto's arm. Killer Bee immediately activated tailed beast transformation, the Eight Tails tentacles entangling the black line, lightning spreading along it. Want to capture Naruto? You have to get past me first. Lightning release, tailed beast bomb. The small-tailed beast bomb exploded, forcing Obito to release the black line and retreat into the Kemui space. Next time I will settle the score with you. I will obtain the god tree relics. The spatial rift closed and Obito disappeared. Naruto looked in the direction where Obito had vanished and sighed in relief. It's a good thing we made it in time. Captain, please contact the Tsuchikage as soon as possible. Well, hold the line here to prevent the Akatsuki from returning. The captain nodded, took out a communication talisman, and ran towards the distance. Naruto sat on a rock, pulling up the system interface where the coordinates for the third god tree relic were flashing, marked with Akatsuki is approaching, must arrive within 1 hour. 1 hour. Naruto frowned and said to Killer Bee, "Let's head to the relics first and wait for the Iwagakure people to meet up. We can't let Obito take the lead." The two ran towards the old ninja ruins as the wind in the mountains grew stronger, as if foreshadowing the impending. Meanwhile, in the Ninja World Council Hall, on Neutral Island, the atmosphere was tense. The Mizukage placed the vine sample and scroll on the table, addressing the Kage. The Akatsuki has already begun actions on the border of the land of Earth. The third god tree relic is in imminent danger. We must send troops for support. The Raikage slammed his hand on the table loudly, saying, "I agree. The Otsutsuki is a common enemy of the ninja world. We cannot allow the Akatsuki to resurrect Kagaya. The Kumogakure is willing to send elite forces." Gaara nodded as well. Sunagakure will also send troops. If the god tree relics are occupied, the entire ninja world will be in danger. However, the Tsuchikage shook his head, looking at the samples on the table. Just based on a vine sample and a scroll, you claim that the Akatsuki wants to resurrect Kagaya? That's too far-fetched. The forbidden area of Awagakure cannot be casually entered by outsiders. I need more evidence, or I will not send troops. Sasuke, standing aside, coldly interjected, evidence. Just now Naruto sent news that Obito has already made a move at the Awagakure border. In another hour he will reach the God Tree relics. If you are unwilling to send troops, can you afford the losses of Awagakure? That Tsuchikage's expression changed. Just as he was about to retort, the communication talisman in the council hall suddenly lit up. It was a message from the Awagakure captain. Lord Tsuchikage Obito from the Akatsuki has headed towards the old ninja ruins. Naruto and Lord Killer B are pursuing him and request support. The Tsuchikage clenched his fist, finally nodding. Alright, I will send Iwagakure's demolition team to ensure the protection of the relics. The Mizukage sighed in relief and said to the Raikage and Gaara, we will also send troops to join forces with Awagakure to counter the Akatsuki. Outside the hall the sun was shining brightly, but everyone knew that the battle surrounding the God Tree relics had only. The ancient shinobi ruins lay deep within a gorge in the land of earth, its entrance sealed by a massive boulder, while faint divine tree patterns were carved into the surrounding cliffs. As Naruto approached, he sensed a sudden surge of Otsutsuki energy in the air. Zetsu's upper half emerged from behind the cliff face, black vines lashing toward the two. Lord Obito is nearly here. You won't interfere. You'll never stop us. Killer B leapt first, his 8 tails tentacles crackling with lightning. As they struck the vines, lightning released, tentacle lightning cut. Lightning severed the vines, black ichor splattered onto the ground, sizzling violently. Seizing the moment, Naruto gathered Tailed Beast Chakra and slammed a palm against the boulder. Tailed Beast Chakra impact. The boulder exploded outward, revealing a passageway into the ruins, its walls lined with pulsing black traceries glowing faintly as divine tree energy flowed through them. This leads to the divine tree core. Naruto lunged forward, when suddenly rubble rained down from the ceiling. Akatsuki foot soldiers armed with explosive tags sought to seal the entrance forever. Leave it to me. The Rock Village Demolition Squad captain arrived just in time, gesturing sharply to his team. Earth release, earth flow river. Mud and sand surged from the shinobi's palms, scattering debris and absorbing the blast shockwaves of the explosive tags. Mr. Naruto, we've arrived. The captain rushed to Naruto's side, pointing deeper into the passage. The divine tree energy inside is highly unstable. If absorbed, the entire gorge will collapse. Naruto nodded and led the charge into the corridor. Stay sharp. Obito's Kimui allows instantaneous movement. Don't let him ambush you. At the passage's end stood a vast stone chamber. Floating at its center was a pale green crystal, the third divine tree core, its surface drawing streams of dark energy from the traceries lining the walls. Obito materialized on the far side of the chamber, clutching a black vessel poised to absorb the core's energy. Perfect timing. You'll witness the first step in Lady Kagaya's resurrection. Stop right there. Naruto hurled a Rasengan golden chakra surging toward Obito. Obito activated Kimui, drawing the Rasengan into another dimension, then raised the vessel toward the core. Pale green energy began flowing into it. Disrupt the energy flow with explosive techniques. The Rock Village captain shouted. His squad immediately formed hand seals. Earth release explosive orb. Multiple amber-hued orbs hurtled toward the vessel, but black threads intercepted them. The orbs detonated, shaking the chamber. Killer B seized the opening, circling behind Obito. His 8 tails tentacles coiled around the vessel. You think you can siphon that energy? Ask me first. Lightning surged along the tentacles into the vessel, fracturing its surface and halting the energy transfer instantly. Obito's expression darkened. He flung black threads at Killer B, attempting to drag him into Kimui's void. Annoying. Naruto seized the moment, gathering Sage Chakra and infusing it with 3 tails Chakra Sage, Art Tailed Beast Raisin Shuriken. A spiraling shuriken, woven from cerulean and gold chakra, sliced through the black threads. As they snapped, Killer B wrenched the vessel free and tossed it to a Rock Village shinobi. Get that vessel out. Deliver it to the Mizukage. Naruto roared at the shinobi, stepping before the divine tree core. We'll hold this ground. Obito watched the vessel vanish, his gaze turning venomous. Even without the vessel, I can absorb the core's energy. He extended his hand, the gravitational pull of Kamui unfolding toward the core. Pale green energy streamed toward his palm. Then Sasuke's voice cut through the chamber. You're out of time. A crimson-lit Chidori spear pierced toward Obito's back. Forced to pivot and evade, he lost focus. The absorption shattered. Sasuke! Naruto cried, astonished. How did you get here? The allied shinobi forces coordinated everything. Raikage and Gaara have deployed the main force outside the gorge. We came ahead to reinforce. Sasuke strode beside Naruto, his Sharingan locked onto Obito. This time you won't escape. Obito scanned Sasuke, then the assembled alliance members, realizing his position was untenable. He sneered coldly. This victory is yours, for now. Next time I shall return wielding Lady Kagaya's power. No shinobi world will withstand me. With that he activated Kimui, vanishing into a rift in space. Naruto exhaled, stepping before the divine tree core, and weaving a temporary seal with 3 tails chakra. We'll stabilize it for now. Let the council decide its fate. The Rock Village captain gazed at the sealed core, deeply grateful. Thank you all. Without your intervention, our village would have been. Beyond the chamber, the allied forces had fully assembled outside the gorge, Raikage and Gaara directing defenses across the terrain. Sunlight bathed the gorge, dispelling tension, but every shinobi knew Obito's threat endured, and Kagai's resurrection plot remained unbroken. The war between the shinobi world and Akatsuki had only just begun. Outside the canyon, the Alliance camp's bonfire danced in the night breeze. Naruto crouched in front of the temporary sealing array, his fingertips pressed against the faintly glowing core of the divine tree. Suddenly, the black patterns on the surface of the core flickered, and the system issued an urgent prompt. The sealing energy is resonating abnormally with the core. The seal will fail in 12 hours. Tail Beast Chakra must be injected to reinforce it. Fail A. Sasuke leaned closer, his Sharingan sweeping over the sealing array. It's the energy left by Obito interfering. He must have tampered with the core before retreating. Killer Bee sat nearby, his 8 tails tentacle wrapped around a piece of grilled meat, suddenly stopping. Yo, there's a faint scent of black Zetsus spores in the air. It seems to be heading towards the western part of the Earth country. Captain Rock Hidden immediately stood up, his expression grave. The west is an old mine, where there is a chakra storage for Rock Hidden. Black Zetsu must be trying to steal energy to reinforce Obito's interference technique. Naruto stood up, injecting 3 tails chakra into the sealing array, the pale blue light temporarily suppressing the black patterns on the core. Killer Bee, and I will go to the mine to pursue Black Zetsu. Sasuke, you stay at the camp, keep an eye on the core with your Sharingan, and don't let the seal fail. No way, Black Zetsu is cunning. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Sasuke frowned, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. He'll go with you. The Rock Hidden members can guard the camp, they understand Earth style, and can temporarily reinforce the seal. Killer Bee jumped up, his 8 tails tentacle patting the 2. Don't argue, we'll take Naruto to chase Black Zetsu. Sasuke can stay and monitor the core. Clear division of labor makes things efficient. Before the 2 could retort, a commotion suddenly arose outside the camp. A Rock Hidden member rushed in holding a piece of or marked with black patterns. There was an explosion from the mine direction. The chakra storage has been ambushed. Naruto's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed a kunai. Let's go. To the mine. The 3 raced towards the mine, along the way seeing scattered black spores that shimmered ominously under the moonlight. As they approached the mine, Black Zetsu's laughter suddenly echoed from a distance. Naruto, you came at just the right time. I've already obtained the chakra crystal. Lord Obito will soon be able to unlock the core seal. Black Zetsu's figure flashed by the mine entrance holding a glowing blue crystal, the very chakra mine stored by Rock Hidden. Naruto immediately threw a Rasengan golden chakra flying towards Black Zetsu, but he burrowed underground to evade it. Want to escape? Not so easily. Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles burrowed underground, instantly entangling Black Zetsu's vines. Lightning released tentacle shock. Lightning spread along the vines. Black Zetsu screamed in agony as the chakra crystal fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto dashed forward to pick up the crystal while sealing the mine entrance with 3 tails chakra. This time you won't escape underground. Black Zetsu was entangled by the tentacles and unable to move, yet he suddenly laughed. Do you think capturing me means you've won? Lord Obito is already on his way to Neutral Island. He intends to steal the fragments of the stone tablet from the underwater prison. Without the fragments, even if you guard the core, it will be useless. Neutral Island. Sasuke's expression changed. Is there a danger with the underwater prison seal? Black Zetsu grinned. Of course there is. Other members of Akatsuki are already lying in ambush around Neutral Island, just waiting for Obito to strike. Even if you hurry back now, it will be too late. Naruto clenched his fists, suddenly recalling something. He took out a communication talisman. This time, without spore interference, the signal smoothly went out, a message for the Mizukage. Obito is heading to Neutral Island to steal the stone tablet fragments. Immediately reinforce the prison defenses. It won't matter even if you notify them. Black Zetsu struggled. The vines suddenly burst open, black spores spraying towards the 3 of them. I'm off now. The next time we meet will be when Kaguya-sama is resurrected. The spores obscured their vision, and when the smoke cleared, Black Zetsu had vanished without a trace, leaving only remnants of the vines on the ground. Killer Bee retracted his tentacles, frowning. Black Zetsu has escaped, and he took half of the chakra crystal with him. The core seal probably won't hold for long. Naruto looked at the remnants of the vines on the ground, and the system prompted. The remnants contain Kagai's chakra, which can track Black Zetsu's location. He picked up the remnants and said to the 2, let's return to the camp to reinforce the seal, first then think of a way to support Neutral Island. We mustn't let Obito obtain the stone tablet fragments. The 3 turned back towards the camp, and under the moonlight in the shadows of the mine, Black Zetsu's vines quietly stretched out, wriggling towards the direction of Neutral Island. A battle over the stone tablet fragments and the divine tree core had only just begun. In front of the sealing array at the campsite, Naruto's fingertips glimmered with pale blue chakra flowing along the lines of the sealing formation. As the chakra of the 3 tails touched the core of the divine tree, the black patterns on the core began to flicker violently, as if resisting the suppression. No, relying solely on the 3 tails chakra is insufficient. Naruto withdrew his hand, and a new prompt appeared on the system interface. At least 2 types of tailed beast chakras must resonate to neutralize the interference energy within the core. Killer Bee immediately crouched down, his 8 tails tentacles resting on the ceiling array as lightning attribute chakra surged in. Let me try my tailed beast chakra. Resonating lightning and water attributes might just suppress the interference. Pale blue and pale purple chakras intertwined in the array, forming a spiraling flow of energy. The black patterns on the divine tree's core gradually dimmed, and the system-prompted ceiling stability increased to 70, can last for 8 hours. Only 8 hours. The rock ninja captain panicked. We need at least 6 hours to reach the neutral island, and if we encounter an interception on the way we won't make it in time. Sasuke suddenly took out a Sharingan talisman and handed it to Naruto. This is a tracking talisman from the Uchiha clan. I previously left a mark on Obito's Kimui rift. Shattering it will pinpoint his location. You guys go to the neutral island first. I will stay at the campsite to monitor the core remotely with my Sharingan. I will signal if there is any unusual activity. Naruto took the talisman, clenched his fist. Be careful, Kaguya might return. Don't worry. Sasuke nodded, turning to the ceiling array. Hurry, don't let Obito succeed. Naruto, Killer Bee, and 2 rock ninja jumped onto the speedboat racing toward the neutral island. The wind was strong on the sea, causing the speedboat to sway as waves crashed against it. Killer Bee stood at the bow, his 8 tails tentacles sweeping across the surface of the sea. Yo, there are chakra fluctuations 10 kilometers ahead. It's the Akatsuki's cannon fodder, about 30 of them, setting water mines for interception. The rock ninja immediately took out a detector, and the screen indeed showed a dense cluster of red dots. These are adhesive water mines. If they touch the boat, they will explode and release spores to disrupt communications. Naruto walked to the stern of the boat, gathering tailed beast chakra, tailed beast bomb diffusion type. The golden chakra sphere exploded on the sea surface, sending shockwaves that overturned the surrounding water, scattering the water mines, some of which detonated directly, creating billows of white smoke on the surface. Charge through! Naruto shouted, and the speedboat accelerated through the smoke. The Akatsuki's cannon fodder seeing this immediately threw kunai, but they were knocked away by Killer Bee's lightning release. Just as the speedboat was about to exit the interception zone, a shadow suddenly surged from beneath the water. It's Kisame wielding the Samahata, grinning coldly. Want to find Lord Obito? You must pass through me first. Samahata suddenly opened its mouth, beginning to absorb the speedboat's chakra. This boat has plenty of chakra, but just right for me to feast on. Don't let him absorb it. Naruto leaped out of the speedboat, gathering sage energy for the Rasengan Sage Art Rasengan. The golden Rasengan struck toward Kisame, who blocked it with Samahata, but Samahata was burned by the sage energy, letting out a wail. Killer Bee seized the opportunity to activate tailed beast transformation, wrapping his 8 tails tentacles around Kisame. Lightning released tailed beast lightning, plow hot knife. Lightning surged along the tentacles, causing Kisame to convulse, and Samahata slipped from his grasp. Damn it! Kisame struggled, suddenly biting his tongue and spewing a mist of blood. Water released great shark bullet technique. The blood mist transformed into a giant shark charging toward the speedboat. The rock ninja immediately activated Earth Release. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A wall of earth rose from the seabed, blocking the shark, but the wall was quickly shattered by the shark's impact. Naruto immediately gathered a tailed beast bomb, colliding with the shark, and an explosion rang out on the surface of the sea, sending waves splashing several meters high. When the smoke cleared, Kisame had already vanished, leaving behind a piece of Samahata, covered in blood. Killer Bee picked up the fragment and frowned. He got away, definitely to inform Obito. We need to hurry. The speedboat accelerated again, and the outline of the neutral island finally appeared in the distance. But before they could get closer, they saw black smoke rising from the island. Explosions were heard coming from the direction of the underwater prison. Naruto crushed the tracking talisman, and the red dot on the talisman indicated that Obito was inside the prison near the ceiling room with the stone fragments. His heart sank as he said to Killer Bee, "Charge in directly, don't worry about the ambush outside, we must stop Obito first." The speedboat broke through the defensive line of the neutral island, racing toward the underwater prison. The prison's main gate had been destroyed and black vines spread out from inside, with Akatsuki's cannon fodder guarding at the entrance. Upon seeing the speedboat, they immediately launched an attack. They'll clear the way. Killer Bee leaped out of the speedboat, sweeping his 8 tails tentacles, knocking down the cannon fodder. Naruto followed closely behind, rushing into the prison. He could sense that the energy of the stone fragments was rapidly diminishing, and Obito was about to succeed. In the passage of the underwater prison, black vines slithered out from the walls like poisonous snakes, wrapping around Naruto's ankles. Lightning released tentacle slash. The 8-tailed tentacles of Killer Bee swept through with electric light, instantly severing the vines, causing black liquid to splatter on the ground with a hissing sound of corrosion. Naruto, quickly find the fragments. They'll clear the way. Naruto nodded, gathering the chakra of the 3 tails at his fingertips. The chakra resonated with the energy of the stone fragments, guiding him in the ceiling chamber on the 3rd underground level. Follow me. The two rushed toward the underground level, while the Akatsuki's miscellaneous soldiers swarmed up only to be overwhelmed by Killer Bee's lightning release. As they neared the sealing chamber, a faint black spore floated in the air, a remnant of Ju's technique. Tequila powder. Naruto quickly scattered the pouch, and the powder collided with the spores, erupting in a faint green light, causing the spores to dissipate instantly. He kicked open the sealing chamber door, and the sight before him tightened his heart. Obito was standing in front of the sealing platform, his right hand pressed against the stone fragment, and black Otsutsuki energy surged from his palm into the fragment. The faint golden patterns on the surface of the fragment were fading, replaced by eerie black lines, as a system prompt flashed wildly. Energy loss rate of the stone fragment is 40. If absorption is not interrupted within 5 minutes, the fragment will become the key for Kagaya's resurrection. Stop! Naruto gathered all his chakra, Sage, Art-tailed Beast Bomb, Shuriken. The golden shuriken infused with Sage and tailed beast energy sliced toward Obito's back. Obito, however, did not turn around. With a wave of his left hand, a rift of Kimui opened behind him, forcibly sucking the shuriken inside. Too late, the energy of the fragment has already been activated by me. In 3 minutes, I will establish resonance with the core of the God Tree. He turned around, and the Sharingan beneath his mask glowed with an unusual red light. The white of his eyes was crawling with fine black lines, the marks of Kagaya's will eroding him. Naruto, do you think stopping me will change anything? The ninja world should have been purified by Lady Kagaya long ago. Only she can create a world without war. That's not purification, it's destruction. Naruto roared. A golden shield formed by tailed beast chakra surrounding him. You are merely a puppet controlled by Black Zetsu, a tool of Kagaya. Puppet. Obito sneered, suddenly raising his hand. Black vine shot out from his sleeve, piercing toward Naruto. The tip of the vine coiled around a small piece of black crystal, the chakra, or stolen by Black Zetsu earlier. Taste the feeling of being eroded by Otsutsuki energy. Killer Bee immediately charged over the 8-tailed tentacles wrapping around the vines. Don't think you can hurt Naruto. Lightning release, tailed beast bomb. A small tailed beast bomb smashed into the crystal, causing it to explode, and a wave of black energy spread out. Taking the opportunity, Naruto leaped to the ceiling platform, reaching for the stone fragment. Just as his fingertips touched the fragment, a powerful suction force jerked him back. Obito's voice echoed in his ears. Want to save the fragment? First, fall into the Kamui space. The rift of Kamui expanded around the ceiling platform, and Naruto felt his body begin to lighten, on the verge of being sucked in. In a moment of crisis, a wall of water suddenly blocked in front of him as Water Shadow arrived with Sasuke. Water release, water mirror technique. The water mirror replicated Naruto's appearance, shielding him from the suction of Kamui. Sasuke! Naruto shouted. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan locking onto Obito. Chidori sharp spear. The red Chidori pierced through Obito's left shoulder, imbued with Amaterasu's black flames. It could burn Otsutsuki energy, and black smoke began to rise from Obito's wound as he let out a pained scream, releasing his grip on the fragment. Damn it! Obito clutched his wound. The rift of Kamui opened again. This time consider it a win for you, but the day of Lady Kagaya's resurrection is not far off. He dove into the rift, leaving behind a final remark. The resonance between the core of the God Tree and the fragment has already been initiated. You can't stop it. The sealing chamber returned to silence, and Naruto immediately rushed to the sealing platform, injecting the chakra of the 3 tails and 9 tails into the fragment simultaneously. Faint golden and golden chakra intertwined, gradually fading the black lines on the fragment as the system prompted. Energy loss rate of the fragment dropped to 10. Continuous infusion of tailed beast chakra is required for repair. Water Shadow walked beside Naruto, gazing at the fragment. What Obito said about the resonance is true. Just now my water release could sense an energy connection between the core of the God Tree and the fragment. Even if we repair the fragment, as long as the core exists, the connection will not break. What should we do then? We can't just guard the fragment and the core forever, Sasuke frowned. Killer Bee squatted on the ground, poking the fragment with his 8-tailed tentacle. Yo, perhaps we can use tailed beast chakra to create a reverse resonance, allowing the fragment and core to suppress each other. This way the Akatsuki won't be able to utilize them. Naruto's eyes lit up, and the system prompted. Reverse resonance is feasible. We need to gather the chakra of the 3 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails plus Sasuke's Amaterasu for reinforcement. Then let's give it a try. Sasuke, you set up a flame barrier with Amaterasu around the fragment. Killer Bee and I will inject tailed beast chakra. Water Shadow, please use earth release to reinforce the sealing platform to prevent energy leakage. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Amaterasu's black flames formed a red barrier around the fragment, and tailed beast chakra flowed along the barrier into the fragment. The sealing platform glowed with a faint blue light under the reinforcement of earth release. The system prompted reverse resonance, initiated. The core of the God Tree and the fragment's energy suppress each other, can last for 72 hours. Naruto sighed in relief, looking at the restored faint golden patterns on the fragment. Within 72 hours, we must find a way to completely sever the resonance, otherwise the Akatsuki will come again. Water Shadow nodded. I have already contacted the Ninja World Council to gather the tailed beast Jinchuriki from each ninja village as soon as possible. If we can gather all the tailed beast chakra, we might completely destroy this resonance. Just then a commotion arose outside the prison, and a guard rushed in. Sir, Black Zetsu's traces have appeared on the outskirts of Neutral Island. He seems to be collecting the energy we dispersed during the battle. Naruto's expression changed, grabbing a kunai chase. We can't let him obtain the energy, otherwise he will use it to reinforce the resonance. Everyone dashed out of the sealing chamber, running toward the outskirts of Neutral Island. In the night, Black Zetsu's vines wriggled on the ground, leaving a black trace extending toward the distance. That was the direction of the god tree's core, and the Akatsuki's next plan had already begun. Across the wastelands beyond Neutral Island's perimeter, black vines snaked across the earth, like a faded ink stroke, winding relentlessly toward the canyon where the divine tree's core pulsed with latent power. Naruto crouched low, brushing his fingertips against the viscous residue left by the vines. Instantly a system prompt flashed. Residue contains concentrated chakra, the combat residue gathered by Black Zetsu. Once injected into the divine tree's core, it will shatter the reverse resonance suppression. We must stop him before he reaches the canyon. Naruto rose, eyes locking onto the vine's winding path. Killer Bee, your tentacles can sense spores. Can you pinpoint Black Zetsu's exact location? Killer Bee extended his 8 tails tentacles, their tips trembled faintly. After several seconds, he nodded. Yo-yo, roughly 5 kilometers ahead. He's moving swiftly, continuously absorbing ambient natural energy, accelerating with every stride. Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Crimson light swept across the night sky. Chakra fluctuations ahead. Akatsuki foot soldiers. Likely Black Zetsu's rearguard deployed to delay us. Ignore the foot soldiers. Pursue Black Zetsu directly. The Mizukage formed hand seals Suten Swishinshin no Jutsu. His body dissolved into rippling water and surged forward along the vine's trail. I'll engage him first. Follow closely. Naruto, Sasuke, and Killer Bee surged after him. Akatsuki foot soldiers lunged to encircle them, but were instantly driven back by Sasuke's Katan Gokakyu no Jutsu, unable to mount any coordinated interception. The 5-kilometer distance vanished in moments, and there at last loomed Black Zetsu. His vines coiled wildly around nearby trees, siphoning ambient natural energy into pale green streams that flowed ceaselessly into his form. Black Zetsu, halt. The Mizukage struck first. Suten Suryuden no Jutsu. A colossal water dragon. Black Zetsu did not evade. Instead, his vines detonated, shattering into countless microscopic spores. The water dragon tore through them only to dissolve mid-flight, corroded down to half its original mass. Is this all you've got? You truly believe you can stop me? Black Zetsu's true form emerged from the spore cloud, cradling a swirling orb of obsidian energy. This is resonance energy I've amassed. If infused into the core, your reverse suppression will be utterly undone. He whirled and fled. Behind him, the canyon now shimmered faintly in the night. The divine tree's core glowed with an unsettled emerald luminescence, like a restless firefly suspended in darkness. Don't let him escape. Naruto gathered tailed beast chakra, tailed beast bomb, compressed variant. A golden sphere hurtled toward Black Zetsu's back. Sensing the assault, Black Zetsu spun sharply, hurling the orb straight into the incoming blast. The collision erupted in thunderous detonation, shaking the earth. Thick black smoke engulfed the entire battlefield. Cough, cough. Naruto burst from the smoke, shielding his mouth and nose, only to see Black Zetsu had already breached their line, now less than 100 meters from the canyon's edge. At that instant, a streak of crimson light lanced from the flank. Sasuke's Chidori Senbon, wreathed in Amaterasu's black flames, pierced Black Zetsu's vines with surgical precision. Katan Amaterasu. Obsidian flames raced along the vines. Black Zetsu shrieked, a raw, grating cry, as the orb of gathered energy slipped from his grasp. Killer Bee seized the moment, leaping high as his 8 tails tentacles coiled around the orb radiant energy ceiling. Lightning crackled across the tentacles, forming a radiant lattice that sealed the orb within an unbreakable barrier. You think you'll feed the core with this? Not a chance. Black Zetsu stared at the sealed orb, his gaze twisting into madness. Even if you destroy this energy, the resonance between the core and the fragments has already reached its breaking point. Lord Obito has summoned every Akatsuki member. Soon all conditions will align, and Lady Kaguya shall rise anew. With a sudden detonation, he incinerated his remaining vines, releasing a torrent of black spores toward the group. I'm taking my leave, for our next meeting will be your final breath. Within the dissipating spore cloud, Black Zetsu vanished without trace. Naruto retrieved the sealed orb. A system prompt appeared. Orb suppressed by Raiton barrier. Transportable to base for analysis and reinforcement of reverse resonance. Back to the canyon. The reverse resonance window is nearly exhausted. We must reinforce it immediately. They raced toward the canyon. In the night, the divine tree's core gleamed ever brighter, its pale green radiance intensifying. As they neared camp, they saw the ceiling array's inscriptions flickering erratically. Soft blue and violet-tailed beast chakra was being slowly devoured by creeping black sigils emanating from the core. No, it's failing. The Iwagakure captain sprinted over clutching a crystalline shard. This is our last chakra, or reserve. Perhaps it can temporarily stabilize the seal. Naruto took the crystal and instantly infused it with tailed beast chakra, pressing it into the array's center. Golden light rippled outward along the engravings, and the black sigils halted their advance. A system prompt flashed: reverse resonance stability restored to 60. Duration, 24 hours. Sasuke stepped beside Naruto, gazing at the core. 24 hours isn't enough. We must urgently contact the other tailed beast Jinchuriki. Only by uniting all tailed beast chakra can we sever the resonance permanently. The Mizukage withdrew a communication talisman, brow furrowed. I just contacted the council. The signal was jammed again. Akatsuki is deliberately blocking our outreach to the other Jinchuriki. Killer Bee crouched beside the core, his 8 tails tentacles gently probing the seal's perimeter. Yo-yo, my tentacles detect residual chakra signatures of other tailed beasts. Nibi resides in Kumogakure. Gajubi dwells deep within Iwagakure. We can split up and retrieve them. Naruto nodded, issuing swift orders. Killer Bee and I will head to Kumogakure for Nibi's Jinchuriki. Sasuke and the Mizukage will go to Iwagakure for Gajubi's. The Iwagakure captain remains here to guard the core. Signal us immediately if anything occurs. Tasks assigned. They departed without hesitation. Under the starless night, 3 teams sped off in divergent directions, each aware that within those 24 hours every second weighed upon the fate of the shinobi world. Should Akatsuki locate the remaining Jinchuriki, first the resurrection of Kaguya would become irreversible. The storm clouds loomed low and the raindrops as large as beans pelted down on Naruto's shoulders, splashing tiny droplets. He grasped the chakra tracking symbol handed to him by Killer Bee, the blue light on the surface of the symbol growing brighter as they approached the border of the hidden cloud village. This was the chakra fluctuation of the 2 tails, the wooden man, mixed with a hint of unsettling death energy. Yo-yo, something's not right. Killer Bee suddenly halted, his 8 tails tentacles vibrating quickly in the air. The chakra of the wooden man is weakening, and there are 2 unfamiliar chakras clinging to her. It's the scent of Haiden and Kaku. Naruto suddenly looked up, the chakra of the 9 tails unconsciously spilling out around him, the golden aura dispersing the surrounding rain, and mist. Big Uncle, we need to hurry. If we're late, it will be too late. The 2 dashed forward side by side, their feet splitting the puddles with lightning. As they crested a ridge, the scene ahead made Naruto's pupils constrict. Within the lightning beast forest outside the hidden cloud, the wooden man was half kneeling on the ground. The blue flame shield of the 2 tails was already covered in cracks, and Haiden was holding a 3-pronged black blade, fresh blood still staining the edge, while Kakuzu's 5 heart tentacles coiled around her ankles like venomous snakes. Finally, you've arrived, 9 tails brat. Haiden grinned, wiping the rain off his face with his sleeve. I originally wanted to extract the 2 tails first and wait for you to deliver yourselves, but I didn't expect you to be in such a hurry. The wooden man saw Naruto and suddenly exerted force to try to break free, but was firmly stuck in place by the sticky liquid sprayed from Kakuzu's earth release heart. Naruto, don't come over. Their immortality is strange if Haiden's blade touches blood. Before the words were finished, Haiden suddenly swung the chain attached to his black blade, the triangular shuriken, flying straight towards Naruto's face. Naruto dodged to the side, but the chain grazed his forearm, drawing a line of blood. Just as the drops fell to the ground, the evil god cult symbol beneath Haiden's feet suddenly lit up, glowing with an eerie red light. The ritual has begun. Haiden cut his palm and let the blood drip into the symbol array. Now your pain is my pain, and my death is your death. Naruto suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from the wound on his forearm, as if countless needles were stabbing him. He gritted his teeth to gather chakra, but discovered that the chakra of the 9 tails was flowing backward within him. This was not an ordinary curse. It was an evil god technique capable of interfering with tailed beast chakra. Naruto, attack the center of the symbol array. The wooden man endured the excruciating pain as the 2 tails chakra coalesced into a fireball. That is the core of his curse technique. Destroying the focal point will break it. Killer Bee immediately understood, his 8 tails tentacles sweeping with lightning release 8-linked whip. The lightning whip struck the edge of the symbol array, but was repelled by an invisible force. Kakuzu sneered, and 5 tentacles simultaneously unleashed ninjutsu fire release, head hardening. Water release water iron cannon. Flames and water columns intertwined, crashing towards Naruto. He immediately activated the tailed beast shield, but the impact forced him to retreat repeatedly. He watched as Haiden approached step by step, the red light of the symbol array growing brighter, suddenly recalling what Iruka had taught him back in Konoha. A ninja's strength is not just chakra, but also trust in his companions. Big Uncle, hold off Kakuzu for me. Naruto suddenly shouted, channeling all the chakra of the 9 tails into his right hand. He'll break the array. Killer Bee immediately leaped in front of Kakuzu, his 8 tails tentacles wrapping around the opponent's fire release heart. Yo-yo, you have quite a few hearts, just right for me to practice on. The lightning surged along the tentacles, and Kakuzu's fire release heart emitted a sizzling sound. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto charged towards the symbol array, the chakra in his right hand beginning to spin. Not an ordinary Rasengan, but an inferno-release Rasengan infused with the flames of the two tails. He remembered the wooden man saying that the flames of the two tails could burn evil spirits, perhaps able to counter the evil god technique. You won't get away with this. Hayden lunged forward with his blade aimed at Naruto's back, but Naruto did not turn around, allowing the blade to graze his shoulder as he slammed the inferno-release Rasengan into the center of the symbol array. Boom! The golden Rasengan enveloped in blue flames exploded, and the red light of the symbol array instantly vanished. Hayden let out a scream as the evil god symbol on his forehead began to fade. The intense pain in Naruto's forearm also disappeared. Seizing the opportunity, he turned and delivered a flying kick that knocked Hayden to the ground. Damn it! Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Kakashi quickly retracted his tentacles, pulling Hayden away to make their escape. This time consider it your win next time. Trying to run. The wooden man suddenly leaped up the chakra of the two tails, transforming into a giant cat demon apparition. Explosion release cat fire meteor. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, blocking the retreat of the two. Taking this chance, Naruto gathered the tailed beast ball, the golden energy sphere flickering in his palm. This time you won't escape. Just then the whirlpool necklace on Naruto's chest suddenly heated up. It was a communication symbol from Konoha. He pulled out the symbol paper, and upon unfolding it saw Iruka's handwriting. White Zetsu spores discovered at the outskirts of Konoha, suspected to be planning an ambush on the memorial stone, return quickly for support. Naruto's movements froze. There were so many names of fallen shinobi in front of the memorial stone, and Iruka Sensei was there. But here the two tails was still not completely out of danger, and Hayden and Kakashi had not been thoroughly resolved. Naruto, you go back. The wooden man suddenly spoke, the flames of the two tails shielding his body once more. I can hold them off with Killer Bee. Killer Bee also nodded. That's right. You hurry back to Konoha. We'll leave these two guys to the hidden cloud. Naruto gritted his teeth and handed a tracking symbol to the wooden man. Signal immediately. If anything happens, I'll return once I've dealt with things in Konoha. After saying this, he turned and dashed towards Konoha, the chakra of the nine tails forming a golden light trail behind him. Meanwhile, deep within the lava cave of the rock village, Sasuke and the Mizukage were surrounding the five tails, who was entangled in black Zetsu vines. The main body of black Zetsu hid behind the rock wall, the vines continuously absorbing Han's five tails chakra, causing Han's complexion to grow increasingly pale. Water release water dragon bullet. Kagura's water dragon crashed into the vines, but was corroded into mist by the black patterns on the vines. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, the red light, sweeping over the vines. These vines contain Otsutsuki energy. Ordinary ninjutsu won't work. Then what do we do? Kagura frowned. If this continues, Han's chakra will be completely drained. Sasuke suddenly recalled what Kakashi had told him earlier. The Sharingan can see through the flow of chakra, finding the weakest node. He focused on the roots of the vines, and indeed spotted a spot where the chakra flowed unusually slowly. Mizukage attacked the black node at the bottom of the vines. That is the source of the energy. Kagura immediately understood, gathering all her chakra. Water release, great water arm technique. Her right arm transformed into a water column, slamming down on the node of the vines. Crack! The vines snapped in response, and Han seized the opportunity to break free the chakra of the five tails surging within him. Thank you. Black Zetsu's goal is to inject my chakra into the core of the divine tree. We must not let him succeed. Seeing his plan exposed, Black Zetsu's vines suddenly exploded into countless spores. No worries, I've already collected enough chakra. Sasuke, the curse mark on you is quite interesting. Next time, we'll have to play with it more. The spores dissipated into the air, and Black Zetsu's voice faded away. Sasuke clenched his fist, the curse mark on his right wrist suddenly heating up. Just when Black Zetsu mentioned the curse mark, he distinctly felt the power within him stirring. He looked at Han's weak state, and suddenly realized that the enemy they were facing was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Meanwhile, in front of the memorial stone in Konoha, Iruka was holding a kunai, vigilantly watching the shadows of the surrounding trees. The white Zetsu spores floated in the air like tiny black dust, constantly approaching the monument. He recalled Naruto saying to him when he was young, I want to become Hokage so that everyone will acknowledge me, and suddenly tightened his grip on the kunai. Even if it costs me my life, I won't let you destroy this place. The rain continued to fall, and the lights of Konoha flickered in the distance. Iruka knew that Naruto would return soon, just like that golden-haired brat always did whenever danger approached. What he had to do was to uphold this wall of fire until Naruto came back. Naruto dashed through the rain, stepping on the light pad formed by the Nine Tails chakra. The outline of the leaf village drew nearer, but the black spores in the air grew thicker. From a distance, the memorial stone was shrouded in murky black mist. Iruka's white coat flickered in and out of sight within the fog as he wielded his kunai, striking against the incoming white Zetsu clones. Iruka Sensei! Naruto shouted, unleashing a Rasengan that disrupted the black mist, tearing open. Iruka turned, blood splattered on his face, his forehead protector askew. Naruto, you've finally returned. These spores can replicate a person's chakra. Just now 3 patrolling ninjas were copied, and I was almost ambushed. As soon as he finished speaking, three figures identical to Iruka burst forth from the black mist, their kunai aimed directly at Naruto's back. Naruto immediately spun around the Ninetales chakra, coalescing into claws in his palm. The chakra of these clones is fake. Strike their chests. The golden claws swept through, and the chests of the three white Zetsu clones exploded, turning into black spores that scattered. Yet more spores surged from the ground, reforming into new clones. This time, they were white Zetsu, mimicking Naruto's appearance, even capable of launching pale golden Rasengans. This is bad, they are absorbing my chakra. Naruto frowned as a system prompt suddenly appeared. White Zetsu spores rely on natural energy to survive. Use tailed beast chakra to isolate natural energy and form a purification barrier. Naruto immediately understood and infused the ground with Ninetales chakra, tailed beast chakra barrier. A golden shield spread from the memorial stone, and the spores in the black mist lost their vitality upon contact with the shield, falling like dust. Iruka let out a sigh of relief, collapsing in front of the stone. Finally, we held them off. He looked at the name Minato Namikaze inscribed on the stone and suddenly looked up at Naruto, saying, "Your father sealed the Ninetales like this, standing in front of the village, right?" Naruto crouched down, his fingertips gently brushing over the carvings on the stone. "Sensei, I used to think the will of fire was about becoming stronger. But now I understand it's about protecting those you want to guard." The rain gradually stopped and a hint of light broke through. At that moment, a communication symbol in Naruto's arms suddenly lit up. It was a message from Sasuke. The Rock Hidden's chakra mine has been contaminated by Otsutsuki energy. Han's Five-Tails chakra has residual spores. Hurry for support. Naruto stood up, handing control of the Ninetales chakra barrier to Iruka. "Sensei, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to help Sasuke at the Rock Hidden." Iruka nodded, gripping his kunai tightly. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here no one can touch the memorial stone." Inside the Rock Hidden's lava cave, the temperature was suffocating. Sasuke crouched before the chakra mine, his Sharingan fixated on the black patterns swirling within. Those patterns were slowly extending towards the core of the divine tree along the mine. These patterns will absorb the chakra from the mine and transmit it to the core of the divine tree. Han leaned against the rock wall, the Five-Tails chakra flickering faintly around him. "When the black Zetsus vines wrapped around me earlier, I could sense it was looking for the resonance point between tailed beast chakra and the divine tree." Water shadow swept his chakra perception across the mine, his expression grave. The mine connects to the underground chakra reserve of the Rock Hidden. If contaminated, all ninjutsu in the Rock Hidden will be rendered ineffective. Suddenly Sasuke raised his hand, Amaterasu's black flames igniting at his fingertips. "Let's try using Amaterasu to burn these patterns." The black flames fell upon the mine, and indeed the patterns began to recede. But before they could burn completely, the flames were extinguished by the natural energy surging from the mine. "It's useless, the natural energy is protecting these patterns." Sasuke frowned as the curse mark on his right wrist suddenly became hot red patterns spreading up his arm, resonating with the black patterns in the mine. The black patterns within the mine began flowing toward the direction of the curse mark. "Sasuke, your curse mark!" Water Shadow exclaimed. "Quickly suppress it, or you will be controlled by Otsutsuki." Sasuke gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing the curse mark with his Sharingan. These patterns and the curse mark share the same origin. Orochimaru's curse mark, could it be related to Otsutsuki? At that moment, footsteps sounded from the cave entrance. Naruto rushed in, panting, "Sasuke, I'm here. What's the situation with the mine?" Sasuke pointed at the black patterns in the mine. "These patterns will transmit chakra to the core of the divine tree, and my curse mark can resonate with them." Naruto crouched down, a system prompt popping up. The curse mark contains residual genes of Otsutsuki, which can reverse guide black pattern energy and seal it deep within the mine. "I've got a plan." Naruto's eyes lit up as he infused Sasuke's arm with Ninetales chakra. "Sasuke, use your curse mark to guide the black patterns, while I'll use tailed beast chakra for sealing and water shadow, and Han will help us isolate the natural energy." Everyone sprang into action. Water shadow initiated water release, forming a water curtain around the mine to isolate natural energy. Han's Five-Tails chakra formed a barrier blocking the potentially overflowing black pattern energy. Sasuke took a deep breath, the red patterns of his curse mark surged, and the black threads in the mine indeed flowed toward his arm. Naruto took the opportunity to gather tailed beast chakra, laying down a sealing array at the entrance of the mine. Tailed beast chakra sealing. The golden sealing array illuminated firmly, locking the black patterns deep within the mine. Sasuke's curse mark gradually faded, leaving only faint red traces on his wrist. "It's sealed for now, but it will only hold for 3 days. Naruto stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "In 3 days we need to reinforce the seal with more tailed beast chakra, or the black patterns will spread again." Han nodded. "I've already contacted the other Jinchuriki. The 2 Tails is gathering intelligence in the Cloud Hidden. The 3 Tails is on standby in the Mist Hidden. They will arrive at the Rock Hidden within 3 days. Water Shadow took out a communication symbol, handing it to Naruto and Sasuke. "The Ninja World Council has decided to hold a tailed beast Jinchuriki meeting in the Rock Hidden in 3 days to discuss how to completely resolve the crisis at the Divine Tree core. Sasuke took the communication symbol, his fingers tracing the rock-hidden seal on the paper, suddenly recalling what Kakashi had said earlier: a ninja's mission is not revenge but protection. He looked up at Naruto, his expression no longer filled with hostility. In 3 days we will stop Akatsuki together. Naruto smiled, patting Sasuke's shoulder. All right, together. Night fell once more over the ninja world. In the canyon where the core of the divine tree lay, Obito stood outside the sealing array, the Sharingan beneath his mask glowing red. Black Zetsus vines emerged from beneath his feet, entwining around the edges of the sealing array, constantly absorbing the natural energy from outside the array. In 3 days, all-tailed beast Jinchuriki will gather in the rock hidden. Black Zetsus' voice echoed from the vines. At that time we will be able to collect all-tailed beast chakra at once and initiate Lady Kagaya's resurrection ritual. Obito raised his hand, touching the black patterns on the sealing array. Naruto, Sasuke. This time you won't be able to stop. The winds in the canyon howled, swirling up the debris on the ground. The core of the divine tree within the sealing array shone with a faint green light flickering, as if responding to Obito's words. The decisive battle that would determine the fate of the ninja world was quietly approaching. The council hall of Yin is built deep within a lava cave with glowing chakra crystals embedded in the stone walls, illuminating the entire space in a warm yellow light. In the center of the hall, a large map of the ninja world is laid out on a stone platform, with the core of the divine tree circled in red vermilion, connected by dotted lines to the habitats of the tailed beasts in various ninja villages. As Naruto stepped into the hall, he was greeted by Killer Bee, who hooked his shoulder and exclaimed, "Yo Naruto, you finally made it. The Woodman and Yagura have been here, just waiting for you, the tactical brain." The two-tails Yagura sat on a stone bench in the corner, spinning a kunai with his fingertips. He nodded slightly as Naruto entered, asking, "Has the spore crisis in Konoha been resolved? I heard that Iruka Sensei managed to hold the memorial stone, thanks to the chakra barrier of the 9 tails." Naruto smiled as he sat down, his gaze sweeping across the hall. The 3 tails Yagura leaned against the wall, blue-tailed beast chakra faintly shimmering around him, clearly still not completely free from the shadows of past control. Han stood in front of the map, discussing the details of the mine sealing with Yin-In's sealing masters, while Sasuke sat by the window, his Sharingan occasionally scanning the hall's entrance, vigilant for possible ambushes. "Everyone's here, let's get started." The Mizukage entered the hall holding a scroll of sealing techniques. Based on the analysis provided by Naruto, all-tailed beast chakra needs to be gathered to activate the resurrection ritual for the divine tree's core. The black markings in the mine are the pipes used by Obito to channel the tailed beast chakra. She spread the scroll open on the stone platform, revealing a complex sealing formation. "Our plan is to use the chakra of 7-tailed beasts to construct a reverse sealing formation that will completely lock the black markings within the mine, while also cutting off the energy connection between the divine tree's core and the outside world." Yagura suddenly spoke up, his voice slightly hoarse. "I have tried to suppress the black markings with the chakra of the 3 tails, but those markings absorb tailed beast chakra, becoming even stronger. This time is different." Naruto pointed at the focal point of the formation on the scroll. "As long as the tailed beast chakra is infused at the frequency of yin-yang release balance, the black markings will lose their vitality. Sasuke's cursed mark can sense the frequency of Otsutsuki energy, allowing him to act as a caliber." "I can only sense the frequency," Sasuke replied, his fingertips glowing with faint red cursed mark patterns. "Maintaining balance requires your tailed beast chakra to be output steadily. There can be no deviations." Just then the chakra crystal at the entrance of the hall suddenly flickered, and a faint black crack quietly opened. Obito's Kamui. "Watch out." Naruto instantly leaped up, his 9 tails chakra coalescing into a shield before him. In the next moment, a black short blade shot out from the crack, aimed directly at Yagura's back. Obito's target was the 3 tails. Yagura reacted swiftly, turning around to unleash water release. Water release, water mirror technique. The water mirror replicated Obito's figure, and the short blade struck the mirror, splashing water everywhere. But the real Obito had already slipped through the crack, grabbing Yagura's wrist with his right hand, as the pull of Kamui began to draw the 3 tails chakra. "Let him go." Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles struck, with lightning wrapping around Obito's arm. Obito sneered, swinging his left hand to send out black threads that ensnared Killer Bee's tentacles. "Just some tailed beasts, and you think you can stop me?" Yagura immediately activated his tailed beast transformation, the blue flames of the 2 tails engulfing his body as a fireball hurtled towards Obito. Explosion, release cat fireball. Obito was forced to release Yagura, diving into the Kamui space to evade, but the fireball still grazed his clothing, igniting flames on his black cloak. "Do you think gathering the tailed beasts can stop me?" Obito's voice came from the crack. "I have already obtained a sample of the 3 tails chakra. As long as I analyze the frequency, I can forcibly guide all-tailed beast chakra." Sasuke suddenly activated Amaterasu black flames, following the crack into the Kamui space. "Trying to run. Leave something behind first." The flames exploded in the space, and Obito's screams echoed from the crack as it instantly closed. Yagura covered his wrist, the three-tails chakra flickering weakly in his palm. He took part of my chakra. If the frequency is analyzed, the reverse sealing formation will be in danger. Naruto crouched down, pressing his fingertip against Yagura's wrist. As a system prompt appeared, the three-tails chakra sample contains Obito's Kamui energy, which can be used to trace his location. I've got a plan. He looked up. Obito's Kamui energy remains in the chakra sample. I can use the system to locate his hiding place. If we hurry, we might be able to retrieve the sample. Han immediately grabbed the sealing scroll. He'll go with you. The sealing of the mind will be temporarily handled by Yen-In's sealing masters. The Mizukage nodded. He'll stay here to reinforce the defenses of the hall to prevent other members of Akatsuki from launching sneak attacks. Be careful. Naruto, Sasuke, Killer Bee, Yagura, and Yagura rushed out of the hall, speeding towards the direction indicated by the system. In the passage of the lava cave, the light of the chakra crystals flickered on and off, casting long shadows. Meanwhile, outside the hall, a white spore quietly split open in the rock crevice, transforming into a clone of White Zetsu. He watched the direction the five had gone, a strange smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he turned and slipped into the darkness. Black Zetsu had already prepared the spore bomb set up outside the venue. The rock walls of the old mine passage were riddled with cracks, and the shards of chakra crystal shimmered on the ground. Naruto stepped forward on the rubble as the red dot on the system interface grew brighter. A surge of Obito's Kamui energy was stirring deep within the mine passage, perfectly aligned with the fluctuations of the three-tails chakra sample. There are signs of spatial distortion ahead. Sasuke suddenly stopped, a red glow flickering in his Sharingan as his gaze penetrated the rock wall. Obito has set up a chakra trap inside, using fragments of other-tailed beast chakra as bait. Yagura clenched his fists, the blue chakra of the three tails condensing in his palms. This is the chakra sample that was taken from me before. He wants to use this to lure us in, aiming to absorb more tailed beast chakra. Killer Bee swung his 8 tails, tentacles lightning flickering at their tips. Yo-yo bait is just bait. It's a perfect chance for him to taste the power of the allied tailed beasts. Lightning release, tentacle ring. The tentacles intertwined to form a net of lightning, protecting everyone around. This way the trap can't harm us. The five of them charged into the depths of the mine passage, where they saw Obito standing in a clearing, several transparent chakra containers scattered at his feet. Inside were fragments of different colored tailed beast chakra. Sand yellow from the one tail, magma red from the 4 tails, and pale purple from the 5 tails. Just in time. Obito raised his hand, and the chakra fragments in the containers simultaneously floated into the air, transforming into 7-tailed beast phantoms. These fragments are enough for me to analyze the chakra frequencies of all tailed beasts. Once I absorb your chakra, Kaguya-sama's resurrection ritual will commence. Not on our watch. Yagura was the first to launch an attack, sending a blue fireball from the 2 tails towards the tailed beast phantom. Explosive release, cat fire meteor. The fireball exploded but was blocked by the Kamui barrier behind the phantom, leaving not even a crack. Obito sneered, controlling the phantoms to charge at them. These phantoms contain the true chakra of the tailed beasts. Your attacks are ineffective against them. The 1 tail's sandstorm whipped up debris, while the 4 tail's magma scorched the rock walls, causing dust to fill the mine passage. Yagura inhaled deeply and suddenly leaped into the air. Water release, great exploding water collapsing wave. A massive torrent instantly filled the mine passage, extinguishing the sandstorm and cooling the magma into rock. Naruto reinforced the water flow with tailed beast chakra. Naruto immediately understood, infusing the water flow with the golden chakra of the 9 tails, forming a hard water membrane. Sasuke used Amaterasu to burn through the Kamui barrier. Sasuke nodded, igniting black flames of Amaterasu at his fingertips. The black flames spread along the water membrane, accurately hitting the weak point of the Kamui barrier. Energy remnants left by Obito's cloak that had previously been burned by Amaterasu. With a crack, a gap opened in the barrier. Killer Bee seized the opportunity. His 8 tails, tentacle charged with lightning, darted into the gap. Lightning release, tailed beast ball. The small-tailed beast ball exploded inside the barrier, forcing Obito to retract the phantoms, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. Damn. Obito clutched his chest, a rift in the Kamui space unfolding behind him. This time consider it your win. Next time I will return with Kaguya-sama's power. Just as he was about to dive into the rift, Naruto suddenly threw a kunai, the tip wrapped in a talisman. The Sharingan tracking talisman Sasuke had prepared, precisely adhering to Obito's cloak. Trying to run. We've already marked you won't escape next time. Obito's expression changed as he accelerated into the rift, leaving behind a harsh remark. You will soon regret this. The energy from the God Tree's core was already stirring, and the ninja world was about to be purified. The rift closed, and the mine passage returned to calm. Naruto picked up the chakra container on the ground, and the system prompted. Tailed beast chakra fragments contain Otsutsuki energy, can be used to reinforce the reverse sealing array. Great. These fragments can help us perfect the seal. Let's head back to the Hall. Mizukage is still waiting there. Just as they turned around, Naruto's communication talisman suddenly vibrated violently. It was an urgent message from the Mizukage. The spore bombs outside the hall have been detonated and White Zetsu's clones are attacking the Sealing Masters. The black markings in the mine are starting to spread. Hurry back for reinforcements. Not good. Naruto's expression changed dramatically. Obito is deliberately stalling for time, allowing White Zetsu to detonate the spore bombs. We need to get back now. The five of them dashed towards the direction of the hall. The chakra crystals in the mine began to flicker, and the black markings on the rock walls were spreading at a visible rate. The Otsutsuki energy previously sealed deep in the mine was awakening under the stimulation of the spore bombs. Meanwhile, outside the Rock Hidden Council Hall, the Mizukage was fighting desperately against the attacks of White Zetsu's clones. The black mist from the spore bombs engulfed the entire hall, forcing the Sealing Masters to retreat into the mine, but the black markings had already drilled out of the mine, wrapping around the stone pillars of the hall. Water released water mirror technique. The Mizukage created several clones to block White Zetsu's assault. However, the spores in the black mist continued to erode her chakra, causing the clones to vanish one by one. Naruto, if you don't hurry, the hall will be swallowed by the black markings. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar lightning flash came from a distance. Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles carrying a golden chakra key swept through the black mist. Yo-Yo Mizukage, don't worry, we're back. Naruto, Sasuke, Yagura, and the Woodman followed closely behind, unleashing their tailed beast chakra, forming a colorful barrier to keep the black mist at bay. Seeing the situation turn against him, White Zetsu's clone attempted to burrow underground to escape, but was caught by Sasuke's Amaterasu, instantly turning to ash. The Mizukage sighed in relief, pointing at the black markings in the hall. The ceiling of the mine has been breached if the black markings have spread into the hall. If this continues, the entire Rock Hidden will be polluted by Otsutsuki energy. Naruto approached the black markings, scattering the tailed beast chakra fragments he had collected earlier onto them. The fragments emitted a faint golden glow upon contact with the black markings, significantly slowing their spread. System prompt: as long as these fragments are integrated into the reverse sealing array, the black markings can be suppressed again. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan scanning the hall. Let's get to work now, the quicker the better. No one knows when Obito will strike next. The group immediately sprang into action. The Mizukage and Yagura stabilized the black markings with their chakra, while Killer Bee and the Woodman guarded the surrounding area of the sealing array. Naruto and Sasuke worked together to embed the tailed beast chakra fragments into the array's focal points one by one. As the last fragment was embedded into the focal point, the sealing array suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The golden chakra spread along the black markings, resealing the Otsutsuki energy deep in the mine. System prompt: reverse sealing array reinforcement completed. It can last for 7 days. All tailed beast chakra must be gathered during this period to completely destroy the black markings. Naruto sighed in relief, leaning against a stone pillar. 7 days. We must find the remaining tailed beast Jinchuriki within 7 days, or everything will be in vain. Sasuke walked over to him, his gaze directed deep into the mine passage. Obito won't give us much time. He's definitely looking for the remaining tailed beasts. We need to move faster than him. At that moment, a reconnaissance ninja from the Rock Hidden rushed into the hall, his face pale. Sir, the Akatsuki forces have appeared at the border of the Wind Country, and their target seems to be the one-tail Shikyu. Naruto suddenly stood up, golden chakra boiling around him. We're heading to the Wind Country. We cannot let Obito get his hands on the one-tail's chakra. As night fell again, the 5 of them charged out of the Rock Hidden, racing towards the Wind Country. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes crossed the wasteland. Behind them was the gradually calming Rock Hidden, but ahead lay unknown dangers. The desert of Fengji Country steamed beneath the fierce sun as furious winds whipped the sand into a blinding, sky-darkening sandstorm. Ming-Ren wrapped himself in the Nine-Tails chakra, narrowing his eyes toward the distance. Through the storm, a faint golden chakra ripple showed itself, the energy of Sho, he yet tinged with a sulfurious scent, like clay explosives. Zuiju halted abruptly, his Sharingan slicing through the swirling sands. It is Dida-La. He has planted clay clones inside the sandstorm. Each clone conceals a miniature bomb that will detonate on contact. What AI? Luo's voice cut from the tempest, edged with urgency. Ming-Ren, watch the chakra frequency of those clay clones. Their signature mimics the sand's vibrations and is easy to confuse. They followed the voice and saw what AI Luo suspended in midair, a revolving cascade of sand whirling around him as he continually repelled the clay clones' assaults. Sweat beaded on his brow. He had clearly been locked in combat with Dida-La for some time. The sandfall bore countless tiny blast marks, the traces of those micro-explosives. What AI Luo? We're coming to help. Chi-Labai vaulted into the air, the 8 tails tentacles crackling with lightning. He unleashed Leiduin Chusho Raikiri, lightning release, tentacle Raikiri. Lightning struck the clay clones embedded in the storm. They detonated at once, and the smell of sulfur intensified. Dida-La's laugh drifted from the heart of the sandstorm. I did not expect the tailed beast alliance to arrive so swiftly, but no matter. These clones were only appetizers. The true artworks are yet to come. No sooner had the words fallen than the ground buckled. Dozens of clay spiders burrowed up through the sand and crawled toward them. Ren sprang into action with Bakuten Cat Firewall. Blue flames leapt into a wall across the earth, igniting the approaching clay spiders, yet before they could fully explode they sprayed out more miniature bombs. Sutin Water Formation Wall. Shirtsong activated his ninjutsu. In time, the water wall absorbed the shock of those bombs. Those explosives disperse spores. If inhaled you can be controlled. Ren stared into the depths of the sandstorm when a system alert flash detected Dai Tus, Shinwei energy fluctuation not in the sandstorm, but toward Yin. Dita La is a lure, Dai Tus true target, is Yin-In's reverse ceiling formation. Bad. We have been deceived. Ren's face went pale. Dai Tu had Dita La hold us here while he returns to Yin to strike the ceiling formation. Zuoju's Sharingan swept toward Yin and indeed caught a faint spatial rift. Yes, the Shinwei fluctuation is weak. He must be masking his chakra. He intends to destroy the seal while we are away. Wei Ai Luo knit his brow and accelerated the sandfall's rotation. Leave this to me, I can keep Dita La occupied. You must hurry back to Yin. Do not let the ceiling formation be broken. Hearing that Dita La drove his clay clones at Wei Ai Luo. Trying to leave. Not so easy. A massive clay bomb coalesced within the storm and thundered toward the group. He'll stop it. Shi-La spun the Eight Tails tentacles, ensnaring the bomb as he unleashed Lei Dun and the tailed beast sphere. The smaller-tailed beast sphere collided with the bomb in a thunderous blast that shook the desert and dissipated the sandstorm in an instant. Go! Shi-La shoved Ren's Zuoju and Shirtsong forward. Wei Ai Luo can handle Dita La. Protecting the ceiling formation is more important. Without hesitation, they sprinted toward Yin. Run remained to aid Wei Ai Luo, watching their retreating forms with clenched fists. Dita La, your so-called art will be shattered today. Before Yin-In's reverse ceiling formation, the village's ceiling masters poured their chakra into the array to sustain the formation's central node. Outside the formation, black vines crept silently through the rock fissures. Haiju's true body lurked in shadow fingertips, gathering Datong Mu energy poised to sabotage the formation's core. Lord Dai Tu will arrive soon. Wait another minute, and the ceiling formation will be destroyed, Haijua whispered as the vines accelerated toward the array's weakest point. At that moment, a golden current of light streaked in from afar. The Nine-Tails chakra became a claw that ripped through the vines. You think you can destroy the ceiling formation? Without asking me. Ren's Zuoju and Shirtsong returned in time, forming a triangular perimeter around Haijua. Zuoju's Tianjiao black flames flared in his palm. Where is Dai Tu? Do not play tricks, Haijua mocked, then laughed. You think you have returned in time? Lord Dai Tu has already placed Shunwei bombs deep within your vein. In 30 seconds the entire scene will be detonated and collapse. The ceiling formation will be buried along with the vein. Shirtsong's face went white as the Three-Tails chakra unfurled around him. I will stop the bombs. Hold Haijua. With that he plunged into the vein. Ren fixed Haijua with a stare as the Nine-Tails chakra boiled about him. You think that will win? The core of the reverse ceiling formation is not in the vein, but in the chakra crystal within the Ishir Hall. Even if the vein collapses, the formation can persist. Haiju's smile stiffened. Impossible. How do you know? The system analyzed the formation structure long ago, Ren replied. Ren lifted his hand, and the Rasengan swirled in his palm. Your plan with Dai Tu was transparent from the start. Zuoju seized the opening, driving a Chidori spear of red lightning through Haiju's vines while invoking Tianjiao and flame release. Black flames ran along the vines, and Haijua screamed as his true form was forced from the fissure. It was a writhing mass of black chakra, its center marked by the Magatama emblem of Hui. Damn you! Haijua detonated the remaining vines, spraying black spores toward the two. I'm leaving. Lord Dai Tu will deal with you. Amid the choking smoke of exploding spores, Haijua vanished. Ren surged after him, but was held back by Zuoju. Do not chase. First check on Shirtsong. Those Shinwei bombs are the priority. They raced into the vein and a few steps and found Shirtsong, standing on a clear patch, the Three-Tails water release, enfolding a black Shinwei bomb. The bomb's Shinwei energy had stabilized and no longer flickered. Just in time, Shirtsong breathed. I froze the bomb's energy with the Three-Tails chakra. It will not detonate for now, but we need a ceiling master to dismantle it properly. Ren nodded and produced a communication tag to contact Shuing. Lord Shuing, we have seen through Dai Tu's decoy. The Shinwei bombs are under control. How is the situation on your side? Shuing's voice answered through the tag. We just dealt with Outer Baiju clones. The ceiling formation in the Ishir Hall is stable. However, Shuing continued, the Shinobi Council reports that other members of Akatsuki are active near the border of Lei Country, possibly targeting Chi-La Bis Eight-Tails chakra. Ren's heart sank. Akatsuki's plan was far more meticulous than they had imagined, from Fengji Country to Yin, and even to Lei Country. Traps lay in wait at every turn. He glanced at Zuoju and Shirtsong, determination steady in his gaze. We will return to the Ishir Hall rendezvous with Shuing, and then plan our next move. If Akatsuki intends to pick us off one by one, we will answer them head-on with the might of the Tailed Beast Alliance. Sunlight filtered through the fissures, and fell upon the three of them. The chakra crystal in the rock-hidden council hall radiates a warm light as Naruto embeds the last piece of tailed beast chakra into the edge of the ceiling array. A system notification appears: ceiling array stability increased to 85, capable of withstanding medium-scale energy impacts. Shueing rolls up the ceiling scroll, her fingertip tracing the border of the Land of Lightning on the map. The Yunlei Gorge in the Land of Lightning is Kiba's training ground, and also the region where the Eight Tails chakra is most stable. Akatsuki's plan is to attack there, intending to ambush Kurabi while he is training alone. Yagura leans against a stone pillar, the Three Tails chakra slowly swirling in his palm. I'll go with you. The water release of the Three Tails can counteract Kisame's shark skin. Last time he didn't get my chakra, but this time he will surely focus on Kurabi. No way. Naruto shakes his head, pointing at the ceiling array. Rock hidden needs someone to guard it. You and Lord Shuing stay behind while Sasuke and I go support Kurabi. He pulls out 2 tracking talismans, handing one to Sasuke, while tucking the other into his clothing. I'm familiar with Uncle's chakra fluctuations. Ooh, I can reach Yunlei Gorge in no time. Sasuke grips the tracking talisman in his palm, his Sharingan scanning outside the door. Be careful on the road. Akatsuki will definitely set an ambush. The two say no more, turning and rushing out of the hall, speeding down the mountain path of rock hidden towards the Land of Lightning. As they enter the Land of Lightning, the sky suddenly darkens. Dark clouds gather, lightning flickers within the clouds, and the air is filled with the distinctive chakra scent of shark skin. They're here. Sasuke suddenly stops, gathering Chidori in his right hand. There's chakra movement in the trees to the left. It's Kisame's shark skin and Deidara's clay chakra. Naruto immediately activates the Nine Tails chakra barrier, his gaze sweeping over the trees. Come out. Hiding and sneaking around is no way for a ninja. From the trees comes Kisame's laughter as he emerges, carrying his shark skin, with Deidara following beside him, clay in hand. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I was planning to wait until Kurabi let his guard down before making a move, but now it's perfect. Let's take you out together. Suddenly the shark skin opens its mouth and emits a screeching roar, beginning to absorb the surrounding natural energy. There's an abundance of chakra nearby, just what I need to recharge. Don't let it absorb the energy. Naruto jumps into the air, gathering the tailed beast ball in his palm. Tailed beast ball, compressed shot. The golden energy sphere blasts toward the trees, but is blocked by Deidara's clay clone. The clone explodes, sending numerous miniature bombs flying toward the two. Sasuke immediately activates Amaterasu, the black flames consuming all the bombs. Deidara, your clay is useless against Amaterasu. He seizes the opportunity to charge at Kisame, the Chidori spear aimed directly at his chest. This time you won't escape. Yet Kisame does not evade. The shark skin suddenly stretches, wrapping around Sasuke's arm and beginning to absorb his Chidori chakra. The taste of Uchiha chakra is good, but too little. Sasuke feels a tingling in his arm as chakra rapidly drains away through the shark skin. Seeing this, Naruto immediately throws a Rasengan, the golden chakra smashing into the shark skin and forcing Kisame to release his grip. Sasuke, don't get close to the shark skin, it can absorb chakra. At that moment, a voice from afar reaches them, carrying a hip-hop rhythm. Yo yo Kisame, are you here to steal my This time I won't let you succeed. The lightning of the Eight Tails comes from the direction of Yunlei Gorge, and Kiraba's figure quickly appears in sight. His Eight Tails tentacles entwined with several bolts of lightning, clearly having already engaged with Akatsuki's minions. Uncle. Naruto shouts, they are here to ambush you. Obito's target is your Eight Tails chakra. Kurabi grins, swinging his Eight Tails tentacles charged with lightning. Lightning release, tailed beast lightning, plow hot knife. The lightning strikes toward Kisame, who blocks it with the shark skin, but is forced back by the impact. The Eight Tails chakra is indeed powerful, but sadly you'll fall here today. Suddenly Deidara leaps into the air, quickly molding clay in his hands. Clay C4. Countless invisible miniature clay bombs spread towards the three. These bombs will burrow into your bodies. Oh, once I detonate them, your cells will be shattered. Naruto immediately activates the Nine Tails chakra barrier, shielding Kurabi and Sasuke. Inside system notification, these bombs fear tailed beast chakra. Wrapping your bodies in chakra will protect you. Kurabi and Sasuke immediately comply, forming a shield with the Eight Tails lightning and Sasuke's Sharingan chakra surrounding them. Deidara, seeing the plan fail, changes his expression. Damn it. How did you know the weakness of C4? Because your tactics have long been seen through. Sasuke sneers, flames of Amaterasu igniting in his palm. Last time in Rock Hidden you failed with C3. This time with C4, is that all you've got? Seeing the situation turn against him, Kisame grabs Deidara and prepares to retreat. Let's fall back. Lord Obito's plan is not yet complete. Don't waste time here. He hoists the shark skin and turns to dive into the woods, but is ensnared by Kiraba's Eight Tails tentacles around his ankle, trying to run. Leave the shark skin behind. Lightning spreads along the tentacles. Kisame feels a sudden intense pain, but suddenly exerts force, smashing the shark skin toward the ground. Shark skin shadow eating technique. The shark skin emits black chakra, forming a shadow that wraps around Kiraba's tentacles, beginning to absorb the Eight Tails chakra. Uncle. Naruto rushes over his tailed beast chakra, transforming into claws, severing the black chakra. Don't get entangled if our goal is to reach Yunlei Gorge and protect your chakra. Kisame seizes the opportunity to pull Deidara into the woods, vanishing into the lightning. Kurabi retracts his tentacles, frowning. They absorb some of my Eight Tails chakra. If they analyze the frequency, the reverse sealing array will be at risk. Naruto nods, pulling out a communication talisman to message Shuing. Akatsuki's ambush failed, but they stole a small amount of Eight Tails chakra. We need to strengthen the sealing array's defenses to prevent Obito from analyzing the frequency. He puts away the communication talisman, looking toward Yunlei Gorge. Let's head to your training ground first. There's a chakra barrier that can temporarily block Akatsuki's tracking. The three rush toward Yunlei Gorge, the lightning in the sky growing denser. Naruto looks at Kiraba's figure ahead, suddenly recalling the system's earlier notification. Akatsuki is collecting tailed beast chakra at an increasing speed. If we can't find a way to stop them, the crisis of Kagaya's resurrection will soon descend. In the distant woods, Kisame injects the absorbed Eight Tails chakra into a container and hands it to the Black Zetsu. Hidden in the shadows, the chakra sample Lord Obito wanted is in hand. Black Zetsu takes the container, black vines wrapping around it. Good, with the chakra from the Three Tails and Eight Tails, we can analyze the frequencies of most tailed beasts and quickly initiate the resurrection ritual. In the shadows, Obito's figure slowly emerges, the Sharingan beneath his mask, glowing red. Naruto, Sasuke, the next time we meet, it will be your death date. The chakra barrier at Yunlei Gorge flickers amid the lightning as Naruto, Sasuke, and Kurabi stand within the barrier, watching the distant shadows, gripping their ninja tools tightly. The chakra barrier of Yunlei Gorge shimmered with a faint blue lightning glow, while the chakra of the Eight Tails flowed like water across the barrier, isolating the winds and sand of the outside world from prying eyes. Killer Bee sat cross-legged in the center of the barrier, his Eight Tails tentacles touching the ground as he used the tailed beast's perception to scan the area within a 10-mile radius. Yo, there are no living members of Akatsuki nearby, just a few remnants of White Zetsu's clones, but... He suddenly frowned, the tips of his tentacles trembling slightly. There are spores moving underground as if they are drilling towards the base of the barrier. Naruto immediately crouched down, his fingertips touching the ground as a red alert popped up on the system interface, detected a cluster of Otsutsuki spores penetrating the barrier through the soil, targeting the residual chakra of Killer Bee's Eight Tails. It's Black Zetsu spores. He wants to locate the energy nodes of the barrier through the residual chakra. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly activated, the red light penetrating the ground, clearly revealing a dense mass of black spores in the soil crawling towards the barrier's core in the direction of the Eight Tails chakra's trail. The spores are wrapped with Otsutsuki's Godway energy. Once they touch the core, they will explode and create an opening. We can't let them get close. Killer Bee suddenly sprang to his feet, his Eight Tails tentacles crackling with lightning plunged into the ground. Lightning release, earth pulse, electric strike. The electricity spread through the soil, and a sizzling sound of burning could be heard underground as the black spores turned to ashes in the lightning's glow. But just as he cleared one batch, an even denser wave of spores surged from the sandy layers in the distance. This time the spores were mixed with Deidara's clay fragments, clearly attempting to forcefully break through the soil with explosions. Deidara is controlling the spores remotely. Naruto pulled out a communication talisman, intending to contact Awagakure to confirm the situation, only to find the surface of the talisman covered in black patterns. Otsutsuki energy was interfering with the signal. The communication is blocked. Akatsuki wants to trap us here. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the barrier as Deidara's clay bird swooped through the sky, dropping a massive clay bomb. Clay C2. Sending you a great gift. The bomb exploded against the barrier, causing blue lightning to flash violently, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. Sasuke immediately leaped to the gap in the barrier, Amaterasu's black flames gathering in his palm. Fire release, Amaterasu flame wall. The black flames formed a firewall outside the barrier, incinerating the clay bird as it approached. Deidara is stalling for time. Obito is definitely analyzing the frequency of the Eight Tails chakra. Naruto's heart sank. System alerts had begun to flash. Obito's Godway energy compatibility with the Eight Tails chakra frequency has risen to 48. Energy fluctuations have appeared in the reverse sealing array. He clenched his fists and looked at Killer Bee. Can you temporarily shut down the barrier and divert the spores with the Eight Tails chakra? We need to get back to Awagakure quickly. The sealing array can't hold much longer. But Killer Bee shook his head, his Eight Tails tentacles plunging back into the ground. No. If I leave, the spores will follow the Eight Tails chakra to Awagakure, and then the sealing array will be even more dangerous. Suddenly he grinned, pulling out a scroll from his robe. But I have a way. This is the lightning release sealing talisman from Kumogakure, which can temporarily shield my chakra residue, making the spores lose their target. Sasuke immediately took the scroll and quickly unfolded it. He'll set up the sealing talisman. You all guard the barrier, and don't let Deidara get close. He held the talisman between his fingers, moving quickly around the barrier as red lightning sealing symbols lit up on the ground, intertwining with the Eight Tails lightning to form a new protective net. Just as the sealing talisman was about to be completed, the communication talisman in Naruto's arms suddenly broke free from the interference, emitting a sharp alarm. an emergency signal from a Wagakure. The talisman unfolded, and the voice of Mizumi came through breathless, Naruto. The sealing array was struck by Otsutsuki energy. Obito has deciphered portions of the frequencies of the 3 tails and the 8 tails, and the black patterns have already breached the outer sealing layer spreading towards the core array. What? Naruto's face changed drastically as the system alert flashed to red. The stability of the reverse sealing array has dropped to 50. Cracks have appeared in the core array, and if not reinforced within 1 hour, it will completely collapse. We must go back. Sasuke put away the last sealing talisman, his Sharingan scanning the area outside the barrier. Dara's clay bombs are almost used up, he can't hold out much longer. If we break through now, we can make it back before the sealing array collapses. But Killer Bee suddenly pressed down on both their shoulders, his 8 tails tentacles pointing towards the distant sand dunes. Look over there. What is that? Everyone looked up and saw a black rift rising behind the sand dune as Obito's figure emerged from the rift, holding a transparent container filled with faint blue and purple chakra. It's a mixture of the 3 tails and 8 tails chakra. No need to bother, you won't be able to leave. Obito's voice came through the barrier as the chakra in the container began to swirl. I've already deciphered enough frequencies. Once I detonate this container of chakra, the barrier of Yunlei Gorge and the sealing array of a Wagakure will collapse simultaneously. Naruto's 9 tails chakra surged instantly, the golden aura halting the winds and sands around him. Obito, what exactly do you want? Destroy the sealing array and you will also be backlashed by the Otsutsuki energy. Backlash. Obito sneered, a hint of madness flashing in his Sharingan hidden beneath the mask. As long as I can resurrect Kaguya-sama, this little backlash is nothing. The ninja world should have been purified long ago, only she can create a world without war. He raised the container, the speed of the swirling chakra increasing rapidly. Now either you give up the sealing array and come save Killer Bee, or you can watch 2 places get destroyed together. Choose Naruto. Killer Bee suddenly pushed Naruto aside, his 8 tails tentacles crackling with lightning charged towards the barrier. Don't choose. They'll hold him off, you all hurry back to a Wagakure. Even if the 8 tails chakra is absorbed, I can still reconsolidate it. If the sealing array is gone, the entire ninja world is finished. B. Naruto tried to grab him, but was pushed back by Killer Bee's lightning. Sasuke immediately grabbed Naruto's arm. There's no time to hesitate. Let's go back to a Wagakure first. As long as we reinforce the sealing array, we can come back to save Killer Bee. Seeing the two trying to leave, Obito immediately manipulated the chakra in the container, trying to run. It's not that easy. Suddenly the chakra exploded, sending a black energy wave crashing towards the barrier, which instantly became riddled with cracks. Killer Bee immediately activated his tailed beast transformation, the giant figure of the 8 tails blocking in front of the barrier. Lightning release, tailed beast bomb. The blue-tailed beast bomb collided with the energy wave, creating a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Naruto looked back at the Yunlei Gorge shrouded in smoke and grit his teeth, racing after Sasuke towards a Wagakure. The system alerts continued to flash. The stability of the sealing array had dropped to 40. They must reach a Wagakure within 1 hour, otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. Meanwhile, in the smoke and dust, Killer Bee knelt on the ground, his 8 tails tentacles covered in wounds. Obito's figure emerged from the rift, the container in his hand now empty. It seems you are more resilient than I expected. But that's okay, once I absorb the chakra of the other tailed beasts, I will come back for you. The sealing array of Yin village trembled violently amid the lightning, with cracks in the core array spreading like spider webs. Naruto leaped into the council hall, stepping onto the rock wall, followed closely by Sasuke, their chakra barriers still bearing the scorch marks of spores. System notification: the frequencies of the 5 sealing barriers have been tampered with. Naruto threw out 3 kunai, precisely severing the black vines entangled at the edge of the sealing array. Obito has interfered with the flow of chakra through Kemui. We must recalibrate the seals at the 5 positions. Water Shadow immediately unfurled a scroll, tracing 5 marks on the map with his fingertip. The seals are located at the tops of the rock pillars in the east, south, west, north, and center. I will guard the central array. You all head out to repair the other 4. Sasuke's Sharingan activated instantly, red lights sweeping across the ceiling of the hall. I will go east. The chakra fluctuations there are the most chaotic. Naruto, you are responsible for the south. Watch out for the underground spore clusters. He leaped onto a stone pillar, Amaterasu's black flames gathering in his palm. The rifts of Kemui may appear at any moment, but don't give Obito a chance. Naruto nodded, the 9 tails chakra transforming into 4 shadow clones, each racing toward the other 3 directions. He dashed toward the southern pillar, but suddenly halted. The ground bulged, and dozens of black spore vines burst forth, their tips flickering with Deidara's clay bombs. Shadow clone technique. Naruto split into 5 clones, 3 distracting the vine attacks, while 2 seized the opportunity to leap toward the top of the pillar. A system notification popped up again. C4 microbombs have been mixed in with the spores. They must be wrapped in tailed beast chakra to neutralize the seals. He immediately infused the 9 tails chakra into the seal, a golden halo instantly enveloping the entire pillar as the spore vines turned to ash amid the lightning. South repair complete. Naruto reported through the communication seal. System notification: the chakra backflow at the central array has intensified. We must activate the lightning release amplifier immediately. Water Shadow and Shikamaru exchanged glances. The chakra of the three tails and seven tails simultaneously pouring into the central array. Blue lightning intertwined with purple-tailed beast chakra, forming a spiral light column. But in the next moment, the light column suddenly distorted. Obito's figure emerged from the rift of Kimui, holding a container filled with the chakra of the three tails. Did you think repairing the seals would stop me, eh? Obito sneered. The chakra in the container beginning to swirl. I have already deciphered the frequencies of the three tails and eight tails. Now let me show you what true chakra backflow looks like. The container suddenly exploded. Black energy waves surged up the light column into the ceiling array. The cracks in the central array instantly expanded, sending Water Shadow and Shikamaru flying from the shockwave. Seeing this, Naruto immediately recalled all his shadow clones, the Nine Tails chakra coalescing in his palm into a massive Rasengan, tailed beast Rasen Shuriken. The golden Rasengan struck the energy wave, but rebounded, causing a violent explosion in the hall. Sasuke returned from the east. Amaterasu's black flames enveloping the repaired seal. The chakra backflow is a mirror reflection. It must be countered with chakra of the opposite attribute. He embedded the seal into the array. The red light of his Sharingan combining with the Nine Tails chakra to form a Taiji diagram. Naruto, use your yang attribute chakra, Iluzine. Naruto immediately understood the Nine Tails chakra, merging with Sasuke's Sharingan chakra at the array eye. Golden and red energy formed a vortex, gradually devouring the backflowing black energy. The system notification suddenly turned green. The stability of the ceiling array has risen to 60. Continuous input of chakra is required. Hold on. Naruto gritted his teeth. Chakra pouring into the array endlessly. We're holding up better than the uncle atop Yunlei Gorge. We cannot lose. Meanwhile, the barrier of Yunlei Gorge had already been severely damaged. Killer Bee knelt on the ground. The eight tails tentacles reduced to 3 intact. The ground littered with countless spores. Obito's figure stepped out from the rift, the container in his hand glowing with new chakra light. It was the chakra of the one-tail Shikaku. Didn't expect this, did you, eh? Obito raised the container, the sand chakra of Shikaku swirling within. The ceiling of Sunagakure is even weaker than that of Yin-In-U. I have acquired a sample of Shikaku. Now the chakra frequency of the eight tails will soon be deciphered. Killer Bee suddenly grinned, the lightning of the eight tails condensing behind him into a massive bull's head. Yo-Yo, did you think only you could steal chakra? He threw a kunai, accurately severing the chains of the container. The lightning release sealing seal of Kumogakure has long been tampered with on the container. Your analysis has already been contaminated. Obito's expression changed drastically. The chakra in the container suddenly going berserk, the sand chakra of Shikaku violently colliding with the lightning of the eight tails. Killer Bee seized the opportunity to unleash his tailed beast transformation, the giant figure of the eight tails shattering the barrier, the lightning tentacles piercing directly through Obito's intangible body. Lightning release, tailed beast ball super explosive. The blue-tailed beast ball exploded at Obito's chest, the rift of Kimui shaking violently. Obito barely steadied himself, glaring at Killer Bee with resentment. You're ruthless. But wait until I absorb the other tailed beasts, you will regret it. He dove into the rift, disappearing into the lightning. Killer Bee retracted his tailed beast transformation, looking at the devastated Yunlei Gorge, suddenly displaying a serious expression. He pulled out a communication seal and sent a message to Water Shadow. Obito's target is the one tail and nine tails. The ceiling of Sunagakure may have been compromised. Notify Naruto to be cautious of his Kimui rifts. The ceiling array of Yin-In village had stabilized with stability, rising to 75. Naruto slumped to the ground, the Nine Tails chakra weakly coiling around him. System notification: Obito has temporarily retreated, but he will definitely return. We need stronger defensive measures. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his Sharingan still activated. The rifts of Kamui cannot be completely eliminated, but traps can be set. I have implanted Amaterasu's black flames into the 5 seals. As soon as Obito touches them again, it will trigger a chain explosion. Water Shadow nodded, putting away the repaired scroll. Sunagakure has already sent news. The chakra of the one tail has been contaminated, and Obito's analysis will take at least 3 days to recover. In these 3 days, we must find a way to stop him completely. Naruto stood up, gazing out at the lightning. System notification: Obito's ultimate goal is to resurrect the Ten Tails and implement the Eye of the Moon plan. We need to unite the powers of all the tailed beasts to combat him. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly spun violently, the pattern of 9 Tomo emerging in his pupils. I see. The chakra fluctuations of Kagaya. Her consciousness is awakening within the God Tree. Obito is merely her pawn. The real threat lies ahead. The thunder of Yunlei Gorge still roared as Killer Bee sat alone amidst the fractured barrier, the 8 tails tentacles gently tapping the ground. He pulled out a scroll inscribed with the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. This was left to him by Naruto before he departed. Yo-Yo, looks like we need a real alliance of tailed beasts. Killer Bee grinned, unfurling the scroll as the chakra of the 8 tails began to flow over it. Kurama, are you ready to greet an old friend? Meanwhile, in the distant rift of Kimui, Obito gazed at the shattered container in his hand, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. The figure of Black Zetsu emerged from the shadows, black vines entwining his arm. Lord Obito, Lady Kagaya's consciousness has begun to revive. We need to accelerate the plan, and we cannot give them any more chances. Obito clenched his fist, the Sharingan beneath his mask glowing red. Understood. Notify Kisame and Deidara. The next target is the One Tail of Sunagakure. This time I will take matters into my own hands. The ceiling array of Yin-In village lit up again amid the lightning as Naruto and Sasuke stood at the center of the array, their chakra slowly recovering. In Sunagakure, Gaara stood atop the altar, the sand cascade enveloping his body like flowing armor. With his eyes closed, the chakra of Shikaku spread through the sand grains, probing every inch of the village. From the stalls of the commercial street to the defensive towers at the border and down to the underground chakra reserve, the flow of energy was vividly reflected in his perception. Something's wrong. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the flow of the sand cascade accelerated sharply. Shikaku's chakra is trembling as if it's afraid of something. Shikaku's voice echoed directly in his mind, tinged with rare anxiety. It's that dark, murky thing. The spores that latched onto you last time are now gathering beneath the sand layers to the west of the village, and their numbers are 10 times greater than before. Gaara immediately turned around, the sand grains coalescing in his palm to form an hourglass, its pointer swiftly turning towards the west, where the entrance to the sand village's chakra mine lay, the weakest point of defense. Temari. Kankuro, he shouted down from the altar, his voice wrapped in chakra resonating throughout the village. Take people to the western mine, there's a spore invasion. Nearby in the training ground, Temari had just put away her iron fan. Hearing the shout, she quickly mounted her horse. Kamitachi squad, follow me. Use wind release to blow open the sand layers at the mine entrance, but don't let the spores get in. Kankuro, controlling his puppet Crow, hurriedly followed. The puppets left by Sasori are all poisoned just right to deal with the spores. The two teams of ninjas raced towards the west, the yellow sand kicking up 2 long trails behind them. But just after crossing 3 streets, the ground suddenly trembled. A blinding light flashed in the western sky, followed by a dull explosion. Deidara's clay bird hovered above the mine, 3 round clay bombs hanging beneath its wings. At the moment the bombs detonated, black spores spread like thick fog, drifting towards the center of the village. It's Deidara. Temari gritted her teeth, suddenly unfurling her iron fan. Wind release, great breakthrough. The strong wind blew towards the spores but failed to completely disperse them, instead allowing some spores to ride the wind, slipping through villagers' windows. Kankuro's puppet Crow immediately spewed out poisonous mist which hissed as it collided with the spores. No. The spores are wrapped in chakra, ordinary poison mist won't work. From the altar, Gaara observed clearly as the sand cascade surged upward, transforming into dozens of sand spears that shot towards the clay bird in the sky. Sand release, sand cascade burial. Deidara was already prepared. The clay bird soared higher, dodging the sand spears, while dropping a larger bomb. Clay C3. Hey Race, a welcome gift from your Shikaku. The bomb hurtled towards the altar, and Gaara swiftly controlled the sand cascade to form a shield. But at the instant the bomb exploded, countless tiny clay spiders emerged from the smoke, crawling towards the altar. Each spider was coated with black spores. These spiders will detonate the spores. Gaara's sand immediately wrapped around the spiders, crushing them, yet a few still slipped through the gaps, landing on the stone platform of the altar. The Shikaku totem on the stone platform suddenly glowed red, and Shikaku's voice exploded again. Don't touch them. These spores contain energy from that masked guy. Touching them will reveal my location. Gaara immediately retreated, the sand covering the stone platform, completely burying the spores and spiders together in the sand. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a familiar chakra burst into his perception, cold with a distortion of space. Obito's figure slowly emerged from the sand mist on the east side of the altar. He held a transparent container with faint golden chakra swirling inside, a sample of Shikaku's chakra. Long time no see, Gaara. Obito's voice wrapped in sand grains sounded particularly hoarse. Last time I couldn't get a complete chakra, this time you should return Shikaku to me. Gaara's sand cascade instantly tightened, the grains swirling around him to form a vortex. If you want to touch Shikaku, you must step over my dead body. Dead body. Obito sneered, the chakra in the container suddenly glowing. Do you think you can block me like last? I've already analyzed half of Shikaku's chakra frequency. He raised his hand, and the chakra in the container flowed through the sand grains wrapping around Gaara. Those chakras moved like living vines, causing the sand grains to lose control and gather towards Obito. Shikaku roared in Gaara's mind. Don't let his chakra touch me. It will draw out my energy. Gaara immediately severed his connection with the surrounding sand grains, but it was already too late. Several strands of faint golden chakra had wrapped around the sand grains at his cuffs, burrowing into his chakra pathways. He suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Shikaku's chakra stirred within him, as if trying to break free from his control. Obito took a step closer. Let Shikaku out, or I'll extract both you and Shikaku together. Just then a rapid sound of hooves echoed from a distance. Naruto rode in on a ninja horse with Sasuke following closely beside. Their chakras carved 2 trails of light in the yellow sand. They had rushed over after receiving news from Killer Bee just in time to witness Obito making his move against Gaara. Obito, stop! Naruto abruptly pulled on the reins, the chakra of the 9 tails gathering in his palm. If you want to take Shikaka's chakra, you must ask me first. Sasuke leaped directly to Gaara's side, his Sharingan scanning the entangled chakra. There's Kamui energy in these chakras which can interfere with the control of the tailed beasts. We need to sever them first. He raised his hand, Amaterasu's black flame igniting at his fingertips, the black fire accurately scorching the chakra wrapped around Gaara, turning the faint golden energy into ashes. Obito's gaze turned cold as he saw the two. You sure are quick to arrive. But it doesn't matter, even if you're here, Shikaka won't be staying today. He suddenly raised his hand, the rifts of Kamui space unfolded around the altar, and countless white Zetsu clones surged from the rifts, each wielding kunai wrapped in spores lunging towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara. First take care of these clones. Gaara's sand cascade unfurled again, sand spears sweeping across, piercing through the first few white Zets. Naruto, Sasuke, you go stop Obito, don't let him get close to the Shikaka totem. Naruto nodded, the chakra of the 9 tails transforming into claw blades slicing through the advancing white Zetsu. Sasuke, you go left, I go right, don't give him a chance to activate Kamui. Sasuke acknowledged, Chidori glowing in his palm, the red lightning cutting through the sand mist targeting Obito's, but Obito remained unfazed, turning and diving into a rift, reappearing behind Gaara in the next instant, the chakra in the container once again flying towards the Shikaka totem. You can't stop me. The red light of the Shikaku totem grew brighter, and Shikaka's chakra thrashed wildly within Gaara. Gaara gritted his teeth, the sand gathered around the totem forming a barrier, but as soon as the barrier formed it was shaken by Obito's chakra, creating a crack. The wind intensified, and the yellow sand nearly obscured the sun. Naruto watched as Obito closed in on the totem, and suddenly remembered a method used earlier in a Wagakure. He leaped up the chakra of the 9 tails, spreading through the sand grains, wrapping around all the sand layers between Obito's chakra and the totem. Sasuke, use Amaterasu to burn my chakra. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized. Naruto wanted the flames of Amaterasu to form a wall that separated Obito's chakra. He immediately raised his hand, the black flames falling upon Naruto's chakra wrapped in sand grains, intertwining gold and black to build a fire wall before the totem. Obito's chakra crashed into the fire wall, instantly turning to ashes. He stared at the wall before him, his expression finally changing. You guys, Gaara declared, if you want to touch Shikaku it won't be that easy. Gaara's sand cascade tightened again, the grains coalescing in his palm to form a sand sword. This time it's our turn to counterattack. Obito stared at the burning black flame wall, his knuckles turning slightly white. The flames of Amaterasu fused with Naruto's 9 tails chakra, tightly guarding the Shikaka totem. He attempted to penetrate with Kamui, but the flames always accurately coiled around the spatial rift, even drifting into the Kamui space with scattered sparks. Interesting, he sneered coldly, his left hand subtly reaching for the scroll at his waist. But do you think this can stop me, eh? As the scroll unfolded, countless black spores surged out, coalescing into a writhing vine. At the tip of the vine was a clay bomb specially made by Deidara, clearly a premeditated spore detonator. Be careful of that vine. It will invade the chakra network. Shikaka urgently called out in Gaara's mind. Gaara immediately manipulated the sand particles to intercept, but the spore vine twisted like a living creature, dodging the sand wall and darting straight for the sandy ground beneath Naruto's feet. Its target was actually the 9 tails chakra. Naruto, move aside. Sasuke's Chidori pierced towards the root of the vine, lightning bursting forth, but failing to stop it. The cut end of the vine rapidly regenerated, sprouting more branches. Naruto leaped up urgently, the 9 tails chakra forming a light pad beneath his feet. However, the vine wrapped around the firewall he maintained, beginning to crazily absorb energy. The black flames quickly dimmed. The firewall is going to collapse, Gaara exclaimed. The sand particles surged towards the gap, trying to remedy the situation. Obito seized the opportunity, shooting the Shikaka chakra from the container directly at Gaara's chest. He intended to forcibly extract the tailed beast. You won't succeed. Naruto dove down from above, the 9 tails chakra coalescing into a heavy punch that struck Obito's back. Obito was forced to phase out to evade, but the container shook loose a few drops of chakra which fell to the sand and were instantly absorbed by the Shikaka totem. The totem suddenly erupted with blinding red light, and Shikaka's chakra churned violently within Gaara's body. Don't let that chakra activate the Otsutsuki seal within the totem. Gaara gritted his teeth against the burning pain, the sand particles rapidly inscribing sealing runes around the totem, finally locking away those few dangerous chakra drops. Obito's expression darkened completely, wasting time. The Kamui rift opened behind him. Next time I will bring the 10 tails in person. Sasuke's Amaterasu black flame shot forth, but Obito had already entered the rift, leaving only the lingering echo. Kagaya's awakening is imminent, you cannot stop it. The rift vanished, leaving only a few faint golden chakra remnants on the sandy ground, quickly buried by the wind and sand. Naruto landed, panting, the Ninetales chakra gradually subsiding. That was close. He almost succeeded. Gaara touched the mark of Shikaku on his forehead, which flickered slightly. Those few drops of chakra mixed with the energy of the Ten Tails. Obito has probably already begun preparations for the resurrection of the Ten Tails. Sasuke scanned the surrounding sandy ground. We must quickly notify the Mizukage and Killer Bee to strengthen defenses. Temari and Kankuro rushed over with the others. Temari brushed the sand off her face. The villagers have been relocated. Those who inhaled the spores are currently not in danger. Kankuro's puppet was detecting the sandy ground. I found remnants of Kamui energy. He may return. Gaara lightly touched the marks on the ground. We need to set up a reverse sealing array in Sunagakure. Shikaku's chakra can resonate with the array for early warning. Naruto handed over a communication talisman. This is the diagram for the Iwagakure sealing technique. The system has optimized it for the sandy layers of Sunagakure. I will request the Mizukage to send sealing masters for support right away. Gaara received the talisman, feeling the warmth of the Ninetales chakra in his fingertips. He looked up at Naruto. During the Chunin exams you said you would change fate. Now you've done it. Naruto grinned widely. It was achieved together by everyone. Although Sasuke remained silent, his gaze already expressed agreement. The winds and sands gradually calmed and sunlight fell upon the Shikaku totem, the red light settling back to its original state. But the hearts of the group were heavy. Kagaya, the Ten Tails, the Divine Tree, these names weighed like boulders on their chests. Naruto tucked away the communication talisman. We must gather all the tailed beasts. Only by having the 9 beasts work together can we resist the Ten Tails. Sasuke turned and walked towards the ninja horse. Let's head back to Iwagakure to regroup. The Sunagakure sealing technique will take time to set up. There is no time to lose. Gaara tightened his grip on the talisman. Shikaku's voice sounded firm. Next time I will not let him succeed. Of course, Gaara replied as grains of sand in his palm formed a miniature Shikaku. We will do this together. The hooves of a ninja steed clattered over gravel at the desert's edge, sending fine sand swirling into the air. The setting sun stretched Naruto and Sasuke's shadows long across the dunes, swaying with each rhythmic beat of the horse's stride. Naruto abruptly yanked the reins. His steed reared and whinnied to a halt. Pressing a hand to his chest, he watched as a faint crimson system interface shimmered into view. In residual clay chakra from Deidara detected. Energy anomaly 3 li ahead, likely a trap. Something's wrong. Sasuke halted beside him, his Sharingan sweeping across the low ridge ahead. Clay fragments mixed with spores, hidden behind that slope. Naruto dismounted, knelt, and carefully examined a shard of stone. Within its fissures lay nearly invisible threads of pale gray clay, indistinguishable from the surrounding grit. Deidara's clay tripwires. Trigger them and underground spore bombs detonate. Now a wisp of Ninetales chakra coalesced at his fingertip as he gently touched the thread. The filament snapped taut, a soft metallic click echoed from beneath the earth. And fall back. Sasuke seized Naruto and yanked him aside, simultaneously hurling a lightning-infused kunai into the ground. Lightning release, earth flow. Electric currents surged through the soil, prematurely igniting the explosives. The blast was muted, but a roiling black spore mist erupted, its embedded clay shards squirming like living things. Naruto instantly erected his tailed beast barrier. These spores have been altered to track chakra signatures. And Sasuke stared into the dissipating mist, the trap points toward the land of lightning. Deidara must be heading for the Reiketsu Gorge. Reiketsu Gorge. Naruto's breath caught. Yuki is still recovering. He pulled out a communication talisman, only to find its surface webbed with creeping black veins. Under the interference of Otsutsuki energy, the signal fractured and stuttered, delivering only a garbled fragment. Spores. Clay. Beware. The channels severed. Naruto vaulted back onto his steed. We must reach them before Deidara links up with Obito. And their mounts surged forward, once more, hooves thundering across the barren expanse. The sun vanished below the horizon. A distant lightning flickered across the twilight sky. Silent, desperate signals. In half an hour later, the ground grew damp. The desert's edge had just been soaked by rain, scattering countless shallow pools across the grassland fringe. Starlight reflected on the water trembled, not from wind, but from something deeper. And stop. Sasuke wrenched the reins, his Sharingan piercing through soil and stone. At least 10 white Zetsu clones lie buried beneath us, all armed with clay bombs. Naruto leapt down, golden chakra swirling in his palms. Deidara anticipated our route. In with a thunderous roar, the pools exploded upward. 10 white Zetsu clones burst from the mud, each clutching lit clay spheres. Found you at last, the Ninetales vessel and the last Uchiha heir. In unison, their voices carried Deidara's mocking lilt. These masterpieces will reduce you to ash. Enough talk. Sasuke's Chidori shrieked in his grasp. Bring Deidara himself. And the clones laughed and hurled their spheres. Naruto met them heated with a Rasengan. The spheres detonated, unleashing torrents of secondary clay filaments that ensnared his chakra and reignited in violent chain explosions, blasting black spores straight into his face. Wind release cyclone. A vortex whipped the spores back toward the clones, yet they clung harmlessly. These clones were already immune to toxins. Futile, they charged en masse. Today your deaths are certain. Sasuke launched skyward. Black flames of Amaterasu spilled across the earth. Aim for their chests. That's their core. Naruto's nine-tails chakra hardened into claws. He lunged, tearing straight into a clone's chest. Black blood sprayed, only to be consumed instantly by Amaterasu's eternal fire. Moments all but one clone lay reduced to ash. The last clone staggered back, molding clay into the shape of a bird, a gift from Lord Deidara. The clay bird spread its wings, revealing a slip of paper. A map of Reiketsu Gorge with the cave where Killer Bee trained marked by a stark red X, and a note scrawled beside it, 1 hour hence. This place shall become ruin. Damn him. Naruto smashed the clay bird to pieces. We need to move faster. Sasuke was already galloping ahead, straight to the cave, and their horses shattered the waterlogged ground, racing toward the gorge where lightning dimmed with every mile. Within the talisman, Killer Bee's chakra signature flickered, growing weaker, fainter. Unseen behind them atop the low ridge, a single overlooked spore split open, birthing a miniature white Zetsu clone. It grinned darkly, crushed a micro-talisman in its palm, and transmitted the message into Obito's Kamui dimension. Inside Reiketsu Gorge's cavern, Killer Bee leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Eight Tails' tentacles wrapped tightly around blood-soaked bandages. His gaze fixed on the clay bird drawing near outside, clutching the sealing talisman Naruto had left behind. Deidara's laughter echoed from beyond the entrance. Eight Tails, no one can save you today. Lightning flashed. Then Eight Tails' chakra flowed along the talisman, unfurling an invisible barrier, the tailed beast chakra sealing technique, taught by Naruto himself. Killer Bee grinned, teeth flashing in the dim light, waiting. Far off, hoofbeats pounded like a ticking clock, each rhythm marking another second stolen from fate. Outside the cave of Yunlei Gorge, Deidara hovered in midair on a clay bird, his fingertips molding a lump of gray-black clay into the shape of an eagle. The scent of sulfur wafted into the cave, colliding with the thunderous aura within, creating an indescribable tension. Hiding inside like a coward, Eight Tails. Deidara's voice, laced with chakra, echoed between the rock walls. Come out, and let me see if your tailed beast art can withstand my clay eagle. Inside the cave, Karabi leaned against the rock wall, the tentacles of the Eight Tails gently resting on the sealing symbols on the ground. The sealing paper glowed with a faint blue light, the tailed beast chakra sealing technique that Naruto taught him before leaving. As long as chakra approached, the paper would unfold a barrier and could even rebound the impact of clay bombs. Oh ho ho, you think you can lure me out? Not that easy. Karabi grinned, a flicker of lightning gathering at the tips of his tentacles. If your clay eagle dares to come in, I'll turn it into roasted eagle. With a cold snort, Deidara threw the molded clay eagle into the cave. The eagle's wings spread wide as it dove toward the cave entrance. As it neared the range of the sealing paper, the paper suddenly lit up, the faint blue barrier unfolding in an instant. The clay eagle collided with the barrier, exploding with a boom, scattering black spores and clay fragments everywhere, yet causing no harm within the cave. Damn it, another one of these seals. Deidara frowned and pulled out another lump of clay, this time shaping it into a swarm of tiny spiders. Then I will use swarm art to blow your barrier to pieces. Just as the spiders were about to fly out, a sudden hurried sound of hooves came from afar. Naruto and Sasuke rode in on ninja horses, heading in the direction of the lightning. From a distance, Naruto spotted Deidara in midair, the chakra of the Nine Tails instantly gathering in his palm. Deidara, stop! Deidara turned, and seeing the two, his expression darkened. Just in time, I won't have to look for you. He raised his hand and threw all the clay spiders at Naruto, saying, first I'll deal with you, then I'll handle the Eight Tails. Sasuke immediately leaped in front of Naruto, the Sharingan glowing fiercely. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited before him, incinerating the clay spiders the moment they touched the fire, leaving no spores to spread. That annoying black fire again. Deidara gritted his teeth, controlling the clay bird to ascend, trying to evade the two, but was entangled by Kirabi's lightning. Tentacles of the Eight Tails extended from the cave, wrapping around the wings of the clay bird and forcefully pulling it down. Trying to escape. Have you consulted my tentacles? Kirabi's voice rang from the cave as the tentacles suddenly exerted force, the wings of the clay bird snapping with a crack, sending Deidara crashing to the ground. Taking the opportunity, Naruto charged forward, the chakra of the Nine Tails coalescing into a fist aimed at Deidara's chest. This time you won't get away. Deidara reacted swiftly, pulling out a clay bomb from his pocket and pressing it against the ground. Clay self-explosion clone. The clone instantly blocked Naruto, while Deidara used the smoke from the explosion to retreat, simultaneously throwing out several clay detonators. Catching me won't be that easy. These detonators will follow your chakra, and as soon as I detonate them, you'll be blown to pieces. Sasuke's Sharingan immediately locked onto the detonators, noticing the fine threads of chakra wrapping around them, quietly drifting toward Naruto and Karabi. Don't let the detonators get close. They will absorb chakra. Karabi quickly controlled his tentacles, the lightning sweeping through the air, entangling all the detonators. lightning release, tentacle seal. The lightning spread along the tentacles, incinerating the chakra threads on the detonators, in an instant turning them into ordinary clay blocks. Impossible. Deidara's eyes widened. He had never seen anyone so easily break his clay techniques. How did you know the weakness of the detonators? Hey. Naruto retracted the Nine-Tails chakra and walked over to Karabi, saying, the system analyzed your clay chakra. Oh, as long as we interfere with its flow using tailed beast chakra, we can nullify the clay's effectiveness. He stared at Deidara. What exactly does Obito want with you here? How much do you know about the 10 tails? Deidara's expression changed slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he pulled out an even larger clay ball from his pocket. I have no need to talk to you. Obito's plan will succeed soon, and when it does, the entire ninja world will become art. He suddenly hurled the clay ball into the air, forming hand seals, clay C4. Countless invisible microbombs spread out, enveloping the three. This time the bombs will drill into your cells. Even the tailed beast chakra cannot stop them. Watch out. Karabi immediately unfolded the 8 tails chakra barrier, protecting Naruto and Sasuke inside. These microbombs are afraid of lightning. It'll lure them out with lightning. The lightning spread along the barrier, and indeed the microbombs were attracted, flying toward the lightning. Taking advantage of this, Sasuke unleashed Amaterasu black flames, igniting outside the barrier, incinerating all the microbombs. Deidara, your art is useless against us. Deidara watched as his bombs were dismantled one by one, finally panicking. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would only suffer losses. Turning to flee, he was caught by a kunai thrown by Naruto, which wrapped around his ankle. Infused with Nine-Tails chakra, it firmly locked his chakra flow. Trying to run, Naruto stepped closer. Tell us, what exactly is Obito's plan? Where's the 10 tails? Deidara gritted his teeth, suddenly laughing. Even if I die, I won't say anything. Obito will complete the art for me. Just wait. He suddenly bit down on the clay in his mouth, attempting to Karabi quickly covered his mouth with a tentacle, lightning coursing through the tentacle and into his body, temporarily sealing his chakra. Don't be impulsive. Self-detonation won't solve anything. Obito is just using you. Deidara struggled, but was firmly restrained by the lightning. Naruto crouched down, looking at him. We don't want to kill you. We just want to know the truth. Obito wants to resurrect Kagaya and destroy the ninja world. Your so-called art is nothing compared to the... Deidara's body stiffened slightly, a flicker of hesitation crossing his gaze. Though he was obsessed with art, he did not wish to see the ninja world destroyed. At that moment, a sudden spatial fluctuation echoed from afar. Obito's Kamui portal opened in midair, a black vine extending from within, wrapping around Deidara's waist and pulling him in. Deidara, come back. Obito. Deidara struggled, but the vine tightened around him. Naruto immediately threw a Rasengan towards the vine, but it was absorbed into the Kamui space, causing no damage. Obito's voice came from the rift, laced with cold mockery. Naruto, Sasuke, next time we meet, I will let you witness the art of the awakening of the 10 tails. The rift closed and Deidara was taken away, leaving only a few strands of black vines on the ground. Karabi released his tentacle, gazing at the direction the rift had vanished, frowning. He mentioned the awakening of the 10 tails. It seems Obito has already found its vessel. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan, the lingering warmth of Amaterasu still on his fingertips. We need to hurry to a Wagakure and inform the Tsuchikage and the other Jinchuriki about this. Once the 10 tails awakens, it will be more dangerous than Kagaya's resurrection. Naruto nodded, pulling out a communication talisman. This time the signal finally stabilized. News from the Tsuchikage came through. Iwagakure's sealing formation reinforcement is complete. The other Jinchuriki have arrived. Hurry back to regroup. Let's go to a Wagakure. Naruto mounted his horse, the ninja steed, neighing as it accelerated towards a Wagakure. Sasuke and Karabi followed closely behind the lightning and Nine-Tails chakra, leaving 2 trails of light in the night. The wind of Yunlei Gorge gradually calmed, and the sealing symbols in the cave still glowed with a faint blue. No one noticed that a piece of clay fragment that Deidara had dropped was quietly absorbing the lightning on the ground, the surface of the fragment faintly revealing a small hooked jade mark. That was a remnant of the Otsutsuki energy, and also a tracker deliberately left by Obito. As the shinobi steed's hooves crushed the gravel outside, Yanin, the eastern sky was just paling into dawn. Ming-Ren tightened the reins, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing at his sleeve. Just now, as they passed the edge of Yunlei Gorge, the system flashed a pale red warning. It had detected residual clay fragments from Dita-La that were synchronizing with their chakra fluctuations, suspected to be a tracker. Stop, he spoke suddenly. Nine-Tails chakra condensed into pale golden motes in his palm. We may have picked up something that can track us. Zuiju immediately swung down from his mount. His Sharingan swept over Ming-Ren, and Chi-La Bishems finally fixing on the sole of Ming-Ren's boot. There was a small shard of gray-black clay stuck there, its surface tinged with a faint chakra aura, quietly absorbing the surrounding natural energy with each step Ming-Ren took. It's clay from Dita-La. Zuiju carefully lifted the shard with a kunai. It's coated with Dai-Tusk Kamui energy. It can lock on to our chakra and trace us. Chi-La Bai crouched in 8 tails, tentacle lightly probing the fragment. Lightning flared at its tip in an instant. This shard contains Datong Mu energy. Its origin is the same as the black veins in the Shinshu core. Dai-Tu intends to use it to locate Yanyan's sealing array. Mingrun raised his hand. Ninetales chakra shaped into tiny clawed blades, and precisely sliced the fragment into powder. We can't let it come back to Yanin with us. The powder scattered on the wind, and at that moment the system finally turned green and notification reported that the tracking energy had vanished and no other residues were detected. The three of them exhaled and remounted. Yanyan's silhouette drew nearer. The chakra crystals of the council hall glowed warm in the morning light. From a distance they could already make out a few familiar figures at the gate. The Mizukage shirt song, what AI Luo, and two unfamiliar shinobi. One was enveloped in lava-like chakra, the other trailed pale blue foam. Its four tails Lao Zi and six tails Yu Gao. Chila Bis' eyes brightened. He vaulted down and hurried over. Well, didn't expect to see you here, he called in his boisterous way. Lao Zi cast him a glance, lava chakra flickering in his palm. I heard Xiao is rounding up the tailed beasts. I have no mind to wait in Long Yin to be captured. Yu Gao crossed his arms, the foam at his back gently swaying. The Mizukage sent word that we could join forces here against Xiao, so I came. The Mizukage stepped forward and handed Mingren a roll of sealing talismans. All the tailed beast Jinchuriki are gathered. Of the 9 tailed beasts, we still lack 7 tails, Fu and you the 9 tails. Together we form the tailed beast allied force. She gestured toward the council hall. Defensive arrays have already been set inside. We'll go in and plan how to deal with Dai-Tu. They entered, and the light of the sealing array flowed across the floor, casting each person's shadow upon the stone walls. Mingren stepped into the center of the array. The system interface automatically displayed the array's parameters: stability 80%, infused with the chakra of the 1-tail, 2-tail, 3-tail, 4-tail, 5-tail, 6-tail, and 8-tail. The final reinforcement required the 9-tails chakra. Once I flood it with my 9-tails chakra, the array will reach 90% stability. Dai-Tu won't be able to break it, so he looked up at the others. But the problem is Dai-Tu has begun preparing the 10-tails resurrection. We must find where the 10-tails vessel is being prepared. Zhuizhu produced a map, several sites circled in red. From my Sharingan sensing of Kimui energy, Dai-Tu has recently appeared along the Hua country border, in the Feng country desert, and in the mountainous regions of Lei country. Those places are rich in chakra veins. They may be related to the 10-tails vessel. Lao Zi suddenly smacked the table. Sparks of lava chakra leapt up. I know the veins on the Hua country border. He continued, they hide chakra crystals, the key to refining tailed beast chakra. Dai-Tu will surely try to seize those to serve as a vessel. Yu Gao nodded. The pale foam drifted above the map. Wu Yin's intelligence also reported that in the Feng country desert veins, there is a Datong Mu stele engraved with the 10-tails sealing formulas. What AI Luo moved to the map, and sand gathered into small piles at the Wind country's position. I sent Shayin Shinobi to investigate. The vein does contain a stele, but Dai-Tu has already damaged part of it, leaving only the words tailed beast chakra resonance. Mingren stared at the map as the system popped another notice. All the veins connect to the Shinshu core. Dai-Tu may be using the veins to channel the tailed beast chakra into the Shinshu to activate the 10-tails vessel. I see, he said, pointing at the network of veins on the map. These veins are like blood vessels, all converging on the Shinshu core. Dai-Tu intends to concentrate the tailed beast chakra in the Shinshu and make the tree itself the 10-tails vessel. Faces around the table fell. The Shinshu core lay beneath Yanin. If the Shinshu became the 10-tails vessel, the entire village would be consumed. Then we must destroy the veins' connection points first. Shirt Song stood, the 3-tails blue chakra coursing around him. They'll go to the vein in Lei country. It's close to Yunlei Gorge, and I know it well. They'll handle the Feng country veins. What AI Luo condensed sand in his palm. Shayin Shinobi can help me locate the connection points quickly. Lao Zi and Yu Gao raised their hands in turn. They'll take the Hua country veins. I'm familiar with Wu Yin's veins. Leave them to me. The Mizukage nodded and produced several communication seals for everyone. Maintain contact. If you encounter Dai-Tu, send a signal at once, and we will provide support. Ming Ren's Wajuchi La Bai, you 3 remain in Yanin to strengthen the sealing array and keep watch on the Shinshu core's activity. As they prepared to set out, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Yanyan scout shinobi burst in their faces ashen. Sir, the black veins in the Shinshu core have begun spreading again, and this time they are accompanied by 10-tails chakra fluctuations. Ming Ren dashed for the underground entrance to the Shinshu cores with Zhu and Chi La Bai following close behind. In the core chamber, the black veins that had once been sealed were crawling up the rock walls. A faint purple chakra gleamed within their patterns, the energy of the 10-tails. It's Dai-Tu. Zhuizhu's Sharingan fixed on the black veins. He is channeling the tailed beast chakra he collected through the veins into the Shinshu. Chi La Bai immediately unleashed 8-tails chakra. Lightning raced along the black veins. He'll use lightning release to suppress the veins. Mingren, hurry and use your 9-tails chakra to reinforce the seal. Mingren nodded. 9-tails chakra flowed like a golden river into the sealing array. Gold met black with a sizzling sound, and the veins spread began to falter. Just as they seemed to gain the upper hand, the black veins exploded with a blinding light that forced them to stagger back. Dai Tu's voice echoed from within the pattern. It's useless, Mingren. A phantom of Dai Tu shimmered inside the black veins. The Shinshu will soon become the Ten Tails vessel. When that happens, you will all become nourishment for the Ten Tails. Dai Tu, stop! Mingren roared, pouring Nine Tails chakra into the array once more. If the Shinshu awakens, you will be controlled by the Ten Tails as well. The phantom laughed. Controlled? What of it? If it realizes the Eye of the Moon plan, what are such costs? Wait and see. In 3 days the Shinshu will awaken, the Ten Tails will descend, and the shinobi world will enter true peace. The apparition faded. The black veins glow ebbed, but a thicker ring remained clinging stubbornly to the edge of. Mingren slumped to the floor, Nine Tails chakra weakly coiling about him. 3 days. We have only 3 days. Before the Shinshu awakens, we must destroy every vein connection point. Zhuju stepped to his side and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. We still have the tailed beast allied force. If we split up and act swiftly, we can stop Dai Tu. Chi Labai grinned broadly. An 8 tails tentacle thudded the ground. 3 days is plenty. We're the tailed beast allied force. We don't lose that easily. Outside the hall, sunlight filtered through fissures in the rock and fell upon the ceiling array in a halo of gold. Though the crisis pressed upon them, every pair of eyes in the room shone with resolve. The ceiling array in the meeting hall of Awagakure was still glowing faintly. Everyone gathered around the map, quickly dividing tasks. Lao Zi clenched his fist, lava chakra seeping through his fingers and dripping onto the ground, creating small pits. He'll handle the mines at the border of the Land of Fire, he said in a deep voice. It's a good opportunity to confront Obito and see just how capable he is. Shikamaru stood up, blue chakra from the 3 tails swirling around him. The mines in the mountainous region of the Land of Lightning are close to the Land of Fire. Once I finish there, I can support you at any time. Yugugo walked slowly to the door, the bubbles behind him swaying gently. I am familiar with the mines near the Mist Village's coast. There lies an ancient altar of the Otsutsuki. Obito is likely headed there. He paused and added, I will use the bubbles to monitor chakra fluctuations and signal as soon as anything happens. Gaara lifted his sand gourd with sand grains gathering at his feet. Leave the mines in the desert of the Land of Wind to me. The ninja from Sunagakure have already set up surveillance there, so we can get advance warning. The Mizukage handed the last communication talisman to Lao Zi. Remember, if you encounter Obito, do not engage directly, buy time instead. We will rush over to support you. She looked at Naruto, Sasuke, and Killer Bee. You 3 will handle things here in Awagakure. Make sure to defend the ceiling array and the core of the Divine Tree. Everyone responded and set off, leaving only 3 people in the hall. Killer Bee approached the ceiling array, the 8 tails tentacles pressed against the array's core. The ceiling array still needs minor adjustments. The chakra of the 8 tails doesn't quite align with the other tailed beasts, so we need to recalibrate the frequency. Naruto nodded, moving to the center of the array, pouring 9 tails chakra into it from his palms. I'll assist you. Kyuubi's chakra can neutralize energy conflicts. As soon as he closed his eyes, the voice of Kurama echoed in his mind. Hey kid, if that guy Obito dares to come, I won't let him easily touch the Divine Tree. Got it, old fox, Naruto chuckled lightly. The flow of 9 tails chakra suddenly became smooth, and the light of the ceiling array brightened a few notches instantly. A system prompt appeared. Ceiling array frequency calibration complete. Stability increased to 85. 9 tails chakra has resonated with the chakra of other tailed beasts. Sasuke stood by the window, his Sharingan fixed on the distant direction of the Divine Tree's core. Suddenly his pupils constricted. There's something unusual. A faint wave of divine power is coming from the direction of the Divine Tree's core, as if Obito is testing the waters. Naruto immediately withdrew his chakra and ran to the window with Killer Bee. In the distance, a black crack flashed by, and on the rocks surrounding the crack were several strands of black vines, identical to the ones that had ensnared Deidara before. He's confirming the state of the Divine Tree's core. Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles tightened. It looks like he's about to make a move soon. At that moment, the communication talisman in Naruto's arms suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Gaara. The mines in the Land of Wind have encountered Deidara's clay traps, spores wrapped around bombs buried in the sand, and the ninja from Sunagakure have already been injured. They need support. Deidara is causing chaos in the Land of Wind, trying to hold Gaara back. Naruto immediately took out another communication talisman and sent it to Yugugo. Yugugo, once you finish with the mines in the mist, head to the Land of Wind to support Gaara. Deidara has set traps there. The communication talisman quickly replied, received. I will head over as soon as I'm done here. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the direction of the Land of Wind again, faintly spotting traces of light, gray clay amidst the sand. Deidara's clay bombs are mixed with Otsutsuki spores. Once they explode, the spores will spread with the sandstorm, contaminating the chakra in the mines. That puts Gaara in a very dangerous position. Killer Bee exclaimed anxiously. His sand techniques can block the bombs, but cannot stop the spores. Naruto gritted his teeth and suddenly looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, you go to the Land of Wind to support Gaara. Killer Bee and I will stay in Awagakure to guard the ceiling array. Your Amaterasu can burn the spores. It's more useful than us going. Sasuke nodded, turning to grab his ninja tool pouch. I'll be back as soon as possible. Keep an eye out for Obito's ambush. As soon as he stepped out of the hall, his Sharingan caught another wave of divine power, this time in the direction of the land of fire clearer than before. Obito is in the land of fire. Sasuke quickly sent a message to Lao Zi. There's divine power energy in the mines of the land of fire. Be careful of Obito's ambush. Lao Zi's communication talisman quickly replied, received. I've reached the entrance of the mines. There are traces of chakra crystals here, and Obito should have just left not long ago. Naruto stared at the communication talisman, his brow furrowed. Obito is trying to hold us back simultaneously, having Deidara delay Gaara while he goes to the land of fire for chakra crystals, and even sending White Zetsu to stir up trouble in the land of lightning and mist. He wants to scatter our forces so that he can take the opportunity to activate the Ten Tails container. Killer Bee's 8 Tails tentacles drew circles on the ground. Then we need to speed up. Once Sasuke has finished supporting Gaara, have him go to the land of fire to help Lao Zi. Yugogo, after finishing in the land of wind, head to the land of lightning to assist Shikamaru. This way, we can regroup our forces. Naruto nodded and walked back to the sealing array. Let's first reinforce the sealing array to 90. Even if Obito comes to ambush, we can hold out until reinforcements return. He poured Nine Tails chakra again, and Kurama's chakra perfectly fused with the chakra of the other tailed beast, the light of the sealing array spreading across the ground, like flowing water, enveloping the entire hall. A system prompt appeared. Stability of the sealing array increased to 90, now equipped with the tailed beast chakra counterattack function. If attacked by divine power energy, tailed beast chakra can be automatically released to counterattack. Alright, this is much safer now, Naruto sighed in relief. Just as he wanted to rest, the communication talisman vibrated again. This time, it was a message from Shikamaru. In the mountainous mines of the land of lightning, fragments of the Ten Tails container have been discovered. They are made from chakra crystals with engravings saying resonance of the divine tree. Naruto immediately replied, protect the fragments, and do not let Obito take them. I will send Killer Bee to support you. Just as Killer Bee was about to move, a sudden explosion echoed from outside the window. In the direction of the divine tree's core, the black crack opened again, and Obito's figure flashed through the crack, seemingly holding something. Fragments of chakra crystals. He has been deceiving us all along. Naruto's face changed dramatically. He never went to the land of fire, but was hiding near Iwagakure waiting for us to disperse our forces. Sasuke's communication talisman also received a message. The Deidara in the land of wind is a clone. The real Deidara is in the mines of the land of fire. Lao Zi is in danger. Naruto clenched his fists, Nine Tails chakra boiling around him. Obito's goal is to simultaneously obtain the chakra crystals from the land of fire and the fragments of the container from the land of lightning. We need to split up and support immediately, or the Ten Tails container will be completed by him soon. At the entrance of the chakra mine on the border of the land of fire, the shattered stones crackled in the lava. Old Purple knelt on the ground, his left arm wounded by a clay bomb, black spores burrowing into the chakra circuit through the wound. Deidara's true form stood atop the mine, holding 3 clay detonators, smiling flamboyantly. Didn't expect this, did you? The one from the land of wind is just a clone. The real artwork is here. Deidara threw the detonator at Old Purple. These detonators contain chakra crystal powder. Once they explode, it will bind your lava chakra with the crystals. At that time, Lord Obito will easily refine the Ten Tails chakra. Old Purple gritted his teeth, gathering chakra as lava formed a shield before him. You want to bind my chakra? Not that easy. Lava released volcanic eruption. Lava surged from the ground, rushing towards Deidara. But Deidara was already prepared. The clay bird carried him into the air while he tossed out more clay spiders. The spiders burrowed into the lava, exploding in the high temperature with spores splattering and forcing Old Purple to retreat repeatedly. Just then a black flame suddenly surged from outside the mine, precisely striking the clay spider's Amaterasu. Sasuke's figure leaped out from behind the rocks, his Sharingan glowing red. Deidara, your artwork is about to shatter. Deidara's expression darkened upon seeing Sasuke. You again. The debt from last time hasn't been settled. This time is just right to settle it together. He controlled the clay bird to dive as clay coalesced into a giant centipede. Clay C2 Dragon. The centipede charged towards Sasuke, engulfed in flames, but was pierced by Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear, black flames spreading along the centipede, instantly turning it to ashes. Your clay is useless against Amaterasu. Sasuke stepped closer. Where is Obito? Bring him out. Deidara was about to retort, when suddenly a wave of Kamui pulsed from deep within the mine. Obito's figure emerged from a crack, holding a light purple chakra crystal, its surface shimmering with the aura of the Ten Tails chakra. Deidara, don't waste time. Get the crystal and leave. Wanna leave? Old Purple suddenly leaped up, gathering lava chakra into a fist and smashing it towards Obito. Leave the crystal behind. Obito, however, did not dodge, using Kamui to phase out of the attack, while tossing out black vines to entangle Old Purple's ankle. I need your chakra too. Sasuke immediately unleashed Chidori, the red lightning stabbing towards Obito's back. Obito was forced to release Old Purple and turned to dive into the crack, leaving behind a line. I've already taken half of the crystal. Next time we meet the Ten-Tails vessel, will be complete. The crack closed and fragments of the chakra crystal scattered on the ground, emitting a faint glow. Old Purple covered his wound, suppressing the spread of spores with lava chakra. Thank you for coming, otherwise he would have taken the crystal. Sasuke picked up the fragments, his Sharingan scanning the surface. The fragments contained the Ten-Tails chakra. Obito can already make the crystal resonate with the Ten-Tails, but we need to inform Naruto as soon as possible. Meanwhile, outside the rock-hidden assembly hall, Naruto was mounting his ninja horse, its hooves digging small pits in the ground. Killer Bee stood at the door, his 8-tails tentacles wrapped around several lightning seal tags. Do you really not need me to go with you? I know the mines in the land of lightning well, I can help. No need, stay here at Rock Hidden to guard the ceiling array. Naruto tightened the reins. Obito might come back for a sneak attack, only you can stabilize the ceiling array while I'm away. He took out a communication tag. I've contacted Yakura, he's still guarding the vessel fragments in the land of lightning. He'll rush over quickly and won't let Obito succeed. The ninja horse neighed and galloped towards the land of lightning. Just as they ran out of the rock-hidden territory, the ground suddenly shook, and more than a dozen white Zetsu clones emerged from the soil, each holding kunai wrapped in spores. Naruto, don't think of leaving. Lord Obito said to keep you here. Naruto's expression turned cold, and the Nine-Tails chakra spread around him. Tailed Beast Chakra Claw. Golden Claw winds swept through, instantly shredding the white Zetsu clones. But just as he cleared one batch, more clones surged from the distance. This time they were armed with Deidara's clay bombs, clearly trying to buy time. Don't waste my time. Naruto gathered a Tailed Beast Ball, the golden energy sphere flickering in his palm. Tailed Beast Ball compressed shot. The energy sphere roared towards the group of clones, the explosion shaking the ground and turning both the clones and clay bombs to ashes. He did not linger, pushing the ninja horse to its maximum speed, the outline of the land of lightning gradually becoming clear in the distance. The communication tag suddenly vibrated, a message from Yakura. The spores in the mine are starting to spread. The chakra from the vessel fragments is being absorbed. I can't hold on much longer. Naruto's heart tightened. The Nine-Tails chakra accelerated again, the ninja horse's hooves almost leaving the ground with golden light trailing behind him. Finally, the entrance to the chakra mine in the land of lightning appeared before his eyes. Yakura was half leaning against the mine's stone wall, the blue chakra of the three tails flickering weakly, and around him black spores were crawling towards the vessel fragments in his hand. Yakura, I'm here. Naruto jumped off the horse, the Nine-Tails chakra forming a barrier to block the spores. The fragments weren't taken by Obito, right? Yakura sighed in relief, handing the fragments to Naruto. Fortunately, you arrived in time. The fragments are still here, but they've already been contaminated with spores. If it were any later, the chakra would have been drained. Naruto took the fragments. A system prompt appeared. Detected Ten-Tails vessel fragments contaminated with 30 Otsutsuki energy. Requires Nine-Tails chakra for purification. He immediately injected Nine-Tails chakra, the golden energy enveloping the fragments, the black spores gradually fading, returning to their light blue appearance. Great, the fragments are saved. Yakura stood up with the support of the rock wall. Obito should still be lingering between the land of fire and the land of wind. He won't come here for now. We should return the fragments to Rock Hidden and reinforce the ceiling array. Naruto nodded. Just as he was about to put away the fragments, the communication tag suddenly vibrated violently. It was Sasuke's message. Obito obtained half of the chakra crystal in the land of fire and is now heading to the land of wind, aiming for the monument in Gaara's territory. Not good. Gaara is still in the land of wind. Naruto immediately messaged Sasuke, you go to the land of wind to support Gaara. He'll return the fragments to Rock Hidden and then head over. He looked at Yakura. Let's hurry back to Rock Hidden. We can't let anything happen to the fragments again. Deep within the mines of the land of wind, grains of sand gathered around the stone tablet, forming an impenetrable barrier. Gaara crouched at the center of the barrier, Shikaka's chakra spreading through the layers of sand, tightly wrapping the stone tablet. The surface of the stone tablet was engraved with faint golden inscriptions, the Ten-Tails ceiling diagram left behind by Otsutsuki, which was also the target of Obito's mission. Come out, Obito. Gaara's voice echoed through the mine tunnel, and the flow of sand suddenly quickened. I know you're nearby, stop hiding. As soon as he finished speaking, the rock layers at the top of the tunnel suddenly cracked open, and Obito's figure fell from the Kamui rift. He held a half piece of chakra crystal with faint purple energy pulsating on its surface. I didn't expect you to guard the stone tablet, but it doesn't matter. Today I must obtain this diagram. He raised his hand, and the crystal flew towards the stone tablet, attempting to activate the inscriptions within the diagram through the gaps in the sand layers. Gaara immediately manipulated the sand particles to deflect the crystal. Do you think you can activate the diagram with the crystal? It's not that easy. Shikaka's chakra can suppress Otsutsuki's energy. You can't break through my sand shield. Obito sneered, black vines emerging from the ground wrapping around spores as they climbed toward the sand shield. Your sand shield can block the crystal, but it can't stop the spores. These spores are wrapped in Ten-Tails chakra. As long as they penetrate the sand layers, they can contaminate Shikaku's energy. As soon as the spores touched the sand shield, they were reduced to ashes by Shikaka's chakra. Yet more spores surged from the Kimui rift this time, mixed with Daidara's clay fragments. Daidara's true form was hidden behind the rift, controlling the clay to explode the spores. Clay spore explosion. The explosion shook the mine tunnel, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the sand shield. Taking advantage of the moment, Obito slipped through the gaps in the sand shield, reaching for the stone tablet. This time you can't stop me. Who said that? A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the mine tunnel entrance, Sasuke's Chidori, piercing the vines. Your opponent is me. He leaped in front of the stone tablet, Amaterasu's black flames igniting around him, forming a fire wall that pushed Obito back. You again? Obito's gaze turned cold as the rift in Kimui expanded behind him. Last time I let you escape, this time you want ruin my plan. Taking this opportunity, Gaara reinforced the sand shield, Shikaku's chakra flowing through the sand layers towards Sasuke's fire wall. Sand release flame, sand wall. The sand particles enveloped the Amaterasu flames, forming a thicker defensive layer. As soon as Obito's vines approached, they were charred to ashes by the flame sand wall. Damn it. Obito pulled out another piece of crystal shard. The two shards merged in his palm, the faint purple energy surging. Chakra crystal resonance. The wave of energy surged towards the flame sand wall. The fire wall flickered violently, but did not break. Sasuke's Amaterasu and Gaara's sand release formed a perfect defensive combination. Obito stared at the unmoving flame sand wall, finally realizing he couldn't take the stone tablet. Clenching his teeth, he suddenly pulled out a talisman and stuck it on the rock wall of the tunnel. I'll admit you won this time, but I've already obtained the information from the diagram. The talisman exploded, and the traces of the diagram on the rock wall were copied, turning into a stream of light that drilled into the Kimui rift. Trying to escape. Sasuke immediately hurled Amaterasu, the black flames chasing towards the rift. However, Obito had already slipped into the rift, leaving behind a final remark. Next time we meet, the Ten Tails container will be complete. Just wait to be purified. The rift closed, and the mine tunnel returned to calm. Gaara sighed in relief, the sand shield slowly dispersing. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise the diagram on the stone tablet would have been copied by him. Sasuke retracted his Chidori, his Sharingan, scanning the traces of the diagram on the rock wall. Although he didn't get the stone tablet, he copied the information from the diagram, which can still be used to activate the Ten Tails container. We need to inform Naruto quickly so he can strengthen the defenses of the sealing array. As the two exited the mine tunnel, they saw Naruto riding a ninja horse approaching, with Shikamaru following closely. Are you all okay? Did you protect the stone tablet? Naruto reined in the horse, asking urgently. Gaara nodded, the sand particles in his palm forming the shape of a small stone tablet. The stone tablet is safe, but Obito copied the information from the diagram. With the chakra crystal and the diagram in hand, he just needs the chakra from the Seven Tails to complete the Ten Tails container. Naruto's heart sank. System prompt appeared. Obito's Ten Tails container completion rate has reached 70. The chakra from the Seven Tails and the core energy of the Divine Tree are required for the final activation. We need to find the Seven Tails Fu quickly. She's in Takigakure. If Obito finds her first, the Ten Tails container will be completely finished. The group mounted their horses and sped toward Takigakure. The desert of the Land of Wind faded behind them, the evening sun casting long shadows of the four. They did not know that Obito's Kimui rift was trailing behind them, quietly recording their route. Meanwhile, in the Rock Village's council hall, Killer Bee was pacing around the ceiling array, the Eight Tails tentacles occasionally poking at the array's core. Yo, the stability of the ceiling array is still at 90. Obito hasn't come back to launch a surprise attack. A few white Zetsu clones showed up, but I took care of them with lightning release. Just as he finished speaking, the communication talisman suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Naruto. Obito copied the diagram from the mines in the Land of Wind and is looking for the Seven Tails Fu. We are going to Takigakure for support. I'll leave the Rock Village to you. Killer Bee put away the communication talisman, the Eight Tails tentacles patting his chest. Don't worry. With me here, no one can touch the ceiling array. He walked to the hall entrance, lightning release chakra swirling around him. Just in time to test my skills and see how many of Akatsuki still dare to launch a surprise attack. Outside the hall, in a crack in the rock, a spore quietly split open, the eyes of the white Zetsu clone gleaming red. It watched Killer Bee's back, quietly retreating into the darkness, transmitting the defense situation of the Rock Village to Obito's Kimui space. Meanwhile, in the chakra mine of Takigakure, the Seven Tails Fu was sitting at the top of the mine, the light green-tailed beast chakra swirling around her. She looked at the figures rushing from afar, suddenly furrowing her brows. There's a disturbance in the tailed beast chakra. And Obito's Kimui energy. Fu immediately stood up, her Seven Tails wings unfurling behind her. Looks like trouble is coming. She tightened her grip on her ninja tools, her gaze becoming resolute. This time, she didn't want to wait for others to come to her rescue. Water droplets continued to drip in the mine tunnel. Just after Fu mentioned the traps in the storage room, the scales on her butterfly wings suddenly turned red. Someone is approaching. She abruptly turned around, and the scale powder floated deeper into the mine, landing on the ground and forming faint green light traces. As the light trace touched a black crack, it instantly illuminated with a blinding red light. Obito's figure emerged from the crack, the chakra crystal in his hand radiating a purple glow. The chakra of the seven tails. I've been searching for it for a long time. Be careful of the scale powder. Fu shouted, flapping her butterfly wings, sending more scale powder toward Obito. If it touches you, it will paralyze your chakra. However, Obito was already prepared. Black vines shot out from his palm, entangling the scale powder and pulling it back. This little trick won't stop me. The vines lunged toward Fu's chest, attempting to forcibly extract the chakra of the seven tails. Naruto dashed forward in an instant, the chakra of the nine tails forming into claw blades, severing the vines. Your opponent is me. Sasuke followed closely behind the black flames of Amaterasu, igniting at his fingertips. Last time you copied the chart, this time you won't get the chakra again. The black flames surged toward Obito's crystal, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Shikamaru and Gaara also surrounded him, the water release of the three tails and the sand waterfall of the one tail, forming a containment circle. This time you can't escape. Yet Obito laughed. The Kamui crack opened beneath everyone's feet. Who wants to escape? He suddenly detonated the energy within the crystal. A pale purple shockwave exploded, pushing everyone back half a step. Taking advantage of this moment, his hand had already grasped Fu's wrist. The pale green chakra of the seven tails flowed from her fingertips into the crystal. Fu! Naruto shouted angrily, throwing a Rasengan toward Obito's back. Obito was forced to release his grip and dove into the crack, leaving only a wisp of green chakra flickering in the crystal. System alert: Obito has taken a small amount of the seven tails chakra. The completion of the 10 tails container is at 80. Naruto stared at the closing crack, his fist clenched tightly. Fu rubbed her wrist, her butterfly wings trembling slightly. His target is my tail beast chakra. He will definitely come again next time. Karabi suddenly interjected through the communication symbol. Yo, there's movement on the rock hidden side. The white Zetsu clone is testing the sealing array. Obito might be trying to lure us away. Naruto immediately looked at everyone. We can't wait any longer. We need to go back to rock hidden now. If we protect Fu within the sealing array, Obito won't have a chance. Everyone nodded and followed Fu out of the mine tunnel. The waterfall at the mine entrance continued to flow, but no one was looking at the scenery. The chakra crystal in Obito's hand had become a sword hanging over everyone's heads. Fu gently touched the scale powder on the surface of the pool, and the fluorescence suddenly flickered. The originally uniform light spots began to gather into small dots, shrinking deeper into the mine. No way. She abruptly looked up, and the scale powder on her butterfly wings exploded, the pale green halo around her shining brightly. The early warning array has responded. It's not a single chakra source, it seems like. There are spatial fluctuations interfering. Naruto immediately pressed the kunai at his waist, the chakra of the nine tails quietly spilling from his palm, sensing on the ground. It's Kamui energy. Obito must have opened a crack deep in the mine, trying to circle around us. Sasuke's Sharingan turned toward the inner rock wall of the mine, the red light sweeping over the stone crevices. There's a faint chakra flow behind the rock wall. It's not just Obito, there's also the presence of the white Zetsu clone. Shikamaru walked to the entrance of the mine, the blue chakra of the three tails gathering in his palm to form a water ball. I will block the depths of the mine. You all take Fu and retreat first. Water release can temporarily stop the expansion of Kamui's crack. No way. Fu shook her head, flapping her butterfly wings, sending several strands of scale powder toward the rock wall. My scale powder can follow the chakra flow. As long as it touches Obito's Kamui energy, it can mark the location of the crack. Follow me. We need to find the crack first before we take action. Everyone followed Fu deeper into the mine, the water droplets on the rock wall dripping down the stone crevices, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet mine. Fu's scale powder stuck to the rock wall, glowing with a faint green light, like a string of guiding lamps. After walking for about several dozen steps, the scale powder at the forefront suddenly flashed violently. Then with a puff, it ignited into a small flame. Right here. Fu stopped spreading her butterfly wings, sending more scale powder flying toward the rock wall. The crack is hidden behind the stone crevice. Obito should be preparing to ambush inside. Sasuke stepped forward, gathering subtle lightning in his palm. He'll force him out. Lightning release, Chidori sharp spear. The red lightning pierced into the stone crevice, and a sizzling sound came from inside, followed by Obito's cold snort. Hiding and sneaking around isn't your style. Obito's voice came from within the stone crevice, and then the rock wall suddenly cracked open, the Kamui crack expanding as his figure slowly walked out, still holding two white Zetsu clones. I was planning to wait for you to get closer before striking. Since you've discovered me, don't blame me. He pushed the white Zetsu clone forward, and the clone immediately lunged toward everyone wrapped in black spores. Fu's butterfly wings flapped violently, and the scale powder poured down like a rainstorm, scale powder paralysis technique. The pale green scale powder touched the clone, and its movements instantly slowed, its chakra flow becoming chaotic. Useless. Obito sneered, gathering chakra at his fingertips. These clones are infused with the energy of the 10 tails. Your scale powder can't stop them. He raised his hand, and the clones suddenly self-destructed, black spores mingling with the explosion smoke rushing toward Fu. Naruto immediately deployed a 9 tails chakra barrier, protecting Fu behind him. Don't inhale the spores. There's Otsutsuki energy inside. It will interfere with tailed beast chakra. Fu nodded, her butterfly wings pressed against the barrier, the scale powder spreading along the surface, forming a layer of pale green membrane. My scale powder can neutralize a part of the Otsutsuki energy the barrier can hold for a while. Obito stared at the barrier, his expression turning cold. Do you think this will stop me? What I want is the chakra of the seven tails. I must obtain it today. He raised his hand, and the Kemui crack expanded again, a voice from inside calling, Lord Obito, do you need me to release clay bombs? No need. Obito interrupted, I'll do it myself. He charged toward Fu, black vines coiling around fragments of the chakra crystal in his hand. As long as I touch you, the chakra of the seven tails will be absorbed by the crystal. Shikamaru immediately activated water release. Water release, great exploding water colliding wave. A massive torrent surged toward Obito, but he evaded it by using Kemui's intangibility. The water crashed against the rock wall, splashing up a large amount of water. Sasuke seized the opportunity to circle behind Obito, the black flames of Amaterasu igniting in his palm. Don't think about ambushing. The black flames surged toward Obito's back, forcing him to turn around and block the flames with the vines, which were instantly burned to ashes. Annoying. Obito frowned, pulling out another shard of crystal. The two shards fused in his palm. A pale purple energy surged, chakra crystal resonance. The energy wave surged toward Fu's direction, and the barrier flickered violently, the scale powder on the surface beginning to fall off. Fu's complexion paled, the luster of her butterfly wings dimming. My chakra is about to give out. The effect of the scale powder is weakening. Naruto gritted his teeth and suddenly charged toward Obito, the chakra of the nine tails coalescing into a fist-tailed beast chakra Rasengan. The golden energy sphere surged toward Obito, who once again became intangible, but he didn't notice the kunai hidden in Naruto's other hand. On the kunai was a tracking symbol from Sasuke's Sharingan. Now's the time. Naruto threw the kunai toward Obito, the talisman sticking accurately to his cloak. Sasuke burned the talisman with Amaterasu. Sasuke immediately understood. The black flames of Amaterasu spread along the chakra of the talisman, burning toward Obito's cloak. Obito's expression changed, and he hurriedly ripped off the cloak, but he was still burned on the arm, leaving a black scar. Damn it. Obito looked at the injury on his arm, his eyes turning frenzied. Do you think this will lead to victory? The Ten Tails container is nearly complete. Even if I don't obtain all of the Seven Tails chakra, I can still activate it. He turned and dove into the Kemui crack. Next time we meet, I will bring the power of the 10 tails and turn you all into nourishment. The crack closed, and the mind returned to silence. Fu let out a sigh of relief, slowly retracting her butterfly wings, her face still somewhat pale. That was close. If I had been touched by the crystal, the chakra of the seven tails might really have been absorbed. Naruto walked to her side, handing her a bottle of chakra recovery agent. First, replenish some chakra. We need to return to Rock Hidden as soon as possible. Obito said the 10 tails container is nearly complete. We can't delay any longer. Fu took the recovery agent, opened the cap, and took a sip. The pale green chakra slowly restored around her. Thank you. I had been hiding from Akatsuki alone. Now that I have you all with me, I feel much safer. Karabi patted her shoulder, his 8 tails tentacles swaying. Yo-yo, from now on we are partners. The Tailed Beast Alliance is not just talk. Everyone will support each other. Everyone packed their things and walked toward the exit of the mine. The scale powder on the surface of the pool had returned to calm, the fluorescence spreading again like stars scattered on the water's surface. No one noticed that within the stone crevices of the rock wall, a wisp of Obito's Kemui energy remained quietly following their chakra, spreading toward the direction of Rock Hidden. As the crowd exited the mine tunnel, the setting sun hung obliquely above the waterfall, its droplets refracting light and casting delicate golden specks upon the surface of the pool. Fu lifted her hand to brush off the water droplets from her butterfly wings, and the light green scales fell softly, without causing ripples in the pond. She had expended quite a bit of chakra during the earlier battle, and the glow of her scales had dimmed slightly. Let's find a place to rest for a while, Naruto said, pulling the reins of his ninja horse and pointing to a small grove not far away. Everyone has used up their chakra. Traveling at night could lead to trouble. Let's replenish before heading to a Wagakure. Yagura nodded, dismounted, and the blue chakra of the 3 tails began to swirl gently in his palm, soon forming a small orb of clean water. I will use the chakra of the 3 tails to purify a water source. You all keep an eye on Fu for now. Killer Bee walked to the edge of the grove, his 8 tails tentacle resting against a tree trunk, lightning chakra spreading along the bark. Yo-yo, I'm going to set up a warning barrier to prevent Toby from sneaking up on us. The lightning from the 8 tails can sense any divine energy. It will explode at the slightest movement. Sasuke leaned against a tree, his vigilance unwavering as his Sharingan occasionally scanned the direction of the mine tunnel behind them. His fingertips absently rubbed against his ninja tool pouch. The tracking symbol that had been stuck to Toby's cloak had yet to signal any anomalies. This only added to his unease. Toby would not give up so easily. Fu sat on the grass, taking the compressed biscuit that Naruto handed her. After taking a bite, she softly spoke. You mentioned earlier that a Wagakure has a reverse sealing array. Can it really block Toby and the Tin Tails? Naruto sat beside her, opened his water flask, and poured a little water. It can block him for now, but Toby has obtained the chakra crystal and the diagram. The Tin Tails container is nearly complete. Only by gathering the chakra of all the tailed beasts can we reinforce the sealing array completely, even suppressing the Tin Tails in reverse. And all the tailed beasts. Fu paused while gripping the biscuit, her butterfly wings fluttering slightly. I heard from the elder of Takigakure that the chakra of the 7 tails contains the old mark of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Is Toby after this? And Sasuke happened to walk over and halted at her words. The Sharingan can see the marks in your chakra. They share the same origin as the black patterns of the divine tree's core. Toby wants the chakra of the 7 tails. He likely intends to use that mark to synchronize the 10 tails container with the divine tree more swiftly. And just as he finished speaking, the communication symbol in Naruto's arms suddenly vibrated, not on the previously agreed frequency, but with a jumbled crackling noise mixed with intermittent chakra fluctuations. This was an emergency signal from Awagakure, but it was being interfered with. Naruto quickly pulled out the communication symbol. The surface of the paper was covered with faint black patterns identical to the appearance it had when disturbed by spores earlier. This is not good, he said, his expression darkening. The chakra of the 9 tails subtly enveloped the communication symbol, attempting to dispel the interference. The signal was blocked by Kagaya's energy, of something may have happened in Awagakure. And as suddenly Killer Bee's warning barrier exploded with a sound, blue lightning, illuminating a faint arc at the edge of the grove, followed by a shout, "Something's up." The chakra fluctuations from the east felt wrong, as if the energy of the Kamui fissure. The group immediately stood up and looked eastward. There in the distant sky a thin black line flickered and quickly vanished into the clouds. Yagura's expression grew serious. Toby is indeed following us. He didn't go to Awagakure, but intends to deal with us first before taking the chakra of the 7 tails. We can't rest any longer, Naruto said as he mounted his horse, the ninja steed, nervously pawing at the ground. We need to hurry back to Awagakure. The communication symbol is being interfered with, and we don't know the status of the sealing array there. Fu, can you use your scales to scout the surroundings again? Confirm if there are any other fissures. Fu nodded, her butterfly wings fluttering, releasing a large amount of scale powder that spread around them, the pale green lights dispersing in the dusk like a vast net. After a moment, she shook her head. I haven't found any other fissures for now, only that one to the east, which must have been intentionally revealed by Toby to lure us in. And Sasuke also mounted his horse, his Sharingan fixed on the eastern direction. He's trying to lead us away, or if we go after him, he might circle back to Awagakure. Let's return to Awagakure as planned. We must not fall into his trap. The group no longer hesitated and urged their ninja horses toward Awagakure. As dusk deepened, the wind began to carry the earthy scent from the direction of Awagakure. However, the interference with the communication symbol grew stronger, severing even the most basic contact. Fu rode on her ninja horse, her butterfly wings occasionally flapping, leaving a faint trail of scale powder behind. She could sense that a thin strand of chakra was quietly following the light trail, neither too close nor too far, mirroring Toby's divine energy. Naruto, she leaned closer to him, lowering her voice. We've been targeted. That strand of chakra has been following us all along. It should be Toby's tracking mark. And Naruto tightened his grip on the reins, the chakra of the 9 tails quietly spilling from the whip, forming a faint golden barrier behind them. I understand, let's not alert him. When we get close to Awagakure, we'll find a way to remove this mark. We can't let him follow us to the sealing array. And the sound of the ninja horse's hooves was especially clear in the night, and the outline of Awagakure was becoming vaguely visible in the distance. However, the chakra following them remained like a shadow, keeping everyone on edge. As the ninja horses trod across the rocky slope surrounding Awagakure, the night had already deepened. The sealing array in the distance should have been glowing warmly, but now it only emitted a faint halo, flickering like a candle flame in the wind, causing anxiety in the hearts of those who saw it. The glow of the sealing array is off. Sasuke pulled on the reins, narrowing his eyes as the red light pierced through the night. The glow is flickering as if something is interfering with it, possibly spores or Kagaya's energy. And Naruto took out the communication symbol. The black patterns on the paper had become denser, making it nearly impossible for even the most basic chakra fluctuations to transmit. He attempted to inject 9 tails chakra. The paper lit up for a moment before dimming again, and amidst the crackling noise, Killer Bee's voice faintly came through, but the words were too unclear to make out. I could only hear the word spores barrier and hold on a few times. Naruto put away the communication symbol, his expression grave. Killer Bee must be guarding the sealing array. He's fighting against something. And Fu suddenly pressed her hand against her chest, her butterfly wings trembling gently. The strand of chakra that was following us just moved. It is transmitting a signal toward the sealing array. Toby intends to use it to locate the array's core. And the group felt a tightness in their hearts. Yagura immediately dismounted, blue chakra from the 3 tails gathered in his palm. He'll scout ahead. There's a pond near the mine that can temporarily shield the chakra signal. Using water jutsu, it might be able to block it. Wait, Sasuke called out to him, pointing to the nearby entrance of the mine tunnel. The chakra crystals inside the tunnel can interfere with divine energy, but we should draw that strand of chakra inside and find a way to eliminate it. Fu nodded, her butterfly wings flapping as several strands of light green scale powder floated behind her. My scale powder can lead the chakra away. If we can trick it into the mine tunnel and neutralize it with the energy of the crystals, we should be able to eliminate it. Naruto glanced toward a Wagakure, the glow of the ceiling array dimming further. There's no time to hesitate, let's proceed with this plan. Fu, lead the chakra. Sasuke, keep watch with your Sharingan, and don't let it escape. Yagura set up water jutsu at the mine tunnel entrance to prevent it from fleeing. With their roles assigned, Fu immediately manipulated the scale powder, drifting toward the mine tunnel. Sure enough, the strand of chakra was attracted following the scale powder, like a thin thread, slowly moving closer to the tunnel. Sasuke's Sharingan closely tracked at the red light, chasing after the chakra, afraid it would suddenly change direction. Just as the chakra was about to enter the mine tunnel, it suddenly hesitated, then shot toward a Wagakure. Tobi had realized their intention and attempted to forcibly control the chakra to transmit the positioning signal. Block it. Yagura immediately activated water jutsu. Water-style water barrier. The water wall obstructed the chakra's path, but the chakra crashed into the wall and did not stop. Instead, it began to absorb the chakra from the water jutsu, attempting to break through. It can absorb chakra. Fu panicked, her butterfly wings flapping faster as more scale powder wrapped around the chakra. Scale powder bind. The light green scale powder ensnared the chakra, pulling it toward the mine tunnel like a rope. Sasuke seized the opportunity, the black flames of Amaterasu igniting at his fingertips. Don't let it absorb too much chakra. The black flames scorched the chakra, which shrank instantly, but continued to struggle, attempting to escape. Seeing this, Naruto's chakra of the nine tails spread across the ground, forming a golden barrier around the chakra. Tailed beast chakra neutralization. The golden chakra enveloped the strand of chakra, gradually neutralizing the divine energy within it. The chakra's struggles weakened, and it finally transformed into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating in the mine tunnel. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the area, confirming there were no remnants before he sighed in relief. It's been cleared. Tobi temporarily can't locate us. The group did not dare to delay and immediately ran toward a Wagakure. The closer they got to the village, the stronger the scent of spores in the air became, and the glow of the ceiling array grew dimmer with the distant sound of explosions echoing. This is not good. The ceiling array may have been ambushed. Naruto quickened his pace, the chakra of the nine tails unfolding around him, preparing for battle. As they rushed into the entrance of a Wagakure, they saw several Iwagakure ninjas wielding their tools, fighting against a few white Zetsu clones. The ninjas, upon seeing them, hurriedly shouted, "Lord Naruto, you've returned." The white Zetsu clones suddenly ambushed the ceiling array, and Lord Killer Bee is inside, holding them off. The spores have already spread to the outskirts of the village. Naruto's heart sank as he ran toward the meeting hall. From a distance, he could see the glow of the ceiling array in the meeting hall, flickering erratically, black spores swirling around the array's core, while Killer Bee's eight tails tentacles extended from the core, occasionally unleashing lightning to shatter the nearby white Zetsu clones. Killer Bee. Naruto shouted toward the array's core, the chakra of the nine tails surging toward the spores, the golden energy scattering them and creating an opening. We're back. Hearing the voice, Killer Bee poked his head out, his face covered in dust. You finally made it. Tobi has sent a lot of white Zetsu clones and released spores. The stability of the ceiling array has dropped to 75. If we hold on a little longer, it will break. Sasuke immediately rushed over the black flames of Amaterasu, aimed at the spores. He'll take care of the spores. Naruto quickly injected Nine Tails chakra into the ceiling array to reinforce the core. Yagura and Fu were also busy. Yagura activated water jutsu, dispersing the surrounding white Zetsu clones. A fuss butterfly wings flapped, and scale powder sprinkled over the spores, neutralizing the divine energy within. The group worked diligently, but the glow of the ceiling array continued to weaken. Unbeknownst to anyone, a spore that had not been cleared was quietly splitting open on a beam in the meeting hall, hiding a thin strand of divine energy that was drilling toward the core of the array. Killer Bee knelt on one knee at the center of the ceiling array, his eight tails tentacles pressed tightly against the array's focal point. The vibrations traveling up his fingertips grew steadily stronger. The once smooth flow of chakra stuttered, like something obstructing its path, causing the azure light at the focal point to flicker erratically. Yo-yo, something's off. Gritting his teeth, he channeled lightning release chakra through his tentacles into the focal point, striving to stabilize the energy flow. The core of the seal is heating up, as if something is burrowing inward. Naruto had just infused Nine Tails chakra along the array's periphery when he heard those words. He instantly withdrew his hand and pressed his palm flat against the focal point surface. Golden chakra traced the inscribed patterns inward, soon encountering a familiar chilling energy. A ripple of Kamui, finer than previous traces, yet far more tenacious, creeping along the focal point's engraved channels toward its heart. It's Obito's Kamui energy. Naruto's expression darkened as a pale crimson system alert flashed Kimui energy, detected infiltrating the focal core. Sealing array stability reduced to 70. Immediate neutralization required. He planted a contingency. The spore contained residual Kimui energy. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly swept across the rafters of the council chamber, its crimson gaze locking onto a hairline fissure in a wooden beam, where faint black powder still clung the residue of the spore's detonation. The energy entered from there. It's already crawled halfway along the focal channel. If we delay any longer it'll be— He leapt beneath the beam, black flames of Amaterasu ignited in his palms surging upward along the engraved channels of the focal point attempting to intercept the invading energy. Yet the energy seemed to sprout limbs, slipping deftly through the gaps between the flames continuing its relentless advance toward the core. Fire won't work. Fu suddenly cried out, her butterfly wings flaring as motes of iridescent scales drifted onto the focal point. My scales can entangle the energy. You must guide them close to the core. Yagura stepped forward immediately. Blue chakra from the three tails coalesced in his palms into slender water threads, gently propelling the scales toward the focal center. Be careful. Don't let them touch the engraved channels, or the backlash will strike back. The scales crept gradually nearer the core, their soft, emerald glow enveloping the Kimui energy like a god. The energy writhed violently, straining to break free, only for Naruto to reinforce the net with a surge of Nine Tails chakra. Golden energy pressed down upon the scales, pinning the Kimui energy immovably in place. Now, Killer Bees surged with power, lightning from the eight tails erupted across the focal channels. Lightning release, tailed beast chakra impact. The lightning interwoven with scales and Kimui energy blasted outward from the focal point. With a thunderous boom it struck the stone wall of the council chamber, erupting into a roiling plume of obsidian smoke. Sasuke instantly unleashed Amaterasu upon the smoke. Black flames consumed the lingering Kimui energy utterly, leaving not even an ash behind. The group exhaled in relief, only for the focal point to shudder violently once more. This time the tremor came not from within, but from without. The council chamber doors crashed open, and over a dozen white Zetsu clones charged inside, each gripping kunai wrapped in spores. Another wave. Yagura instantly positioned himself before the focal point, water chakra coalescing into a shimmering shield before him. These clones carry spore bombs. Keep them away from the focal point. Fu's wings beat faster, still motes of scale dust rained down upon the advancing clones like a sudden luminous. The pale green dust adhered to the clones' bodies, freezing their movements instantly. Their chakra flow thick and sluggish. This was Fu's custom formulation chakra block scale dust, engineered specifically to paralyze white Zetsu by locking their energy circuits. Sasuke now. Fu called out, wings flaring anew to unleash another volley of scales, halting the next wave. Sasuke, already poised, gathered Chidori's blinding crimson light in his palm and shot forward like a streak of lightning. A slash of scarlet lightning cleaved through the scale-bound clones, shattering them into fragments. Black, viscous fluid splattered onto the floor, instantly crushed beneath his boot. These clones are mere decoys. Obito seeks to buy time. Even as the words left his lips, the council chamber's windows exploded inward, and a larger white Zetsu clone. This clone gripped a clay bomb, its fuse already sputtering, aimed directly at the ceiling array's focal point. You won't get near it. Killer Bee surged upright, his eight tails tentacles crackling with lightning lashed out, and precisely ensnared the clone's arm. Lightning surged along the tendril, scorching the clone's limb black. The clay bomb clattered to the floor with a— Naruto dashed forward, kicking the bomb clear through the window, while simultaneously hurling a Rasengan, tailed beast chakra Rasengan. The golden sphere detonated harmlessly in the open field beyond the window. The blast shook the walls, scattering debris without harming a single soul. Yet no sooner had this clone fallen than more flooded in through doors and shattered windows. Not alone, but in pairs, one engaging the defenders, the other lunging straight for the focal point. Their target is the focal point. Yagura activated water release. Water release, water dragon bullet. A colossal water dragon surged toward the swarm, scattering dozens. Yet two clones pierced through and reached the edge of the focal point. Fu reacted fastest, her wings carrying her above the focal point, scales cascading downward like a living curtain. Scale dust, toxic mist. Pale green mist billowed forth. The clones inhaled it and froze mid-motion before collapsing, dissolving into viscous sludge. Naruto seized the moment, channeling Nine Tails chakra into the seal. Golden energy spread along the engraved channels, reigniting the dimmed azure light. The system alert shifted from red to amber, sealing array stability restored to 80. Residual Kimui energy fully neutralized. Remain vigilant against further incursions. We've stabilized it for now. Naruto sighed, wiping sweat from his brow, when Killer Bee's voice cut through. All turned toward the window. Above Awagakure, an eerie, translucent black fog had silently gathered. Within it shimmered faint telltale ripples of Kamui energy. Obito had erected a Kamui barrier around the village, intending to trap them inside. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his fist, Sharingan fixed upon the swirling gloom. He means to confine us here. and slowly drained the seal's energy. Fu's wings trembled faintly, concern shadowed her face. My scales sense it, the fog teems with spores. If they disperse into the village, the civilians are in grave peril. Killer Bee approached the window, extending an eight-tails tentacle to brush the fog. Immediate searing pain jolted up his arm. The fog carries Otsutsuki Chakra. Contact corrodes flesh. We must breach the barrier, or the seal won't hold much longer. Naruto studied the fog, then the focal point, calculating swiftly. Obito's intent was stark: exhaust their chakra within the barrier, wait until they faltered, and seize the Seven-Tails Chakra to awaken the Ten-Tails vessel. We won't sit idle. Naruto turned to the others. Sasuke, you and I will break the barrier. Killer Bee, remain at the seal, reinforcing the focal point. Yagura, protect the villagers and purge the spores from the village. Fu, your scales detect Kimui energy, I'll locate the barrier's weak points. They nodded, springing into action. Sasuke joined Naruto, black flames of Amaterasu gathering in his palm. The weakest points lie where energies converge. I'll find them with my Sharingan. Then we burn through. Fu's wings fluttered, motes of scale dust spiraled toward the fog, tracing glowing emerald paths within its depths. Found them. Energy is thinnest at east and west. Those are the nodes. Naruto nodded and sprinted eastward. Let's break one node first, see if it weakens the fog. Sasuke followed closely, their figures vanishing swiftly into the murk. Back in the council chamber, Killer Bee resumed his kneeling stance at the seal's center, tentacles reattached to the focal point. Yagura led several Iwanin toward the village perimeter to eradicate spores. Ifu stood by the window, wings shimmering softly as she monitored fluctuations within the black fog. When Naruto and Sasuke reached the eastern node, the fog had coalesced into a semi-transparent barrier, its surface etched with writhing black Kimui sigils like frozen serpents pulsing with slow rhythmic energy. Sasuke raised his hand. Amaterasu ignited at his fingertip, black flames licking the barrier. Let's test whether it burns through. The fire hissed against the surface. Its sigils dimmed instantly, yet refused to fracture. Fresh energy welled up from beneath, seamlessly repairing every incision the flames made. Obito's feeding it remotely. Naruto frowned, shaping Nine-Tails Chakra into a pale golden blade in his palm. My chakra can neutralize Kimui energy. We attack together. You pin it with Amaterasu. I'll shatter the breach. Sasuke nodded. Amaterasu flared violently, transforming into a black spear that slammed into the barrier. This time the flame held fast, anchoring itself like a nail, locking the sigil's motion entirely. Naruto lunged forward, the golden blade slashed precisely where the spear pierced. The barrier convulsed, sigils splintered, and a muffled grunt echoed from within the fog. Just as the fissure began to widen, a surge of energy pulsed from the west. Fu's communication scroll vibrated urgently. Western node energy spiked. The fog is pressing inward toward the village. Sasuke's Sharingan snapped westward. Crimson vision revealed the western fog recoiling inward, as if pushed by an invisible hand. Distant cries of villagers filtered through. He's using diversion? Naruto gritted his teeth. If they rushed west, the eastern breach would seal. If they stayed east, civilians would perish. Then Yagura's scroll chimed. I'm at the western gate. The spores are infecting villagers. Three-Tails Chakra can purify them, but it takes time. Hold the east. Don't let the breach close. Naruto exhaled sharply and replied instantly. We'll break the east, then join you. He turned to Sasuke. Keep attacking. Ignore the west. Yagura can hold for now. Sasuke refocused, Amaterasu, black flames coiling tighter around the sigils. Aim for the convergence point. That's where energy flows are routed. Naruto nodded, his golden blade aligned with the densest knot of sigils, Nine-Tails Chakra flooding into it, its radiance intensifying, blazing brighter by the second. He drove the blade deep. Sigils detonated outward. The fog recoiled like a punctured balloon, dispersing rapidly. It's done. Sasuke intensified, Amaterasu, black flames surging along the fissure to sever the energy conduit entirely. The eastern fog thinned, revealing the star-strewn night sky beyond. As they prepared to head west, Killer Bee's voice boomed from the council chamber. Naruto. Sasuke. The focal point's fluctuating again. Kimui rifts are forming nearby. Naruto's pulse quickened. Had Obito struck at the focal point the moment the eastern barrier fell. He snatched out his scroll, messaging Fu. Monitor the focal point. If a rift appears, bind it with scales. We're returning immediately. The reply came instantly, acknowledged. Scales are already deployed. Any anomaly will flare crimson. Back to the focal point. Naruto wheeled toward the council chamber. Obito's true objective has always been the focal point. The west was merely misdirection. Sasuke kept pace, Sharingan scanning the dissipating fog, revealing countless microscopic spores drifting stealthily toward the focal point. Obito was indeed using the fog as cover. They arrived at the chamber door to see Fu's wings beating fiercely, scales around the focal point blazing crimson, and a slender Kimui rift materializing in the air above it, black tendrils snaking forth seeking entry. Stop it! Killer Bee's tentacles lashed out, crackling with lightning, holding the tendrils at bay, though only temporarily. They carry Ten-Tails Chakra. It will corrupt the seal. Naruto charged forward Ninetales Chakra, coalescing into a fist. Tailed Beast Chakra, impact. Golden Force slammed into the rift. Its edges contracted violently, forcing the tendrils back. Sasuke seized the opening. Amaterasu flared along the rift's perimeter, black flames sealing its edges completely. The rift vanished, the focal point's tremor subsided. Fu relaxed slightly, wings folding gently. The western fog has also thinned. Yagura reports spore purification nearly complete. Before they could catch their breath, Naruto's system interface flashed. Ten-Tails vessel energy signature detected. Location border of fire and wind countries. Obito initiating core activation. No. Naruto's face paled. Obito never meant to assault the focal point. He used the barrier to distract us while activating the Ten-Tails vessel. Sasuke's Sharingan pivoted toward fire country. Crimson vision, revealing a faint violet luminescence bleeding across the distant horizon. The unmistakable hue of Ten-Tails Chakra. We must stop him. Killer Bee rose, Eight-Tails tentacles swaying. Delay further, and the Ten-Tails may Naruto nodded, sending a final message to Yagura. Yagura, you hold a Wagakure and the seal. We depart for fire country, to halt Obito. The reply came terse, beware, Obito likely laid traps. They gathered their gear and sprinted toward fire country. Under the moonless night, their silhouettes dissolved into the fading haze, leaving behind only the council chamber's focal point, its soft azure glow persisting like a solitary lamp safeguarding Iwagakure. The ninja horse trotted across the scorched grassland at the border of the land of fire, the night wind carrying grass debris brushing against his cheeks. Naruto suddenly tightened the reins. The ninja horse snorted restlessly, its ears pinned back, clearly sensing danger. What's wrong? Fu urged her horse closer. The scales on her butterfly wings shimmered subtly, gathering into a sphere of light before her. There's no reaction to divine energy, but something is amiss with this grass. Sasuke dismounted, his Sharingan scanning the ground. Under the red glow, the roots of the dried grass were entwined with nearly invisible black threads. Deidara's clay, threads laden with dormant spores. It's a trap. Sasuke squatted down, his fingertip lightly touching the clay, threads which immediately tightened. They connect to underground spore bombs ready to explode at the slightest touch. Killer Bee's eight-tailed tentacles probe the ground. There are over a dozen white Zetsu clones hidden underground, just waiting for us to trigger the trap. Naruto gazed into the distance. A faint purple light flickered at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, the energy fluctuation of the Ten-Tails vessel. Obito had already begun the activation ritual. We don't have time to waste. Naruto drew his kunai, Nine-Tails Chakra coiling around it. Sasuke burned the clay threads. Killer Bee, flush out the underground clones. Fu, use your scales for protection. Sasuke ignited the Amaterasu black flames in his hand. The black fire spread along the clay threads, precisely severing the fuse, leaving only ashes behind. The underground white Zetsu clones burst forth, wielding spore kunai. Killer Bee immediately initiated his lightning technique. Lightning release, Eight-Tails, tailed beast bomb. The thunderous roar sent the clones flying. Fuzz scales quickly enveloped the scattered spores. Scale powder purification. The spores transformed into black powder and dissipated. Fu lightly fluttered her butterfly wings. The path is clear, but Obito must have more up his sleeve. The group mounted their horses and continued onward. The night wind grew fiercer, the purple light intensified in the distance, and a slight tremor resonated from the ground. The Ten-Tails vessel was about to activate. After half an hour of travel, a strange forest appeared ahead. Silence fell within the forest, with only purple light filtering through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Stop! Naruto unleashed his Nine-Tails Chakra. There's a strong Otsutsuki energy in the forest, possibly the god tree's vines. Sasuke's Sharingan pierced the darkness. There are transparent cocoons hanging from the vines, and something is moving inside them. Fuss face turned pale. It's the villagers. Obito is using their chakra to nourish the vines. I'll go rescue them. The vines fear water release. I can handle it. No way, Naruto rejected. This is a trap to divide us. We act together, rescue the villagers first, then stop Obito. Sasuke reignited the black flames in his hand. We'll burn the vines, you all save the villagers. Quick and decisive. The group charged into the forest. The vines coiled around them like live snakes, but Amaterasu instantly scorched them. However, more vines erupted from the ground, lunging towards the villagers' cocoons. Hurry! Killer Bee wrapped his tentacles around the nearest cocoon and pulled it back. Fu used her scale powder to envelop the cocoon, which slowly cracked open, revealing an unconscious villager. Naruto infused Nine-Tails Chakra into the villager, their complexion improving slightly. Just as he picked up the villager, the ground trembled violently. Obito's voice echoed from deep within the forest. It's too late. The Ten-Tails vessel is about to activate. The purple light surged, and the vines grew wildly. Amaterasu and Lightning were struggling to resist. The Ten-Tails energy was too powerful. Retreat. Naruto lifted the unconscious villager and dashed towards the edge of the forest. We'll get trapped. The group hurriedly retreated, with the vines relentlessly pursuing them. The purple light nearly engulfed everything, and the Ten-Tails' energy was suffocating. Naruto placed the unconscious villager on a horse just as he was about to mount. A sound of breaking vines came from behind. Killer Bee burst out of the forest dragging burning vines. I almost got entangled. There are more behind us. Fu brushed away the grass debris from her wings, looking into the distance. The purple light is brighter. The vessel activation is accelerating. Sasuke mounted his horse, his Sharingan fixed on the distance. There's Deidara's chakra among the energy fluctuations. They're working together. The communication symbol vibrated. Yagura's fragmented voice came through. Iwa Shin. Spores. White Zetsu. At the same time a system prompt appeared. A small number of white Zetsu have appeared outside Iwa. The seal stability is at 85. Yagura can handle it. Naruto urged his horse forward. We must stop Obito. The group sped away. The ground tremors grew stronger, and the Ten-Tails' energy spread like a tidal wave. After a quarter of an hour, Fu suddenly raised her hand. There are spores ahead. Scale powder drifted down, and red light dots illuminated the ground. These are tracking spores. Stepping on them will reveal our location. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the area. There are clay threads beneath. Triggering them will cause an explosion. Killer Bee's tentacles touch the ground. I'll clear them with lightning release. The lightning struck the spores, suddenly erupting into black mist. Illusion mist. Fu used her butterfly wings to block. Inhaling it will induce hallucinations. Naruto raised a barrier. We'll take a detour up the hillside. The group turned towards the slope. The rocky path jostled the horses, and Fu had to hold onto the mane to maintain her balance. At the summit the view opened up. A massive chakra crystal stood in the clearing, purple energy continuously overflowing. Obito was injecting the chakra fragments of the Seven Tails into the crystal, while Deidara set up clay bombs around. As expected, they are activating the vessel. Naruto clenched his fists. Sasuke, deal with Deidara. Killer Bee, help me stop Obito. Fu, disrupt the flow of energy. Sasuke charged ahead. Amaterasu aimed directly at Deidara. This time you won't escape. Deidara rode his clay bird into the sky. You want sabotage my plans. Clay bombs whistled down. Naruto and Killer Bee flanked Obito. Stop. Obito sneered, swinging out black vines. It's already activated at 60. It's too late. Naruto blocked with Nine-Tails chakra while Killer Bee launched a surprise attack from behind. Lightning release. Eight-Tails, tailed beast bomb. Obito sidestepped, his movement momentarily halted. Fu seized the opportunity to scatter her scale powder, causing the crystal's energy to begin to destabilize. You're asking for death. Obito roared, opening a Kemui void. Deidara, come here. Just as Deidara was about to turn, Sasuke's Amaterasu burned his bird's wings, trying to escape. The crystal's energy fluctuated violently, the purple light flickering ominously. Obito's eyes were wild. Just one more step and the Ten-Tails would awaken. Deidara's clay bird wings were burned to a mere half by Amaterasu, swaying in the air. He gritted his teeth and stuffed new clay into the bird, while Sasuke's Chidori had already caught up from behind, the red lightning stinging the nape of his neck. Stop chasing. Deidara roared as he threw a clay detonator which exploded in midair, but the black spores were instantly incinerated by Amaterasu. At that moment the sound of bubbling magma echoed from afar. Aji charged through the molten lava, shouting, lava release, volcanic bomb. Several masses of magma smashed toward the clay bird, burning through its wings, causing the bird to lose balance and plummet to the ground. Deidara was forced to leap away, and as he landed he was locked onto by Sasuke's Sharingan. This time you can't escape. Damn it. Deidara reached into his chest for the self-destruct core. Aji was already in front of him, magma wrapping around his wrist. Want to self-destruct? First you must ask my lava release if it agrees. Deidara's wrist was scalded, smoking as the clay core dropped to the ground, crushed by Aji. His face turned pale. Without the core the clay technique could not unleash its power. Meanwhile Obito saw Aji and Yugao approaching, his expression darkening. He no longer cared about fuss. Scale powder forcibly stuffing the Seven Tails chakra fragments into a container. Even if you come, you can't stop the Ten Tails from activating. The container surged with purple light, but became unstable, flickering violently. Yugao seized the opportunity to charge forward. Foam seal. A light blue foam enveloped the container's energy, opening, blocking the chakra input passage. My foam can temporarily seal the flow of energy. Yugao shouted to Fu. Now is the time to use the scale powder to enhance the interference. Fu nodded, rapidly flapping her butterfly wings, the light green scale powder adhering tightly to the container's surface. As the scale powder interacted with the foam, the container's glow dimmed and cracks began to appear on its surface. No! Obito shouted angrily, whipping out black vines to ensnare Yugao. Let go of the container. Killer Bee's Eight-Tails tentacles blocked Yugao. Lightning release, tentacle lock. The tentacles entwined the vines, crackling with electricity, scorching them black. Naruto seized the opportunity, condensing Nine-Tails chakra into a small tailed beast ball break. The golden energy sphere slammed into the container's crack, causing it to widen and light purple energy to leak out. Obito watched the leaking energy, knowing that forcing activation would only shatter the container completely. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a fragment of the container. This time consider it your victory, but in 3 days I will return with a complete 10 tails container. He dove into the Kemui rift, tossing out a few black spores before leaving. Aji burned the spores away with magma, while Yugao used foam to reinforce the sealing of the container fragments. Naruto picked up a fragment of the container, and a system prompt appeared: 10 tails, container fragment energy leakage 80, no activation possible. He sighed in relief and handed the fragment to Killer B. Obito's container is destroyed. At least he can't activate the 10 tails for these 3 days. Killer B weighed the fragment. There is still 10 tails chakra in the fragment. Bringing it back to a Wagakure can reinforce the sealing array, and maybe we can determine where Obito will strike next. Sasuke approached Deidara. Kunai pointed at him. Obito has run away. You have nowhere to go. Tell me, what is Obito's next? How many white Zetsu clones are left? Deidara turned his head away, unwilling to speak. Aji stepped forward, the magma in his palm heating up further. If you don't speak, my lava release isn't so easy to deal with. Deidara looked at the magma in Aji's palm and finally relented. Obito still has a batch of white Zetsu clones hidden in the Wind Country's desert. He intended to wait until the container was activated to use the clones to lure all the tailed beast Jinchuriki over. Now that the container is destroyed, he might use those clones ahead of time. Naruto took out a communication talisman to contact Shikamaru. Shikamaru, there are white Zetsu clones in the Wind Country's desert. Send people to scout, and don't let Obito have the chance to gather clones. The communication talisman quickly replied, receive, personnel have been arranged, will report the situation at any time. Everyone packed up the container fragments and escorted Deidara toward a Wagakure. As night deepened, the scorched clay and solidified magma were all that remained in the clearing where the fire and escorting Deidara toward Yanin night had already deepened. Deidara, bound behind the shinobi horse, suddenly murmured, do not think that destroying the vessel makes you safe. Daitu still holds reserve energy from the Shunshu core. Mingren reined his horse and turned energy from the Shunshu core. How did he obtain it? When he ambushed Yanin before he secretly siphoned some of the core's black-striped energy, Deidara said, with a twitch of his mouth. He meant to keep it for emergencies. Now that the vessel is ruined, that little reserve is his last trump card. Kalabi's 8 tails tentacle patted Deidara's shoulder. You understand Daitu well. Why not say so earlier? Deidara turned his head away. I simply did not want to be played as his pawn. He never told me that activating the 10 tails would destroy the shinobi world. No one pressed further. They quickened their pace back to Yanin. Near the village gate, Itsang arrived with several Yanin shinobi to meet them. Scouts from the Land of Wind report there are Baijua replicas in the desert, around 50, moving toward Yanin. Mingren nodded and handed the vessel fragments to Itsang. Take the fragments back to the council hall and reinforce the sealing formation. Zuoju, you and I will intercept the Baijua replicas. Kalabi watched Deidara, Fuyu, and Itsang purify the 10 tails energy in the fragments with scale powder. With tasks assigned, Mingren and Zuoju rode toward the Land of Wind. Having gone just over 10 li, Fuss communication talisman alerted them. The 10 tails chakra in the fragments is resonating with the Shunshu core. The message continued, system detects an energy fluctuation from Daitu. He may be remotely monitoring the fragments. Mingren's chest tightened. Daitu intends to use the fragments to locate the sealing formation. Zuoju, we must deal with the replicas quickly and return to assist. Zuozu's Zilunian Sharingan swept the distance and caught sight of a dark mass moving across the desert. The Baijua replicas were advancing rapidly toward Yanin. They moved with urgency, as if racing against time, perhaps to strike the sealing formation before the defenders returned. The two accelerated and charged toward the replicas. Mingren unfolded the 9 tails chakra barrier. You shall not pass. The Baijua replicas fell silent and lunged forward, clutching kunai, smeared with adhesive spores. Zuoju immediately unleashed Tianzhao Amaterasu. Black flames licked the lead replica, reducing it to ash, but more replicas surged forward. These replicas are tainted with Shunshu energy, far more difficult to deal with. Mingren condensed a tailed beast ball. A golden sphere of energy slammed into the cluster and scattered several replicas. Zuoju, use your Zilunian to find their weak points. They'll handle the cleanup. Zuoju nodded. His Zilunian flared red, and he quickly discerned a black mark on each replica's chest, the source of the Shunshu energy. Their weak point is the chest. Strike the mark and they will be utterly destroyed. Mingren adjusted his aim. 9 tails chakra shaped into a clawed blade and slashed at the replica's chests. The marks were struck and the replicas instantly lost power, collapsing and dissolving into viscous slime. Working in concert, the two cleared most of the replicas until only a few remained. Then those last replicas detonated themselves. A cloud of black spores billowed forth and drifted toward Yanin. No, they're trying to deliver the spores to Yanin by self-destruction. Mingren immediately expanded his barrier and blocked most of the spores, though a few wisps slipped through. Zuoju drew his communicator and contacted Fu. Spores are drifting toward Yanin. Use scale powder to purify them. Do not let them approach the sealing formation. A swift reply came. Received. Scale powder has been laid at the village entrance. The spores cannot get in. The two exhaled. Mingren frowned at the slime on the ground. Daitu sent these replicas not merely to raid. Perhaps to test our strength and the defenses of the ceiling formation. Zhuizhu nodded. His Xiaolunian scanned the farther reaches of the desert. He's surely nearby watching. We must hurry back. Do not let him find any flaw in the ceiling formation. They mounted their horses and galloped back toward Yanin. In the conference hall of the rock-hidden village, fragments of a container lay at the center of the ceiling array. A faint purple halo flickered, gently quivering in the direction of the core of the divine tree, as if responding to something. Killer bees' eight-tailed tentacles pressed against the fragment, buzzing with lightning. The resonance of the fragment is intensifying. Obito must be remotely activating the divine tree's energy, trying to locate the focal point of the resonance. Fu stood to the side, her butterfly wings fluttering with scales of powder swirling around the fragment. My scale powder can temporarily block the resonance fluctuations, but it won't last long. The energy from Obito is too stubborn, like a thorn stuck to the fragment. Just then Naruto entered the hall, and the halo of the fragment suddenly brightened, causing the blue light of the ceiling array to dim slightly. He immediately dashed forward, injecting nine-tailed chakra into the focal point. It'll stabilize the focal point. You all find a way to cut off the connection between the fragment and the divine tree. The golden chakra spread through the focal point, gradually stabilizing the blue light of the ceiling array. However, the halo of the fragment continued to pulse, even beginning to absorb the surrounding natural energy to enhance the resonance. This isn't a solution. Sasuke entered his Sharingan fixed on the fragment. The ten-tailed chakra and the divine tree's energy within the fragment share the same origin. Unless we completely purify the fragment, the resonance won't stop. At that moment, Deidara, bound in the corner, suddenly spoke. I know how to purify it. He looked at the fragment with a complicated expression. Obito's clay has been mixed with divine tree powder, and its energy can counteract the fragment. Wrap the fragment in my clay and then detonate it with lightning release, and we can burn away the divine tree's energy inside. Everyone looked at him. Killer Bee's tentacles shook. Are you really that kind-hearted? Aren't you afraid that once we use up the clay we will turn on you? Deidara chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's better to act than to be treated as a pawn by Obito. He deceived me about the Ten-Tails activation destroying the ninja world. Why should I still help him? Naruto pondered for a moment, then pulled out a small piece of clay and handed it to Deidara. I trust you. But if you pull any tricks, Amaterasu will be right in front of you. Deidara took the clay, quickly shaping it into a small ball and throwing it onto the fragment. The clay ball landed on the fragment and immediately wrapped around it, forming a thin shell. Detonate it with lightning release, but don't use too much force or you will destroy the fragment. Killer Bee nodded, injecting lightning through his tentacle into the clay shell. With a soft boom, the clay shell exploded, and after the black smoke dissipated, the halo of the fragment indeed dimmed and the resonance vibrations ceased. A system prompt appeared. Container fragment purification complete. 90 of divine tree energy removed. No resonance risk. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks. Deidara turned his head away and said nothing, quietly shrinking back into the corner. For the first time he felt that perhaps he could find another way to live without relying on explosive art. Before everyone could relax, the window of the conference hall was suddenly blown open by the wind, and a black rift flashed through the air with Obito's voice echoing. Deidara, you really know how to find new support. But it doesn't matter. In 3 days I will make sure all of you accompany the fragment and shattering. The rift closed, and the residual divine energy in the air caused the ceiling array to dim once more. Naruto walked to the window to gaze at the night sky. Obito is warning us. He will definitely make a big move. Sasuke nodded, his Sharingan sweeping across the fragment. There is still some ten-tailed chakra left in the fragment. Perhaps it can be used as bait to lure Obito out. Killer Bee retracted his tentacles and patted Deidara on the shoulder. You are now our technical advisor. We will need your help to crack Obito's clay techniques. Deidara paused for a moment. The corners of his mouth seemed to twitch upwards before he pressed them down again. He said nothing but quietly inched closer to the fragment. He knew that in this battle against Obito, he could no longer stand on the losing side. Only 2 days remain until the 3-day agreement with Obito, and the defenses of Awagakure have been prepared. Surrounding the ceiling array, fuss scale powder wove a light green net, with each grain being able to sense divine energy. Karabi practiced chakra resonance, with several tailed beast Jinchuriki around the array's core. Once Obito approaches, the chakra from the 9-tailed beasts can instantly form a barrier. Naruto squatted beside the fragment, his fingertips gliding over its surface. The purified fragment emitted a faint blue glow, with a system prompt stating, 10 of the Ten-Tails chakra can be extracted from the fragment for use in crafting a counter trap. He looked up at Deidara. What weaknesses does Obito's clay technique have besides being vulnerable to lightning release? Deidara leaned against a pillar, molding a small piece of clay. His clay is mixed with divine tree powder, making it susceptible to the pure energy of tailed beast chakra. If we infuse the fragment's chakra into the traps, the clay will become ineffective upon contact. Then let's create a chakra trap array. Naruto stood up and pointed to the open space outside the council hall. Mix the fragment chakra into the ninja tools and set them up in the direction Obito might attack from. Sasuke had just returned from outside holding a map. The white Zetsu clones in the Land of Winds desert have disappeared. The reconnaissance ninja reported that the last sighting was of them heading towards the Land of Fire's mining area. Obito might be gathering chakra from the mines to replenish the container's energy. Kiribus Eight-Tails' tentacles slammed the ground. Then we need to check the mines. If he gets the chakra from the mines, the new container will be activated again. Naruto nodded and pulled out communication seals to distribute to everyone. Sasuke and I will scout the mines. Karabi, you stay at Awagakure to guard the ceiling array, and Fu and Deidara continue to set up traps. Signal us if anything happens. The two Jonin rode their horses towards the Land of Fire's mining area. Along the way, remnants of scattered white Zetsu clones were visible among the withered grass. Clearly Obito had cleaned up the traces. He is deliberately hiding the route. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, scanning the ground as the red light captured faint divine tree energy. This way the energy is coming from deep within the mines. At the entrance of the mine, black vines coiled around the rock wall, the spores on the vines trembling slightly. Naruto retrieved a ninja tool, infused it with the fragment's chakra, and threw it at the vines. Upon contact, the vines instantly lost their luster and collapsed to the ground. The fragment chakra is indeed useful. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief and walked deeper into the mines with Sasuke. The divine tree energy grew denser the further they went. Turning around a corner, they came upon an open space. Obito stood in the center holding a new chakra crystal, while a dozen white Zetsu clones were injecting energy into it. You arrived just in time. Obito turned around the crystal, emitting a faint purple glow. This crystal can hold 3 times more Ten Tails chakra than before. In 3 days, Awagakure will become a nurturing ground for the Ten Tails. Naruto immediately unleashed his Nine Tails chakra. Don't even think about activating the new container. The golden energy surged towards the crystal, but Obito evaded it with Kamui. Taking advantage of the moment, Sasuke launched Chidori, the red lightning piercing towards Obito's back. This time, I won't let you escape. Obito sneered as he threw out several black spores which exploded in midair to form a cloud of black mist. The next time we meet will be your death date. As the black mist dissipated, Obito had vanished, leaving only the crystal and several frozen white Zetsu clones. Naruto picked up the crystal, and the system prompted, new container crystal 30 of mind chakra infused, must stop Obito from continuing to gather energy. He pulled out a communication seal to contact Karabi. Obito has created a new container in the Land of Fire's mines, and still needs 70 of the energy. We must stop him quickly. The communication seal replied, the traps are almost set up here in Awagakure. Be careful, Obito might turn around and ambush you. The two looked at the crystal in their hands, and then towards the depths of the mine. Obito was definitely still nearby. This race against time cannot be lost. Naruto held the new crystalline container, feeling the flowing chakra of the mineral veins within it, more vibrant than the previous fragments, ready to overflow with the slightest distraction. Obito will definitely come back to seize the crystal. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the depths of the mineral vein where traces of divine tree energy glimmered in the red light. He hasn't gathered enough energy, 70 yet, and this crystal is crucial. Naruto nodded and handed the crystal to Sasuke. You keep your Sharingan on the crystal, don't let it be sensed by the divine tree energy. He'll set a trap using the fragment's chakra as bait to lure Obito in. He took out the purified fragments and broke them into small pieces, burying them along the mineral veins passage. Each fragment was surrounded by scales powder from Fu. Once Obito approached, the scales would glow temporarily, ensnaring his chakra. Just as the trap was set, the communication talisman vibrated. Deidara sent a message. The clay Obito is using has the scent of mineral vein chakra. He might use clay bombs to blow up the vein, relying on the collapse to fill the container. Naruto's heart tightened. If the vein collapsed, not only would the trap be buried, but the chakra inside would also be absorbed by Obito. Sasuke, let's head to the core of the vein to stop him from detonating it. As the two rushed toward the core, the sound of exploding clay echoed behind them. Obito had indeed arrived, accompanied by a dozen white Zetsu clones, throwing a clay bomb towards the mineral vein's rock wall. Want to blow up the mineral vein? Not so easily. Old Purple and Yutaka suddenly charged in from the passage. Old Purple, gathering magma in his palm, melt, release magma wall. The thick magma wall blocked the bomb. Although it exploded against the wall, it caused no damage to the rock. Yutaka tossed out bubbles, the light blue bubbles enveloping the white Zetsu clones. Bubble bind. The clones were trapped by the bubbles, unable to move, and soon transformed into liquid. Obito's gaze turned colder upon seeing Old Purple and Yutaka, two more nuisances. He threw black vines at Old Purple. This time I won't let you ruin my plans. Kiriba's voice came from outside the passage. I'm here too. The Eight-Tails' tentacles crackling with lightning burst in to entangle the vines. Lightning release, lightning slash. The lightning severed the vines, and Karabi appeared, followed by Fu. We rushed over as soon as we received Deidara's message. Fu flapped her butterfly wings, scales powder drifting towards Obito. This time you can't escape. Obito looked at the encircling crowd, but remained unfazed, instead pulling out a black talisman. Escape. I never planned to run. The talisman was pressed against the rock wall, and the mineral vein suddenly shook violently, chakra surging wildly from the core. This talisman can activate all the chakra of the mineral vein. You can't stop it. Deidara suddenly charged in from behind holding a massive clump of clay. I can stop it. He threw the clay at the talisman. Clay reverse explosion. The clay exploded but caused no harm to the rock, instead pushing the talisman's energy back. This was a specially modified clay technique capable of counteracting the mineral vein's chakra. The talisman's glow dimmed, and the shaking of the mineral vein gradually ceased. Obito looked at Deidara with disbelief. You actually sided with them. I already said I wouldn't help a fraud like you. Deidara retreated to Naruto's side. Your plan was flawed from the beginning. Obito gritted his teeth, knowing that continuing to waste time would lead to no good. He glared at the crystal in Naruto's hand, snorting fiercely. 3 days from now, IWA will see you. By then you will all pay the price. With that he dove into the Kamui rift and completely vanished. Naruto sighed in relief and handed the crystal to Fu. Take it back to IWA and seal the chakra inside with the sealing array. The 3-day deadline is approaching and we need to be fully prepared. The group packed their things and headed towards IWA. In the passage of the mineral vein, only the destroyed clay and solidified magma remained. Everyone knew this was just a prelude to the 3-day battle, and the real hard fight lay ahead. Only 1 day remains until the 3-day agreement, and the rock-hidden sealing array has been transformed into a trap. Fuss scale powder weaves a 3-layer web around the core of the array. The outermost layer consists of scale powder mixed with Deidara's clay, which will trigger a weak explosion upon contact with divine energy. The middle layer contains foam from Yuga that can ensnare nearby enemies. The innermost layer is wrapped with Killer Bee's lightning chakra, which will conduct electricity on contact. With this arrangement, even if Obito uses Kamui to launch a surprise attack, he must first break through 3 layers. Naruto squatted beside the core holding a new crystal container, saying, I have infused this crystal with Nine-Tails chakra. If Obito tries to steal it, the crystal will absorb his divine tree energy in return. Deidara squatted nearby, burying small clay explosives in the trap. My explosives are connected to the scale powder. As long as the scale powder lights up, the explosives will detonate. Not to harm him, but to disrupt his rhythm. Sasuke stood on the rooftop of the conference hall, his Sharingan scanning the perimeter of the rock hidden. In the distance, a faint glimmer of white Zetsu chakra flashed in the desert, but it dared not approach Obito, is sending clones to probe for defensive weaknesses. Killer Bee's 8 tails suddenly shook, pointing towards the eastern village entrance. A clone has broken in, and it's carrying spores trying to float towards the sealing array. Everyone immediately rushed to the eastern village entrance. They saw a white Zetsu clone moving close to the ground. Its spore pouch opened, releasing dark spores drifting towards the core. Yagura charged in first, blue chakra from the 3 tails, gathering in his palm. Water, release water whip. The water whip ensnared the clone's wrist, forcefully snatching the spore pouch away. Trying to deliver spores. You better ask me first. Yagura tossed the spore pouch to Fu, who fluttered her butterfly wings, wrapping the pouch in scale powder to instantly purify the spores inside. Seeing the plan fail, the white Zetsu clone suddenly charged towards the sealing array, intending to self-destruct to create chaos. Old Purple immediately intervened, encasing his fist in molten rock lava. Release rock fist. A single punch struck the clone's chest, instantly reducing it to ashes in the molten flow. Naruto picked up the remains of the clone, and a system notification popped up. The residual divine tree energy of the white Zetsu clone matches the frequency of Obito's energy, indicating that he has gathered clones around the perimeter of the rock hidden. He is waiting for nightfall. Sasuke observed the darkening sky, saying once it gets dark, the Kamui rifts will be harder to detect. He will take advantage of this to launch a surprise attack. Everyone returned to the conference hall for an emergency tactical meeting. Naruto drew a simple map on the ground, divide into 3 small teams. Team 1 will guard the sealing array with Killer Bee, Fu, and Deidara responsible for triggering traps. Team 2 will guard the perimeter with Old Purple, Yuga, and Yagura tasked with clearing clones to prevent them from approaching the core. Team 3 will stay with me and Sasuke to monitor Obito's divine energy. Once he appears, we will ensnare him. No problem. Old Purple clenched his fists, molten rock warming in his palms. This time, we must completely destroy his container. Deidara suddenly spoke up, looking at the map. I have an idea. Obito will definitely send a large number of clones to draw attention before sneaking in for a surprise attack on the core. We can deliberately expose a vulnerability to let the clones and then use clay bombs to gather them together and wipe them out in one go. This will disrupt his plan. Naruto nodded. Let's do it this way. Fu, you deploy scale powder at the exposed spot. As soon as the clones enter, mark them. Hinata, get the clay bombs ready and wait until the clones gather before detonating. With the plan laid out, night had fully fallen. On the streets of rock, hidden ninjas patrolled nervously, while villagers hid indoors, peering through windows towards the conference hall. They knew that tonight's battle would affect the safety of the entire ninja world. Sasuke suddenly jumped onto the rooftop, the red light of his Sharingan particularly striking in the night. They're coming. A large number of white Zetsu clones are approaching from the west and north. Naruto immediately stood up, the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping him. All teams, take your positions. Follow the plan and stay calm. In the night, the figures of the white Zetsu clones drew closer. In the sandy area to the west, the shadow of the white clone surged densely with claws stained by desert debris. Lao Zi clenched his fists as molten lava dripped between his fingers. Release 10 of them according to plan, no more. The water whip of Shirtsong swung through the air, wrapping around the foremost clone while intentionally leaving a gap. Quick, don't let Uchiha Obito spot the flaw. The clone indeed rushed through the gap, its claws scraping the ground with a sizzling sound. The powder from Fu quietly floated over the pale green light, dotting the back of the clone like an invisible mark. On the roof, Deidara tightened his grip on the clay ball. He focused on counting the light spots on the ground. 8, 9, 10. That's enough. With a flick of his fingertip, the clay ball dropped in the center of the clone. Deidara shouted, "Clay cluster bomb." With a soft boom, the clay ball exploded, enveloping the clones in pale purple smoke. When the smoke cleared, the clones had turned into pools of black goo, neither harming the ground nor triggering the surrounding traps. Not bad. The voice of Killer became from beside the formation, his 8 tails swaying. This is much more contained than the previous bombs. Deidara turned his head away, his ears slightly reddening. I just don't want to destroy the traps. Not helping you. The clone in the north was still rushing forward. Yugao had already floated past. Pale blue foam emerged from behind him like a net, capturing the incoming clone foam seal. The foam tightened, and the clone struggled for a moment before falling silent. As Yugao landed, he didn't forget to add, "Don't think about ambushing him. My foam can lock chakra." Just as everyone thought the clones had been cleared out, the air behind the assembly hall suddenly twisted. "Be careful." Fuss butterfly wings suddenly erupted, the innermost powder turning bright red behind the formation. Kemui rift. A black rift opened and Obito's hand reached out, black vines coiling towards the formation like snakes. Killer Bee's 8 tails moved as fast as lightning, immediately wrapping around the vines, trying to steal the formation. No way. Lightning crackled along the tails, the vines smoked from the electric shock. Obito's face emerged from the rift, his gaze cold and menacing, annoying things. With his other hand, he threw out several black spores which exploded into black mist, drifting towards the formation, attempting to contaminate the sealing formation's energy. I'll take care of it. Shirtsong immediately activated water release, water curtain. The water curtain blocked the black mist, dispersing it upon impact. Shirtsong wanted to pursue, but was stopped by Naruto. Don't chase, he's trying to lure us away from the formation. Sasuke had jumped onto the roof, his Sharingan's red light fixated on the rift. He's trying to pour energy from the god tree into the rift to forcibly widen the gap. Naruto took out a new container, injecting the crystallized chakra of the 9 tails. The crystal glowed golden as it was thrown towards the rift, absorb his energy. The crystal struck the edge of the rift, golden light drilling into the opening. Obito's expression changed as he sensed the energy from the god tree being siphoned away by the crystal. Damn it. He forcefully pulled back the vines, closing the rift, but leaving a harsh remark. By this time tomorrow, I will bring the 10 tails to flatten Iwagakure. The rift disappeared, and the energy from Kemui gradually dissipated in the air. Naruto picked up the crystal with the system prompt indicating absorbed 15 of god tree energy. Crystal stability increased. He sighed in relief and handed it to Killer Bee. Tomorrow use it as bait to lure Obito here. Deidara squatted beside the formation, inspecting the powder. I can plant clay detonators at the rift's location, and when he opens it again, I'll blow up his hand. Lao Zi patted him on the shoulder, molten lava swirling in his palm. Consider yourself included. Oh, we'll deal with Obito together tomorrow. Deidara said nothing, but quietly buried the clay detonator in the ground. This time he wasn't thinking of self-detonation, but rather how to help everyone win. As night deepened, the lights of Iwagakure shone brighter. Everyone knew that tomorrow's battle would be the real decisive. The night had not yet fully faded, and the area around the rock encased ceiling formation was already filled. Naruto touched the crystal container with his fingertips beside the formation, feeling the faint warmth of the energy from the divine tree within. System notification indicated that the energy frequency matched the 10 tails embryo and could serve as bait to trigger an energy resonance. He looked up at the roof where Sasuke's Sharingan was fixated on the red light in the east, flickering faintly in the morning mist. Obito will arrive on time. Sasuke leaped down, clutching the purified remnants of the divine tree. I used the remnants to create a tracking mark. It will glow as soon as he gets close. Deidara crouched on the west side of the formation, pressing the last clay explosive into the ground. The surface of the explosive was coated with greenish scales, barely noticeable against the ground. This time the explosive, combined with the energy neutralizer from the divine tree, will temporarily sever his chakra connection. Old Purple walked over molten lava swirling in his palm. He'll handle the outer defense line with Shikamaru and Yutaka. If he sends out clones, he'll block them with my lava wall. As soon as he finished speaking, the eastern morning mist suddenly distorted. Sasuke's hand holding the remnants of the divine tree turned red in an instant, and Naruto abruptly stood up, the chakra of the 9 tails spreading around him. He's here. The ground began to tremble as numerous white Zetsu clones surged from the mist, their claws coated in black sticky liquid. This was the energy from the divine tree that Obito had fed them, capable of corroding anything it touched. Engage the outer perimeter. Old Purple leaped onto the city wall, molten lava flowing down the wall, lava release magma barrier. A dark red wall of lava shot up from the ground, blocking the frontmost clones. The clones crashed into the wall, instantly ensnared by the molten lava sizzling and transforming into a viscous substance. On the other side of the city wall, Shikamaru raised his hand, unleashing a water whip like a long snake. Water released twin water whips. The water whips entangled the rear clones, violently smashing them to the ground. Yutaka floated in midair, foam pouring from his sleeves to trap the escaping clones, foam sealing technique. The foam tightened, and the clones struggled briefly before going still. However, before everyone could relax, the sky suddenly darkened. Obito's Kamui Rift opened directly above the formation, black vines raining down like a storm, directly aiming for the crystal container. Killer Bee! Naruto shouted. The Eight Tails tentacles sprang up, entangling the vines and pulling them aside. Lightning coursed along the tentacles, shocking the vines, which emitted smoke but did not break. Obito had infused them with far more chakra from the Ten Tails than before. Looks like I have to use this. Deidara pulled out a clay bird and leaped towards the rift, clay explosive bomb. The clay bird exploded in a pale purple smoke enveloping the rift. From within the smoke, Deidara's muffled grunt could be heard, and the force of the vines weakened significantly. Sasuke seized the opportunity, jumping onto the clay bird, his Sharingan focused deep into the rift. There's chakra from the Ten Tails embryo inside. He wants to release the embryo. Naruto immediately grabbed the crystal container and hurled it into the rift. The crystal shone with golden light midair as the system notified him that the energy resonance had triggered, locking onto the chakra of the Ten Tails embryo. A furious roar erupted from within the rift. How dare you! The crystal pierced the rift and golden light rapidly expanded. Everyone could see a vaguely spherical mass struggling within the rift. It was the Ten Tails embryo being pulled out by the energy of the crystal. Now's the time. Naruto leaped into the air, concentrating the chakra of the Nine Tails into his fist, tailed beast bomb, spiraling sphere. His fist collided with the edge of the rift, golden light and chakra clashing, causing the rift to widen dramatically. Half of the Ten Tails embryo emerged, its body enveloped in black chakra, resembling a twisted mass of flesh. Old Purple and Shikamaru rushed forward simultaneously, wrapping the embryo in molten lava and water. Lava release fist rock. Water release water prison technique. The hot and cold chakra squeezed the embryo, emitting a piercing scream. Within the rift, Obito desperately pulled on the embryo but was dragged forward by the energy of the crystal. I won't let you destroy it. Fu suddenly flapped her butterfly wings, sending a flurry of scale powder into the rift. Scale powder energy sealing. The scale powder adhered to the embryo golden dots, instantly covering the mass of flesh. The chakra fluctuations of the embryo weakened significantly, and Obito's complexion turned pale. He could feel the chakra of the Ten Tails embryo being drained away by the scale powder. Damn it! Obito abruptly released his grip and turned to escape into the Kamui space. Sasuke was prepared, launching a shuriken infused with lightning chakra that struck Obito squarely in the shoulder. Obito staggered, a small crack appearing at the entrance of the Kamui space. Don't let him get away. Naruto chased after him, forming a spiraling shuriken. But at that moment, the Ten Tails embryo suddenly exploded with black chakra, violently pushing Old Purple and Shikamaru towards Obito. Seizing the opportunity, Obito yanked the embryo and dove into the Kamui space rift, which closed instantly. The crystal fell to the ground, and the golden light gradually faded. Naruto picked up the crystal as the system informed him that 20 of the Ten Tails embryo's chakra had been absorbed, increasing the stability of the container to 90. He escaped, but a considerable amount of chakra from the Ten Tails embryo has been absorbed. Naruto looked at the crystal. Next time we encounter him, we can seal it completely. Deidara landed his clay bird, turning to powder. Next time I'll prepare a bigger bomb to blow up his Kamui space directly. Old Purple patted him on the shoulder. Count me in. The morning mist gradually dissipated and sunlight fell once more on the rock-encased ceiling formation. Everyone saw that although they hadn't captured Obito, they had won the first round. At least they had identified the weakness of the Ten Tails embryo and made Obito aware that the ninja world was not something he could easily manipulate. Naruto tightened his grip on the crystal, gazing at the distant sky. On the streets of Awagakure, ninjas were clearing the remnants of white Zetsu's clones. The black viscous liquid on the ground dissipated into fine light particles upon contact with Fuss scale powder. This was the neutralized energy of the divine tree, free from its previous corrosiveness. Naruto squatted by the ceiling array, tracing the golden patterns on the surface of the crystalline container with his fingertips. A system prompt appeared. Ten Tails chakra has diminished by 30, entering a 72-hour period of weakness energy residue, pointing northwest. He looked up at Sasuke, who was staring at the northwest sky, with his Sharingan, faint black patterns reflecting in his eyes. The energy residue hasn't ceased. Sasuke walked over, holding the piece of the divine tree, its red light flickering towards the northwest. Obito is escaping in that direction. He must be heading to a branch point of the divine tree ruins. Killer Bee's 8-tails tentacles wrapped around a communication scroll as he approached, ink still dripping from the tips. Yo-Yo the Rakage replied saying that he has sent Umbu to monitor the northwest border. As soon as Obito shows himself, we will be notified immediately. Yagura leaned against the city wall staring at the scorched land in the distance, his brow furrowed. He can't just let it. With the 10-tails juvenile form weakened, he will definitely look for a place to replenish his energy. The branch point of the Divine Tree ruins has mineral veins which could serve as a supply station for him. Then we must find him before he replenishes his energy. Naruto tucked the crystal into his clothes, the chakra of the 9 tails swirling in his palm. But the sealing array in a Wagakure cannot be left unguarded. What if he feints an attack and comes back to steal the array? He'll stay with Old Purple and Yutaka. Fu fluttered her butterfly wings and landed beside Naruto, her scale powder falling onto the sealing array, forming a layer of light green membrane. My scale powder can sense Kimui energy, and as long as he approaches the membrane, will turn red. I've also reconfigured Deidara's clay explosive tags, adding chakra from the mineral veins this time, making them even more potent. Deidara pulled a clay orb from his pocket and tossed it in the air. Don't worry, even if Obito comes back, I can make him drop another piece of meat. But you need to take this with you. He handed Naruto the clay orb. It contains my chakra marker. It will explode upon encountering the Divine Tree's energy, temporarily severing his chakra connection. Naruto took the clay orb and stuffed it into his ninja tool pouch. Thanks. Sasuke, let's take a team of Umbu and set off first thing tomorrow morning. Killer Bee, contact Gaara and let Tsunagakure keep an eye on the southwest direction. Obito might take a detour. Leave it to me. Killer Bee shook his tentacles and turned to send the communication scroll. Old Purple approached and patted Naruto's shoulder, his molten rock hand already cooled down. Be careful, Obito still has the 10-tails juvenile form. Even weakened, it is still more dangerous than an ordinary tailed beast. If you encounter trouble, send up a signal flare, and Yagura and I will rush over to support you. Naruto nodded, about to say something more when Sasuke suddenly tugged at his sleeve, pointing at the edge of the sealing array. There was a small patch of black spores crawling towards the array's focal point, and upon contact with Fuss scale powder, they instantly shrank back. He left a backup plan. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed the red light sweeping across the ground. These spores can absorb the sealing array's energy, gradually weakening the membrane. Fu immediately flapped her butterfly wings, a large amount of scale powder falling to the ground. As the spores came into contact with the scale powder, they turned into light particles. Luckily we discovered them early, otherwise once we leave the membrane would have been eroded by these things. Naruto stared at the vanishing spores, his expression darkening. Obito is doing this on purpose. He wants us to think he is escaping while secretly causing destruction. It seems we need to hasten our pace. We should set off before dawn tomorrow. That night, the council hall in Iwagakure, Naruto marked the branch point of the Divine Tree ruins in the northwest on the map, while Sasuke supplemented the route of Obito's energy residue, and Killer Bee was sketching a simple tactical diagram on the communication scroll with Gaara. Outside, the night deepened and faint chakra fluctuations occasionally flickered in the distant desert. This was Umbu on patrol. Everyone knew that the calm of this night was merely a brief respite before the impending battle. The next morning before dawn, Naruto and Sasuke set off with a team of Umbu. Fu, Old Purple, and Yagura stood on the city wall to see them off. Deidara threw a clay bird to Naruto. This can fly faster than riding a horse. If you encounter danger, crush it, and it will explode into a smoke signal. Naruto caught the clay bird and jumped onto its back. The Wagakure is in your hands. The clay bird soared into the sky, heading northwest. Sasuke stood on the bird's back, his Sharingan scanning the desert below, the red glow of the Divine Tree fragment becoming increasingly brighter. They were getting closer to Obito. At the northwest branch point of the Divine Tree ruins, Obito stood at the mouth of the mineral vein, the juvenile form of the 10 tails curled at his feet, its black chakra fluctuating weakly. He looked up towards the direction of Iwagakure, his gaze as cold as ice. Naruto, Sasuke. This time I will not let you ruin my plans. The wings of the clay bird sliced through the morning mist, revealing the black rocks of the desert below. This marked the edge of the Divine Tree relic's branching point. Naruto squeezed the crystal container in his palm, its golden light shining brighter than before, and the system prompted less than 50 miles to the energy source of the 10 tails embryonic form. Partial resonance can be triggered. Lower the altitude, Sasuke suddenly spoke, his Sharingan fixated on a protruding rock below. There's a chakra reaction from White Zetsu, and not just one. Naruto immediately patted the clay bird's head. The bird's wings sank, gliding close to the sandy. The Umbu team quickly dispersed, finding cover among the rocks, their kunai wrapped in a faint layer of chakra. This was the anti-divine tree energy coating they had prepared in advance. Before long, 3 White Zetsu clones emerged from behind the rocks, their skin tinged with grayish-black, clearly having absorbed chakra from the mineral veins. They twitched their noses, suddenly lunging towards the clay bird, the black slime on their claws dripping onto the sand, instantly burning small pits. Engaged, Sasuke's figure flickered, his Sharingan locking onto the clone's movements, and his shuriken precisely targeted the joints of a clone. The clone attempted to evade but was ensnared by the Umbu's wind release. Wind release Kamaitachi, the airflow sliced through the chakra connections of the clone like razor blades. Naruto leaped from the clay bird Ninetail's chakra coalescing in his fist Rasengan. His fist struck the chest of the foremost clone, causing it to explode, instantly splattering black slime that was blocked by the previously set water release barrier. The remaining two clones tried to flee but were surrounded by the Umbu's fire release. The flames enveloped in purification talismans, and the clones struggled a few times before turning into light points. These clones are stronger than before. One Umbu ninja sheathed his kunai. The chakra from the mineral veins has doubled their recovery rate. Sasuke crouched down, his fingertips touching the residual slime from the clone. His brow, furrowing the slime, contains fragments of the divine tree's roots. Obito is deliberately marking our location with this. Naruto looked up at the nearby mineral veins cave entrance, which was entangled with black roots resembling an... He took out the clay ball given by Deidara. The chakra mark on its surface slightly warmed. The divine tree energy inside is dense. Be wary of traps. As the group approached the cave entrance, the roots suddenly moved. Countless tendrils shot out like snakes, lunging at the foremost Umbu. Naruto immediately threw the crystal container, which shone with golden light, in the air. As the roots touched the golden light, they retracted, emitting black smoke from their surface. The crystal can suppress the roots. Naruto caught the rebounding crystal. Sasuke, use your Sharingan to find the core of the roots. We'll go around from the side. Sasuke nodded, the red light of his Sharingan sweeping over the cave entrance, quickly locking onto a glowing rock on the right. That's the energy source of the roots. If we shatter it, the roots will lose their vitality. An Umbu sent by Orochimaru, skilled in earth release, quickly formed hand seals, earth release, earth flow spears. Earth spikes shot up from the ground, precisely piercing the glowing rock. The rock cracked open, black liquid pouring out, causing the roots to instantly lose their strength, drooping weakly, and revealing the passage of the cave. Stay alert once we go in. Naruto walked at the forefront, the Ninetail's chakra forming a shield around him. Obito must be waiting for us inside. The mineral vein passage was pitch black, only illuminated by the faint purple glow of the divine tree's roots on the rock walls. After walking about 100 meters, a voice suddenly echoed from a head belonging to Obito, laced with a cold chuckle. Naruto, Sasuke, you all came faster than I expected. The voice came from deep within the passage, accompanied by the low rumble of the Ten Tails' embryonic form. Naruto gripped the crystal container tightly, and the system prompted. The energy of the Ten Tails' embryonic form has recovered to 40. The core area has a large amount of divine tree mineral veins, which can rapidly replenish energy. Don't hide inside pretending to be a god. Sasuke's Sharingan glowed intensely. Do you think you can stop us with these roots and clones? From the shadows deep in the passage, Obito's figure slowly emerged. He cradled the Ten Tails' embryonic form in his arms. The fleshy round form had already sprouted tiny roots burrowing into the rock wall, absorbing the energy of the mineral veins. I don't need to stop you. I just need to delay until the Ten Tails recovers. Once it is fully energized, all of you will die here. Just as he finished speaking, the rock walls on both sides of the passage suddenly cracked open, and a multitude of divine tree roots surged out, wrapping around the group. At the same time, a dozen white Zetsu clones leaped out from the shadows, wielding kunai wrapped in divine tree energy, charging towards the Umbu team. Split into two teams. Naruto shouted, one team clears the clones while the other follows me to intercept Obito. The Umbu immediately divided into two groups, one using fire release to suppress the clones, while the other raced deeper into the passage behind Naruto and Sasuke. Roots continuously surged out from the rock walls. Sasuke sliced through the roots with the arm of his Susanoo, while Naruto repelled the approaching tendrils with the golden light of the crystal container. Both displayed an extremely harmonious cooperation, quickly charging towards Obito. The black Zetsu at the cave entrance sensed someone's approach and immediately crouched, its claws scratching deep grooves in the sand. Before they could pounce, Naruto pushed the container crystal forward. At the moment of the golden explosion, the dark red chakra on black Zetsu recoiled, as if burned, its movements visibly delayed. Charge! Sasuke seized the opportunity to draw his sword, lightning chakra enveloping the blade, as a slashing strike struck the foremost black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's body was cleaved in half, yet it did not dissipate immediately. Instead, tiny red tendrils emerged from the severed edge, attempting to latch onto Sasuke's sword. Use the fragment. Naruto threw a piece of the divine tree, which Sasuke caught, and pressed against the severed edge of black Zetsu. A flash of red light surged, and black Zetsu's body instantaneously turned to black ash, along with the tiny red tendrils reducing to powder. The Umbu team followed closely behind, wielding the fragments as effective weapons. The remaining black Zetsu was cleared away in under half a minute. As everyone stepped into the mine entrance, a heavy chakra pressure assaulted them. A sinister purple light glowed from the divine tree's roots on the rock walls, with roots extending deep into the mine, continuously channeling energy into the Ten Tails form. Obito stood on the platform at the deepest part of the mine, with the Ten Tails form sprawled at his feet. Its mass had swollen, and the surface roots coiled around Obito's arm, as if sharing chakra. Just in time. Obito looked up, a crack in the Kamui space flickering behind him. The Ten Tails has just absorbed 1/3 of the mind's energy. It's perfect to use your chakra to replenish the rest. He waved his hand, and suddenly the roots on the rock wall surged forward like countless purple whips aimed at the ground. Naruto immediately unleashed his Nine-Tails chakra shield. The roots struck against the shield, emitting sizzling sounds, and the surface was corroded with tiny holes. These roots have absorbed Ten Tails chakra. Naruto gritted his teeth, pressing the container crystal against the shield. Golden light spread across the shield, causing the roots to recoil upon contact with it. Sasuke, locate the energy core of the mind. If we cut off its supply, the Ten Tails won't be able to recover. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the rock wall, quickly locking onto a massive crystal beneath the platform. Glowing a deep blue, countless roots extended from the crystal, serving as the energy source for the entire mine. It's below. Sasuke leaped towards the platform's edge, and just as the arm of Susanoo began to take shape, Obito's figure suddenly appeared behind him, a black rod stabbing towards his back. Watch out! Naruto threw a spiraling shuriken, the golden light slicing towards Obito. Forced to sidestep, Obito avoided the attack, the black rod grazing Sasuke's shoulder and leaving a deep mark on the rock wall. Sasuke seized the chance to land, swinging the sword of Susanoo towards the blue crystal. However, before the sword could touch the crystal, the Ten Tails form let out a shrill cry, a burst of black chakra exploding from its body, creating a shockwave that sent Sasuke flying. You want to cut off my supply? Not so easy. Obito sneered, the roots on his arms suddenly elongating, wrapping around the Ten Tails form and dragging it towards the crystal. Today you will witness the true power of the Ten Tails. At the moment the Ten Tails form touched the crystal, deep blue energy surged uncontrollably into it, the roots on its surface rapidly growing, even sprouting tiny eyes, an indication that the Ten Tails was about to fully form. System notification flashing vigorously, Ten Tails energy recovery rate skyrocketing, expected to recover 70 in 10 minutes, triggering chakra backflow risk. It must not touch the crystal. Naruto leaped into the air, his Nine-Tails chakra coalescing into a massive fist aimed at the Ten Tails form. But Obito was already prepared, the roots bursting from the ground, entangling Naruto's ankle and hurling him towards the rock wall. Naruto! The Umbu team rushed forward to untangle the roots, only to be intercepted by the suddenly appearing white Zetsu clone. These white Zetsu were stronger than before, their chakra tinged with the crystal's blue light. A single punch could penetrate the Umbu's armor. Sasuke steadied himself, his Sharingan fixated on the connection point between Obito and the Ten Tails, where the roots intertwined. One spot exhibited a weaker energy fluctuation. He took a deep breath, the sword of Susanoo glowing red infused with the energy of the divine tree's fragment. Naruto, distract him. Naruto understood, enduring the pain in his ankle as he infused Nine-Tails chakra into the container crystal. The golden light surged violently, directly shining into Obito's eyes. Obito instinctively raised his hand to block, and in that fleeting moment Sasuke's strike hit the weak point of the roots. With a crack, the roots entangling the Ten Tails snapped apart significantly. The Ten Tails form emitted a wretched scream, blue energy spilling out from the severed point, and the crystal's glow dimmed slightly. Obito's expression changed, reaching out to reconnect the roots, only to find Naruto had already broken free the container crystal aimed at the Ten Tails form. Within the golden light, the energy inside the Ten Tails began flowing into the crystal, triggering the system's chakra backflow. You dare! Obito roared, rushing over the black rod, stabbing towards Naruto. But at that moment a familiar voice echoed from the mine entrance, singing in a rhythmic tone. Yo, how could I miss such a big trouble? Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles surged in from the entrance, wrapping around Obito's arm, lightning coursing along the tentacles. Obito was jolted, his body going numb as the black rod fell to the ground. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto pressed the container crystal closer. The energy within the Ten Tails flowed even faster, its mass beginning to shrink. Obito stared at the shrinking Ten Tails, his expression turning frenzied. Even if I destroy it, I won't let you succeed. He suddenly reached towards his chest, the crack in the Kemui space expanding before him. A fragment of the divine tree floated inside, twice the size of the previous one. Sasuke's Sharingan widened in realization that is a fragment of the divine tree's main root. The main root fragment of the divine tree glowed with a blinding red light in Obito's palm, while the purple roots in the mine resembled a snake swarm that had been awakened, frantically converging towards the fragment. The previously shriveled form of the Ten Tails suddenly expanded, tiny cracks appearing on its surface as black chakra mixed with red light overflowed. This was the energy of the main root fragment, forcibly urging its evolution, but due to the chaotic energy the form trembled slightly. You won't stop me. Obito broke free from Killer Bee's tentacles, and the roots on his arm violently plunged into the core of the Ten Tails form. The main root fragment can awaken its instincts. Even if it can't fully take shape today, it can carry the aura of the divine tree's main root and locate the true remnants of the divine tree. Killer Bee's 8-tailed tentacles wrapped around him again, this time charged with lightning chakra. Yo, you can't run. This lightning chakra can lock onto your chakra. Let's see how you urge that fragment. Lightning surged along the roots towards Obito, causing him to pause momentarily, but he gritted his teeth and pressed the main root fragment towards the core of the Ten Tails form. Just as the fragment was about to touch the form, Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly crashed in from the side, its blade slicing directly at Obito's wrist. The red light in his Sharingan had locked onto the fragment's weakness. The energy density of the main root fragment is too high, repelling the blue energy of the mind's crystal. Naruto, use the energy from the mind's crystal. Sasuke's voice echoed in the tunnel. The fragment feared. Naruto immediately reacted. He had previously received a system prompt stating the mind crystal contains pure earth chakra conflicting with the energy properties of the divine tree's main root. He grabbed the crystal fragment handed to him by the Umbu beside him and pressed the container crystal against it. The golden light and blue light instantly merged, following the chakra in Naruto's palm, pushing towards the Ten Tails form. Chakra clash. Naruto called out the concept from earth physics, the knowledge of fusion of the two souls instinctively arising. Use the earth energy from the crystal to disperse the corrupt energy of the main root fragment. As the merged light collided with the Ten Tails form, a piercing sound of energy collision echoed in the tunnel. The Ten Tails form let out a painful screech, the red and blue lights on its surface tearing at each other. The previously swollen body began to contract irregularly. The energy of the main root fragment was suppressed by the crystal energy, along with the mind's chakra it had absorbed, starting to become chaotic. Obito's face turned pale. He could feel the main root fragment heating up, as if the crystal energy was forcing it out of the Ten Tails body. Impossible. How could the main root fragment fear such ordinary earth energy? Naruto stepped forward, wrapping the light with nine-tailed chakra, increasing the force of the clash. This mine has the earth sealing left by the Otsutsuki from years ago. The energy in the crystal has been purified, perfectly countering your divine tree energy. If you couldn't even figure this out, how do you expect to control the divine tree? This hit a sore spot for Obito. He had discovered this mine, and only seen the energy of the divine tree branches, failing to notice the seals deep within the earth. Back then, the Uchiha stone tablet only mentioned the remnants of the divine tree, not these details. The Ten Tails form contracted faster and faster, and the main root fragment finally popped out of its body, flying back into Obito's hand. Obito reached out to catch it, but was cut on the palm by Sasuke's shuriken, causing the fragment to drop to the ground and roll into the middle of the tunnel. Don't think you can take it back. Killer Bee jumped up, his eight-tailed tentacles coiling around the fragment. But Obito was prepared. He slammed his hand down, and the Kamui space opened beneath the fragment, instantly sucking it into the void. They'll take the fragment first. Obito's figure began to blur. When I find the divine tree's main root, you'll know how ridiculous today's struggle was. Naruto immediately threw the container crystal towards the rift, the golden light spreading along the edges of the rift. The system prompted Kamui space entrance, temporarily sealed. Fragment energy temporarily marked by the crystal location can be tracked. The rift trembled violently, causing Obito's blurring motion to pause, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Naruto, you wait for me. As his voice fell, Obito's figure disappeared completely into the rift, leaving behind a chaotic mess of roots, and the Ten Tails form shriveled to the size of a ball. Sasuke walked over and poked the Ten Tails form with his sword. It twitched, but did not release chakra anymore. After the main root fragment was taken away, it reverted to a weakened state. We didn't kill him, and he took the main root fragment with him. Sasuke frowned, scanning the tunnel with his Sharingan. But the crystal marked the fragment. At least we can know where he goes next. Killer Bee picked up the crystal fragment from the ground, brushing off the dust on it. Yo, at least we won half of it. The Ten Tails has weakened, and we've learned the weakness of the main root fragment. Next time we fight, we'll be prepared. Naruto bent down to pick up the container crystal, its golden light having dimmed somewhat. The system prompted marked successful energy of the main root fragment points to the northeast, not at the same location as the previous divine tree relic branch point. He looked up at the Umbu team, who were clearing the remaining white Zetsu clones. Although some were injured, there was no life-threatening danger. Seal the Ten Tails form first. Naruto stuffed the crystal into his pocket. Use Deidara's clay sealing technique. He taught the Umbu how to use it before. An Umbu immediately took out the clay and molded the sealing symbol according to Deidara's method, sticking it onto the Ten Tails form. The clay hardened, instantly wrapping the form into a sphere, the runes on its surface glowing with a faint green light. This was a neutralizer made from fused scale powder, capable of preventing the form from absorbing chakra from the surroundings again. After handling the form, everyone exited the mine. The sky outside had brightened, sunlight spilling over the desert, and the traces of white Zetsu's ambush had been cleared away. In the distance, the sound of hooves approached. Aji and Shikaku were bringing reinforcements. Seeing the smoke signal from Naruto, they were worried about the situation in the mine. Obito ran away, but he took a piece of the divine tree's main root fragment with him. Naruto greeted them and informed Aji of the marked direction. He headed northeast, possibly to find the location of the divine tree's main root. Aji's expression darkened. To the northeast lies a deserted divine tree relic. Legends say there is residual energy from the main root there. If he finds it, he can awaken the main root with the fragment, and then it will be a big problem. Shikaku nodded, the water-release chakra in his hands still not dissipating. Should we chase him now? I will go with Aji and bring people. You all take the Ten-Tails form back to a Wagakure for sealing. Naruto shook his head, pointing to the container crystal in his pocket. The crystal can track the fragment. It is more appropriate for me and Sasuke to pursue. You all take the form back first and notify Gaara and Raikage, letting them keep an eye on the northeast border. Obito might take a detour. We can't give him a chance to meet up with the main route. Sasuke nodded as well, the Sharingan still retaining the energy imprint of the fragment. I can sense the faint fluctuations of the fragment. Ooh, I won't lose track of it. Aji looked at the two of them, then at the Ten-Tails form sealed in clay, finally nodding. Alright, be careful. If you encounter danger, fire 3 signal flares, and we will rush over as quickly as possible. The sunlight grew more intense, casting long shadows over the desert. Naruto and Sasuke jumped onto the resummoned clay bird which Deidara had left as a backup and flew towards the northeast. The wings of the clay bird sliced through the air as Naruto touched the container crystal in his pocket, which was still slightly warm. The mark of the main root fragment pulsed, as if reminding them that the real hard battle was still ahead. The clay bird's wings swept across the edge of the desert, and the scene below gradually transformed from yellow sand to the gray-brown remains of broken walls. This was the abandoned divine tree ruin spoken of by Old Z, where the decayed roots of the divine tree coiled around the crumbling walls like black scars. Naruto glanced down at the crystalline container in his arms. The golden light on its surface no longer shone uniformly, but instead flickered rhythmically deeper into the ruins. The system prompted the energy of the main root fragment resonates with the energy at the ruin's depths. The resonance frequency increases every 3 minutes. The target area is at the altar in the center of the ruins. He's over there by the altar. Sasuke suddenly spoke, his Sharingan fixed on the depths of the ruins, a faint red glow reflected in his pupils. I can sense the fragment's energy drilling down into the ground, as if it is awakening something. Naruto promptly patted the clay bird's head, and the bird dove sharply, halting behind a broken wall. Just as they landed, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. The withered roots on either side of the broken wall sprang to life, coiling toward the two of them like black serpents. This was a trap left by Obito, the roots still wrapped in faint divine tree energy. Be careful. Naruto pulled out the remaining crystal fragments and pressed them against the roots. A blue light flashed, and the roots instantly lost their strength, drooping limply to the ground, turning to black ash. He had anticipated that Obito would leave a backup plan. The crystal fragments brought from the ore vein were just the right counter to these remnants of divine tree energy. Sasuke had already leaped over the broken wall, his Sharingan scanning the path ahead. There are 3 such root traps ahead, all leading toward the altar. He is deliberately guiding us down this path. Regardless of whether they are traps or not, we have to proceed, Naruto replied, catching up and dividing the crystal fragments with Sasuke. He wants to buy time to awaken the main root. We cannot let him succeed. The two followed the path formed by the traps toward the center of the ruins, using the crystal fragments to disable each root they encountered. After about 10 minutes, they came upon an open area. A dilapidated stone altar stood in the middle, with several black stone pillars inserted into it, entwined with the writhing main roots of the divine tree. At the top of the main root rested the main root fragment that Obito had taken. Obito stood beneath the altar, his hands forming complicated seals, black chakra flowing from his palms into the main root. You really came. He didn't turn his head, a hint of madness in his voice. This altar was used by the Otsutsuki to worship the main root of the divine tree. Once activated with the fragments, the main root will absorb the chakra of the ninja world, and then the entire ninja world will become a nutrient field for the divine tree. Naruto was about to charge forward, but was pulled back by Sasuke. Wait, there's a chakra barrier around the altar. The red light of the Sharingan swept over the altar's surroundings, revealing several transparent light patterns floating in the air. It's made from the energy of the divine tree's main root. Rushing in will cause chakra to be siphoned away. The system prompt also appeared. The altar barrier's energy shares the same source as the main root fragment. A combination of container crystal spirit stone energy is required to break it. Estimated time to break about 2 minutes. Naruto immediately took out the container crystal and the spirit stone fragments, pressing them together. Golden light and blue light intertwined, forming a faint purple light shield. The patterns on the surface of the light shield perfectly opposing those of the barrier. Sasuke, cover me against Obito, I'll break the barrier. Naruto pressed the light shield against the barrier, and at the moment of contact it emitted a sizzling sound as the light patterns on the barrier began to slowly fade. Seeing this, Obito immediately stopped forming seals, raising his hand to fling out several black rods aimed straight at Naruto. You think breaking my barrier will be that easy? Sasuke's Susanoo instantly unfolded his arm, blocking in front of Naruto as the black rods crashed against the Susanoo, producing a dull thud. He took a step forward, the sword of Susanoo gathering red light. Your opponent is me. Obito sneered. The space-time distortion behind him opened up and dozens of enhanced white Zetsu clones jumped out from the rift, lunging toward Sasuke. Then let these clones play with you. Ow, I just need to wait 1 more minute, and the main root can be fully activated. The white Zetsu clones were wrapped in divine tree energy, their claws coated with a slime that could corrode Susanoo. Sasuke's Sharingan spun rapidly, locking onto the clones' weaknesses. Their chests bore a dark red mark, the core of the divine tree energy injected by Obito. Susanoo Chidori Blade. Sasuke infused lightning chakra into the sword of Susanoo, the blade igniting with blue electrical light. He struck out instantly, hitting the chests of 3 clones. The clones emitted deathly cries, their bodies turning to black ash along with their energy cores shattering. However, there were too many clones. Just as he finished off 5 more surged forward. Though Sasuke's Susanoo was formidable, sustaining it for long periods consumed chakra, and sweat had begun to be. On Naruto's side, the light patterns of the barrier had faded by half. The system prompted break progress 50, 1 more minute needed, main root activation progress 30, activation speed increasing. He could feel the main root beneath the altar subtly trembling, tiny black roots beginning to emerge from the ground, as if attempting to drill out from below. Sasuke, hold on a little longer. Naruto gritted his teeth, channeling more chakra into the light shield. Will break the barrier in half a minute. Obito stood atop the altar, watching the light patterns of the barrier grow fainter, his gaze turning fierce. Since you all want to ruin my plans, then let's die together. He suddenly pressed his hand against the main root. The red light of the main root fragment surged explosively, the tremors beneath the altar growing more violent, the ground splitting open with black chakra pouring out from the crack. The energy of the main root began to erupt prematurely. Sasuke's Susanoo was rocked, and he looked up at Naruto. How long until the barrier breaks? The main root is about to emerge. 10 seconds. Naruto yelled. A small hole had already appeared where the light shield met the barrier. At that moment, Obito suddenly flung a black rod toward the hole infused with divine tree energy, aiming straight at Naruto's chest. Sasuke attempted to block, but was entangled by 2 white Zetsu clones, causing Susanoo's movement to slow. Just as the black rod was about to strike Naruto, a golden light suddenly erupted from the container crystal. This was the energy of the Ten-Tails chakra that had been absorbed earlier, automatically forming a shield to block the black rod. Now's our chance. Naruto seized the moment, thrusting the light shield forward, and with a crack the barrier shattered, completely vanishing. The main root beneath the altar let out a tremendous roar, bursting forth from the fissure in the ground, the top of the main root fragment shining blindingly. Obito stood atop the main root, laughing maniacally. It's too late. The main root has already been activated and none of you can stop it. Naruto leapt onto the altar, gathering Nine-Tails chakra into a Rasengan in his palm, aiming for the main root fragment. I will stop it. At the moment, the spiraling sphere struck the main root's fragments. Golden light and red light collided violently. Naruto could clearly feel the energy of the divine tree within the fragments, fiercely rebounding, attempting to penetrate his meridians along with the chakra. Yet the knowledge of physical principles from the fusion of the 2 souls instinctively surfaced. He immediately adjusted the rotation direction of the spiraling sphere, using the inverse vortex to force the fragment's energy back into the main root. Sasuke cut off its root supply. Sasuke was already prepared. The sword of Susanoo instantly slashed towards the thickest root of the main root. The sword light flashed, severing the root in half, and black liquid gushed out. With one supply line of the main root lost, the red light at the top of the fragments dimmed sharply. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto injected more Nine-Tails chakra into the spiraling sphere, forcefully pressing the fragments deeper into the main root. The ceiling point mentioned by the system is at the bottom of the main root. If you hold the fragments down, you can trigger the seal. Obito, seeing this, frantically used chakra to activate the remaining roots. Countless tendrils shot up from the altar's ground, wrapping around Naruto's ankles, dragging him underground. You want to trigger the seal. First, it'll turn you into nourishment for the roots. No way. Sasuke's Susanoo immediately bent down, gripping Naruto's shoulder with one arm, while gathering lightning release chakra in the other, striking at the entangling roots. The lightning exploded, instantly charring the roots, yet they did not completely sever. The main root continued to supply energy incessantly, and the regeneration speed of the roots far exceeded expectations. At that moment, a familiar sound of molten rock bursting came from a distance. Old Purple's figure burst through the ruin's entrance, his palm transforming molten rock into a giant fist, crashing down onto the other side of the main root. Naruto, we're here to help you. Yagura and Fu followed closely behind. Yagura raised his hand to summon 3 water whips, wrapping around the other 3 roots of the main root, pulling them hard to the sides. Fu fluttered her butterfly wings, light green scale powder drifting down onto the roots. The moment the scale powder touched the divine tree's energy, it glowed faintly, and the regeneration speed of the roots slowed instantly. The scale powder can temporarily lock its energy flow. You guys quickly find the ceiling point. With the allies' arrival, the situation shifted drastically. Naruto broke free from the root's entanglement and leaped to the bottom of the main root. There lay an inconspicuous stone brick, its surface engraved with vague spiral patterns, which was precisely the remnant of the earth vein seal that the system had previously hinted at. He took out the container crystal and the last piece of crystal fragment, pressing them onto the stone brick, while biting his fingertip, using blood to complete the missing patterns on the brick. This is the sealing array left by the Otsutsuki back in the day. If I complete the patterns, I can draw the earth vein energy to seal the main root. Obito saw the patterns on the stone brick light up, his eyes turning red. He suddenly jumped down from the main root, stabbing towards Naruto's back with his black rod. I will never let you destroy the main root. Suddenly Killer Bee's 8-tails tentacle shot out from the side, wrapping around Obito's wrist. Lightning spread along the tentacle, causing Obito to feel numb all over, and the black rod fell to the ground. Yo, after fighting for so long, it's my turn to strike. You can't cause any more trouble, you charcoal head. Obito attempted to shift into the Kimui dimension, only to find that fuss scale powder had already filled the surroundings of the altar. The scale powder sticking to the corners of his clothes formed a light green mark. As soon as a gap opened in the Kamui space, the scale powder surged in instantly, causing the spatial fluctuations to become chaotic. Your intangibility is locked by my scale powder. Fuss' voice carried a hint of coldness. After the loss I suffered in a Wagakure, they'll make sure to repay you double this time. Meanwhile, Naruto had completely activated the patterns on the stone brick. Earth vein energy surged along the patterns, transforming into a light blue chain that wrapped around the main root. The main root emitted a painful tremor, the red light at the top of the fragments growing dimmer and dimmer until it was forcibly stripped away from the main root by the light chain, falling onto the altar's surface. Now is the time. Naruto leaped up, pressing the container crystal against the fragments. The crystal instantly glowed with golden light, and the energy of the divine tree within the fragments was frantically absorbed, while the fragments themselves slowly became transparent, eventually turning into a pile of powder. With the main root losing the support of the fragment's energy and being entwined by the earth vein light chain, it soon ceased its struggles, collapsing softly onto the altar, the black liquid gradually solidifying. The earth vein seal was successfully triggered, and the main root completely lost its vitality. Obito watched this scene, his face as pale as paper. He knew the tide had turned. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being on the main root, he suddenly broke free from Killer Bee's tentacle, pulling out a black scroll from his pocket, which he crushed to transform into smoke. Naruto, Sasuke. Today you win. But the core of the divine tree's main root still exists. Once I find it, the ninja world will still be mine. As the smoke dispersed, Obito's figure had already vanished. Naruto immediately took out the container crystal. The surface of the crystal still retained the energy marks of the fragments, faintly flickering towards the northeast. He won't get far. The crystal can still track his energy residue, and he should be fleeing towards the core area of the divine tree's main. Although this thing is sealed, it needs to be completely destroyed in a safe place. Otherwise it remains a hidden danger. Old Purple walked over and kicked the solidified main root on the ground. Agreed. Yagura nodded, wrapping the main root into a water sphere with water release. Let's take it back to a Wagakure first and reinforce it with the sealing array. After dealing with Obito, we'll find a sealing master in the ninja world for thorough purification. This earth vein seal can still be used. If we encounter the divine tree roots again in the future, it might help us in an emergency. Fu squatted on the altar, inspecting the sealing patterns on the stone brick. Naruto picked up the container crystal from the ground, its golden light brighter than before. After absorbing the fragment's energy, the crystal had become even more sensitive to the divine tree's energy. He glanced at Sasuke, who was also focusing on the direction of the crystal's markings. Their eyes met, both understanding the next goal: catch up to Obito, find the core of the divine tree's main root, and we cannot let him have another chance to cause trouble. As the sunset streamed through the broken holes of the ruins, shining upon everyone, although Obito had escaped, they not only sealed the main root this time, but also destroyed its fragments, marking a solid victory. As the setting sun completely sank, the crowd withdrew from the abandoned divine tree ruins. Old Purple and Chakra, accompanied by the Dark Division, wrapped the inactive main root with specially designed sealing scrolls, preparing to return it to Yen for reinforcement. Fu remained at the outskirts of the ruins, marking the surrounding energy nodes with scale powder to prevent any overlooked divine tree roots. Naruto, Sasuke, and Killer Bee stood on the broken wall at the entrance of the ruins, staring at the crystalline container. A golden light flickered on the surface, pointing northeast, but the frequency had slowed significantly, as if disturbed by something. Something's off. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed slightly as his fingertip brushed against the light patterns on the surface of the crystal. Obito's chakra residue is very scattered, unlike the traces left during a normal escape. It feels more like a deliberately laid bait. Naruto also sensed the anomaly, and a system prompt appeared. Tracking energy shows layered interference. The surface points northeast, while the deeper energy residue leans towards the northwest, suspected to be a man-made misdirection. He recalled the principle of signal interference from geophysics and immediately realized he's deliberately leading us to chase northeast. The real destination should be northwest. Killer Bee shook his 8-tails tentacles, which were tipped with a bit of the black ash left by Obito. Yo, this black ash carries the earthy scent of Sunegakure's desert. The northwest direction is the border of Sunegakure, where there lies a legendary core ruins of the divine tree. This revelation instantly awakened both of them. There had been rumors in the ninja world that the uninhabited desert at the Sunegakure border concealed the most primitive core ruins of the divine tree, yet no one had ever found the exact location. Obito destroyed the fragments of the main route and deliberately misled the tracking direction, likely intending to reach the core ruins to find other methods to activate the divine tree. We need to chase after him immediately. Naruto tucked the crystal into his cloak, gathering Ninetail's chakra in his palm. It will take time for Old Purple and the others to return the main route to Yen Inti. The three of us will take a team of Dark Division ninjas northwest first. Contact Gaara along the way and have him send Sunigakure ninjas to help search the desert. Sasuke nodded and took out a communication talisman from his ninja tool pouch. I've already messaged Kakashi to notify Raikage to keep a close watch on chakra anomalies at the northwest border. If Obito intends to enter the core ruins, he will certainly require a large amount of energy, which cannot escape Raikage's perception. Without further delay, the three selected 10 Dark Division members, skilled in tracking and rapid assault, riding on the clay birds left by Deidara, they soared towards the northwest. As night deepened, the wind over the desert carried sand grains striking against the wings of the clay birds, producing a rustling sound. After flying for about an hour, Sasuke suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. His Sharingan had detected faint chakra fluctuations in the desert below, not Obito's, but that of White Zetsu's clone. Let's go down and take a look. Naruto patted the clay bird's head, and the bird descended slowly, landing behind a sand dune. The Dark Division ninjas immediately spread out, forming an encirclement, their kunai wrapped with purification talismans ready to strike at any moment. Before long, 3 White Zetsu clones emerged from the other side of the sand dune. These clones were stronger than the ones encountered earlier, their chakra carrying a faint-tailed beast aura. It was a mimicry of Old Purple's lava-release chakra, and the viscous liquid on their claws glistened dark red, appearing more corrosive. These are Obito's surveillance. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto the core of the clones. They are monitoring the surrounding chakra to prevent us from catching up. Killer Bee charged forward first, his 8 tails tentacles wrapped in lightning chakra, smashing down fiercely on the foremost clone. Yo, these little minions dare to block our way. The clones attempted to dodge, but were ensnared by the Dark Division's wind release. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed a Rasengan, the sphere shining with golden light, striking at the core of the clone. The clone exploded instantly, dark red liquid splattering everywhere, but was blocked by a previously set up water release barrier. The cooperation of the Dark Division ninjas was becoming increasingly seamless. The remaining 2 clones tried to flee, but Sasuke's Susanoo suddenly unfolded its blade, cutting through 2 red beams, accurately cleaving the cores of the clones. The clones transformed into black ash, leaving behind faint residues of chakra. Naruto squatted down, his fingertip touching the remaining black ash of the clone, and the system prompted. The black ash contains core ruins energy fragments. Obito is nearing the ruins, attempting to break the seal at the entrance. He's almost there. Naruto stood up, his expression turning serious. We must speed up. If he breaks the seal of the ruins, the consequences will be unimaginable. Just then, the communication talisman in Naruto's cloak suddenly lit up. It was a message from Gaara. A large amount of divine tree energy fluctuations have been detected at the Sunigakure border. It seems the entrance to the core ruins has been activated. I've brought a team of ninjas over, expected to arrive in 2 hours. Great. Killer Bee shook his tentacles. With Sunigakure's help, we can find Obito even faster. Sasuke stored away his Sharingan and mounted the clay bird. Don't let your guard down. Since Obito dares to go to the core ruins, he must have contingencies. We'll head there first to hold him off and wait for Gaara to arrive before we strike together. Naruto nodded and jumped onto the clay bird. The clay bird soared once more, its wings leaving a remnant shadow in the night as it flew towards the Sunigakure border. This time, the golden light of the crystalline container no longer flickered, but steadily pointed northwest, the true destination of Obito drawing ever closer. The clay bird soared through the night for half an hour when the desert below suddenly changed. The originally flat sandy ground began to tremble slightly, and the fine sand flowed in a certain direction as if drawn by an invisible force. Naruto glanced down at the crystalline container in his arms. The golden light on the surface of the crystal was no longer stable, flickering instead as the system prompted. There is an energy disturbance zone ahead. The magnetic field interference from the core ruins of the divine tree is affecting the flow of chakra. We need to land, Sasuke suddenly spoke, his Sharingan fixated on the sandy ground below. The chakra of the clay bird will be interfered with by the magnetic field. If we fly down any further, it will lose control. Naruto promptly patted the clay bird's head, and it began to descend slowly. Just as it neared the ground, its wings suddenly twitched uncontrollably. The magnetic field was indeed starting to affect the chakra. Everyone quickly jumped down, and shortly after the clay bird landed, it transformed into a puddle of clay, completely losing its vitality. Wow, this place has a really strange magnetic field. He'll use lightning release to scout ahead. The lightning can travel along the magnetic field. If there are any traps, there will be a reaction, Killer Bee said, shaking his 8 tails tentacles, the tips emitting faint sparks of lightning. The lightning spread across the sandy ground, and not far ahead the quicksand suddenly collapsed with a loud whoosh, revealing the tangled black roots beneath. Remnants of the divine tree enhanced by the magnetic field hiding beneath the quicksand. As a trap, any chakra that approached would be ensnared and dragged underground. Watch your step. Naruto immediately warned, pulling out a fragment of the crystal and tossing a piece into the quicksand. As the fragment hit the ground, a blue light erupted and the roots recoiled at the touch of the blue light, causing the quicksand to stabilize temporarily. The crystal can temporarily suppress the magnetic field. Let's follow the blue light from the fragments. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the surroundings, quickly identifying a relatively safe path. The fluctuations in the magnetic field were weakest in that area, and there were no obvious signs of quicksand. Let's head east. There should be fewer roots over there, likely a path that Obito took. Everyone followed Sasuke eastward, and every few steps Killer Bee would use lightning to scout the path, while Naruto occasionally tossed small pieces of crystal fragments to suppress the magnetic field along the way. After walking for about 20 minutes, a black rocky area suddenly appeared ahead. The rocks were covered with cracked patterns which emitted a faint purple light, marking the perimeter of the core ruins of the Divine Tree. The entrance to the ruins should be behind the rocky area. Naruto tightened his grip on the crystalline container. The golden light from the crystal became particularly bright, pointing directly at the center of the rocky area. Obito's energy is inside. But just as everyone prepared to rush into the rocky area, Sasuke suddenly stopped them. Wait, there's something wrong inside. The red light of his Sharingan swept across the rocky area. The energy fluctuations in the center are too obvious, like bait intentionally exposed. Obito isn't that foolish to expose his position so clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of intense energy from the Divine Tree erupted from the center of the rocky area, released intentionally by Obito to attract their attention. Naruto immediately used the crystalline container to sense, only to find that in addition to the energy in the center, he sensed a faint residual energy on the west side, more concealed than the one in the center. To the west. He's to the west. The one in the center is a decoy. Everyone immediately turned toward the west, and sure enough, they discovered a concealed crack on the west side of the rocky area. The crack was so narrow that only one person could pass through, with fresh friction marks on the edges, clearly indicating that Obito had just squeezed in not long ago. Remnants of his chakra still lingered within the crack. This is a side entrance to the ruins. Sasuke crouched down, touching the edge of the crack with his fingertip. There are Otsutsuki symbols on the rock, indicating that it was an emergency passage left from years ago. Obito must have deciphered the symbols to get inside. Just as Killer Bee was about to squeeze into the crack, several black roots suddenly shot out from within, heading straight for his face. Whoa. They left a backup plan. The Eight Tails tentacles immediately coiled around the roots, electricity coursing through the tentacles, charring the roots instantly. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto pulled out the crystalline container, tossing a small shard into the crack. Use the crystal to suppress the roots inside. We need to go in and chase after him. As the fragment landed, the blue light exploded within the crack, and the roots indeed fell silent. Sasuke was the first to squeeze into the crack, his Susanoo forming a thin shield around him to prevent being scratched by the rocks. Killer Bee followed closely, his tentacles leading the way, and Naruto brought up the rear, clutching the crystalline container, ready to sense Obito's energy at any moment. Inside, the crack was pitch black, with only the runes on the rock walls occasionally glowing with faint purple light. After walking about 50 meters, Obito's voice suddenly echoed ahead, tinged with pride. You finally found this place, but it's too late. The core chamber of the ruins is right ahead, and I will soon obtain the core energy of the Divine Tree. Naruto immediately quickened his pace, the golden light from the crystalline container growing brighter and brighter, indicating they were getting closer to Obito. At that moment, a heavy sound of a stone door opening suddenly resounded ahead, followed by Obito's cold laugh. Welcome to the core of the Divine Tree. This will be your burial ground. The group rushed out of the crack, and their surroundings opened up. Before them lay a vast underground chamber. In the center stood a massive core pillar of the Divine Tree, radiating purple light, with Obito standing before it, forming complex seals with his hands, preparing to absorb the core energy. Don't move! A cold shout came from the entrance of the chamber. It was Gaara. He charged in with the shinobi sand swirling around him to form a shield. Obito, you can't escape. Obito glanced back at Gaara, then at Naruto, and the others, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Escape? I never intended to run. Today I will use this core energy to show all of you the true power of the Divine Tree. Suddenly the purple light on the core pillar surged, and the magnetic field within the chamber grew stronger. Naruto could feel the crystalline container in his arms heating up. A new decisive battle was about to begin. The violet light of the core pillar of the Divine Tree intensified, causing the magnetic field in the chamber to swirl wildly, making everyone's chakra unstable. Gaara's sand trembled around him, Killer Bee's lightning flickered erratically, and even Sasuke's Susanoo rippled with subtle waves. Obito pressed his hands against the core pillar, black chakra climbing up the pillar's patterns, attempting to envelop the violet core energy. Don't waste your effort. This core pillar's energy only recognizes chakra related to the Divine Tree. Your ninjutsu is completely useless. Is that so? Suddenly Gaara raised his hand, sand rapidly spreading along the core pillar's patterns, tightly binding Obito's wrist. My sand can lock the flow of chakra. Even if the energy acknowledges you, you still can't absorb it. Obito tried to break free from the sand only to discover that the sand was mixed with the scales left behind by Fu, which burrowed into his chakra pathways instantly, causing his chakra to become sluggish. He gritted his teeth, channeling more chakra to try to burn through the sand, but the violet energy of the core pillar suddenly backfired, a beam of purple light piercing into his palm, causing Obito to grunt, his face instantly turning red. How could this? The energy actually backfires on me. Because you fundamentally do not understand the principles of the core pillar. Naruto stepped forward, the container crystal in his arms suddenly floating up, its golden light facing off against the violet light of the core pillar from afar. The system has already analyzed that the divine tree's core energy requires balanced absorption. If you forcibly wrap it with chakra, it will only rebound against you. This is the energy balance mechanism left by the Otsutsuki. Sasuke's Sharingan shone brilliantly, his pupils reflecting the subtle patterns hidden on the core pillar. The pillar has an absorption threshold mark. Exceeding this threshold will trigger a backlash. Obito, you can't even comprehend this much, and you still want to control the core energy. Obito trembled from the backlash of the purple light, yet still refused to let go. He knew this was his last chance. Once interrupted, he would never have the opportunity to approach the core pillar again. He suddenly pulled out a black scroll from his bosom, crushed it, and countless white Zetsu clones surged out from the scroll, rushing towards everyone. Even if I can't absorb it, I won't let you have it easy. These clones were infused with core energy and could self-detonate. Do you dare to stop them? The purple energy emanating from the clones indeed originated from the core pillar, and once detonated, the entire chamber could potentially collapse. Killer Bee immediately activated his Eight Tails cloak, weaving a net of lightning with his tentacles in front of him. Yo, want to self-destruct? My lightning net can lock your chakra. Oh, let's see how you explode. The lightning net enveloped the clone, charging at the front, instantly suppressing the purple energy on the clone, rendering. Gaara controlled the sand to form a barrier blocking the clones on both sides. Naruto, Sasuke, hurry and stop Obito. We'll handle this here. Naruto nodded and leaped towards the core pillar, the container crystal glowing with blinding golden light in front of him. The crystal actively flew towards the core pillar, and at the moment of collision between the golden and violet lights, there was no explosive conflict. Instead, a faint golden chakra chain formed, one end wrapping around the core pillar, the other around Obito's wrist. This is an energy guiding chain. Obito was stunned. He could feel the rebounding purple light within him flowing along the chain into the crystal, along with the divine tree energy he had previously absorbed being drawn away. What are you trying to do? It's not about what I want to do. The crystal is balancing the energy. Naruto walked up to Obito, the chakra of the Nine Tails forming a shield around him to prevent energy backlash. The energy of the core pillar cannot be forcibly absorbed, yet can only be guided by the crystal. The part you forcibly absorbed now has to be expelled. Otherwise you will be overwhelmed by the energy. Of course Obito was unwilling. He tried to sever the chain, but found that the chain had already fused into his chakra pathways and couldn't be broken. The purple light from the core pillar was still surging into his body, while the crystal was drawing away his energy. With the simultaneous influx and outflux, cracks began to appear on his body, and his chakra was in utter chaos. I won't accept this. I was so close to success. Sasuke stepped beside Naruto, the sword of his Susanoo resting on Obito's shoulder. It's useless to be unwilling. If you want to destroy the ninja world, we will never let you succeed. Let go of the core pillar now, and you might still have a chance to live. Obito looked at the sword resting on his shoulder, then at the chaotic energy around him, and finally despondently released his grip on the core pillar. As soon as he let go, the chakra chain immediately tightened, drawing all the excess divine tree energy from his body into the crystal, and the purple light from the core pillar gradually calmed down, returning to a gentle brightness. Killer Bee and Gaara had also finished dealing with the clones and walked over to everyone. Gaara controlled the sand to wrap around Obito's body, preventing him from making any further moves. Now we should take him back to Awagakure and leave him to the Ninja World's council. Naruto stowed the container crystal away, the golden light within it shining even brighter than before. After absorbing the core energy, the crystal's sensitivity to the divine tree energy had increased even further. He looked at the core pillar. The patterns on the pillar had calmed down and no energy was leaking out. The core pillar is temporarily stabilized, but we need to find a sealing master to reinforce it lest someone else have designs on it in the future. At that moment, Obito suddenly raised his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Do you think this is all there is to the core of the divine tree? As Obito's cold laughter faded, he suddenly lunged towards the core pillar of the divine tree. His body wrapped in sand erupted with black chakra at the moment of impact, breaking free from Gaara's sandbind. This was the last remnant of the divine tree's core energy, hidden within him, specifically reserved for this contingency. Do you think just locking me up is enough? Obito pressed his palm against a dark pattern at the base of the core pillar, causing it to glow in resonance with the chakra in his hand. Beneath this core pillar lies a secret chamber left by Otsutsuki. Inside lies the true secret of the divine tree. The ground suddenly shook violently, a crack opening in the rock at the base of the core pillar, and pale purple energy surged forth from the fissure accompanied by ancient runic phantoms. The container crystal in Naruto's arms suddenly heated up, and the system prompted detected energy fluctuations from the Otsutsuki secret chamber containing residual chakra from Kagaya. Opening the secret chamber will release the protective roots of the divine tree. Kagaya's chakra. Sasuke's Sharingan narrowed the red light fixated on the runes in the crack. You knew all along that the core pillar was related to Kagaya. Of course. Obito's body was gradually enveloped by the energy of the secret chamber as the sand fell away from him. The Uchiha tablet has long stated that the divine tree is a tool Kagaya uses to absorb chakra from the ninja world. This core's secret chamber hides fragments that can awaken Kagaya's will. As long as I obtain it, I can harness Kagaya's power to rebuild the ninja world. The crack widened further and numerous thick black roots stretched out covered in a pale golden sticky substance. This was the divine tree's root imbued with Kagaya's chakra, more corrosive than any roots encountered before. Upon contact with the air, the surrounding rocks began to melt. Stop him. Don't let him enter the secret chamber. Gaara immediately manipulated the sand to form a giant wall in front of the crack. But as the roots crashed into the sand wall, the sand was instantly corroded by the sticky substance, and the giant wall soon developed holes. Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles wrapped in lightning surged forward, striking the roots, but only causing them to hesitate, without completely severing them. Yo, these roots are too tough. Lightning techniques can only hold them off temporarily. We need to find their weakness. Naruto stared at the pale golden sticky substance on the roots, suddenly recalling the Kagaya chakra characteristics the system had previously analyzed. Though this chakra is powerful, it is vulnerable to the pure chakra of the tailed beasts. He immediately bit his finger, injecting Ninetail's chakra into the container crystal, which exploded with golden light as he threw it towards the roots. The chakra of the Ninetails can neutralize it. Sasuke, helped me press the crystal against the core of the roots. Sasuke understood, and the arm of his Susanoo reached through the gap in the roots, accurately grabbing the floating crystal and pressing it atop the thickest root. The golden light spread along the roots, causing the pale golden sticky substance to solidify instantly, and the roots' movements slowed down. Indeed, Ninetail's chakra was effective. But at that moment, Obito had already plunged into the opening of the cracked secret chamber. He turned to look at the others, a maniacal smile on his face. It's too late. I can already feel Kagaya as well. Just wait soon. The entire ninja world will fall into true peace. The crack at the entrance of the secret chamber began to shrink, and the roots became active again, seeming to want to seal the entrance completely. Naruto rushed forward, using his body to block the shrinking gap. We can't let him close the entrance. If Kagaya's chakra inside is utilized by him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gaara quickly manipulated the sand to hold the gap, while Killer Bee used lightning techniques to slash through the surrounding roots. Quick, go in and pursue. He'll stay here with Gaara to prevent the roots from sealing the entrance. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances and simultaneously dove into the entrance of his secret chamber. Inside the entrance was a narrow corridor with strange runes carved into the walls on both sides. Glowing with a pale golden light, these were the Kagaya's remnants indicated by the system. These runes are different from those on the Uchiha tablet. Sasuke's Sharingan scanned the runes, his pupils reflecting their trajectories. They're more ancient, closer to Otsutsuki's primitive script, as if recording the method of the divine tree's nourishment. As Naruto took out the container crystal, the runes shone brighter when the crystal approached them. The system prompted the runes record. Kagaya uses the divine tree as a medium to absorb chakra from the ninja world and transform it into her own power. Deep within the secret chamber lie fragments of Kagaya's chakra, which Obito is attempting to absorb. The two quickened their pace, and soon a circular secret chamber appeared at the end of the corridor. In the center of the chamber floated a pale golden fragment surrounded by a swirling pale golden chakra. It was indeed a fragment of Kagaya's chakra. Obito reached out to grab the fragment, and the black chakra on his body began to resonate with the fragment's energy. Stop! Naruto leaped up, launching a Rasengan infused with Ninetail's chakra towards Obito. Obito dodged to the side, but at that moment he caught the fragment in his hand, and the pale golden chakra instantly enveloped his body. Haha, I got it. With this I can. His words suddenly halted as the fragment's chakra began to backfire, the pale golden light overflowing from his body, as if it were about to explode him. Obito's expression twisted in pain. How could this? Kagaya's chakra actually backfire on me? Because you don't understand how to control it at all. Sasuke's Susanoo surrounded Obito, the blade pressed against his throat. Kagaya's chakra needs a container. Your method of forcibly absorbing it will only lead to being devoured by it. Naruto stepped forward, the container crystal glowing golden towards the fragment. Hand over the fragment, and I can help stabilize the chakra for you, otherwise you will be turned to ashes by the fragment's energy. Obito gazed at the approaching golden light, then glanced at the blade against his throat, a flicker of struggle crossing it. But at that moment, he suddenly hurled the fragment towards the wall of the secret chamber. The fragment collided against the runes on the wall, and the pale golden light instantly filled the entire chamber as the walls began to tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse. What I can't obtain you all won't get either. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was dodging the tremors, Obito opened a gap in the Kamui space with his last bit of chakra. Next time we meet, he'll return with Kagaya's power. As the gap closed, Obito vanished completely. Naruto immediately picked up the fragment on the ground, wrapping it with the container crystal. The golden light of the crystal instantly stabilized the fragment's energy, and the pale golden light ceased its chaos. The tremors of the secret chamber gradually subsided, but the Kagaya remnants on the walls became clearer. Sasuke stepped forward, touching the runes with his fingertip, and his Sharingan captured the trajectory of the runes. These runes are recording the process of the divine tree-bearing fruit, ultimately pointing to Kagaya, consuming chakra fruit. The core of the divine tree is indeed related to Kagaya's resurrection. Naruto looked at the pale golden fragment in the container crystal, and the system prompted Kagaya's chakra fragment has stabilized, can be used to analyze Kagaya's energy characteristics, laying the groundwork for future responses to Kagaya's threat. He looked up at Sasuke, then at the entrance of the secret chamber. Obito has obtained half of the clues we need to return to IWA and inform the 5 Kage about our findings here. Kagaya's threat is closer than we imagined. Sasuke nodded, retracting the sword of his Susanoo. First, let's go out and regroup with Gaara and the others. The runes in the secret chamber need to be documented. When we return, we should have Konoha's analysts analyze them. Perhaps we can find a way to prevent Kagaya's resurrection. As the two exited the secret chamber, they found Gaara and Killer Bee had already cleared out the remaining roots outside. Seeing the fragment in Naruto's hand, Gaara sighed in relief. It's good that you obtained the fragment. It's fine that Obito escaped, and at least we now understand the connection between the divine tree and Kagaya. Yo-Yo, now is not the time to relax. Killer Bee shook his tentacles. Obito has learned so many secrets and will definitely seek more divine tree relics. We must hurry back to IWA and regroup with the other ninja villages to discuss our next plan. As they left the core ruins of the divine tree, the sky was already dimly lit. The morning mist over the desert had yet to disperse. Naruto held a container crystal wrapped with the fragments of Kagaya, feeling the faint vibration of the fragments at his fingertips. It wasn't the backlash of energy from before, but rather an induction of sorts. The system prompt indicated that the Kagaya fragments were resonating weakly with other source energies, pointing northeast, consistent with the direction of Obito's escape. Obito might be looking for more Kagaya fragments. Naruto relayed the system prompt to the others as he continued walking. The resonance of the fragments is unmistakable. He definitely knows that more fragments are scattered throughout the ninja world and wants to gather them to awaken Kagaya's will. Gaara walked alongside him, a thin layer of sand forming around his feet to prevent sinking into the residual quicksand. The ancient text of Tsunegakure mentioned that before Kagaya was sealed, she had divided her chakra into multiple pieces, hiding them in various ruins of divine trees. If Obito truly wants to gather them all, his next target might be the frozen earth ruins to the northeast. That place is perpetually frozen and is said to conceal the second fragment. Suddenly, Killer Bee halted, the lightning of the eight tails tentacles flickering. Yo-Yo, there's something moving ahead. It's not chakra, it's something made of paper floating around. The group looked in the direction he pointed, and indeed several white paper talismans floated through the morning mist, imprinted with the red cloud symbol of the Akatsuki and smeared with a faint sticky substance from the divine tree left by Obito. Naruto reached out to catch one of the talismans. As soon as it touched his fingertip, it automatically unfolded, revealing the writing inside. Want to stop me? Head to the frozen earth ruins. Not only are there Kagaya fragments, but also a gift I have prepared for you. The new container for the 10 tails, which is almost ready. At the end of the writing was a distorted smile, exuding malice. Sasuke's Sharingan swept over the talisman and quickly noticed something unusual. There are chakra markings on the talisman. Obito deliberately left them behind to track our location. He aims to lure us to the frozen earth ruins and set a trap. Gaara frowned. The environment there is harsh, with the roots of the divine tree beneath the ice. Once we enter, it would be easy for him to ensnare us. Yet Naruto tightened his grip on the talisman, the Kagaya fragment in the container crystal vibrating even more noticeably. Even if it's a trap, we must go. The resonance of the fragments is growing stronger. If he gets the second one, the probability of awakening Kagaya's will double. He looked at Sasuke. Can you use the water mirror technique to copy the chakra markings on the talisman? Then we can track Obito's location. Sasuke nodded, gathering a small amount of chakra at his fingertips as he formed seals toward the talisman. Water-style water mirror technique. A light blue water mirror unfolded in front of him, and the chakra markings from the talisman were copied into the mirror, slowly revealing a faint red trajectory, which pointed directly northeast toward the frozen earth ruins. The marking can last for 3 hours. We need to speed up. Not long after they set off, 3 white Zetsu clones suddenly burst out from the morning mist. Unlike the ones they encountered before, these clones were unarmed, but instead held a black scroll heading straight towards Naruto. Are those messengers sent by Obito? Killer Bee's tentacles tensed immediately, lightning flickering. Don't get close. Those clones might be hiding bombs. However, the clones stopped placing the black scroll on the ground, then turned around in unison, their bodies slowly turning to ash. They made no attack and did not self-destruct, as if they were simply delivering the scroll. Naruto cautiously approached, touching the scroll with a shard of crystal. After confirming there were no traps, he opened. Inside was a hand-drawn map detailing the route to the frozen earth ruins with a trap zone circled in red ink next to which was written, "Beneath the frozen earth lies a root cage. Only the Kagaya fragments can break it. Don't waste time taking detours and waiting for you at the core." He actually gave a map voluntarily. Gaara found it strange. This is too unusual. There must be a trick. Sasuke, however, scrutinized the handwriting on the map, his brow furrowing. This isn't Obito's handwriting. He pointed to the words root cage. Obito would write cage in a more careless manner. This handwriting is neater, as if someone forced him to write it. Naruto suddenly recalled the Kagaya fragments in the container crystal. When he opened the scroll earlier, the fragments' vibrations noticeably quickened, as if they were responding to some energy from the scroll. He touched the scroll with the crystal. Golden lines immediately appeared on the scroll, perfectly matching the patterns of the fragments. It's the energy imprint of the Kagaya fragments. When Obito drew the map, the fragments were right beside him, and the imprint got onto the scroll. So that means Obito already has a fragment with him. Killer Bee's tentacles swayed. When he escaped from the core chamber, he didn't take the one we have. Where did his fragment? This question left everyone in silence. Naruto glanced down at the Kagaya fragments in the crystal, and the system prompt updated suddenly detected that the Kagaya imprint on the scroll is of the same origin as the Uchiha stone tablet's residual energy. It is speculated that Obito's fragment comes from beneath the Uchiha ruins. This made sense when they infiltrated the Uchiha ruins before they only decoded the surface information of the stone tablet and didn't discover the fragments hidden beneath it. Regardless of where his fragment came from, we must go to the frozen earth ruins. Naruto tucked the scroll away and quickened his pace. We have to arrive within 3 hours, or the tracking mark will disappear, and it will be difficult to find Obito afterward. After traveling northeast for 2 hours, the desert gradually gave way to ice. The cold wind whipped ice particles against their faces as Naruto tightened his equipment pack, while the container crystal vibrated more frequently in his arms. The resonance of the Kagaya fragments grew stronger, and the system prompted less than 10 miles to the frozen earth ruins. Beneath the ice there are numerous roots of the divine tree containing ice-style chakra, which is prone to trigger ice traps. Be careful underfoot. Gaara suddenly halted, sand seeping from his toes into the cracks of the ice layer. Beneath the ice layer is hollow with roots coiling below. If you step too heavily, you will fall into a trap woven by the roots. Killer Bee flicked his 8-tails tentacles, which released weak lightning that spread across the ice layer. Yo-Yo will use lightning style to scout. The lightning will light up when it hits the roots. Follow the illuminated path to avoid the traps. The lightning traced a light blue trajectory beneath the ice layer as the group followed it onward. Not far along, Sasuke suddenly raised his hand. Stop. His Sharingan focused on a protruding ice mound ahead. There's a significant chakra disturbance beneath the ice mound. It's white Zetsu clones, and they can use ice style. As soon as he finished speaking, the ice mound exploded, and 5 white Zetsu clones sprang out from the debris. Unlike before, these clones were covered in a thin layer of ice, and with a swipe of their claws they shot out 3 ice spikes straight at Naruto. They were modified using Obito's ice-style chakra, specifically designed for ambushes beneath the ice layer. Watch out for the ice spikes. Naruto immediately activated his 9-tails chakra shield. The ice spikes collided with the shield and shattered instantly. He retaliated with a Rasengan, the sphere of golden light, smashing into the foremost clone. Instead of dissipating immediately, the clone became encased in ice. The ice-style chakra formed a protective layer within it. We need to break its ice style first. Gaara controlled the sand to entangle one clone's ankle. The sand heated up with chakra, quickly melting the ice. Using warm ninjutsu can melt its ice shell. Sasuke's Susanoo gathered fire-style chakra, a faint red flame igniting on the blade. Fire-style, Susanoo slash. The flame attack struck 2 clones, instantly melting their ice shells. The clones lost their protection and were burned to ash by the fire. Killer Bee ensnared the last 2 clones with lightning style, the lightning spreading across the ice surface, causing the ice shells on the clones to crack. Yo-Yo, without the ice shell you're just little bugs. The 8-tails tentacles came down hard, crushing the clones instantly. After dealing with the clones, the ice layer gave us. Naruto looked down at his feet as the lightning beneath the ice layer suddenly intensified. Numerous roots of the divine tree were converging toward them, and the ice-style chakra on the roots began to freeze the ice layer, quickly trapping them in place. We can't wait. Naruto pulled out the container crystal, infusing the energy of the Kagaya fragments into it. Golden light spreading across the ice layer. The energy from the fragments can temporarily push back the roots. Let's hurry into the ruins. Where the golden light reached, the roots beneath the ice indeed began to recede. The group quickened their pace and soon spotted the entrance to the frozen earth ruins. It was a stone door partially buried in the ice, engraved with the same Kagaya remnants as the core column of the divine tree, and faint purple energy seeped from the cracks. Sasuke approached the stone gate, his Sharingan scanning the faded engravings upon its surface. These patterns form a mechanism. Only the energy of Kagaya's fragment can activate it. He turned to Naruto. Try using the fragment you hold. Naruto pressed the crystalline vessel into the recess at the gate's center. Its faint golden energy flowed along the grooves and into the ancient markings. The engravings flared instantly to life, and the massive stone gate began to grind open, revealing a pitch-black passageway, its icy walls lined with soft violet energy imprints, remnants left by the divine tree's roots. Stay vigilant once inside, Naruto said, retracting the crystal as a shimmering shield of Ninetail's chakra coalesced around him. Obito is surely waiting for us within, and the Ten-Tail's new vessel may lie at the passage's end. They stepped into the corridor. Scarcely had they advanced a few paces when fissures erupted across the ice walls, and countless thorn roots surged forth. Killer Bee instantly wove a crackling lightning net to intercept the assault. Yo-yo, these roots even wield ice thorns, more troublesome than before. Gaara manipulated sand to erect towering barriers along both sides of the passage, temporarily halting the encroaching roots. We must move faster. The sand walls won't hold long. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto the depths ahead, and he halted abruptly. There's an energy barrier up ahead. He pointed toward a translucent violet membrane shimmering in the distance. Beyond it pulses the chakra of the Ten-Tail's vessel, similar to the nascent Ten-Tail's energy we sensed in the mines, yet far more stable. Naruto stepped forward to the membrane. The crystalline vessel in his hand suddenly glowed, resonating with the barrier's energy. This shield is forged from Kagaya's fragment and Ten-Tail's chakra. Only the fragment's energy can dispel it. Pressing the crystal against the membrane, he watched as golden energy spread like liquid light across its surface, thinning it gradually. Just as the barrier trembled on the verge of dissolution, Obito's voice echoed from the darkness, "You truly found your way here." From the shadows emerged Obito. Hovering beside him was a semi-transparent vessel cradling a swirling mass of black chakra, the Ten-Tail's new host. Infused with the divine tree's core and Kagaya's fragment, this vessel will fully contain the Ten-Tail's chakra within 1 hour. You won't succeed. Naruto thrust the crystal forward, shattering the membrane entirely. He leapt skyward, hurling a Rasengan blazing with Ninetail's chakra straight at the vessel. I'll destroy it. Obito instantly redirected the vessel aside, while launching several black rods toward Naruto. Want to destroy it? Then face me first. Killer Bee's 8 tails tentacles lashed out, seizing Obito's wrist, lightning surging violently along their length. Yo-yo, I'm your opponent now. Naruto, go for the vessel. Meanwhile, Sasuke circled behind Obito, the sword of his Susanoo pressed coldly against Obito's spine. Don't move, or I'll pierce your heart with a single stroke. Obito stood motionless at the corridor's center, encircled, trapped, besieged from every side. Yet in that moment of utter desperation, he threw back his head and laughed, a chilling, echoing sound that sent shivers down spines. Do you truly believe this will stop me? His voice was glacial, laced with contempt, his gaze sweeping over his foes as though they were nothing more than insignificant insects. In that instant of stunned silence, Obito slammed his palm onto the vessel beside him. The vessel, seemingly inert moments before, ignited as his hand made contact. The black chakra within roiled and detonated like a star collapsing inward. A torrent of obsidian chakra flooded the corridor, swallowing light and sound alike. Amidst its overwhelming surge, Obito's laughter grew wilder, more unhinged. Hidden within this vessel lies a seed of the divine tree's root system. Once I trigger it, these roots will consume the entire passage. You'll all be entombed alive. His words hung like a demonic incantation, striking primal terror into every heart present. The divine tree's root power was cataclysmic. Its detonation would obliterate the corridor, utterly burying them all beneath an endless, suffocating dark. No sooner had Obito finished speaking than the black chakra within the vessel erupted violently. Countless minute Shinju seeds burst forth, scattering across the icy floor of the corridor. The moment the seeds touched the ice, they sprouted with terrifying speed, sending thick, sinewy roots snaking toward the group. Chakra imbued with ice release plummeted the corridor's temperature, freezing even the air itself. Danger! Fall back! Gaara instantly commanded his sand to surge forward, forming a defensive barrier against the foremost lashing roots. Yet the roots grew too swiftly. The sand wall shattered under their assault, and the scattered grains froze solid into brittle shards. Killer Bee released Obito and hurled his 8 tails lightning-wreathed tentacles at the advancing roots. Yo-yo, these roots just won't quit. Lightning can only hold them off for so long. Naruto drew forth the last fragment of crystalline stone and hurled it directly into the thicket of roots. The instant the shard struck the ground, a blinding azure light detonated. Upon contact, the roots ceased all growth. But the fragment's energy waned rapidly, and the roots soon stirred anew. We're out of crystal fragments. We need another plan. Sasuke's Sharingan locked onto the vessel clutched in Obito's hand, and he spoke sharply. That vessel is the source of the root's power. Shatter it, and the roots will wither instantly. He launched himself skyward as Susanoo's great sword cleaved downward toward the vessel. Naruto, distract Obito. Naruto understood instantly. He surged forward, wrapping Obito's arms in seething Ninetail's chakra to prevent him from manipulating the vessel. Sasuke, now. Obito thrashed desperately, yet Naruto held him fast. Gritting his teeth, he forced Chakra into the vessel, attempting to trigger its self-destruction. Even if you destroy the vessel, I'll drag you all down with me. Just as the vessel trembled on the verge of detonation, a thunderous eruption of molten rock shook the corridor entrance. Naruto, we're here. Rashi burst through the opening, molten lava coalescing into a colossal fist that slammed toward the vessel. I'll obliterate that thing myself. Yagura and Fu followed close behind. Yagura raised his hand, summoning water release to intercept the roots lunging toward Naruto. Fu fluttered her butterfly wings, dispersing pale green scales that settled upon the roots. On contact, the scales sealed their chakra flow. My scales can suppress root growth, for now. Hurry, destroy the vessel. Rashi's magma fist crashed into the vessel, fracturing its surface with a sharp. Seizing the opening, Sasuke drove Susanu's blade deep into the fissure. The fire-infused chakra along its edge detonated, shattering the vessel entirely. Its black chakra dissipated like smoke swallowed by wind. The moment the vessel was destroyed, every root in the corridor instantly lost vitality, wilting into lifeless, desiccated husks. Obito stared at the ruined vessel, his face drained of color. Impossible. How could my vessel be destroyed? Rashi strode forward, swirling molten rock lazily in his palm. Did you truly believe you could overcome us alone? He gestured toward the entrance. Beyond that threshold lie shinobi from countless villages. You are surrounded. There is no escape. Obito scanned the gathering figures at the entrance, then turned back to those before him, knowing at last that all hope had vanished. Suddenly he produced a black scroll, crushed it in his fist, and dissolved into a swirl of dark smoke. Today, you win. But I will return. Once I gather more Kaguya fragments, you shall learn. This world belongs to me alone. The smoke dispersed, and Obito vanished without trace. Naruto knelt beside the shattered vessel and retrieved a jagged fragment. The faint lingering resonance of Kaguya's chakra still shimmered upon its surface. He escaped, but we've broken his vessel, halting his assimilation of the Ten-Tails chakra. Gaara exhaled slowly, gazing at the withered roots. Thankfully you contacted us in time, or we might have been entombed here forever. Fu fluttered beside Naruto, wings glinting in the dim light. The resonance from the crystal. It's weakening. She pointed to the crystal nestled in his chest pouch. Is it because Obito's fragment has moved farther away? Naruto glanced down. The crystal's soft golden luminescence had indeed dimmed. He must have fled far. Its resonance fades with distance. But he'll seek other Kaguya fragments. We must alert every shinobi village immediately to monitor all Shinju ruins and stop him before he strikes again. Sasuke nodded, retracting Susanoo. We'll return to Awagakure first to brief the 5 Kaguya. Though these roots have perished, the Frostland ruins must still be secured. Someone must purge them, lest they revive. Emerging from the corridor, sunlight bathed them in warmth. The frozen floor glittered beneath its rays, and in the distance, shinobi from allied villages advanced steadily toward them. Naruto tightened his grip on the crystalline fragment nestled against his chest. He knew, though Obito had been thwarted this time, the threat of the Kaguya fragments remained. The war for the shinobi world had not ended. It had only entered its next darker phase. As they left the frozen earth ruins, the cold wind had weakened somewhat. Old Z and Shirtsong led the Umbu to clear the remaining roots, while Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and Kurabi hurried towards Awagakure. They needed to inform the 5 Kageyas about the situation with the Kaguya fragments and the Ten-Tails vessel as soon as possible to prevent Obito from acting first. Yo-Yo, that black-haired Obito runs pretty fast. Kurabi waved his 8-tails tentacles, leading the way to scout ahead. But he only has one fragment in hand. It won't be that easy for him to gather them all. Naruto cautiously extended his hand, gently caressing the crystalline vessel in his arms. He could sense that the resonance of the fragment seemed to be slightly weaker than before, but occasionally a faint blue light would flicker. This blue light was different from the previous golden glow. It leaned more towards a cold blue tone reminiscent of the deep sea. Naruto gazed at the blue light, a surge of curiosity and anticipation welling up in his heart. At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a notification sound. New deep-sea energy resonance detected from the Kaguya fragment, pointing to the undersea divine tree ruins near Kirigakure, which conceals the 3rd fragment. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up. He realized that this blue light could be the key clue to finding the next fragment. He decided to head immediately to the undersea divine tree ruins near Kirigakure to investigate. He might be heading to Kirigakure. Naruto stopped and shared the system's notification with everyone. The resonance of the fragment points to the seabed. Kirigakure is shrouded in fog year-round, and the seabed just happens to hide the divine tree ruins. Obito might have already gone that way. Gaara frowned. Kirigakure is far from our Sunigakure, and news travels slowly. I need to return to Sunigakure first, and send the Umbu to watch the borders of Kirigakure. Once they spot Obito, they should send word immediately. Sasuke nodded. Naruto and I will head to Awagakure first to inform the 5 Kageyas about the situation with the frozen earth. Then we'll have Konoha send Umbu to support Kirigakure. Kurabi, you contact Raikage and have Kumogakure send ninjas to patrol the seabed of Kirigakure. Extra layers of defense can certainly thwart Obito. Leave it to me. Kurabi took out a communication talisman and quickly wrote on it with his tentacles. Though that Raikage has a short temper, he will definitely agree since this concerns the ninja world. The group split at the fork in the road. Gaara, headed towards Sunagakure Karabi, went to the nearby outpost to send communications while Naruto and Sasuke continued towards Iwagakure. On the way, Sasuke suddenly spoke. Could the fragment in Obito's hand have been taken from the Uchiha ruins? Naruto recalled the system's hint about the residual energy from the stele. We previously only deciphered the surface of the stele and didn't dig into the soil beneath it. Perhaps the fragment is buried under the stele and Obito found it. Sasuke's Sharingan flickered slightly, as if containing boundless power and wisdom. He gazed into the distance, his thoughts swirling like a tide. When I return, I must visit the Uchiha ruins again. Sasuke's voice was low and firm, revealing a resolute determination. He understood the history and secrets of the Uchiha clan and knew that important clues might be hidden there. If there are still residual fragments, I must dig them out as soon as possible. Sasuke's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly contemplating the potential difficulties and challenges ahead. He knew time was of the essence and could not give Obito any opportunity. Obito, the person who had once brought Sasuke immense pain and hatred, was still a potential threat. Sasuke could not allow him to gain more power, otherwise the consequences would be dire. I can't let him succeed any longer. Sasuke clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, leaving several trails of blood. His gaze became sharper, as if he wanted to pierce through time and space to find Obito's trail. The Uchiha ruins, once a place of great glory, now lay in ruins. But Sasuke believed that beneath this desolate land there were still secrets waiting to be uncovered. He aimed to unveil these secrets and find ways to combat Obito, protecting himself and those he cherished. No matter how rugged the road ahead might be, Sasuke would not retreat. His determination was unwavering. After half a day's travel, as they neared Iwagakure, they could see that the walls of Iwagakure were filled with ninjas. Old Z had sent word ahead, and Iwagakure was already prepared to prevent a sudden attack from Obito. As he stepped into the meeting hall of the rock-hidden village, the air still carried the scorching essence of the lava released. Old Z and Shirtsong had placed the root samples from the frozen earth ruins on the table. The dark purple roots, wrapped in ice crystals, still twitching slightly despite being removed from the soil. Residual energy from the divine tree kept them alive. You arrived just in time. Inoki stood up, leaning on his cane, and pointed to the map of the ninja world on the table, where the area marked as underwater mist was highlighted with a faint water stain. I just received a secret message from the Mizukage of the Mist Village. The energy fluctuations from the underwater divine tree ruins have suddenly increased, and White Zetsu's clone has appeared in the nearby seas. Obito has likely headed that way. Naruto placed the crystalline container next to the map, the faint golden light of the fragment resonating weakly with the marker for underwater mist. The system prompt stated the divine tree energy in the target area shares an 89 origin affinity with the Kagaya fragment. There are dual disturbances of deep-sea pressure energy turbulence requiring tailed beast chakra for assistance in locating. Sasuke and I will go to the mist. Naruto's finger pointed at the underwater area on the map. The resonance of the fragment can accurately lock onto the location of the third fragment. Sasuke's Sharingan can decode the deep-sea energy interference, and in addition, he glanced at Killer Bee. The Eight Tails lightning can conduct through water, serving both as a scout and a defense against White Zetsu's ambush. Killer Bee immediately shook his Eight Tails tentacles, the lightning flashing at his fingertips. Yo-Yo, I'm familiar with underwater exploration. Lightning wrapped in water flow can also provide a whole electrotherapy SBA, ensuring that White Zetsu's clone can't escape once it arrives. However, Sasuke suddenly frowned, his Sharingan sweeping over the marked site of the Uchiha ruins on the map. Before we set off, I need to return to Konoha first. The fragments in Obito's hands likely originated from the soil beneath the Uchiha stone tablet. I need to confirm whether there is still residual energy at the ruins to prevent him from returning to collect it. He'll have someone assist you. Tsunade's voice came through the communication seal. She was coordinating medical resources in Konoha. I've already sent Kakashi and the Umbu to stand by at the Uchiha ruins. Just connect with them directly when you arrive, and don't delay your trip to the mist. Inoki tapped the table, his tone serious. Sunagakure and Kumogakure will send reinforcements. Gaara will lead the Sand Shinobi to guard the mist's borders, preventing Obito from taking a detour. Raikage has given Killer Bee full authority over the deep-sea operation and can call upon Kumogakure's underwater warships if necessary. Shirtsong added the water release. Shinobi from the mist have set up a water prison technique at the seabed. While it won't stop Obito, it can delay his speed in finding the fragments. Ching will go ahead to the mist to assist you. His sensory ninjutsu can pinpoint energy nodes in the deep sea. Naruto picked up the crystalline container, the fragments glow brightening due to the resonance. Then we will proceed in 2 steps. Sasuke will confirm the ruins in Konoha, while Killer Bee and I will head to the mist's borders to wait for him. Once we meet, we will head directly underwater. He looked at everyone. Before Obito secures the third fragment, we must guard the entrance to the ruins at all costs. We cannot allow him to gather the fragments and activate the coordinates of Kagaya's sealing site. The lights in the meeting hall illuminated the map, connecting the markers of each ninja village into a formidable line of defense firmly surrounding the underwater mist in the center. Killer Bee retracted the lightning and rested a tentacle on Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry. With me around, that black charcoal head Obito won't even touch a single fragment. Sasuke nodded and turned to walk out the door. I will hurry to the mist as soon as possible. You all prepare first, and if anything unexpected happens, use the communication seal to contact me. Naruto watched Sasuke's back, then looked down at the crystalline fragment in his arms. The resonance of the fragment was pointing towards the mist, and a confrontation in the deep sea was about to unfold. The morning mist of Ween was thick as unyielding ink, with the wooden piles at the dock revealing only vague outlines in the fog, while the waves crashed against the ship, producing a dull sound. Naruto stood at the shore, the container in his arms radiating mild warmth. The resonance of the fragments was clearer than when he was at Genin, and a faint golden light filtered through the crystal, faintly pointing towards the deep sea. Mr. Naruto, Mr. Killer Bee. A steady voice emerged from the mist, and Ching, accompanied by 4 Wuin ninjas, walked briskly over the water droplets on the goggles, refracting faint light. Lord Suibing has arranged the diving boat. The hull has been reinforced to withstand water pressure, and it is equipped with Wine's latest deep-sea energy detector. Killer Bee shook his 8-tails, tentacle lightning flickering at his fingertips. Yo-yo, is the diving boat fast enough? That charcoal-headed Obito won't wait for us. Don't worry, the boat's propulsion system is chakra-driven, 3 times faster than an ordinary merchant ship. Ching turned sideways to lead everyone onto the boat, where diving gear and ninja tools were arranged inside the cabin, and several boxes of clay bombs left by Deidara were piled in the corner. Mr. Deidara specially sent these over. He said these bombs can sever the roots of the divine tree and can be used underwater. Naruto picked up a bomb. The familiar clay patterns etched on its shell reminded him of their earlier collaboration at the Frozen Earth ruins, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. He is quite thoughtful. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal in the container suddenly brightened, a system prompt indicating high-frequency energy fluctuations detected in the direction of the deep sea, suspected Chakra, from a white Zetsu clone distance less than 20 miles. Here's a situation. Naruto put away the bomb, 9-tailed Chakra gathering in his palm. The white Zetsu clone is coming this way, and there are quite a few of them. They should be sent by Obito to scout. Ching immediately activated the detector, and soon a dozen red dots appeared on the screen, rapidly approaching the dock. These are water-style white Zetsu capable of becoming invisible in water and using ice-style to set traps. He waved to the Wuin ninjas behind him. Prepare the water barrier, surround the dock first, and don't let them approach the diving boat. The ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, and a light blue water wall rose around the dock, keeping the morning mist at bay. Before long, a hissing sound came from the water wall, and several ice spikes suddenly shot up from the water, aiming at the wall. These were white Zetsu clones testing the defenses. Killer Bee's tentacle instantly elongated, lightning enveloping the water as it struck the ice spikes. Yo-yo, daring to play with ice style in front of me. Watch my lightning water whip. The lightning struck the ice spikes, instantly melting them, and the muffled groan of a white Zetsu clone echoed in the water as several gray-black bodies floated to the surface before quickly sinking to the seabed. Don't linger. Naruto grabbed Killer Bee, who was about to chase after them. Our target is the underwater ruins. These clones are just buying time. Ching, start the diving boat. We'll go underwater. Ching nodded and immediately maneuvered the diving boat away from the dock, slowly submerging into the water. As the depth increased, the surrounding light grew dimmer, with only the screen of the detector and the glow of the crystal illuminating the way. After half an hour of travel, the detector suddenly emitted a rapid alarm, and the red dots on the screen clustered together, surrounding an area. That was the entrance to the underwater ruins. We've arrived. Ching slowed the boat, pointing to the darkness ahead. 50 meters ahead is the entrance to the ruins, wrapped in the roots of the divine tree, with ice-style chakra on the roots, causing the seawater to freeze into a thin layer of ice. Naruto leaned closer to the boat window, the light from the crystal illuminating the front. A massive dark purple root system lay at the seabed, entwined around a stone door, the remnants of Kagaya on the door, glowing a faint blue, subtly resonating with the light of the crystal. Prepare to clear the roots. Naruto tightened his grip on the crystal, 9-tailed chakra swirling around him. Killer Bee used lightning to disperse the outer roots. Ching, have the Wuin ninjas use water style to protect the boat. Once the roots loosen, I'll use the fragment energy to open the stone door. Killer Bee's tentacle was already charged with lightning, eager to try. Leave it to me. I guarantee to shatter the roots. The diving boat slowly approached the entrance of the ruins, the underwater currents beginning to swirl due to the energy of the roots. Naruto stared at the remnants on the stone door, fully aware. Obito was likely waiting inside. The third piece of Kagaya, along with his schemes, were hidden beyond this stone door. The 8-tailed tentacles of Karabi first dipped into the water, and the lightning spread along the flow, resembling a pale blue net enveloping the roots of the looming sacred tree. Lightning, release lightning net, he called out softly, and the lightning suddenly constricted, striking the dark purple roots, producing a sizzling sound as the outer icy shell shattered instantly, and the withered roots drifted away with the water flow. Now's our chance. Naruto immediately pressed the crystallized container against the groove of the stone door, and the faint golden energy of the Kagaya fragment flowed along the remnants, resonating with the energy inside the stone door. The stone door slowly opened to both sides, a cold breeze rushing out from the corridor carrying a faint scent of the sacred tree's sap. Thin ice covered the walls of the corridor, under which pale blue chakra flowed akin to hidden eyes. There is invisible chakra in the corridor. Ching's sensing chakra spread out, brows furrowing beneath the goggles. It can interfere with sensing ninjutsu. There's a high probability that Obito has hidden clones inside, and they can blend into the ice layer, leaving no trace. Just as the words left his mouth, the ice layer on the left side of the corridor suddenly shifted, a shadow darting forth, like lightning, towards the frontline mist ninja. Watch out. Sasuke's Sharingan instantly lit up the red light, locking onto the shadow. It's a white Zetsu clone. Wrapped in ice-released chakra, it's invisible. The arm of Susanoo timely blocked in front of the ninja, the shadow crashing against the armor, revealing its gray-black body. Its entire being covered in a transparent ice membrane, its claws glistening coldly, evidently an invisible clone, modified by Obito using underwater ice release. Water release water mirror technique. Ching immediately formed hand seals, gathering the water flow in the corridor into a water mirror that reflected the ice layer. The clones hidden behind the ice were all revealed, numbering over a dozen, slowly moving along the ice layer, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Break their ice membranes. Naruto leaped into the air, the nine-tailed chakra coalescing into a Rasengan in his palm. Tailed beast chakra impact. The sphere, glowing with golden light, smashed into the water surface, unleashing a chakra wave that exploded in the corridor, shattering the clones' ice membranes and revealing their true forms. Kiraba's tentacles swiftly followed, lightning wrapping around two clones. Yo, without the ice membrane, you are just fish waiting to be slaughtered. The tentacles exerted force, smashing the clones against the corridor wall, the clones crashing into the ice layer and turning to black-gray. Sasuke's Susanoo gathered fire-release chakra, the blade igniting with faint red flames. Fire release, Susanoo slash. The flame slash struck towards the clustered clones, the high temperature melting the ice layer, while also forcing the clones to retreat. A mist ninja suddenly shouted, "There are more behind." They are running deeper into the corridor, seemingly trying to lead us in. Ching's detector screen flickered with red dots pointing towards the end of the corridor. The energy source of the clones is deeper inside. It should be a bait deliberately set by Obito, trying to lure us into a trap. Naruto retracted the Rasengan, the light of the crystallized container growing brighter. The resonance of the third Kagaya fragment was just ahead, getting closer. We can't stop. He looked at the others. The clones are bait, but the fragments are deeper inside. We must move forward, but with more caution. Kiraba's tentacles swept across the ice layers on both sides of the corridor, leaving pale blue traces of lightning. They'll mark the area with lightning. As long as the clones get close, the lightning will light up. Walk forward with confidence. I have my eyes on them. The group continued deeper into the corridor, the invisible chakra fluctuations beneath the ice layer growing weaker, but the resonance of the crystallized container grew stronger. The third fragment was within reach, while Obito's trap perhaps awaited them just around the next corner. The stone door at the end of the passage slid open, and a blast of cold air tinged with the divine tree's sap swept over them. The chamber was circular, its floor paved with dark purple rock. Above the central stone dais floated the third Huey shard, its pale blue radiance swirling and resonating intensely with the crystal Ming Ren held to his chest. Daitu stood beside the dais, his body wrapped in a faint violet aura of divine tree energy, clutching a fragment of an ancient steel as he tried to forcibly draw the shard on the platform toward himself. "You really did come after me. Alas, this final shard can only be mine. Don't be delusional." Ming Ren pressed the container crystal to his chest, the two shards' lights braided into a pale golden band. "The shard answers the will to protect, not someone like you who craves only destruction." Ching suddenly raised a hand as the deep-sea detector's screen flared red. "Careful, there are roots hidden in the chamber." Daitu had used the steel's energy to spawn magma roots. Though this place lay beneath the sea, they remained active by siphoning divine tree energy and would erupt at a touch. No sooner had he spoken than the rock in the walls split open and dark red roots shot out, their tendrils slick with scalding magma. Daitu had fused volcanic lava with the divine tree's roots earlier, setting a lethal trap in this undersea chamber. Chi-La Bai roared as Ming Ren called its name. The eight tails' tentacles wove into a net of lightning, and when the electricity met the magma, a white mist rose, buying a moment against the root assault. Whoa, magma plus roots. This charcoal-headed bastard really knows how to play. Zhuozhu break the barrier for Ming Ren. Daitu had already erected a faint purple barrier around the dais, locking the shard's light tightly within. Zhuozhu's Sharingan flared to its peak as Susanoo condensed fire-release chakra. Paler flames crawled up the blade. Fire release, Susanoo slash. The flame struck the barrier, sending ripples across its surface, but it did not break. The steel fragment's energy had formed a reinforcing layer inside the barrier. We must break it through shard resonance. Ming-Ren leapt to the barrier and pressed the container crystal against it. The pale golden energy from the two shards crawled along the barrier and began to resonate with the pale blue shard on the dais. Zuizhu, lock onto the barrier's energy node with your Sharingan, or I will blast it open through resonance. Zuizhu's eyes pinpointed the weak spot, with surgical precision left 3 o'clock. There. Ming-Ren poured chakra into the crystal. The pale golden energy surged at the node, and the barrier snapped open with a crack. Seeing this, Dai Tu hurled the steel fragment into the barrier, its energy fused with the shield, and the fissure began to mend. Trying to break my barrier. Not so easy. Ming-Ren shouted Qing. Use water release to suppress the fragment's energy. Qing formed the seals at once. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The water dragon slammed into the barrier, pale blue torrents seeping into the crack and momentarily stalling the healing. Qilab, I used the moment to lash out, lightning coiled around an advancing magma root. Whoa, don't think you can disturb them, your opponent is me. The tentacle heaved and tore the root free. Red-hot magma splashed onto the floor, hissing black smoke, and seizing the chance, Ming-Ren poured every last scrap of chakra into the crystal. The pale gold and pale blue shard energies achieved full resonance, and the barrier exploded into fragments with a thunderous roar. The third shard on the dais freed from its binding, shot straight toward Ming-Ren. Just as it was about to fall into the crystal, Dai Tu lunged forward, trying to snatch it. Not a chance. Zuizhu's Susanoo materialized in an instant to shield Ming-Ren, its blade pressed at Dai Tu's chest. Take another step, and I'll drive this sword through your heart. Dai Tu stared at the shard within arm's reach, madness flickering across his eyes, but he dared not advance. Ming-Ren caught the shard cleanly and placed it into the container crystal. The 3 shards bloomed in tricolors that slowly merged into a single white radiance. The system announced 3 shards resonated successfully. Approximate location of Hui ceiling site determined. Huijigua Zhoumajigu. Dai Tu looked at the white light and understood he had lost. He detonated the remaining root energy hidden in the walls of magma, and shattered stone flew blotting out the other's sight. You win this time. But I already know the sealing site in Zhoumajigu. Next time we meet, I will return with the power to open the seal. When the smoke cleared, Dai Tu had vanished. The entrance to the Shunwei dimension left a faint black scorch on the floor that faded quickly. Qing packed away the detector, his tone grave. He fled out of the mist territory. There is an abandoned smuggling tunnel in the deep sea that leads straight to the border of Huijigua. Ming-Ren tightened his grip on the crystal, the white light still pulsing. We must reach Zhoumajigu as soon as possible. Dai Tu will surely seek the final shard. We cannot let him obtain it this time. The magma roots in the chamber cooled bit by bit as the 3 shards' resonant light bathed their faces. The clue to Hui's sealing site had finally appeared, and the true decisive battle drew ever nearer. The shadows of the smuggling tunnel twisted as Obito's chakra formed a black vortex within the abandoned underwater passage, while the rift of the Kemui space tore a ghastly wound into the rock wall. His left hand gripped a half-burnt fragment of a stone tablet, the cuneiform inscriptions shimmering with a blood-like glow in the dimness. This was a shard of Kagaya's will peeled from the roots of the divine tree, resonating with the energy of the divine tree within him. Indeed, Black Zetsus intel was accurate. Obito's voice was laced with a mechanical tone. The core of the seal in the Valley of the End hides the last fragment. In his right eye, 3 tomos slowly revolved as the spatial ripples of Kemui froze the flowing water deep within the tunnel. Suddenly, a thunderous vibration emanated from the rock wall. Obito instantly phased, dodging the massive ice spear crashing down from above. Released by the modified deep-sea sonar, it transformed into crystallized chakra attacks upon hitting land. You track me down quickly, Obito sneered as the entrance to Kemui opened beneath him, but you are chasing a shadow. Before he finished speaking, his body dissipated like smoke, leaving behind a ground covered in ice crystals reflecting eerie blue light. The riddle of the sealing site. The 2 statues in the Valley of the End cast enormous shadows in the dusk as Naruto and his companions stood at the canyon's edge, the ground beneath them riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The screen of the sonar emitted by Ino flickered with bizarre purple ripples. The chakra density is 3 times the normal level, and she suddenly frowned. These cracks are absorbing natural energy. Deep within the cracks, there are fluctuations resembling Kagaya's space. Sasuke's Sharingan gleamed red. His Susanoo skeleton materialized behind him. Naruto, take out the fragments. Naruto retrieved the crystal container, and the light from the 3 fragments intertwined above the crack, forming a star map. Suddenly, a black mist erupted from the crack, morphing into countless tiny chakra tendrils attacking everyone. 8 tails. Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak enveloped him instantly, as 8 octopus-like tentacles swept through the black mist like steel whips, but were corroded into holes upon contact. Yo-yo, this mist is toxic. His voice carried an unusual gravity. The sonar emitted a shrill alarm. It's Black Zetsus spores. They are breaking down the chakra structure. She quickly formed hand seals enveloping everyone with water release ice crystal wall. We must locate the source of the spores. Naruto pressed the crystal close to the crack, and the three-colored light suddenly erupted into a blinding beam. From deep within the crack came the sharp wail of a baby as the black mist receded like a tide, revealing the fourth fragment suspended deep within. It was a diamond-shaped black crystal with dark golden patterns flowing across its surface. At last I found it. Obito's voice came from above. Everyone looked up to see him standing atop the first Hokage statue entwined with the roots of the divine tree. A shard of Kagaya's will is hidden within the core of the seal. The trap of the double seal. Obito's right hand pressed against the statue's forehead, the roots of the divine tree spreading across the statue's surface like veins. The ground of the Valley of the End trembled violently as the eyes of the two statues suddenly glowed with a blood-red light, and the gravitational field of the six paths heavenly star formed in the center of the canyon. Not good.